on June 1st. Today marks the launch. Each chapter is priced at merely a dime, akin to just a piece of candy. Perhaps even less than that. Those who have been following along undoubtedly understand the current predicaments faced by Xiaofeng, however. This is not an excuse for Xiaofeng to seek pity. The routine remains unchanged. Let us update based on subscriptions. With the release comes a surge of additional chapters. Herein, I humbly request a wave of monthly votes and subscription support. Immense gratitude in advance. I never anticipated that a mere pirate hunter from the West Sea could create such turmoil, but all of this ends here. The eyes of Deo Bowman revealed no emotional fluctuation. Roz was the mistake he had made, and now he would rectify this error with his own hands. The numerous Navy personnel standing behind Deo Bowman were oblivious to the truth of the matter. They merely regarded the scene with astonishment, never expecting that Roz could prompt 3 high-ranking vice admirals from the headquarters to jointly take action. Unlike the branch vice admirals, the headquarters vice admirals are the true backbone of the Navy, representing the limits of ordinary individuals to a significant extent. As for the admirals and the fleet admiral, they belong to an entirely different echelon, verging on the realm of monsters. Looking across the entire naval headquarters, excluding those retired or semi-retired, there were merely a dozen or so actively serving members, far from the ranks of the typical branch vice admirals. 3 vice admirals from the headquarters. This configuration of forces is second only to the legendary demon-slaying order, mobilizing 3 vice admirals for a pirate with a bounty of 300 million illustrates the Navy's high command's profound concern regarding the ghost hand pirate crew. Clearly, they are not inclined to grant any further opportunities. Clang! The flying squirrel partially drew his sword, gazing at Roz with indifference, while Mozambia pressed one hand against the hilt. His gaze frosty. The entire street fell into a hushed silence. The elite Navy personnel from the headquarters, witnessing this scene, collectively held their breath. Tension, oppression, in this suffocating stillness, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Roz fixed his gaze on Deo Bowman, speaking slowly. So it was you initially. He merely wished to be an unremarkable pirate hunter, unencumbered by any superior's orders, freely hunting pirates to enhance his strength, gradually growing stronger and ascending to the pinnacle. Yet, it was precisely due to a malignancy within the Navy and the so-called dignity of the Navy that this relatively untroubled path, devoid of peril, was utterly severed, leaving no room for retreat. Indeed, from the Navy's perspective, it seems that dignity and prestige are of paramount importance, significant enough to far outweigh the mere existence of an ordinary pirate hunter from the West Sea, but that pirate hunter is him. To sacrifice one's life for so-called justice? Spare mischos fomoropu deist. He is no saint. Roz has never deceived his own heart between kindness and malevolence. He chooses neutrality amidst chaos and order. He opts for chaos, maintaining an exceptionally candid stance, never conceiving himself as virtuous or just, nor deriving amusement from slaughter and brutality. Upon discerning Deo Bowman's identity, Roz instead smiled, a smile devoid of any trace of anger, only a hint of subtle mockery. Didn't expect this, did you? A mere pirate hunter from the West Sea, capable of escaping from a naval base, eliminating the branch's lieutenant and a headquarters lieutenant dispatched to the West Sea, as well as the branch's vice admiral in the Grand Line. All of this is rather unexpected, isn't it? The expressions of the flying squirrel and Mozambia darkened. As for Deo Bowman, the fingers gripping the hilt trembled imperceptibly, even as a vice admiral from the headquarters, having endured countless bloody battles. He found it difficult to control his emotions at this moment. Roz's tone remained flat. It was precisely this calmness that rendered each of his words like sharp blades piercing the heart, causing Deo Bowman's expression to grow exceedingly oppressive. This was the topic he most wished to avoid. Do you still remember the words I spoke back then? Roz stood there, encircled by the 3 vice admirals and a multitude of elite Navy personnel, exhibiting no signs of fear or panic, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Deo Bowman's fingers tightened around the hilt, nearly imprinting the steel-forged handle with marks. The cigar clenched in his mouth, almost bitten in two. Enough. Everything ends here. Deo Bowman's furious roar resounded, the broken half of the cigar silently falling to the ground simultaneously, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, both hands gripping the hilt. the sword's edge enveloped in armed color hockey, with a glimmer of sharpness flashing as he struck fiercely at Raz's head. Attempting to sway his heart with mere words was utterly futile. He is a vice admiral of the naval headquarters throughout his life. He has arrested and executed countless pirates. The peace of the seas bears a portion of his indelible achievements. Regardless of how it began, from a moment Raz ruthlessly murdered naval officers, his sins became forever unremovable. Annihilating the ghost hand pirate crew is carried out in the name of absolute justice. Buzz, as Deoboman's sword descended upon him, Raz's gaze remained tranquil and indifferent. He raised his hand. The armed color hockey surged and converged, instantly manifesting as a black hardness, unleashing distorting power that forcibly restrained Deoboman's sword in midair. No, you have it entirely wrong. This is not the end, but merely the beginning. As for this hypocritical justice, Raz spoke with a calm gaze, tightening his grip on Deoboman's sword, the distorting power erupting in full force, spreading upwards. Even though Deoboman fully unleashed his armed color hockey, forming a pitch-black hardened coating on the sword's edge, under Raz's distorting power, the entire blade began to tremble, causing his arms and fingers to quiver uncontrollably. Whoosh! At that moment, the flying squirrel struck from behind. Raz's speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous as he arrived behind Raz, the sword's edge emitting a spiraling azure sword energy that surged towards Raz's back. One sword style, thrust. Seeing the flying squirrel rush to support him, Deoboman's heart steadied, his eyes cold. He tightened his grip on the hilt, forcefully pressing the sword's edge against Raz's palm, denying him any chance to evade. Raz snorted softly, pressing his right hand against Deoboman's sword's edge while his left hand countered, slanting toward the flying squirrel's sword edge, instantly shattering the sword energy swirling around it. Hiss! The flying squirrel's expression shifted slightly, yet he showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he fully concentrated his armed color hockey upon his palm and sword edge, forming a pincer attack alongside Deoboman. If Raz fully resisted his sword edge, he would endure Deoboman's strike. Conversely, if he countered Deoboman's strike, he would face the flying squirrel's sword. The existence of the Navy bears the weight of absolute justice. The final vice admiral, Mozambia, held a short sword still sheathed, slowly approaching Raz, his gaze cold and stern. For the citizens who fear the rampant forces of evil, our existence holds significant meaning. You, devoid of any sense of justice, should not presumptuously critique the Navy's justice, boy. Clang! The moment his words fell, he abruptly drew his sword, slashing towards Raz. All three vice admirals were masters of the one sword style, though their techniques and swordsmanship varied slightly. Their prowess was exceedingly close. This strike bore no extravagant sword energies, all its might coalescing upon the blade, capable of effortlessly slicing through steel. Step back. Observing the three vice admirals spring into action, the remaining elite Navy personnel refrained from advancing. Instead, under the officers' directives, they swiftly retreated several dozen meters, completely surrounding the area. In such a battleground, their advance would serve no purpose. Moreover, with three vice admirals stationed, regardless of Raz's formidable strength, he would inevitably be crushed here. Quite right. I indeed harbor no sense of justice. Gazing at Mozambia's descending sword, Raz, sandwiched between Deoboman and the flying squirrel, displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he spoke in a calm tone, simultaneously exerting force with both hands. Buzz! The distorting power erupted with full force, surging violently to his sides, as both the flying squirrel and Deoboman sensed an enigmatic force crashing against their armed color defenses, causing their arms to tremble involuntarily, forcing them to retreat. After repelling the two vice admirals with a single move, Raz retracted his right hand, his fingers coiling into a fist, the distorting power enveloping him, exuding a sense of ferocity as he struck fiercely at Mozambia's sword. However, if you intend to impose your Navy's justice upon me, I can only say you have chosen the wrong target. Boom! Raz's fist collided with Mozambia's sword edge midair, producing a resounding roar almost instantaneously. The ground between them began to crumble inch by inch under the relentless assault of the distortion power wielded by rods. Mozambia's expression shifted dramatically. The explosive slash he unleashed was forcibly shattered by Rod's power, causing him to stagger backward from a single punch delivered by Rods. This fellow's strength has already reached such a level. A trace of danger flickered in his eyes. No wonder Rods was capable of slaying Crocodile, eliminating Dalmatia, and annihilating the CP9 dispatched by the government. Possessing such formidable prowess in the first half of the Grand Line, Rods truly represented an exceedingly perilous entity. Fortunately, they had cornered him here. Otherwise, if allowed to continue his ascent, he could potentially become a terrifying force in the future. Arc Moon Slash. After being repelled, the weasel quickly regained his footing and charged fiercely at Rods. Simultaneously, Doberman, with a cold demeanor, swung his sword in a decisive strike. This was not a duel, nor a display of swordsmanship. It was an embodiment of justice aimed at subduing the heinous criminal regardless of the process. As long as victory was attained, nothing else mattered. The three vice-admirals launched a fierce assault. The occasional residual sword waves cleaved through dozens of meters of street, severing the cherry blossom trees lining either side, sending countless petals swirling through the air. Whoosh! The weasel's body darted through the air, appearing instantaneously behind Rods. The blade in his hand shimmered with a faint green sword aura, tracing an arc in the air as it slashed toward Rods. Rods leapt into the air, evading the weasel's strike, while his right hand coiled into a fist, launching a powerful blow at Doberman, sending him staggering back 5 or 6 steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Swoosh! Mozambia swung his sword, unleashing a crimson sword aura imbued with a palpable sense of bloodlust, surging toward Rod's lower body in midair. Rods raised his hand to grasp the blood-red sword aura, compressing it between his palms, transforming it into a crimson spiral sword pellet, which he then thrust back at the approaching weasel. Clang! The weasel's sword collided violently with the blood-red pellet, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, accompanied by a shower of sparks as he managed to cleave the pellet in two. Yet, under the explosive force of Rod's distortion power, he was sent flying backward. Caress Slash. Blood Funeral Song. Doberman and Mozambia struck in unison, their combined sword strikes intersecting in midair to form a diagonal cross-shaped sword aura that swept toward Rods. Rods remained unfazed, stepping onto the intersection of the cross-shaped aura, unleashing his distortion power, which twisted the diagonal sword aura into a spiral, causing it to disintegrate in midair. Gravity Fist. He thrust his foot into the air, diving sharply toward the weasel, who had been sent flying earlier. His right hand clenched into a fist as the ability to distort gravity erupted. The weasel, caught off guard, could only hastily raise his sword in defense, fully activating his armed hockey to intercept Rod's punch. Boom! As Rod's fist descended, a weighty pressure unlike any before suddenly bore down, causing the weasel to feel as though he were under immense strain. His legs sank into the ground up to his knees. Seeing this, Doberman and Mozambia shouted in anger and rushed forward, their dual swords crossing in the air, unleashing 2 streaks of lightning-like sword light aimed at Rod's body. Whoosh! Rods performed a somersault in midair, transforming his right hand from a fist into an open palm, seizing the weasel's sword edge with a mere thought. The direction of gravity's distortion shifted abruptly from downward to upward. The weasel, already grappling with the oppressive weight, suddenly felt his body lighten as Rods forcibly wrenched the sword upward from his grip. Realizing the precarious situation, he instinctively shouted and, instead of retreating, advanced, using the altered gravity to swing his sword fiercely upward toward Rods. Rods, his expression unchanged, flicked his right hand to the left, casting the weasel, sword and all, aside toward Mozambia, while simultaneously stepping on a Doberman's sword edge. The strength of the 3 vice-admirals was nearly equal since they were not devil fruit users. They were somewhat weaker in physical prowess compared to Lucci in his leopard form. However, their hockey strength and swordsmanship far surpassed Lucci's. Moreover, as swordsmen, their strikes were more refined compared to pure physical attacks. Thus, in terms of sheer offensive power, the trio's slashes were significantly more potent than Lucci's. Among Doberman, the Weasel, and Mozambia. Any one of them held considerable strength compared to Rod's. Even if the two joined forces, they would still be easily suppressed by Rod's, who had greatly enhanced his speed after slaying Lucci yet. When the three collaborated, they nearly compensated for most of their shortcomings, demonstrating remarkable agility and adaptability in their coordination. Rod's attacks could knock one opponent away with a single strike, and his distortion power could breach their armed hockey defenses, causing their arms to go numb. But when it came to the combined assault of two individuals, Rod's could no longer simply crush them in a single blow. One sword style Iato, Blood Moon Descent / Death's Morning Blade. After being repelled by Rod's, Doberman, the Weasel, and Mozambia aligned themselves, simultaneously drawing their swords 3 beams of sword light intertwined in the air, weaving into a net of sword energy that surged toward Rod's, sealing off all avenues of escape. In Roz's eyes, a tumult of emotion surged. He took a step forward, executing the moon step technique, advancing rather than retreating, charging fiercely towards the web of sword energy. Clenching his fingers into a fist, he summoned the distorted power to its utmost limit. Buzz! Roz's fist struck directly at the core of the sword energy net, unleashing a tempest of distortion that momentarily restrained the entire formation. After a brief stalemate, the ferocious force of distortion shattered the sword energy net into fragments. The dispersing energy scattered in all directions, severing the branches and petals of the cherry blossom tree into disarray, while the ground was marred by deep ravines. After demolishing the sword energy net, Roz took a couple of steps back. Ultimately, the might of the sword energy, despite being bolstered by the armed hockey, proved inferior to his physical strikes. Even though the combined efforts of the three admirals formed a formidable sword energy net, Roz managed to breach it, albeit with some difficulty. Their coordination was commendable. With the sword energy net dismantled, Roz's gaze returned to its tranquil state, having almost discerned the capabilities of the three admirals. Had he faced them prior to receiving Lucci's rewards, under the disadvantage of speed, defeating the three admirals would have been exceedingly arduous, if not nearly impossible. However, now that his speed had increased, he found himself slightly faster than all three. His observation hockey enabled him to clearly perceive their movements, and the explosive power of his distortion force surpassed any of them by a substantial margin. In a one-on-one scenario, he would exert comprehensive dominance. Against 2, he would still hold a significant advantage. Against 4, he would retreat without hesitation. As for facing 3, that remained to be seen. Surrender without resistance. Mozambique regarded Roz with a cold gaze, internally astonished by Roz's strength, as he managed to maneuver amidst their collective onslaught. If only 2 had come this time. Defeating Roz would be uncertain. Escaping unscathed would likely prove challenging. When Xingji had summoned their trio to act together, he had deemed it an excessive precaution. But now it was evident that the decision had been prudent. You have no opportunity. Cease your struggles. The mongoose also stared intently at Roz, attempting to sway him with words. If he could elicit even a slight flaw from Roz, the battle could soon reach its conclusion. Otherwise, should the fight continue in this manner, victory would be hard-won. Doberman remained silent, yet the sharpness in his gaze conveyed his unrestrained emotions. Vowing not to grant Roz any further chances, the entertainment concludes here. Rod's gaze was devoid of emotion as he surveyed the 3 mid-level officers encircling him. Having nearly discerned their tactics, the true battle was poised to commence. With a resounding boom, in the next instant, Rod planted his foot firmly, channeling the power of distortion into the earth. The street, spanning 100 meters, trembled violently, causing everyone to lose their footing. The numerous sailors, positioned several dozen meters away, struggled to maintain their balance amidst the chaos, retreating in disarray, overwhelmed by shock. Ignoring the lesser beings around him, Roz unleashed the power of distortion, which surged from the earth, coalescing upon the trio of squirrels. As their bodies swayed, they were propelled forward with astonishing speed. Whoosh! In an instant, Roz appeared before Doberman. His fist clenched tightly and unleashed a powerful blow. Doberman activated his armed hockey, bracing himself with a firm step as he struggled to maintain his balance. With a grave expression, he grasped his sword with both hands and executed a precise strike towards Roz's fist. Though his heart brimmed with murderous intent, he remained clear-headed. The extent of Roz's strength was vividly demonstrated in this brief exchange, revealing that he was not an opponent to be underestimated. Boom! As Roz's fist descended, Doberman's sword blade was instantaneously restrained at the position of the knuckles, the entire sword vibrating with a resonant hum. Even with the inky black hue of the hockey enhancing its strength, it still bore an immense burden. The air on either side of the sword's edge subtly warping in response. After a tense half-second standoff, the ground beneath Dalberman shattered, his legs sinking deeply into the earth. Veins bulging on his forehead as he exerted every ounce of strength to resist with a furious roar. Sword of iron cutting. The moment the mongoose regained its balance, it grasped the long sword tightly and charged fiercely towards Roz, soaring through the air with a swiftness that seemed to cleave the very fabric of space, leaving behind a chilling white blade of light. Clang! The twisting force of Roz's left hand spread forth, reaching out to press against the weasel's sword. When the sword's hilt made contact, it emitted a resonant clang akin to metal striking metal. The blade, imbued with a fierce radiance, was forcibly halted in midair by Roz, vibrating incessantly, unable to advance even an inch. After fending off the weasel's strike, Roz unleashed a powerful blow, driving Dalberman's half-buried body deeper into the earth, while simultaneously leaping backward to evade the thrust of Mozambia's sword approaching from the side. With a thunderous thud upon landing, Roz let out a low growl, summoning the distortion of gravity, causing the ground around him to convulse violently, akin to tumultuous waves. The elite naval forces, retreating over 100 meters away, were still affected by the residual force, faltering in their stance as they beheld the massive clumps of earth and debris erupting from the ground, their faces etched with astonishment. The earth was not merely cracking, it was lifting into the air. This was the terrifying power of the ghost hand Ross. Even though they were the cream of the naval forces, they were left awestruck by such overwhelming might, feeling nearly powerless in the face of it. The vice admirals were swallowed by the chaos. Fall back. Stay composed. Maintain formation, ready the cannons and sea stone. We must not allow that pirate to escape. A vice admiral cannot possibly be bested by a mere pirate. A colonel from the naval headquarters shouted, restoring order among the disarrayed ranks, directing them to retreat further. In the midst of the chaos, gigantic clods of earth, some measuring 10 meters or more in radius, soared into the sky. The cherry blossom trees rustling as countless petals scattered across the area. As these massive chunks of earth took flight, they began to collide violently within the vicinity. When two 10-meter-wide stones collided, the sound echoed like a landslide, sending debris and cherry blossoms flying in every direction. With a strained expression, the weasel swung his sword thrice, cleaving through the massive stones that threatened him. Yet, at that moment, Roz's figure surged forward, delivering a powerful punch. The impact reverberated as the weasel attempted to parry, but was unable to withstand Roz's force, sent hurtling through the air until his back slammed against a 10-meter-wide stone. The stone writhed as if alive, engulfing the weasel's body and emitting a crunching sound, attempting to crush him entirely. Crack, crack. In an instant, fissures appeared on the stone's surface, emerald light spilling forth and spreading throughout, ultimately shattering the stone and revealing the weasel's disheveled form. This fellow can manipulate gravity. We must tread carefully, he exclaimed, wiping the mud from his face with a wary expression. Meanwhile, Dalberman found himself in dire straits. Roz's punch had embedded his lower leg into the ground. When Roz unleashed his power, Dalberman was the first to be enveloped by the collapsing earth. Although protected by hockey, he was not impervious to the distorting force within the soil. Upon breaking free from the clod of earth, he was met head-on by Roz's onslaught. Boom. In a moment of haste, Dalberman had no choice but to raise his sword in defense, but he was struck by Roz's punch, plummeting from the sky to the battered ground below, creating a human-shaped crater upon impact. Do not be so reckless, Mozambia shouted at Roz as he charged toward the fallen Dalberman, rushing to lend support and swinging his sword at Roz. With a swift backhand strike, Roz sent Mozambique staggering several steps back. In the next moment, the dormouse descended from above, gliding with grace, and aimed a sword strike at Roz's back. Clash! Roth sidestepped, his figure tracing an arc as he plunged towards the earth below, delivering a powerful kick infused with the essence of distortion. The ground erupted in a cacophony of chaos, as clods of soil lost their cohesion and began to shatter, plummeting earthward. Simultaneously, Roth's distorting power surged once more into the land with a resounding roar. Struggling to break free from the earth, Dalberman was ensnared by massive clods, each measuring several meters, soaring skyward, colliding with the descending debris above. Boom, boom. The sound resonated through the air like a heavy artillery barrage, echoing relentlessly as dirt flew in all directions. Cherry blossoms mingling with dust in a surreal dance across the sky. Both Squirrel and Mozambique were grim expressions as they charged towards Roth, one on the left and the other on the right. Rod turned around, delivering simultaneous punches with both hands. Colliding forcefully with the oncoming attacks from the left and right by the flying squirrels, Mozambique and the others. Bang! Withstanding the strikes from both adversaries, Rod stumbled backward, propelled a distance of over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. Both of his fists bore thin crimson lines, merely superficial wounds, not severe. Suddenly, the massive stone in the sky shattered into countless pieces, crashing down and forcing the squirrels and Mozambique to retreat to either side. From the debris emerged a piercing white sword aura, shredding the remnants apart. Doberman staggered out from the chaos, his once proud cloak of justice now tattered and stained. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, presenting a disheveled figure. Curse it! A menacing expression crossed his face as he glared at Rod, his fingers tightening around the sword hilt as he charged forth. The squirrels and Mozambique, witnessing this, surged towards Rod from both sides, rejoining Doberman in their assault. Having previously unleashed a wide-ranging distortion of gravity, the force within Rod surged like boiling water, now in the process of recovery. With a soft grunt, he transformed into a blur, retreating further as the wounds on his fists healed at a visible pace. The enhancement of physical abilities also included a degree of self-healing. Of course, within the general abilities, there exists a talent known as resilience that corresponds to self-healing, yet Rod opted not to activate it to conserve his free talent points. After skillfully evading the attacks from the trio and slicing through their sword auras, Rod steadied his breath. With a flicker in his gaze, he ceased his retreat and surged towards the three opponents. Once more, the power of distortion erupted, radiating outward in all directions. This time, however, it was not the distortion of gravity, but rather the distortion of light, accompanied by a sound distortion he had personally developed. Chirp, my little creatures. Buzz. In an instant, a shroud of darkness enveloped a 50-meter radius around Rod, obliterating all light. The squirrels and Doberman lost their sight entirely, and a relentless buzzing filled their ears, akin to countless crickets chirping incessantly. What is happening? The entire area plunged into darkness, sound extinguished. The Marines, who had retreated further away, gazed upon the sudden emergence of this 50-meter dark canopy, their faces etched with shock, bewildered by the turn of events. Within that dark prison, the startled squirrels froze momentarily. Unable to see or hear, they were troubled by the myriad troublesome variations of Rod's abilities. Yet, they quickly composed themselves, activating their observation hockey to track Rod's movements. Completely deprived of sight and sound, relying solely on their observation hockey, they could still sense Rod's actions, albeit with greater difficulty. Moreover, as three individuals, they needed to monitor not only their own movements but also those of their comrades. Otherwise, effective coordination would be impossible. However, even with that, achieving the same level of flawless coordination as before proved immensely challenging. Under the cover of the dark prison, Rod moved like a fish in water, weaving effortlessly while launching relentless attacks against the trio. It appeared as though the three were collaborating against Rod, yet it felt as if Rod alone enveloped them. Bang! Bang! In the absence of timely support from the squirrels, Mozambique was struck by two of Rod's punches, his arms going numb, forcing him to retreat and position himself between the squirrels and Doberman. After repelling Mozambique, Rod opened his eyes in the darkness, grasping the hilt of his renowned sword, Chuanla, drawing it from its sheath, and swung it forth. Watch out! The squirrel keenly sensed Rod's movement and shouted. But his voice was completely drowned out by the incessant buzzing of crickets, failing to reach Doberman and the others. Fortunately, both Doberman and Mozambique possessed observation hockey and managed to perceive Rod's action. Yet, the act of Rod drawing his sword caused an immediate headache for them. Observation hockey also exists in varying degrees. Most individuals can only perceive an enemy's movements, unable to truly substitute for sight and sound, unless one achieves a level of foresight, which they clearly could not. Moreover, their abilities were not entirely aligned. The squirrel excelled in both observation and armament hockey. Doberman specialized in armament hockey, while Mozambique was more proficient in observation. This disparity rendered them incapable of forming effective coordination in a situation devoid of both sight and sound, and even their actions slowed, fearing their attacks would be exploited by Rod and inadvertently harm their allies. Clang! Clang! Amidst the chaos, it was unclear whose sword clashed with whom. As in this realm devoid of sound and sight, the only reliance for the three was their observation hockey. Rod's was not particularly skilled in swordsmanship, nor did he depend on his blade. He unsheathed it merely to sow greater chaos and to create more trouble for the three weasels. Curse it! In the midst of the deafening silence and visual void, With a buzzing in his ears, the weasel narrowly evaded a lethal sword energy aimed at his back by Dalberman. Although he managed to dodge, he was left in a most precarious state, and Rod seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow that sent him tumbling backward, nearly dislodging his sword from his grasp. This could not continue. They needed to form a defensive formation to protect themselves. Mozambique felt a surge of anxiety. Yet in the current situation, his words were lost on Dalberman and the weasel, leaving them in a state of utter communication breakdown. The trio struggled to establish a back-to-back defensive stance, becoming increasingly fragmented amidst the chaos as Rods relentlessly exploited their weaknesses, momentarily gaining the upper hand. This ability seemed to not directly affect their sight and hearing. The weasel forced himself to remain calm, thoughts racing through his mind like lightning. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly retreated backward and soon felt a glimmer of light before him, the buzzing in his ears fading away as he had escaped the dark cage. Indeed, it was merely a confined area. A spark of realization flickered in the weasel's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. Upon noticing the weasel had distanced himself significantly, Dalberman and Mozambique also came to their senses, retreating further away. One after another, the three managed to step beyond the confines of the dark prison. However, they quickly discovered that exiting that shadowy realm had yielded no tangible results. The dark cage was centered around Rods's position. Even if they had escaped the confinement, it continued to shift with Rods's movements. To confront Rods, they would have no choice but to re-enter. Moreover, Rods's speed surpassed theirs. Even if the three retreated in different directions, he merely needed to pursue one of them and launch successive attacks, which would inadvertently create greater openings. Indeed, it was essential to form a pincer formation. Throughout their ongoing skirmish, Dalberman and the weasel had grasped the essence of combat. However, Rods would not idly allow them to establish that defensive stance. Instead, he relentlessly charged left and right, disrupting their cohesion. Boom, boom. The arena reverberated with thunderous sounds, leaving many Navy personnel agape, gazing at the sky where waves of sword energy occasionally tore through the earth, rendering them speechless. Time passed unmeasured, and the dark cage gradually dissipated, revealing the figures within. Dalberman, the weasel, and Mozambique stood resolutely in a pincer formation, amidst the turmoil and clashes. They managed to adopt a defensive posture against Rods. Consequently, Rod ceased to expend energy maintaining the dark prison, allowing it to fade away. Both Dalberman's group and Rod's were panting heavily. In that moment, Rods's attire lay in tatters, his left shoulder marred by a wound approximately 10 centimeters long, blood staining his shirt, while his fists were also drenched in blood, most of which had congealed into clots, with no particularly deep injuries. In stark contrast to Rod's, Dalberman's trio appeared far more disheveled. The weasel, with a solemn expression, scrutinized Rods. His left arm hung limply, trembling uncontrollably, indicating it would be unusable for some time. "How are you faring?" he inquired of Mozambique. Mozambique glanced at his bloodied right arm, with bone protruding from the flesh, and shook his head, saying, "My right arm is temporarily incapacitated, significantly impairing my swordsmanship." Cough, cough. Dalberman coughed violently, blood trickling from one corner of his mouth, his clothes stained with blood and debris. None of them anticipated that their battle against Rods would culminate in such a predicament. Although Rods bore wounds, they were evidently far less severe than theirs. Damn it. Dalberman gritted his teeth, fury glinting in his eyes. Within that strange dark cage, every move had felt constricted, forcing them into a defensive and reactive state. Despite their numerical superiority, they had lost the initiative to attack, while Rods's grasp of combat opportunities was nearly beyond reproach. His stamina must be nearly exhausted. The weasel, maintaining his composure, fixed his gaze on Rods and remarked, "He is a devil fruit user. Sustaining that ability must consume a considerable amount of energy. We cannot afford to give him any respite." Mozambique inhaled deeply, nodded, and coldly regarded Rods, tightening his grip on the sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards him. Whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, the weasel and Dalberman shouted in unison, charging from opposite sides. As seasoned vice admirals who had endured countless battles, their combat finesse was undeniably acute. Although they were presently gravely injured, Rods' energy expenditure was undoubtedly greater. If they were an ordinary pirate crew, they would have long since scattered after sustaining such injuries. For them, the government and headquarters served as formidable backup. As long as victory was within reach, all else was inconsequential. And indeed, facing their pursuit, Rods did not employ the dark prison ability again. Instead, he relied on his power to distort gravity to evade their frontal assaults. One sword-style secret art, water severing. The weasel's eyes glimmered as he suddenly called out, his trembling left hand awkwardly reaching forth to grasp the sword hilt alongside his right hand. A blue light flashed along the blade, converging at the tip, as he unleashed a powerful slash towards Rod's. This strike generated a substantial sword energy spanning several dozen meters. Incredibly solid, cutting through the air and hurtling towards Rod's aloft. Storm kick. Mozambia shouted, leaping into the air, executing several slashes to restrict Rod's escape routes, while simultaneously thrusting his left-hand sword towards Rod's chest. Lods, with an impassive demeanor, extended his hand to press against the enormous sword energy of the flying squirrel. The sword energy, akin to striking something elastic, grazed past Lods at an angle. Immediately thereafter, as Raz unleashed a powerful punch, he shattered several of Mozambique's sword energies while simultaneously clashing his fist against the tip of Mozambique's sword, forcing it to retreat. However, at that very moment, Doberman charged forward, appearing determined to deny Raz any respite, intent on slaying him right there. In the distance, numerous naval officers observed this scene, their hearts churning like tumultuous waves. The vice admirals were injured, and Ghost Hand Raz had also sustained wounds. As a user of a Paramecia-type devil fruit, the more he exerted his abilities, the greater the toll on his stamina, suggesting that his endurance was nearing its limit. Many murmured anxiously, while others, with flickering eyes, spoke calmly. Simultaneously, some contacted the telephone bug to summon several rear admiral officers from the station warships for reinforcement. Roth was experiencing severe physical exhaustion, with a wound on his shoulder hampering his movements. Under the relentless assault of Doberman and his comrades, he found himself at a disadvantage. It was indeed a predicament. He continuously fended off their attacks, a flicker of tumult evident in his eyes. These generals from the main division not only possessed formidable strength but also demonstrated remarkable precision in their combat skills. As he observed the three generals, relying on their enduring stamina to push him to the brink, Roth took a deep breath, a glint of cold determination flashing in his gaze. Initially reluctant to expend his precious talent points, it now appeared that to overcome these three generals, his current physical condition and capabilities were still somewhat lacking. Boom. Rod swiftly intercepted the oncoming attack from the weasel, a flicker of determination gracing his countenance. With a mere thought, he summoned the talent system. System, he commanded, activating the universal talent of resilience. In an instant, a translucent system interface materialized before him, seamlessly transitioning to the universal talent tree. As he concentrated, the branch labeled resilience within the physical enhancement category was instantaneously activated, and the 40 points of talent proficiency acquired from vanquishing Batla were promptly allocated by Rods. In a heartbeat, a warm surge emanated from Rods' heart, coursing through his entire being, revitalizing his muscles that had grown weary from overexertion. The gaping, bloodied wound on his shoulder, still unhealed, began to scab over at an accelerated pace. Meanwhile, the scabs adorning his fist continuously shed and restored themselves. Boom. With a fierce roar, Raz clenched his left fist and struck with great force against the blade of Doberman's sword, sending him hurtling backward. Doberman, taken aback by the unexpected surge of strength from Raz, who had seemed on the brink of exhaustion, felt not only the impact force him back but also a tingling numbness in his arm. He resolved to make one final effort to prevent Raz from escaping. Mozambia, too, was momentarily astonished by Raz's sudden display of power. However, he quickly regained his composure and loudly warned Doberman and the weasel. The three of them took a deep breath, unleashing their most formidable techniques, determined to deny Raz any chance of retreat as they charged forward with ferocity. In the center, the battle raged on. The thermal currents within Raz were gradually dissipating, yet these currents had significantly augmented his regenerative abilities, restoring a considerable portion of his nearly depleted stamina. With the innate resilience bestowed upon him, he need not fear the repercussions of a catastrophic surge of distorted power, as no irreparable harm would ensue. His eyes, which had been slightly closed, suddenly flung open. He inhaled deeply and gazed at the approaching Doberman and his companions, a slight grin spreading across his face as he summoned the power within him. This was not merely a final struggle. No. You are mistaken. This was to determine the ultimate outcome. Prepare yourselves. Boom. Boom. The overwhelming surge of distorted power propelled his fist forward, causing both Doberman and the weasel to stagger backward, followed by a sweeping kick that sent Mozambia hurtling through the air. Dark Prison. Meteor Array. In the next instant, Raz unleashed both the Dark Prison and the Shattering Earth simultaneously, enshrouding a radius of 60 to 70 meters in an abyss of darkness. Within this void, The ground fractured incessantly, rising tumultuously toward the sky, colliding chaotically, resembling a meteor shower in the starry expanse above. Damn it, how did this happen so suddenly? In the darkness, Doberman's pupils constricted sharply as his observation hockey detected an imminent assault. He swiftly drew his sword and struck out. Boom! Under the force of Raz's punch. He was sent hurtling backward, his trajectory fortuitously intersecting with two massive stones, each over 10 meters in diameter. They crashed together with a resounding impact, sending debris scattering and causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood that stained the nearby stones crimson. Realizing Doberman was in peril, both the weasel and Mozambia silently cursed their misfortune and rushed to his aid. However, the weasel found himself obstructed by the chaotic debris, necessitating that he wield his sword to carve a path through the tumult. Meanwhile, Mozambia charged forth alone into the darkness. Rod's gaze was indifferent as he beheld Mozambique, the sole individual capable of disregarding the constraints of the dark prison, for this was a manifestation of his own unique power. Mozambique could not hear Rod's words. With a thunderous boom, Mozambique was sent flying, his sword unable to withstand Rod's distorting force, shattering with a resonant hum. Among the three, Mozambique was already the most grievously injured. His right arm was nearly destroyed, and wielding the sword with his left hand had diminished his strength to a fraction, rendering him incapable of mounting any effective resistance against Rod, at best able to provide a slight distraction. To charge forward would be tantamount to seeking death. How could he possibly possess such strength? As Mozambique was propelled backward, his expression twisted in disbelief. How could Rod, nearly depleted of stamina, still unleash such formidable power? It defied logic. Yet, regardless of his incredulity, the reality was the sudden surge of power from Roz left all the naval officers in a state of astonishment. Was it not yet over? At that moment, Stolo Berry, accompanied by a rear admiral, arrived belatedly from a distance. A total of 6 rear admirals had been dispatched, 3 to confront Robin and Lafitte, while the remaining 3 stood by, ready to respond. Upon receiving intelligence from this location, one of them stayed behind to guard the ship, while the other 2 hastened over. What is that? Stolo Berry inquired, frowning at the ever-shifting dark prison. A nearby naval colonel, snapping back from his astonishment, eagerly recounted the recent battle to Stolo Berry, detailing the entire sequence of events. Ah, so it is a power that isolates sound and sight. After hearing the colonel's explanation, Stolo Berry nodded, gazing at the dark enclosure with a bitter smile. It was he who had conveyed Doberman's orders. Yet who could have foreseen that it would lead to such troublesome consequences? Fortunately, it seemed that everything was about to come to an end. With 3 vice admirals present and the enemy cornered on the island, escape appeared nearly impossible. In the next moment, the dark prison ceased its movement, freezing in place, as light gradually returned, revealing the area that had once been shrouded in darkness. "It is over," murmured Rear Admiral Muya, taking a deep breath as the shadows receded. However, almost immediately, the expressions of Muya, Stolo Berry, and the many naval officers present became frozen in disbelief, as if a vice had suddenly gripped their throats. The ground lay in ruins, resembling land that had been plowed countless times. Amidst the horrifying battlefield, Mozambique's battered body lay amidst the rubble. An expression of disbelief etched upon his face. Doberman and Weasel were sprawled on either side. Weasel, leaning on his sword, struggled to remain standing, gasping for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while his trembling arms betrayed his exhaustion. On the other side, Doberman leaned against a protruding rock, barely upright. His chest caved in, teeth clenched as he fought for breath. This was intolerable. At that moment, he simply could not accept the outcome of the battle. "I do not wish to be a pirate. It is you who have forced me into this role." The words relayed by his subordinate echoed in his ears, morphing into Raz's voice, as if he could vividly see Raz in the West Sea, amidst blood and shattered bones, speaking those very words with an emotionless gaze. Had he truly determined the future of this ocean? What a farce. Doberman coughed violently, his eyes swirling with a tumult of emotions, rage, regret, and discontent, culminating in a hoarse roar. "You possess neither conviction nor justice. Even the strength you have attained is merely a fluke. A mere pirate, aspiring to dictate the future of this sea? Do not make me laugh." Rod stood there, breathing heavily, gradually regaining nearly depleted strength. He glanced at Storberry and another rear admiral approaching, then returned his gaze to Doberman, calm and indifferent. "Well, you can just watch. At least today, you have not managed to bring me down." Summoning the remnants of his inner power, Rod's unleashed a distortion of gravity, lifting himself into the air and soaring away in a graceful arc toward the horizon. Storaberry and the other admiral watched this spectacle, their fingers tightening around the hilt of their swords, yet they ultimately refrained from drawing their blades to intervene. Doberman had lost consciousness, leaving only the weasel standing there, gasping violently. Only when Rods had departed did he muster the strength to address Storaberry and Muya. "You should have stopped him." Muya's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Weasel's words, and he clenched his fist, declaring, "I will pursue him now." "Do not pursue," Weasel replied slowly, sitting down and shaking his head. "The best opportunity has already slipped away." Chasing him now, he paused, coughing violently twice, his gaze falling on Mozambia's lifeless body and the unconscious Doberman, a bitter expression crossing his face. "Send the order to retreat, General Weasel." Muya looked at Weasel, slightly taken aback. Weasel shook his head slowly, saying, "There is no need to force the battle any longer. It will only lead to more casualties." Failing to defeat the ghost hand rods, the outcome of this encirclement is already clear. We have suffered a crushing defeat. June, 13 years into the Great Pirate Era. A naval fleet led by 3 rear admirals encountered the ghost hand pirates at Spring Island, resulting in the death of Mozambia and the collapse of the naval forces. The news spread, shaking the world. 3 rear admirals are indeed formidable opponents. After distancing himself from the battlefield with Weasel and the others, Rods quickly descended to the ground, stumbling slightly upon landing, murmuring to himself. At that moment, the wounds on his shoulders and fists had all healed, the crusted blood nearly shed. However, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, a testament to his excessive exertion. Had it not been for Doberman and Weasel, who had only recently been promoted to rear admirals and still bore a slight gap in strength compared to the seasoned rear admirals of 9 years hence, Rods would have stood little chance, even with the tenacity talent at his disposal. In fact, if faced with 2 seasoned rear admirals working together, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Rods to emerge victorious. One wonders if this could be considered a decisive blow against the Navy. As Rods slowly approached the shore where the ghost shadow was anchored, he felt the lingering exhaustion from his last fierce battle with the Weasel and others, which had nearly depleted the stamina enhanced by his innate ability, resilience. Otherwise, he would not have sensed the 2 major generals from the headquarters approaching and would have fled without hesitation. These major generals were indeed qualified to intervene in his confrontation with the vice admiral. To secure victory in this battle, Rods had pushed himself to the very brink of his capabilities. Had the Weasel and his companions brought along the 2 major generals, or if those generals had arrived just a moment sooner, the outcome could have been drastically altered. However, with his ability to manipulate distorted gravity and a speed slightly superior to that of the 3 vice admirals, Rods would have promptly utilized his powers to escape the moment he sensed defeat. The 3 vice admirals would have been utterly incapable of halting him, given his flight capability. As for activating the resilience ability, this had long been within Rods' calculations. He had contemplated whether to activate it some time ago, but had simply refrained from doing so. As one of the 3 primary innate abilities of physical enhancement itself is a comprehensive augmentation of the body, while resilience belongs to a sub-branch of physical enhancement. In contrast to physical enhancement, resilience represents a specialized improvement of stamina and recovery capabilities. It not only significantly increased Rods' stamina, but also granted him the capacity for overloading his physical limits, rendering him fearless of sustaining internal injuries. Hearing no sounds of the Navy's defeat and subsequent rewards, Rods shook his head, feeling his stamina gradually returning. He took a deep breath and continued forward. On the shore, the ghost shadow lay quietly upon the sandy beach, while on one side, numerous Navy soldiers lay sprawled across the ground. The battle here was still raging fiercely. 3 major generals from the headquarters were leading a contingent of elite Navy soldiers in confrontation with Lafitte and others. Despite the Navy suffering considerable losses, the situation remained unfavorable for Lafitte and his companions. Both Lafitte and Robin possessed the ability to withstand typical maritime tactics. And although the Navy had initially surged forward in a chaotic manner, suffering great losses, the 3 major generals were not to be underestimated. With swift and elusive movements, Lafitte engaged in a fierce battle with one major general while occasionally firing his weapon to support Robin on the other side. Robin struggled to fend off the assault of a major general from headquarters, a formidable practitioner of hand-to-hand combat rather than a swordsman. The advantage lay in the fact that this general posed little threat to her flower fruit abilities. However, the drawback was that her powers were equally ineffective against this adept master of martial arts and the 6 styles. Meanwhile, Trafalgar Law joined forces with Siru to confront the final major general from headquarters. Siru, a sailor brought down from Skypea by rods, possessed the ability of observation hockey and had a robust physique. Armed with an axe and bolstered by Law's abilities, he managed to withstand the onslaught of the Major General. Nonetheless, ultimately, Luo was still too young. Even though he was merely providing support rather than engaging in direct combat, he found himself slightly breathless after a brief moment. Beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he deftly twisted his wrist, activating the ability of the surgical fruit, abruptly swapping the positions of the rear admiral and the sand beside Shilu. This maneuver caused the rear admiral's attack to miss its mark, while simultaneously placing him within the lethal arc of Shilu's sweeping axe. Clang! The rear admiral's gaze turned icy as he parried the axe with his sword, his body stumbling slightly before he suddenly unleashed a blade of energy towards the distant Luo. This energy sliced through the beach, carving a fissure over 10 meters long. Without hesitation, Luo activated his ability once more, narrowly evading the strike, though the perspiration on his brow continued to accumulate. If this stalemate persisted, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable. He surveyed the battlefield, his expression gravely serious, aside from Lafitte's side showing some promise. Both Robin and his own team were entrenched in a bitter struggle. Were it not for Lafitte's occasional interventions, they would have likely faced imminent defeat long ago. However, this predicament also hindered Lafitte's ability to swiftly vanquish the rear admiral. If the situation here was so arduous, the troubles Luo and his companions faced must be even greater. As Law's heart sank to the depths, it became painfully clear that he was perilously close to vengeance aboard the ship of Ghost Hand. However, the dangers he faced had escalated significantly. Where he once dealt only with bounty hunters, he was now confronted with the formidable might of the Navy, specifically a rear admiral of considerable rank. Were it not for the unique capabilities bestowed by the Opop no Mi, he would scarcely possess the qualification to intervene. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 rear admirals relentlessly attacked, forcing Robin and her companions into a position of passive defense, leaving only Lafitte with the opportunity to act. Yet, even he was unable to contend with 3 rear admirals single-handedly. Just as the situation grew increasingly dire, the rear admiral who was suppressing Robin and seeking to incapacitate her first, suddenly heard the sound of a transponder snail emanating from his pocket. He furrowed his brow slightly, pausing his fist mid-motion. Instead of retrieving the transponder snail, he merely probed his pocket to connect the call directly. Admiral John, what is the status of the battle? It is about to conclude, John replied, delivering a decisive strike toward Robin even as he spoke. Not over yet. The voice from the transponder snail was tinged with a heavy, subdued tone, and after a brief pause, it turned serious. Admiral Weasel has issued a command. All personnel are to retreat immediately. Despite the muffled quality of the voice resonating from John's pocket, Robin, Lafitte, and others present distinctly caught the message. Ha ha ha. Lafitte momentarily paused, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he seemed to contemplate something. Meanwhile, Robin's previously tense expression relaxed slightly. John and the other 2 rear admirals exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the command. What is going on? We are on the verge of defeating the Ghost Hand pirates. And now we are to retreat? Is this truly Admiral Weasel's order? The voice on the other end hesitated for a moment, as if grappling with a sense of reluctance, yet it provided no explanation for the retreat. Instead, it sternly admonished, "Do you dare question the Admiral? Obey the order." The news of 3 rear admirals being vanquished by Ghost Hand Law would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to morale. He could not afford to disclose such information to John and his comrades amidst the battle. As John listened to the stern voice from the transponder snail, he found himself momentarily paralyzed, uncertain and dazed as he glanced at his 2 companions, who also wore expressions of confusion. Was retreating at this juncture not merely granting the Ghost Hand pirates a chance to regroup? Moreover, the ship of the Ghost Hand pirates was right there. Reputed to be incredibly swift, retreating now would undoubtedly afford them an opportunity to escape. Obey the order and retreat. Though uncertain, one of the rear admirals took a deep breath after a few moments of silence, fully aware of the grave consequences of disobeying orders. John and the other rear admiral exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of reluctance. Gritting his teeth, John focused on Robin in the distance, his muscles tensing as he stepped forward resolutely. At the very least, let me capture the Devil's Child. Whoosh! He unleashed his full power, determined to conclude the battle within mere seconds, aiming to render Robin unconscious and seize her for captivity. Robin's gaze sharpened as he crossed his hands before him, and instantly, countless arms emerged from the sandy ground, forming a colossal hand that aimed to intercept the charging John. Bang! However, This immense hand merely served to slightly hinder John, who crashed through it with relentless force, reducing it to petals that scattered in the air as he surged toward Robin with unstoppable momentum. Room. Not far away, Law, perceiving the dire situation, withdrew half of his cursed blade, seeking to deploy his powers to rescue Robin. Yet, as soon as his ability was unleashed, it suddenly flickered, showing signs of collapse before disintegrating completely. Simultaneously, Law's body involuntarily pitched forward, and he found himself half kneeling on the ground, barely propping himself up with the cursed blade to avoid falling. Oh no, have I exhausted my stamina? He felt a heavy sensation within him and struggled to lift his gaze toward Robin's position. Whoosh. Fortunately, Lafitte was nearby. He swiftly appeared before Robin, brandishing his crimson cane to block John's advance. Ho, ho, ho. If anything were to happen to the intelligence officer, the captain would surely be furious. Just as John was on the verge of capturing the son of the devil, he was thwarted by Lafitte, and his companions made no move to assist him against Lafitte, causing John's expression to darken ominously. Captain? Your captain is likely already being escorted onto a warship. After uttering this thought, John shook his head internally, preparing to turn away. With his comrades unwilling to engage further, he realized he could not bypass Lafitte alone to seize the son of the devil. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Robin lowered his arms, and Lafitte too retracted his staff, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, both of them gazing toward a certain direction behind him. Not only Robin and Lafitte, but even Ro, who was kneeling nearby, and Siru, wielding a massive axe, turned their gaze in the same direction. Ro let out a soft sigh, while Siru broke into a grin. In the eerie silence, John slowly turned his head to follow their line of sight, and at the farthest edge of his vision, approximately 100 meters away on the beach, an unfamiliar figure emerged, approaching them with measured steps. The moment John recognized the figure, his pupils dilated sharply, and a gasp of impossible lodged in his throat, a chill creeping up his spine. It was just John. His two companions and the other naval soldiers fixed their wide eyes on the advancing silhouette. Disbelief etched across their faces. Despite the figure appearing somewhat disheveled, stained with patches of blood, the face was unmistakable to all present. It was the very individual they had set out to apprehend, the notorious Ghost Hand, Ross. How could this be? Hadn't he the vice admirals been dispatched to encircle him? How did he end up here? Had he broken free from their grasp? John's expression shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, the other two rear admirals also experienced a change in demeanor, suddenly recalling the baffling retreat order they had received earlier. If Roz had managed to escape the encirclement, the vice admirals would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, warning them to be cautious of Roz and prevent him from boarding a ship to flee. Yet here he was, and the command they received was not one of caution or obstruction, but an immediate withdrawal. What could this signify? The three admirals dared not ponder further, an icy dread spreading from their feet to the crown of their heads, leaving them feeling as though they had plunged into the depths of an icy abyss, the chill enveloping their entire being. As they observed Roz advancing, a sense of oppression weighed heavily upon the three admirals, while the surrounding naval personnel felt their bodies grow heavy. Retreat! Retreat! A voice broke the tension, and the rigid naval soldiers finally snapped into action, hastily fleeing to the sides. John's heart raced violently, and he too took a step forward, attempting to escape alongside his companions. However, just as he sought to flee, the sand before him suddenly surged like a tidal wave, crashing towards him. As he collided with the sand, John's speed drastically diminished. Panic surged within him as he struggled to extricate himself, propelling upward with a moonwalk. Yet, at that moment, Roz's figure loomed directly in front of him, suspended above. Gazing down with an indifferent expression, John felt his heart lurch violently, as if it might leap from his chest. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his scalp prickled, nearly causing him to plummet from the air. In a state of sheer terror, he bellowed internally, stepping forward to execute a moonwalk, hoping to evade Roz and escape. But before he could act, Roz's fist descended upon him. Armored iron block, John shouted, unleashing the full potential of the iron block technique from the 6 styles of the Navy, combining it with the not-so-refined mastery of armament hockey he had cultivated. He raised his arms, attempting to shield himself from Roz's strike. Bang! Roth's fist struck between his arms with tremendous force, overwhelming power cascading forth in an instant, shattering his unrefined hockey. Even the likes of the rear admiral of the Weasel Division found it exceedingly strenuous to withstand Roth's twisted punch head-on, being forced back with a single blow, let alone a mere rear admiral. With a resounding crash, John was sent hurtling from the sky, blood trailing behind him as he plummeted onto the beach, creating a human-shaped crater in the sand, while countless grains were sent flying in all directions. The two other rear admirals, witnessing this scene from a distance, were gripped by sheer horror and trepidation, daring not to approach for rescue, but instead fleeing frantically towards the horizon to defeat John with a single move. Even the rear admirals of the division would find this challenging. Roth, the demon hand, had attained such formidable strength, a stark contrast to the mere small-time pirate he had been 2 years prior in the West Sea. Roth paid no heed to the fleeing rear admirals. Instead, he strolled back to the beach with his hands behind his back. Sensing a faint commotion within the crater left behind, he spoke calmly. "It's up to you now, Lafitte." "Understood, Captain," Lafitte replied, tipping his hat slightly in a respectful gesture towards Roth before twirling his cane and making his way to the human-shaped pit. With his hands clasped behind him, Roz ascended the ghost shadow with measured steps, vanishing from the gaze of the crowd. Robin, her hair slightly disheveled, displayed a hint of a smile, allowing herself to unwind. While not far off, Ro exhaled audibly, settling down upon the sandy shore, slightly out of breath. In a realm unseen by them, Roz, having just entered the cabin, stumbled momentarily, nearly losing his footing. He steadied himself against the bulkhead, struggling to regain a modicum of strength that he had nearly exhausted moments before. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted the subsequent matters to Lafitte. It was better that no one witnessed it. After gasping heavily a couple of times, Roz staggered back to his room, opened the cabin door, and collapsed onto the bed. At the very moment he pushed the door aside, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. The Naval Headquarters fleet had been defeated, granting him a reward of 50 points in talent proficiency. Upon hearing this, Roz couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the system would not allow any loopholes, even though 3 vice admirals had been vanquished. As long as they belonged to the same fleet, the reward would still be calculated as that of a single vice admiral. Moreover, having previously received a vice admiral's reward, it had been halved to leave him with just 50 points. Well, it was what it was. Water flows downward, and people tend to think positively. He had previously worried that the system might deem him to have failed in defeating the naval fleet, so having something was better than nothing. 50 points was not insignificant, considering he had only earned 40 points for annihilating the previous pirate crew. With these thoughts in mind, Roz summoned the talent interface and pondered for a moment before allocating 10 points of proficiency to the generic talent resilience. A golden light flashed as the generic talent panel underwent subtle changes. Agility enhancement, 200, top-tier enhancement, physical enhancement, 350, top-tier enhancement, resilience, 50, intermediate enhancement. The resilience talent had originally received 40 points of proficiency from Roz. Now, with an additional 10 points, it had directly surpassed the intermediate enhancement threshold, significantly boosting Roz's stamina and recovery capabilities once more. In comparison to the 2 major talents of physical enhancement and agility enhancement, the maximum for resilience was merely 200 points, while the maximum for physical and agility enhancement stood at 500 points each. Currently, the talent system's highest maximum value belonged to the warp fruit, requiring 1,000 points of proficiency, while physical and agility enhancements each capped at 500 points. Other talents such as resilience and armament hockey also had a maximum of 200 points. With a sigh of relief, Roz felt a noticeable alleviation in his heavy body after advancing resilience to intermediate enhancement. A faint warmth surged through his body, and as he lay there, the soreness and numbness in his limbs gradually receded, the after effects of overextending his fruit abilities slowly washing away. He wondered if reaching the maximum for resilience could grant him an impervious body akin to Kaido of the Beasts. Roz stroked his chin thoughtfully. Merely maxing out resilience would likely not suffice. Physical enhancement would probably need to be maximized as well, and his foundational physique would also require substantial improvement to approach the formidable constitution of Kaido. After glancing at the talent system interface and reflecting briefly, Roz allocated the remaining 40 points of proficiency entirely to the warp fruit. Now that he possessed the resilience talent, he could unleash an overload of warp power. Thus, it wouldn't be too problematic to forego enhancing his physical capabilities this time. The enhancement of 40 points in warp power should suffice to endure the strain. A hum resonated through the air as a golden light flashed, bringing the proficiency of the warp fruit to 445 points. With this enhancement, should he unleash the full force of the warped power, it would evidently exceed the limits his current physique could withstand unscathed. However, with the resilience talent, as long as the disparity was not excessively large, even an overload would allow for gradual recovery afterward. Next time he returned, he would surely face an admiral. Rod's turned to gaze at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. Having eliminated the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he anticipated that the next encounter with the Navy would likely involve an admiral, while his current strength surpassed that of seasoned vice admirals. A considerable chasm remained between him and the admirals. He needed to acquire an additional 200 to 300 points of talent proficiency to muster the confidence to confront an admiral. Until that time, any encounter with an admiral would result in the utter annihilation of his ship. There could be no rest, no indulgence. It was akin to running down a path with a lion, unshackled, pursuing him from behind. Should he pause, he would be reduced to a mere pool of blood and bones. Roz was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the path he had chosen, and it was precisely for this reason that he had never wavered since being thrust onto this journey. He was determined to alter the course of the future of these seas, and he would not falter along the way. Pirates with bounties ranging from 100 million to 200 million had now lost much of their value, rendering it unnecessary to seek them out individually. In the New World, they would be abundant. In this initial phase, the only pirates of worth remained those with bounties exceeding 200 million. Alongside the 7 warlords of the sea, it remained uncertain whether the bounty would decrease should one of the 7 warlords be eliminated. A flicker of contemplation passed through Roz's eyes. The talent system had never revealed any loopholes for him to exploit, preventing him from effortlessly amassing vast amounts of proficiency. His sole advantage at present lay in the fact that his own strength stood above the line of hunters. He had yet to secure a first kill against pirates with bounties of 200 or 300 million, and given his current capabilities, such pirates posed little resistance before him. Unless they were 300 million bounty pirates from the New World, perhaps he could still be challenged. CP9's intelligence gathering had better not disappoint me, Roz murmured, narrowing his eyes. Having defeated the fleet led by the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, he now faced an exceptionally perilous period. If he could endure it, and gain the strength to escape in front of the Navy admirals, he would truly possess the capital to roam the seas. At the Navy headquarters, the Vice Admirals, who ranked just below the admirals, were qualified to participate in high-level meetings alongside certain officials from the government. Despite the recent promotions of individuals like the Weasel, the 3 who had set out ultimately met with defeat, and the fall of Mozambia into the sea was an event that undoubtedly sent shockwaves throughout the entire Navy headquarters. An emergency meeting was convened within the Navy, attended by all 3 admirals, Akiji, Kizaru, and Akaino. The outcome of the meeting remained unknown. Yet the Marines stationed outside could clearly see the suppressed expressions etched upon the faces of the admirals and vice admirals. The ramifications of this incident were too significant to ignore. From the officers to the new recruits, nearly everyone within the Navy was aware that the government and the Navy could only strive to mitigate the fallout, unable to completely bury the matter. In the days that followed the incident, news about the Ghost Hand pirates was disseminated worldwide by NewsQ. Simultaneously, new bounty notices were released by the government. The son of the devil, Nico Robin, bore a bounty of 85 million berries. The devil sheriff, Lafitte, had a bounty of 150 million berries. The death surgeon, Trafalgar Law, was marked with a bounty of 30 million berries. The giant axe, Silver's Rayleigh, was assessed at 64 million berries. Aside from Ross, the combined bounties of the other 4 cadres summed to a staggering 329 million berries, an amount difficult to surpass even by some supernova pirate crews in the first half of the Grand Line, including their captains. Moreover, there was the bounty belonging to the captain of the Ghost Hand pirates, Ghost Hand Ross, an unprecedented figure in the first half of the Grand Line, 440 million berries. Such a bounty, even in the New World, would signify a formidable presence. In the first half of the Grand Line, no one had ever emerged with a bounty exceeding 400 million without having set foot in the New World. Upon receiving this information, the major powers did not react with the same turbulence as before. Instead, there was a profound silence, a silence laden with unspoken words. If the government and the Navy failed to impose sanctions, once Roz established himself in the New World, it could potentially alter the balance of power among the 4 emperors. Many reached a conclusion that, despite the Ghost Hand pirates not yet being capable of shaking the world, their potential had reached a level of alarming magnitude. In the New World, within the royal garden of Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo reclined on a chaise lounge by the pool, perusing a freshly delivered newspaper. After a moment, he extracted a bounty notice. Though obscured by his sunglasses, the tension was evident as veins throbbed silently on his forehead. The death surgeon? You little brat, da Flamingo muttered. What should we do now that Law has joined the Ghost Hand pirates? Toripole, resembling a sluggish blob, slithered over to da Flamingo's side, his expression tinged with concern. He was well aware of the Ghost Hand Pirate's notoriety. Yet, even before today, he had not paid much heed to Law's bounty of 300 million. Given the stark differences between the first and second halves of the Grand Line, the latter, known as the New World, indeed represented a new realm, where only those who could survive among the four emperors held the true qualifications to traverse the seas. However, the news of the Ghost Hand Pirates' victory over the fleet led by 3 vice-admirals reached them today, and their bounty had now soared to 440 million berries. It was worth noting that even Doflamingo's bounty, prior to becoming a Shichibukai, had merely been 340 million berries. Although Doflamingo's current bounty was significantly higher, exceeding 500 million, the Ghost Hand Pirates were no entity to be trifled with. What to do? Nothing at all, Doflamingo said. His gaze fixed on the bounty notice for several seconds before his frown relaxed. He tossed the notice aside, erupting into a bizarre laugh. Having defeated the Vice-Admiral's fleet, can the Admirals afford to sit idly by? So, we need do nothing but wait for the Navy to capture that little brat Law for us. For Doflamingo, a former celestial dragon and now one of the Shichibukai, it was far easier to orchestrate the capture of a pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries than to engage in an all-out battle with the Ghost Hand Pirates. Indeed, that makes sense, Toripol replied, a smile appearing on his face. They possessed ample means to negotiate with the Navy and deal with the government, having no need to clash head-on with the Ghost Hand Pirates. Doflamingo lifted his wine glass, taking a sip of red wine. Mobilize our intelligence department to gather all information concerning the Ghost Hand Pirates, especially their location, and discreetly send it to Virgo for him to relay to the Navy. That would be splendid, Toripol grinned. Virgo, the first red heart of the Don Quixote family, was currently embedded within the Navy, steadily rising through the ranks to the level of Rear Admiral. If they could acquire information on Roz and have Virgo submit it to the Navy, it would not only enhance Virgo's achievements, but also provoke the admirals into action against the Ghost Hand Pirates, achieving dual objectives. In a distant white town, a man clad in a green trench coat fixated on a newspaper in his hand. The survivor of O'Hara, Nico Robin, and the Ghost Hand Pirates, your situation is perilous. Not far off, a golden-haired youth practiced alongside a fisherman, while a girl sat atop the ruins, watching with a smile. In Water 7, aboard a pirate ship docked for supplies, Captain Green Pepper stood, one hand clutching a newspaper, the other instinctively brushing his head. The Navy remains as useless as ever. Carp is my greatest enemy in this life, but I cannot defeat him, nor can I locate his family. Since the demise of Old Kai at the hands of Rods, the latter has become his second greatest adversary. For some time now, he has been relentlessly pursuing Rods' whereabouts. Presently, he finds himself in the city of Seven Waters, not far from the Achi Sea and the Isle of Spring. Arriving ahead of schedule at the next island provides a substantial opportunity to intercept the Ghost Hand Pirates. However, the remarkable growth of the Ghost Hand Pirates over the past 2 years has incited a simmering frustration within him. 440 million berries, such a staggering rate of expansion, nearly beyond his control in just 2 short years. If he allows this to continue unchecked, Rods may soon become a figure akin to Carp, a presence he can only resent in silence, utterly powerless to act. It seems that intercepting the Ghost Hand Pirates at the next island may be his final chance. That damned young upstart. I shall surely use your blood as a tribute to honor Kai. Somewhere upon the tumultuous sea, the Ghost Shadow ship bravely navigates through the raging storm. Occasionally, a colossal wave appears, only to be subdued by a mysterious force, unable to disrupt the vessel's course. Time passes, though its measure is uncertain. When the darkened sky suddenly brightens, the tempest vanishes without a trace. Glancing back, the storm still rages in the distance, contrasting sharply with the tranquil waters of the central region, marked by a distinctly visible boundary. It is as though the sky and the sea have been cleaved into 2 realms. Such a sight is both eerie and awe-inspiring, yet for Rods and his companions, who have traversed the Grand Line and witnessed myriad strange weather phenomena, it is merely a fleeting curiosity, quickly dismissed as they regain their composure. Ah, there it is. The Isle of the Unreachable, Raffet exclaims, peering through a long telescope towards the horizon, clearly spotting a dark silhouette, a distant island. After departing from the Isle of Spring, the Ghost Shadow ship has sailed directly away from the Oichi Sea, with Rods' next chosen destination being the Isle of the Unreachable, situated within the chaotic waters. This island is substantial in size, but lacks any sovereign nation. Instead, it is fragmented among various factions, frequently frequented by pirates and rife with clandestine dealings of a nefarious nature. Roz stood calmly on the deck, his hands clasped behind his back. gazing into the distance at a distant speck on the horizon. Beneath his feet lay a damp deck, yet his attire bore no evidence of moisture. All raindrops slid off his body the moment they made contact. "Captain," Robin approached, speaking in a somber tone. "We have received word from Kaku that one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, was sighted on the Isle of No Return 2 days ago." Upon hearing Robin's words, a flicker of emotion briefly illuminated Roz's gaze. His choice of the Isle of No Return as the next destination was not motivated by the pursuit of any quarry, it had merely been intended as a waypoint. Little did he anticipate encountering a warlord of the sea there. Furthermore, this particular warlord surpassed Roz's current aspirations by a significant margin, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Even if his strength were to double, the odds would remain dauntingly slim. "I understand," he replied. Rod nodded, dismissing the news without a second thought. Soon, the ghost shadow approached the Isle of the Unreachable, docking at an uninhabited shore. Rod, Lafitte, and Robin disembarked, leaving Law and Shiryu to guard the ship. "Robin, come with me. Lafitte may roam freely." "Understood, Captain Rod." Lafitte, accustomed to such assignments, turned in another direction and vanished into the island, while Rod led Robin towards a different path onto the land. The purpose of Robin accompanying Rod was not for any particular mission. Compared to Lafitte, Robin's memory was remarkable. The 8-year-old archaeology prodigy had proven her capabilities. She had nearly memorized all the information available about pirates with bounties exceeding 20 million berries, and could identify them with astonishing speed upon encounter. When compared to the discerning abilities of a pacifist, hers was undoubtedly superior. However, Rod's memory was limited. He had only retained the bounties of the first half of the supernovas, specifically those surpassing 100 million. As for the rest, he had no desire to remember, delegating that responsibility entirely to Robin. Each individual ought to utilize their unique talents, and Rod believed it was imperative to harness Robin's abilities effectively. The Isle of the Unreachable lay not far from the Navy headquarters and the Red Line, yet it remained a place of chaos. As they stepped onto a street, enveloped by the oppressive darkness and the occasional dried bloodstains lining the path, Robin lowered her hat slightly and murmured, "It must be due to the surrounding stormy seas." Rod spoke, revealing that the tempestuous sea they had traversed earlier formed a circular expanse, perfectly encircling the island of the Forsaken at its core. Due to the considerable peril associated with navigating the stormy waters, even naval vessels risked capsizing. Consequently, both the Navy and the government have entirely disregarded this island. Shrouded in darkness, the figures of Roz and Robin attracted numerous gazes. To be precise, it was Robin's silhouette that captured considerable attention, particularly regarding her physique. Presently, Robin was nearly flawless, her slender waist delicate enough to be encompassed by a single hand. Even though the brim of her hat obscured much of her face, it could not conceal her innate elegance. On this lawless island, such a level of beauty as Robin was only seen in the bustling central area, making her presence in the peripheral regions nearly impossible. Thus, when Robin and Roz ventured onto the streets, they swiftly drew many furtive glances from the shadows. Who were these audacious individuals brazenly parading a woman in such a manner, seemingly with only each other for company? These stares revealed hints of greed and desire. This was indeed a lawless island, a place disregarded by both the Navy and the government, where law and order had no foothold, leaving only firearms and gunpowder in their wake. The only individuals bold enough to escort a woman through such a desolate area fell into 2 categories: those of formidable strength who had no fear of repercussions, or naive newcomers who had fortuitously traversed the treacherous seas and were utterly ignorant of their surroundings. Which type were they? As Roz and Robin delved deeper into the streets, the number of eyes fixated upon them gradually increased. However, despite the avarice and longing evident in their gazes, none rushed forward. Roz did not look back. As he stepped forward, he gently raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Crack! As the sound of the snap echoed through the silent, shadowy street, the bullet that had been suspended in midair suddenly spun and shot towards the 3 individuals with ferocity. Amidst the splattering of blood, the trio, their faces etched with horror, attempted to utter a sound, yet found themselves utterly mute, collapsing silently to the ground as crimson flowed slowly, spreading across the street. A profound silence ensued. It was not until Rod's and Robin's figures vanished at the end of the street that the darkness was pierced by a multitude of gasps. Pairs of eyes concealed in the shadows glimmered with fear. The bullet had returned, there was no doubt about it. A wielder of the devil fruit. Though this was an island of the Grand Line, known as the Island of No Return, they were mere insignificant figures at the very bottom of the societal hierarchy. Despite having witnessed the powers of the devil fruit numerous times, a devil fruit user was clearly beyond their reach. Truly, it was quite bothersome. Emerging from the secluded alley, Robin adjusted her hat, pulling it down slightly further. Rod also reached out and gently adjusted the cap on his head, obscuring much of his face, and remarked, "In such a remote location, there is likely nothing of significance. Let us proceed to the central town." Robin silently trailed behind Rhodes. After traversing several streets, the path gradually widened, and the surroundings underwent a discernible transformation, shifting from a murky and filthy environment, occasionally marred by dried bloodstains, to a more conventional bluestone pathway. Upon entering this area, although numerous gazes fell upon Rhodes and Robin, most were fleeting glances, with only a select few observing from the shadows. Yet their scrutiny remained limited to mere observation. Gradually, Roz and Robin arrived at the bustling central district of the Island of the Unreachable, where the ambience starkly contrasted with that of the border. On either side, lavishly adorned taverns and casinos flourished, creating a scene of vibrant activity. The streets thrummed with life, occasionally revealing figures clad in the attire of noble gentlemen, escorting young ladies as a throng of guards trailed behind them. With no precise intelligence or objectives at hand, their presence here was merely a chance to stumble upon valuable prey. After surveying the street briefly, Roz ambled towards a nearby casino. Upon entering, he nonchalantly exchanged 10,000 berries for chips, tossing them carelessly, while Robin kept her head down, scanning the surroundings. Eventually, she turned to Roz and subtly shook her head. "Let's go." Rhodes casually tossed his last chip onto the gaming table. After losing, he departed the casino with Robin, heading toward another establishment that appeared to be more grandiose. This time, Rhodes had no intention of exchanging his chips. He merely planned to take a cursory glance around and leave if he found no enticing prospects. To his astonishment, however, within this casino, he encountered an individual he had not anticipated. "Is that you in white? I seem to have won again, my apologies." A disheveled man with scruffy facial hair, clad in a loose-fitting lavender kimono, sat at one side of the gaming table, one hand scratching the back of his head, a hearty grin adorning his face. "Is it him?" Roz gazed at the blind man clad in purple, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. According to the course of history, 2 years after Luffy set sail, this enigmatic figure would partake in the world conscription and, possessing monstrous strength, would be exceptionally promoted to the rank of admiral at the Navy headquarters. His true identity was all too apparent. Fujitora, with a smile. Rogers once contemplated the issue of the fighters aboard his ship. Although Lafitte possessed commendable strength, he was not suited to occupy a position of formidable power. Fujitora was indeed one of the individuals Rogers had considered. However, the challenge lay in the timing of their encounter, which was somewhat premature. Despite Fujitora's steadfast commitment to justice and amiable demeanor, his modus operandi, whether it be the meteor-like descent that intimidated Doflamingo or his fearless disputes with Admiral Akainu in the name of justice, revealed an inherent pride characteristic of a true warrior. In truth, every formidable individual harbors a sense of pride unique to themselves. Given that Roger's own strength did not surpass that of Fujitora, attempting to recruit him onto his ship seemed almost an impossible endeavor, even with a bounty of 100,000 berries as leverage. Roz pondered for a moment before exchanging a chip at the casino's front desk and making his way to the table where Fujitora sat, taking a seat at an unoccupied spot. At that moment, Fujitora had just received the chips that the dealer had handed him, tokens of his recent victory. Robin followed closely beside Roz, her attention drawn to Fujitora. Even in a non-combat scenario, her observation haki allowed her to faintly sense the strength of an individual. And Fujitora exuded an overwhelming heaviness that felt stifling. It was akin to an ordinary mortal gazing upon an imposing fortress of steel, evoking an insurmountable sense of insignificance. This man, a solemn expression flickered in Robin's eyes, yet she remained silent, fully aware that her perception of Fujitora's unusual demeanor had undoubtedly been noted by Roz, who did not require her reminders. Upon taking her seat at the gambling table, Roz exhaled deeply, fixating her gaze upon the spinning roulette wheel. Activating her observation haki, she began to trace the trajectory of the small ball's movement upon the wheel. "Please place your bets," the dealer announced, gesturing for everyone to make their wagers after setting the wheel in motion. Laz fixed his gaze upon the small ball, feeling the overwhelming power of his observation and perception reach its zenith. In an instant, he delicately pushed forward several chips. Black. Across the table, Fujitora noted Laz's movement, hesitating for a moment before breaking into a hearty smile and responding, "I shall wager on black as well." As the roulette began to decelerate, the ball ultimately settled into a black slot. The dealer, with an impassive demeanor, retracted the chips bet on white and distributed the winnings to Laz, Fujitora, and the others before spinning the wheel once more. This time, almost immediately as the wheel began to spin and the ball had barely completed 2 rotations, Fujitora gently pushed his chips forward. White. Impressive. With a soft sigh, Raz acknowledged that Fujitora's observation hockey was indeed far superior to his own. Before he could grasp anything significant, Fujitora had already discerned the final landing point. After a brief pause, he too placed a wager on the white betting spot. As it turned out, the small ball ultimately landed on white. Fujitora received the chips handed to him by the dealer, a bashful smile gracing his lips as he scratched the back of his head, saying, "It's nothing, just a stroke of luck." Half an hour later, before Raz, the chips had amassed to 500,000 berries, while Fujitora's pile exceeded 90,000 berries. A throng of onlookers had gathered around the two, eagerly placing their bets. The dealer, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, felt the pressure mounting. Although both Raz and Fujitora wagered only modest amounts each time, their consecutive victories had attracted a multitude of followers, resulting in escalating losses for the house. "I deeply apologize, but we must conduct maintenance on this table's roulette," announced a member of the casino staff, finally unable to bear the situation any longer, as he approached with 7 or 8 others to halt the betting. At that moment, Robin, who stood behind Raz, leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "The individual who just descended from the 2nd floor is the notorious Ripper Mogul, with a bounty of 71 million berries. It seems he is about to leave." "I understand," Raz replied. Raz nodded and turned to the side, glancing at Fujitora with a smile. "I have a matter to attend to, but before I depart, I would like to engage in one more wager with you. If I win, all the chips shall belong to you. What do you say?" "Oh, are we going all in? I wonder how you intend to place your bet," Fujitora replied, momentarily pausing in his action of gathering the chips before resting his hands upon them and inquiring. Rod's fingers gently tapped the table, and suddenly, the roulette wheel, which was being examined by a group of casino staff, leaped up, dislodging itself from the table and landing between Rod and Fujitora. "What is happening?" Everyone was taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment as they gazed at this unexpected scene, momentarily at a loss for words. Rod gently grasped the small ball and tossed it into the roulette, snapping his fingers with a flick of his wrist. The power of distortion was subtly activated, causing the entire roulette to spin rapidly. "I see," Fujitora nodded, pondering for a brief moment before delicately pushing forward his chips. "If I am to wager everything, I place my bet on white." Crack, crack. Under the influence of the distortion, the roulette exhibited signs of fracturing, gradually coming to a halt. After a few bounces, the small ball ultimately settled into the white slot. "I have lost." Raz rose from his seat, devoid of any signs of frustration, pushed his chips toward Fujitora, and turned to exit the casino, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Should the opportunity arise in the future, let us wager again." "Indeed, I shall gladly oblige," Fujitora replied, his smile fading as he too stood up and collected the chips from the table. Raz's observation of the conqueror's hockey had long been placed upon the notorious Morgus, whose bounty stood at 71 million berries. Stepping out of the casino, he cast a calm gaze towards Morgus in the distance and made his way directly toward him. Having lost over 100,000 berries, he cursed under his breath. His funds were dwindling once more. Morgus, a unique figure in this world known as the Long-Arm Tribe, possessed 3 segments in each arm, exceeding the length of that of an average person. At present, he donned a trench coat, his arm draped around a blonde beauty as they strolled down the street, his expression one of discontent. The blonde beauty tilted her head and smiled, her tone laced with flattery. "You are quite the figure, with a bounty of 71 million berries. Surely, a mere outing could yield you a fortune." "Indeed. Though it can be quite the hassle," Morgus replied with a grin. He harbored no ambitions of traversing the world or seeking the elusive treasure known as One Piece. Rather, he preferred to live a stable life as a pirate in the first half of the Grand Line, residing on this lawless island where the government and navy exerted no control. Whenever funds ran low, he would venture out to pillage before returning to squander his gains. However, as he walked forward with the blonde beauty, the ground beneath him suddenly reverberated with an eerie tremor, cracking open beneath his feet, causing him to plunge into the abyss. "Ah!" The blonde beauty froze in shock, startled by the abrupt fissure that had formed in the ground. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp Morgus, who had fallen into the chasm. Yet, before she could crouch down, the earth began to close in once more, a sickening sound echoing as blood gushed forth, splattering her entirely. The scene before her rendered her speechless, and as her scream escaped her lips, the ground beneath her also split open, engulfing her completely, leaving no trace behind. Onlookers recoiled in terror at the sight, those closest to the scene collapsing onto the ground, scrambling away in fear. They felt as though the very earth had transformed into a monstrous entity, devouring two living beings in succession, savoring its macabre feast. In an instant, the once bustling street lay desolate, with only Roz and Robin standing over 20 meters away. The bounty of 71 million berries for Tira Morgus had been claimed, and Roz felt a faint echo of a notification in his mind as he retracted his outstretched hand. "Let us depart," he stated, guiding Robin away from the scene. The sudden and inexplicable demise of the famed pirate Morgus swiftly spread throughout the lawless island. In this realm of the Grand Line, those with bounties exceeding 100 million were dubbed supernovas, while those surpassing 70 million were already considered formidable adversaries. The mysterious death of Morgus on the streets should have sent shockwaves across the island, but this news was soon overshadowed by another, far more sensational event. The infamous pirate hunter, one-armed Carlos, was challenging the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, right here on this lawless island. Mihawk's reputation is well established. Having dethroned the previous champion, he remains undefeated, his feet resting upon the corpses of countless challengers, recognized universally as the strongest swordsman. As for one-armed Carlos, he, too, was a figure of great renown. Among pirates, the four emperors hold the apex, while within the ranks of bounty hunters, only two stand at the summit. Carlos was one of them, having vanquished a pirate with a bounty of 550 million berries in the New World. Word of their duel echoed throughout the lawless island, creating a stir that eclipsed the earlier shock of Morgus's demise. Attention shifted entirely to the impending battle, as the significance of a 71 million berries bounty paled in comparison to this monumental clash. In the ruined street, once a thriving thoroughfare of the lawless island, devastation reigned supreme after a brutal conflict, leaving only shattered remnants of buildings and crumbling walls. Amidst this desolation sat a solitary figure with one arm quietly poised, a crimson sword resting across his lap. One-armed Carlos. That sword, the legendary Great Blade, known as the Flame Moon, was indeed a sight to behold. Onlookers began to gather at the edges of the ruins, cautiously peering toward Carlos's position atop the remnants. For them, a bounty exceeding 300 million berries signified an unreachable pinnacle, let alone someone like Carlos, who had once felled a pirate with a bounty of 550 million berries. Even in the New World, he was a force to be reckoned with. Will Mihawk come? They wondered. Surely he will. He has never been known to shy away from a swordsman as challenge. As time wore on, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive. Though everyone was aware of Mihawk's presence on the island, such a prominent figure was typically only spoken of in whispers, never witnessed in the flesh. After an indeterminate period, the meditative one-armed Carlos, eyes closed in contemplation atop the rubble, abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of fierce determination igniting within. In the direction he gazed, a man adorned in a black top hat, clad in a black trench coat, and wielding a black broad-bladed sword approached with deliberate steps. Mihawk had arrived. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Is that the fabled black blade upon his back? Many spectators followed Carlos's gaze, their hearts pounding with awe and trepidation. Such an entity was beyond their reach, beyond even the capacity for mere admiration. Ross stood in a corner, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance where Mihawk resided. His eyes flickered as he murmured, "I wonder how great the gap is between you and me now. How formidable is Mihawk's strength?" His memories offered no precise conclusions, yet the title of the world's greatest swordsman, along with the fact that he fought to a draw against Shanks, were sufficient to attest to Mihawk's immense power. Beside Roz, Robin observed the approaching Mihawk with a sense of solemnity. Although Roz had once defeated the warlord Crocodile, the 7 warlords were not all equal. The fishman Jinbei possessed formidable strength and served as a bridge between humans and fishmen. Doflamingo's Don Quixote family wielded influence across the globe, and Gecko Moria had once challenged the beast Kaido, surviving despite the annihilation of his forces. In contrast to such figures, Mihawk was a quintessential lone wolf, unattached to any faction, not forming alliances, but navigating the seas solely through his own power, having earned the title of Warlord of the Sea through sheer strength. Mihawk faced off against the one-armed Carlos. Lafitte had already arrived at the ruins, yet he did not contact Roz. Instead, he stood in another area, observing from a distance. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Mihawk finally approached Carlos. "You've arrived," Carlos declared, descending from the ruins, gripping the hilt of the sword in Jetsu with one hand. "I thought you might decline the challenge due to my disability." Mihawk slightly closed his eyes, reaching behind him to unsheath his black blade. Upon reopening his eyes and fixing his gaze on Carlos, he stated, "I shall accept any challenge, especially from a renowned swordsman like yourself. Should you overcome this black blade, the title of the strongest will rightfully belong to you." "Hey," Carlos chuckled, suddenly drawing in Jetsu and striking fiercely at Mihawk. In an instant, a crimson sword aura swept across the ground, slashing towards Mihawk. Wherever the aura passed, the earth was violently torn apart, and flames of crimson erupted from the fissures. Burning fiercely, flames slash. Mihawk's expression darkened slightly as he swung his black blade. The crimson aura collided with the blade, instantly obliterated by the unleashed sword light. For a swordsman, the sword aura serves as a means of long-range attack and a method of probing. Yet the true might of a swordsman lies in the tangible strikes they deliver. With a swift motion, Mihawk stepped forward, disappearing in an instant, only to reappear before Carlos. His black blade gleaming ominously as he delivered a powerful downward slash. Carlos raised his sword in defense, and the two blades clashed violently in midair. Carlos clearly exhibited a hint of weakness, his arm sinking slightly as he was compelled to relinquish some power. Boom. The force he shed crashed into the ruins behind him, tearing a terrifying fissure over 100 meters long. Watching the scene from afar, Roz gently closed his eyes, uncertain whether Mihawk had exerted his full strength in that strike. Yet, he realized that it was nearly impossible for him to withstand it unscathed. Indeed, when compared to the world's top-tier powerhouses, the gap remained significantly vast. In a murmured tone, Roz summoned the talent system and allocated the 15 points of proficiency he had recently acquired from slaying the Ripper Mogu, 5 points to the Twisted Fruit and 10 points to physical enhancement, slightly augmenting his strength. Boom, boom. The fierce battle in the distance rapidly escalated to a fervent climax. Conflicts between the world's foremost warriors often take considerable time to determine a victor. However, swordsmen are typically an exception, even with comparable strength. Their duels frequently yield swift conclusions. Moreover, the disparity in power between Hawkeye and Carlos was pronounced. In Roz's estimation, Carlos's strength was strikingly close to that of a fully empowered Doflamingo, ranking among the lesser calamities of the Four Emperors pirate crew. At the very least, should he confront Carlos, Roz believed he still possessed the capability to engage in combat. Even if victory eluded him, retreating unscathed would remain a possibility. This exemplified the prowess of the world's greatest swordsman. Carlos found himself thoroughly at a disadvantage. Observing the clash unfold, swaying increasingly in favor of Hawkeye, many spectators were left in awe. Initially, Carlos was able to contest with Hawkeye, but after several exchanges, he was pushed to the brink of defeat. Yet, for a swordsman, even in the direst of circumstances, hope for reversal persists. Carlos did not relent, his fighting spirit surging as he launched relentless assaults. Clang. After yet another exchange, Hawkeye stood his ground while Carlos staggered back several paces. Truly formidable, Carlos mused. This would be his final strike, should it fail to subdue his opponent. He would concede defeat. Grasping the hilt of his sword, he grinned, the sword intent surging forth, transforming him into a formidable blade. Golden flames suddenly ignited atop his sword. Swirling upward, Hawkeye remained calm, poised and unyielding, gripping the long handle of his black blade, ready to respond. Flame sword style, instant slash. Carlos unleashed his full strength. A flicker of light igniting in his eyes as he surged forward, his sword morphing into a beam of golden light that cleaved through the air, piercing through the battleground. In an instant, Hawkeye and Carlos had exchanged positions. Was it over? Who emerged victorious? The onlookers, captivated by the spectacle, collectively inhaled sharply. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Carlos maintained his sword-wielding stance, a sudden fissure appearing across his chest, blood gushing forth as he stumbled, half kneeling to the ground. Meanwhile, Hawkeye slowly retracted his black blade and turned away. It is finished. Roth shook his head. Even without witnessing the confrontation, he was well aware of its outcome. His reason for coming was to gauge the distance between himself and the world's greatest warriors. Now that the disparity had been assessed, it was time for him to depart. However, just as Roth turned to leave, a voice suddenly echoed through the ruins, shattering the silence. "Ah, at last, I found you." The phantom hand, Roth. Amidst the debris, a bald, bearded elder with gray whiskers charged forth, causing crumbling structures to collapse in his wake. He eventually arrived at the very ruins where Roth stood. The commotion instantly captured the attention of countless onlookers, who, upon glimpsing the imposing figure of the bald elder, could not help but display their astonishment. That individual, Could it be the legendary figure? Some gazed at the elder's back, a flicker of realization crossing their faces as they paled. Chief Green Pepper, the infamous pirate, who, despite having not graced the seas for many years, remains etched in the memories of those from that era with his formidable reputation, his bounty once exceeding 500 million berries. Moreover, the name he had just proclaimed held great significance, perhaps once overshadowed by Green Pepper, but now a name revered across the seas, Phantom Handroth. From a distance, Hawkeye, standing amidst the ruins, cast a glance at Chief Green Pepper but swiftly averted his gaze, seemingly uninterested. With a graceful leap, he departed the scene. At that moment, all eyes shifted from Hawkeye to Green Pepper and Roth. Although Green Pepper was no longer a figure of this era and Roth's name did not carry the weight of Hawkeye's, they were nonetheless individuals of great renown. It was astonishing that such prominent figures had gathered on this island so quietly. Furthermore, the demeanor of Green Pepper and Roth suggested the presence of some deep-seated grudge. So, Chief Green Pepper, you have truly gone to great lengths to find me, Roth remarked. Roth slowly turned his gaze towards the Green Pepper, his eyes calm and indifferent. From the moment he eliminated Old Kai, he anticipated that the Green Pepper would eventually come seeking him. Thus, he had been gathering intelligence about the Green Pepper while deliberately avoiding any confrontation. However, since returning from the Sky Island to the Blue Sea, he had ceased to monitor any information regarding the Green Pepper. Now that the latter had approached him, it was hardly unexpected. Ha ha ha. Even the Vice Admiral's fleet was defeated. It seems he has been growing remarkably fast of late. The matter concerning Kai truly required gratitude. The Green Pepper stood directly before Roz, stroking his bald head, squinting his eyes, and speaking to Roz in a calm tone. Roz gazed at the Green Pepper with indifference, offering no response. Instead, he turned to Robin and said, "Step back a little, Robin." Robin nodded slightly, her gaze reflecting a hint of gravity as she cast a glance at the leader, Green Pepper. A flurry of information regarding Green Pepper flashed through her mind, and with a gentle leap, she retreated to the rear. Green Pepper squinted his eyes, nonchalantly surveying Robin, and remarked, "So, you are the survivor of the O'Hara incident. The child of the devil, are you? Ha. You truly possess a bold spirit, young one." Green Pepper's rise to fame predates the fall of O'Hara. He belonged to the same era as Garp, a time long before the onset of the Great Pirate Era. Although he had heard whispers of O'Hara's destruction, that was a matter of many years past. Regardless of one's identity, once aboard my ship, they become my crew. La stood there, speaking calmly. When it came to the current strength of Qingjiao, he found himself unable to make an accurate judgment. In his memory, Qingjiao had fought fiercely against the second-tier Luffy in Dressrosa, only to later be ruthlessly defeated by Don Quixote's Lao Ji. The battle with Luffy had been the final display of his aging power. Now, however, Qingjiao had yet to reach that level. His beard was not entirely white, but rather a shade of gray. At his peak, he was undoubtedly among the stronger members of the Seven Warlords. As for the extent of his current strength after being struck bald by Carp, that remained uncertain. "Ah, how imposing indeed," Qingjiao remarked with a slight grin. His drooping gray beard suddenly defied gravity, rising inexplicably, while his squinting eyes slowly opened. A terrifying aura began to emanate from him. He fixed his gaze on Laz, a fleeting glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. His tone turned chillingly cold, unabashedly revealing his murderous intent and suppressed rage. "However, Kai was one of my finest protégés. His tragic demise at your hands brought him immense suffering, and as a pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy, I shall ensure you experience a fraction of that pain." In an instant, Qingjiao's massive arm clenched into a fist, enveloped in a dark hue of armament hockey, and he launched a powerful strike towards Las. Simultaneously, an overwhelming conqueror's hockey erupted from him, radiating outwards in all directions. Boom! With an impassive expression, Roz clenched his right fist and struck against the incoming punch of the Green Pepper. The two fists, disproportionate in size, collided fiercely in midair, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the street, fracturing the ground in a spiderweb-like pattern. Is this the might of Conqueror's hockey? As he sensed the explosive aura emanating from the Green Pepper, reminiscent yet distinctly different from observation and armament hockey, Roz's eyes flickered momentarily. The residual waves spread outward. Laz stood his ground, refusing to retreat as the very earth beneath him fractured inch by inch, while Qingjiao maintained his stance, fists poised, causing the ground below to shatter into fragments. In the distance, onlookers had fallen silent, collapsing one after another, rendered unconscious by the overwhelming presence of Qingjiao's Conqueror's hockey. Yet, The potency of this haki was not insurmountable. Many still stood, though beads of cold sweat adorned their foreheads. What transpired? Why has everyone collapsed? One individual gazed in bewilderment at his companions, now foaming at the mouth and unconscious, revealing an expression of fear of the unknown, panic etched upon his face. It is the haki, the conqueror's haki, a knowledgeable observer declared with resolute clarity. This was to be expected. Our leader, Qingjiao, was once a figure of immense renown, with a bounty surpassing 500 million, 580 million berries. This was the bounty during his prime, a time when he could rival Carp himself. Though Qingji was ultimately defeated by Carp, who used mountains as mere punching bags, the strength he possesses is irrefutable. Aha! Not only can you wield haki, but you also recognize the conqueror's haki. Your insight is commendable, young one. From whom did you learn such prowess? Qingji remarked, observing Laz, who steadfastly absorbed his punch. He chuckled, staring intently at Laz, his gray-white mustache seemingly stirred by a tempest, while the explosive aura of his conqueror's haki gradually began to dissipate. Who knows? Laz gradually withdrew his fist, responding with a calm demeanor. His domineering presence was not learned from anyone, but rather cultivated through relentless daily training. Ah, self-awakening, is it? Quite commendable, yet without the proper methods of training, your power is utterly feeble. Suddenly, Qingji bellowed fiercely, his palms clapping together forcefully in front of him. In an instant, his entire upper body twisted violently, and his bald head charged towards Laz, delivering a vicious headbutt. 8 punches, martial head. Rod did not retreat. He gathered his 5 fingers of his right hand tightly into a fist, and the force of distortion coiled around it as he launched a sudden and fierce strike towards the head of Qingjiao. Though Qingjiao had been struck by Carp and left bald, resulting in the loss of that weapon, his haki would not diminish as a consequence. Boom! The fists of Rods and the headbutt of Green Pepper collided with a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. In an instant, the ground beneath Rods shattered, fracturing inch by inch, while the surrounding dilapidated structures could not withstand the residual force of the distortion, displaying signs of cracking. Amidst the reverberating thunder, Rod's arm trembled incessantly, and Green Pepper's head and neck quivered in response, as both combatants unleashed their powers in a fierce exchange of blows. With a resounding thud, after a brief stalemate of nearly 2 seconds, the distortion force within Rods erupted. With a fierce shout, he shattered the impact of Green Pepper's 8 directions fist, striking directly at Green Pepper's head and sending him hurtling backward. The impact resounded as Green Pepper crashed through 2 buildings, ultimately landing amidst a pile of rubble, where he finally came to a halt. The leader Green Pepper had been sent flying. Such was the might of the phantom hand Rods that even legendary figures could no longer contend with him. Many onlookers, witnessing this scene from a distance, found their hearts shaken. Although Roz's bounty has reached an astonishing 440 million berries, he is still merely a rising youth. Yet now, the legendary formidable warriors of yore have been effortlessly sent flying by Roz's fists, signifying that his strength has indeed ascended to the level of those elder powerhouses. However, just as the onlookers were engulfed in shock, a sudden crash echoed through the ruins as the figure of the leader, Green Pepper, burst forth, debris cascading from his battered form, yet he remained unscathed. Your techniques are impressive, but to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. Without altering his expression or uttering a single word, Roz propelled himself forward in a sudden leap, enveloping his left arm and right hand in the formidable embrace of armament haki, merging it seamlessly with the power of distortion. He descended upon Green Pepper with a ferocity reminiscent of a tempest, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. Although Carp's punch had rendered Green Pepper's head somewhat bald, it had merely diminished his hardness slightly. His resilience remained remarkably steadfast. Boom, boom. In the face of Roz's onslaught, Green Pepper stood unwavering, fully activating his observation haki to perceptively track every movement of Roz. He retaliated with a flurry of punches, matching Roz's might blow for blow. The earth trembled and roared as the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their strikes resonating like thunderclaps, causing the onlookers to cover their ears in horror. Their faces contorted in discomfort as the sheer volume assaulted their eardrums. Boom, boom. As time progressed, Green Pepper, who had initially matched Roz's prowess, began to sweat profusely. Under the mounting pressure, he gradually found himself retreating, leaving behind deep furrows on the ground as he struggled against the overwhelming force. The twisted power of Roz relentlessly shattered his 8-pulse fist, impacting upon his knuckles. Despite the formidable strength of his armament haki, which could withstand much, a portion of the force still penetrated through during this unceasing barrage. Even if merely a fraction, the cumulative effect gradually rendered his arms numb. "Damn you, young brat." Feeling the growing numbness in his limbs, Green Pepper roared, his arms suddenly spreading wide as an inky black hue of armament hockey enveloped his head, propelling him forward in a fierce charge towards Ross. Boom. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a powerful punch, Ross collided once more with Qingjiao, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent Qingjiao hurtling backwards, crashing through several buildings. Yet, remarkably, he emerged relatively unscathed. Ross, his expression as impassive as ever, observed this spectacle before gathering his remaining strength. With a swift movement, he propelled himself forward, positioning himself directly in front of Qingjiao, and unleashed a fierce barrage of punches, treating Qingjiao as nothing more than a human-shaped punching bag. In contrast to Dalmatia and Lucci, Qingjiao epitomized the essence of a pure martial artist, with mastery over both armament and observation hockey. Even the second-gear speed of Luffy was easily within his grasp. Moreover, Qingjiao seemed to possess an innate talent for resilience, showcasing extraordinary stamina and defensive capabilities. Boom, boom. Once again, Roz and Green Pepper clashed fiercely. His figure flickered throughout the arena, and in terms of speed, he significantly outpaced Green Pepper, maintaining the initiative in his offensive maneuvers. Green Pepper, with his imposing physique and formidable observation hockey, adeptly countered Roz's movements, engaging in a relentless exchange of blows. This arrogant youth, with such limited prowess, dares to provoke both the government and the navy. Rather than allowing you to perish at the hands of an admiral, I shall honor Kai myself. The accumulating effects of distortion weighed heavily on Green Pepper, inciting an uncontrollable roar as he launched himself into the air. With his armament hockey fully unleashed, he descended upon Roz with tremendous force. 8 burst fist. No spike dragon, no spike nail. Roz maintained his composure as he faced the full force of Green Pepper's strike, boldly meeting it with a punch. His fist, in comparison to Green Pepper's head, was remarkably slender, and it appeared as though his delicate arm might be shattered by a mere headbutt. However, upon their collision, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. And to everyone's astonishment, Green Pepper was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through 3 dilapidated buildings and landing even further away. Throughout this fierce battle, Roz skillfully wielded both the power of distortion and his armament hockey, transforming what was once a mere amalgamation of the two into a perfect synergy as the fight progressed. His strength already surpassed that of Green Pepper, who relied on his robust armament hockey for formidable defense and endurance to stand against him. As the clash continued, Roz's advantage grew, tilting the scales of battle in his favor. Cough, cough. Emerging from the ruins, Green Pepper felt a sharp pain in his head, realizing that Roz's strength had indeed increased. His brow furrowed in concern. Yet, as a wielder of Conqueror's hockey facing a younger opponent, retreat was not an option. With a fierce roar, he charged at Roz once more. Boom, boom. The battle erupted anew, but this time, Green Pepper found himself at a disadvantage. Where he once could exchange dozens, even hundreds of blows with rods before clashing with headbutts, he was now struggling to withstand just a few punches. Feeling his arms grow weak and numb. Noticing Green Pepper's faltering resolve, Roz's gaze flickered slightly. Instead of pressing his advantage, he lowered his intensity just a touch, using Green Pepper as a training dummy to further hone his mastery over the combination of hockey and distortion power. Whoosh, whoosh. As the combat persisted, Roz became increasingly adept at merging his armament hockey with the distortion power, gradually uncovering the secret to their flawless integration. Furthermore, his control over the distortion power evolved into a more refined skill, and he sensed that he could potentially release it outward, unleashing a powerful force. Regrettably, this fleeting sensation slipped away before he could fully grasp it. It is time to end this. Feeling his stamina deplete dangerously low, Roz inhaled deeply, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. No longer suppressing his power, he clenched his right hand into a fist, combining armament hockey and distortion power in a perfect strike aimed at Green Pepper. With a roar, Green Pepper summoned all his strength to unleash his armament hockey, attempting to counter Roz's assault with a headbutt. Yet, he could only withstand it for a fleeting second before he was sent crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater in the earth. A look of disbelief flickered in his eyes. How could this young adversary possess such sudden strength? Before Green Pepper could react further, Roz descended from the sky, plunging directly into the crater. Boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions erupted from the depths of the earth, reverberating ominously and causing the ground to tremble, leaving many unsteady on their feet. When the cacophony finally ceased and the tremors settled, a figure emerged gracefully from the pit, his fist stained with traces of blood. As the sounds of the system's rewards rang in his ears, Rods calmly shook his wrist, blood silently peeling away from his fingers, revealing his pale and unremarkable palm. Within the crater, no signs of life remained. Silence enveloped the arena. Had Green Pepper perished? The legendary pirate had been defeated. In July of the 13th year of the Great Pirate Era, Captain Rods of the Ghost Hand Pirates clashed with the legendary pirate leader Green Pepper, resulting in a fierce confrontation that culminated in the complete annihilation of Green Pepper, leaving him lifeless on the Isle of Despair. The news spread like wildfire, shaking the seas. At the Navy headquarters medical building, in a solitary room on a high floor, a man, missing his right arm and wrapped in bandages, sat quietly by the window, holding a newspaper. He was Rear Admiral Doberman. Following the battle on Spring Island, his injuries had been severe. Despite the urgent medical attention from the ship's doctor, he had to undergo an amputation. With both internal and external injuries so grave, he had nearly lost all capacity for future combat. Consequently, the Navy headquarters did not impose any substantial penalties for his significant defeat. Even his rank of Rear Admiral, which teetered on the brink of revocation, was preserved. Beside Doberman stood a concerned Navy colonel. This concludes all notifications from the headquarters. You may choose to remain here to handle paperwork or take up a position as an instructor at the recruit camp. The colonel eyed Doberman anxiously. Aware of his diminished combat capabilities, he worried that Doberman would struggle to accept such a fate. Seated by the window, Doberman seemed lost in thought, his single hand gripping the newspaper tightly, crumpling one end as he read about the duel between Mihawk and Carlos, as well as Rods' slaying of the legendary pirate leader Green Pepper. Admiral, the colonel finally spoke up, his voice laced with concern, fearing Doberman might spiral into despair. He too was aware of Rods' story, how he had risen from a mere figure in the West Sea to a formidable force, ultimately costing Doberman dearly. Such a reality would be hard for anyone to accept, even himself. Indeed, Doberman inhaled deeply, suddenly releasing the newspaper, setting it aside. I understand. You may report back on my behalf, stating that I choose to remain at headquarters to manage paperwork. Admiral, the colonel expressed surprise. Fully aware of Doberman's typically unyielding and ironclad demeanor, one that revered strength and absolute justice, it was unexpected that he would accept a position of such a passive nature after losing his power. Doberman offered a faint smile. It is merely an inability to fight. I have experienced and witnessed far more than you can imagine. You may leave now. Yes, sir. The colonel nodded, saluted, and exited the room. As soon as he departed, a transformation occurred in Doberman's expression. Although he maintained a faint smile, it grew increasingly sinister, eventually morphing into a hint of madness. Such an outcome, he chuckled eerily, gripping the newspaper and fixating on the article regarding Rods. Losing his power was a torment worse than death, yet he would not choose death, for he longed to witness Rods' even more tragic fate. I will be watching. Having faced Rods in direct confrontation and with all the information at his disposal, he understood Rods' character well. He was not one to willingly submit to inferiority. Arrogant, proud. Even if he managed to evade the Navy's encirclement and enter the New World, he would find himself surrounded by adversaries on all sides, caught in the crossfire between the Navy and the Four Emperors. He would watch, witnessing Rods' defeat at the hands of the Navy, imprisoned and impelled down, or perhaps being vanquished by one of the Four Emperors in a desperate struggle for survival. Before that, no matter how painful it was, he would remain alive. He would never perish without witnessing the final fate of Rods. On the Isle of Despair, after vanquishing the leader, Xingjiao, and slaying him, Rods returned to the Ghost Shadow with Robin, leaving Lafitte to roam the island freely, awaiting the magnetic force of the recording pointer to reach its full capacity. During his peak, the bounty on Xingjiao soared to an astonishing 580 million berries. And after eliminating him, Rods received a reward of the same magnitude, unaffected by the fact that Xingjiao's head had been struck bald by Carp. He gained 1 point of freedom talent and 120 points of talent proficiency, a sum even greater than the rewards he received for defeating the Navy Rear Admiral previously. After a moment of contemplation, Rods decided to allocate 50 points to enhance his physical abilities within the Universal Talent Tree. A golden light flickered, signifying a change in his attributes. Agility enhancement, 200, top-tier enhancement, physical enhancement, 400, top-tier enhancement, resilience, 50, intermediate enhancement. A warm current surged through Rod's body, strengthening him, only to dissipate moments later. His physical enhancement surpassed 400 points, nearing the maximum of 500. However, he hesitated over the remaining 70 points, ultimately choosing to invest 50 points into armament hockey. Previously, he had allocated the 15 points gained from defeating the Ripper Mogu to enhance his twisting fruit abilities. And with an additional 20 points, the improvement was considerable. At present, he had achieved an almost perfect synergy between armament hockey and the power of distortion, thus enhancing his strength significantly. Most crucially, should he encounter the Navy again, it was highly probable that he would face a Navy admiral. The current trio of admirals, Akiji, Kizu, and Akaino, were all formidable masters of the Logia type. Rod's armament hockey could contend with someone like Crocodile, but against such top-tier adversaries, it would pale in comparison. Even if combined with the power of distortion, it might not be sufficient to inflict harm upon them. During the Marineford War, even the indomitable Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates and the swordsman Vista, when collaborating and utilizing hockey, were unable to inflict significant damage upon Akaino. Indeed, throughout the war, the only one to have truly harmed Akaino was Whitebeard himself. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and the long-neglected branch of armament hockey received the much-needed proficiency boost. With the addition of 50 points, armament hockey advanced to an intermediate enhancement level, significantly amplifying Rod's capabilities. Armament. In the training room, gazing at the rectangular iron block before him, Rod's clenched his right fist. Armament hockey coalesced into a pitch-black hardened sheen, and with a powerful punch, he struck the iron block. Boom! His fist collided with the block, producing a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the ghost shadow, despite its excellent soundproofing. The impact left a deep imprint in the iron, though it still fell short of Qingjiao's strength, albeit not by much. Reflecting on Qingjiao's armament hockey intensity, Rod's nodded subtly. At this level, his hockey possessed some capital to contend with an admiral. With the final 20 points, he naturally allocated them to the twisting fruit. Firearm shooting, 50 close combat, 100 twisting fruit, 480 Navy 6 forms, Saru, 0 Navy 6 forms, Jeppo, 0 Navy 6 forms, Shave, 0 observation hockey, 50 armament hockey. 50 Rods pondered the gap between his current strength and that of a Navy admiral. After reviewing the combat system interface, he murmured to himself. Closing the talent system, Rods inhaled deeply and commenced his training to adapt to the newly acquired power. At that moment, several figures traversed the chaotic ruins, silently approaching the shore, drawing near to the ghost shadow. Is that the ghost shadow? The leader. A petite and graceful figure adorned with an unusual hat, wore a loose jacket that remained unbuttoned, complemented by a wave-patterned skirt and sunglasses. Behind her stood two men cloaked in gray robes, one of whom scrutinized the ghost shadow closely and respectfully remarked, just as the intel indicated, it should be correct. The trio continued toward the ghost shadow. Almost as they arrived at its side, Robin appeared silently, standing on the opposite side of the ghost shadow. Her gaze fixed on the three below, her eyes flashing as she prepared to activate her abilities. Do not make a move. We bear no ill will, Nico Robin, spoke the leading woman, raising her gaze to meet Robin's, her lips parting gently as her hands gestured to indicate her peaceful intentions. Upon hearing her name spoken, Robin paused momentarily but did not immediately lower her guard, instead softly inquiring, "Who are you?" Bella Betty lifted her hand, adjusting her sunglasses slightly, and smiled sweetly. "We are the Revolutionary Army. I am Bella Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army." After introducing herself, Bella Betty smiled at Robin and continued, "Now that I've introduced myself, want you invite us aboard for a visit?" The Revolutionary Army. Robin was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating an encounter with the Revolutionary Army here, particularly with one of its enigmatic commanders. That said, the girl before her was hardly the image of a dangerous criminal sought by the world government. "Miss Robin, please trust us. We harbor no ill intentions," implored a member of the Revolutionary Army, standing behind Bella Betty, addressing Robin with sincerity. "We refer to you as the Light of Revolution. For the past 4 to 5 years, we have been diligently searching for your whereabouts. You are the sole survivor of O'Hara, the nation that fought against the world." Upon hearing this, Robin gently lowered her raised hand. Noticing her response, the revolutionary member offered a kind smile, stating, "Once we locate you, we will do everything in our power to protect you from the government's harm, as per the leader's orders." "The leader?" Robin's gaze flickered slightly as she inquired, "Is it the Revolutionary Army's commander-in-chief, Dragon?" The revolutionary soldier's countenance revealed a grave and solemn expression as he addressed Robin. When mentioning Dragon, a profound respect glimmered in his eyes. If one were to contemplate who is regarded as the most perilous entity by the government in the current world, it would undoubtedly be Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. While the four emperors also pose significant threats, they refrain from directly assaulting the world government and seldom engage the navy, showing little intent to undermine the government's authority. In stark contrast, Dragon's sole ambition is to dismantle the dominion of the celestial dragons and topple the world government. The government's desire to eliminate Dragon is far more intense than their pursuit of Rosai. Should they accurately ascertain Dragon's whereabouts, it is likely they would immediately deploy the entire CP0 in a covert operation, potentially even mobilizing multiple admirals. Since you are a member of the Revolutionary Army, please, take a seat. The voice of Roz echoed from behind Robin. He had been harnessing his observation hockey within the training room, having sensed the presence of the three individuals long before Belabedi and the others approached the ship. However, he did not rush to confront them. Instead, he first took a shower and changed his attire before emerging from the cabin. Well, it's the infamous ghost hand, Roz, Belabedi remarked with a gentle smile, gracefully leaping onto the deck. To make a long story short, she continued, her expression shifting to one of seriousness as she stood before Roz and Robin. Your current situation is perilous. We are fully aware of the circumstances surrounding your deeds. Robin, if you're willing, we will do everything in our power to protect you and escort you to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. As for you, Captain, should you choose to join the Revolutionary Army, we will also extend our utmost assistance to help you navigate this danger. However, the condition is that you must adhere to our commands. Once Robin deciphers the historical texts, it will undoubtedly serve as a formidable blow to the world government, as evidenced by their drastic measures to obliterate O'Hara under the demon-slaying edict to suppress the study of blank history. In contrast to Robin, the significance of Roz is comparatively lesser, and the uncertainties surrounding her are considerable. Thus, safeguarding a single Robin poses no insurmountable challenge. However, the situation changes dramatically when it involves Roz and the entire Ghost Hand pirate crew. She harbors a strong aversion to being ensnared under the threats posed by the admirals of the Navy. The Revolutionary Army is still in its developmental phase, with only its leader, Dragon, capable of contending against the naval admirals. Even if Roz were to join the Revolutionary Army, Dragon would not be able to remain at her side for her protection. Furthermore, even if Roz were willing to follow orders, it would still impose a significant burden upon her. Roz gently shook his head and calmly replied, I shall not align myself with any faction. Due to the existence of the talent system, he must act according to his own principles. Pirates are his prey, and Don Quixote da Flamingo is among those he intends to eliminate. Thus, it is inconceivable for him to remain concealed alongside the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, whether or not to join the Revolutionary Army bears no fundamental difference. Moreover, the government exerts considerable effort to counter the Revolutionary Army. Any exposed member will undoubtedly provoke a frenzied pursuit by the authorities, leading to severe interrogation upon capture. If I were to join your Revolutionary Army, the government's and the Navy's scrutiny of me would inevitably escalate, resulting in even greater complications ahead. That is indeed the case. Belabedi replied with a resigned shrug, but we possess a formidable intelligence network, which provides us with greater opportunities to evade the government's and the Navy's onslaught. Roz did not respond, but instead turned his gaze toward Robin. Robin smiled faintly and said, I am afraid my stance aligns with the Captainess. Oh, indeed it is as expected. Belabedi curled her lip, seemingly having anticipated this outcome all along. She did not intend to continue persuading them. Instead, she walked toward the edge of the deck, leapt gracefully, and landed back on the shore. After taking a couple of steps, she appeared to recall something and turned to look at Roz, gently lifting her sunglasses. With a grave expression, she warned, the Admiral has set his sights on you. You should exercise caution in your recent endeavors. I would rather not hear news of your capture by the Navy. Belabedi smiled softly as she lowered her sunglasses. Well then, until we meet again. She held a certain admiration for Roz's tenacity, recognizing that he did not yield to the power of the Navy and government. Despite his own weaknesses, he stood up against tyranny, relentlessly hunting pirates and eradicating evil. Unfortunately, the Revolutionary Army finds itself in a similarly precarious position, not faring much better than Roz. She was unable to unite with him to confront the might of an admiral directly. All she could do was hope for Roz's fortune, wishing him the resilience to survive under the admiral's looming threat, though it seemed a daunting task. How resolute indeed. As she watched the three figures of the Revolutionary Army fade from view, Robin turned to Roz, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I expected you would at least hesitate a little. From the moment you expressed a desire to follow orders, it became impossible. If I were willing to obey commands, I might well be a member of the Navy by now. Rod shook his head. It was inconceivable for him to follow the Revolutionary Army into hiding. The aim of the Revolutionary Army was to overthrow the celestial dragons and dismantle the government, yet his motives diverged significantly. His grievances lay with the Navy and the government, which had provoked his ire, leading him to confront them. A mere Doberman was far from sufficient. Although the initial orders originated from Doberman, the subsequent events undeniably involved the upper echelons of both the government and the Navy, whose positions were evidently aligned. In the eyes of high-ranking officials and figures such as Admiral Sengoku, Rod's existence paled in comparison to the authority wielded by the Navy and the government. It was utterly impossible for the government and Navy to openly rescind a bounty on a pirate and acknowledge their previous missteps. Thus, he resolved to observe the unfolding events. A glimmer of profundity flickered in Roz's eyes as he cast aside his distractions and turned to Robin, inquiring, "How has your training in the abilities of the Devil Fruit progressed? And what of your mastery of armament hockey?" A month prior, he had imparted the techniques for honing armament hockey to Robin, Lafitte, and others. As their approach to the new world drew ever closer, it became increasingly apparent that lacking hockey would render them vulnerable in this formidable realm. The positions held by Robin and her companions do not classify them as combatants, and thus, Roz would not demand an extraordinary level of strength from them. However, it is essential that they possess the capability to engage in battle within the new world. They have indeed become somewhat stronger. Robin cast a glance at Rose, uncertain of what peculiar training the captain had in store for her this time. Lods let out a soft exclamation, nodding slightly, and said, "Is that so? Then let us put it to the test." Regarding Lafitte, he had always maintained a more laissez-faire attitude. In contrast, he had offered some guidance on the development of the Devil Fruit and the use of Kenbunchika hockey, while Sira had instructed on the training of Busashoka hockey. When all was considered, he had actually spent the most time mentoring Robin. What kind of test? Robin remained unfazed, responding with an expressionless retort. "Why does that sound so peculiar?" Roz cast a glance at Robin, then, with hands clasped behind his back, entered the cabin, still replying, "Standard inspection." Robin's progress in her training has exceeded Rose's expectations significantly. She has already begun to wield the abilities of the vibrant and diverse skill set with relative ease, and has even cultivated a trace of hockey. The difficulty of mastering the hockey of armament is not particularly high. As long as one's physical strength reaches a certain level, one can begin the training. However, this skill is easy to learn yet challenging to master, and countless individuals have faltered at the threshold of armament hardening. Even Shilu, who was brought down from the Sky Island and has trained in armament for several months, has yet to achieve the hardening technique, while Robin has managed to cultivate only a small fraction of it. Nonetheless, having even a hint of armament hockey is preferable to having none when enveloped around her arm. It can enhance her defensive and offensive capabilities, however marginally. The aspiration to swiftly cultivate a crew that rivals the four Emperor's pirate fleets remains a formidable challenge. After assessing the strength of Robin and her companions, Rose could not help but sigh, pondering why they could not exert themselves with the same fervor he does. Although these individuals are training under his guidance, most, aside from Robin, are merely going through the motions, lacking the resolve and conviction to truly grow stronger. Not wishing to dwell further on Robin and Shilu's training, Rose departed from the cabin and ascended to the deck, suddenly leaping into the air and descending towards the vast ocean, hovering above the water's surface. Twisting fist, Rod's right hand clenched into a fist, his gaze reflecting a grave intensity. From a distance of approximately 3 feet, he suddenly thrust his fist downward towards the tranquil sea, yet it struck silently. The surface of the water remained undisturbed, enveloped in an awkward stillness. It became evident that he could not utilize the air as a medium to channel his power. Or rather, he was unable to release the force of distortion from his corporeal form. Roz retracted his fist and gazed at his palm, a trace of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Unlike Whitebeard, who could channel the powers of the Tremor fruit through his fists to strike directly ahead with devastating force, Roz found himself confronted with a notable limitation of the warp fruit. If the power of distortion were indeed fixed and incapable of being released externally, it would be less troubling. However, during his previous encounter with Green Pepper, Roz had tantalizingly approached the sensation of being able to unleash that power externally. Yet, in the end, he failed to grasp it. The warp fruit, the shatter fruit, and the tremor fruit each symbolized distortion, fragmentation, and vibration respectively. What accounts for such significant disparities among them? A flicker of confusion crossed Rosie's eyes. The fragmented fruit of the clown Baki grants the ability to shatter one's own body and disregard the slashes of sharp weapons, at first glance. It appears to be an utterly trivial power. However, if this ability were to fragment not the self, but everything that comes into contact with it, it would undeniably transform into an extraordinarily formidable power. The capacity to silently sever and fragment all that it touches, if honed to perfection, perhaps with a single strike. An entire island, along with its inhabitants, could be reduced to countless fragments, reminiscent of Doflamingo's birdcage effect. Yet, this fruit of fragmentation only allows for self-dismemberment, rendering what should be an immensely powerful ability into a mere shadow of its potential, far inferior to the tremor and the distortion fruits. Similarly, if the tremor fruit were to function inwardly, transforming the user into a humanoid vibration machine, it would undoubtedly become equally trivial, serving perhaps only to attract the favor of the ladies. In contrast, Rosie's distortion fruit lies somewhere between the tremor and the fragmentation fruits. It does not permit external release of distortion, yet the body does not contort like rubber. Should the distortion fruit truly transform into one that acts inwardly, it might evolve into an alternative version of the rubber fruit, exhibiting entirely different characteristics. Is it truly the essence of the fruits that precipitates such disparities? In a state of deep contemplation, Roz pondered the nature of the fruits. If the differences in essence were indeed the cause, then there ought to exist 6 distinct fruits in this world: the external fruit, the internal fruit, the external fruit, the internal fruit, the external fruit, and the internal fruit. Should this be the case, it could be said that he was fortunate to have obtained the fruit. Perhaps acquiring a fruit or a fruit would enable him to engage in an unconventional duel with Robin, who possessed the fruit. Nevertheless, he thought it wiser to refrain from such pursuits. Rue's lips twitched slightly, and he refrained from pursuing his thoughts any further, turning his attention elsewhere. He began to contemplate another possibility. Could the tremor of the tremor fruit be an effect of the devil fruit's awakening? This possibility existed. Yet it was challenging to explain how Blackbeard, upon seizing Whitebeard's tremor fruit, immediately possessed the ability to unleash external tremors, unless the power Blackbeard acquired was, in fact, the awakened state that Whitebeard had perfected to its utmost limit. If that were the case, then the sensation he had previously experienced, the subtle feeling of being able to release the distorted power from his body, might indeed signify the exceedingly rare awakening of a devil fruit among its users. Aside from the awakened beast guards and Impel Down, the instances of awakened paramecia in Rue's memory were exceedingly scant, even fewer than the elemental and mythical Zoan types. If my fruit could awaken, it would certainly become an intriguing development. Roz gazed at his hands, harboring a persistent notion that the abilities to distort light and gravity, which were activated by the talent system, might transcend the typical capabilities of a standard distortion fruit. He mused that these powers should only manifest post-awakening. However, due to the existence of the talent system, he was able to utilize these abilities in their ordinary state, without the need for awakening or extensive development. If this hypothesis holds true, it implies that upon the awakening of his fruit, all his abilities would undergo a significant enhancement, resulting in a profound transformation. Following such a metamorphosis, whether he could attain the rank of an admiral remained uncertain to Roz. Yet he was confident that he would at least stand on par with Don Quixote Doflamingo. Awakening. Roz felt the distorting power coursing through his body. Yet he remained utterly perplexed by this so-called awakening. The original text provided scant information regarding the awakening of the devil fruits. Oh, how could I almost forget about the members of CP9, given the vast array of secret intelligence the world government has encountered? They may possess knowledge pertaining to the awakening of the devil fruits. After a moment of contemplation, Roz turned back to the cabin, retrieved the transponder snail, and dialed Kaku's number. Currently, the intelligence team was temporarily led by Kaku, despite Gabra's subtle dissent. The transponder snail soon connected. Roz seldom communicated directly with Kaku, predominantly relying on Robin as an intermediary. However, there were occasions when commands were issued directly, bypassing Robin altogether. Kaku, have you previously encountered any information regarding the awakening of devil fruits? The awakening of devil fruits? Kaku's voice on the other end of the transponder snail conveyed a tone of confusion. I have not heard of such a thing. Let me inquire with Gabra. As he spoke, Kaku dialed Gabra's transponder snail, and simultaneously turned to Bruno beside him to seek his input. The response was negative. Neither had encountered any information about the awakening of devil fruits. I apologize, Captain, but we can certainly gather information on this matter. Very well. Roz nodded, not surprised by Kaku's response. Although CP9 was a formidable intelligence agency, Kaku and his companions lacked the remarkable memory skills of Robin, who could recall everything with ease. Their minds were not capable of retaining extensive information. They only conducted investigations when necessary. Furthermore, having lost their CP9 identities, they could no longer access the government's intelligence apparatus or its archives. By the way, I am about to report to you that the intelligence on the supernovas and the 7 warlords will be transmitted to you shortly via the Den Den Mushi. Kaku's voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of pages being turned. The Den Den Mushi was a special type of snail that could project images. This world boasted a myriad of Den Den Mushi varieties, and Roz had been diligently collecting them, even creating a dedicated room for them. Maintaining communication with Kaku, Roz made his way to the Den Den Mushi room. He surveyed the array of snails and their labels on the counter, swiftly retrieving the image-transmitting Den Den Mushi. With a click, the Den Den Mushi activated, projecting a vivid display on the wall accompanied by a rustling sound. Moments later, Kaku's image flickered into view, revealing a clear map. This was a map of the Grand Line, far more detailed than what Roz currently possessed, documenting nearly all the islands of the first half and a small portion of the latter half. The positions of the pirate supernovas and the 7 warlords, including Don Quixote da Flamingo and Gecko Moria, were clearly marked. However, many were still uncharted, such as Dracula Mihawk and Bartholomew Kuma, who were absent from the map. Notably, 3 supernovas with bounties exceeding 200 million had already ventured into the New World. All have fled to the New World, Roz mused, shaking his head slightly as he examined the map. He was now the only pirate with a bounty over 200 million remaining in the first half, with 2 others falling between 100 and 200 million. Yet, the distances were daunting, creating significant uncertainty in pursuing them. Among the 7 warlords, one particularly caught Roz's attention, Gecko Moria, distinctly marked as residing in the Devil's Triangle. This area was perilously close to the Isle of No Return, almost forming a triangular connection with the Storm Sea. Well done, he commented. Roz preserved the footage and, after a moment's contemplation, addressed Kaku on the other end of the transponder snail. The forthcoming mission entails gathering intelligence regarding the awakening of the devil fruits, as well as the whereabouts of the Sand fruit, the metal fruit, and the barrier fruit. The owners of the Sand fruit and the barrier metal fruit have perished at my hands. Upon the death of a devil fruit user, the fruit regenerates after a period of time at some location in the sea. To date, the only individual capable of halting this regeneration and directly seizing the powers of the devil fruit is Blackbeard Teach, who has consumed the dark fruit. I lack such an ability. Although these 3 fruits may not rival the thunder fruit, they possess formidable capabilities worthy of note, capable of easily bestowing significant combat prowess. Should an opportunity to acquire them present itself, I shall certainly act. Furthermore, the Navy should remain vigilant. If any significant movements are detected, report to me immediately. Understood. Kaku replied before disconnecting the transponder snail, thereby concluding the conversation. Rhodes placed the communication device, resembling a beetle, into his pocket and retrieved the previously saved footage, scrutinizing it for a moment longer. He then exited the cabin and approached Robin's room, raising his hand to knock gently on the door. Creak. The latch slid open from within, and Rhodes pushed the door ajar. Robin leaned against the bedside, clad in a delicate shirt, her slender, alabaster feet gently resting on the windowsill. Her hair, still damp, suggested she had just finished her workout and taken a shower. Without lifting her gaze from the book in her hands, her expression remained serene. Is there something on your mind, Captain? Please inform Lafitte to set course for the Bermuda Triangle. By the way, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Rod closed the door behind him as he entered the room and inquired, have you ever perused the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia? Have you heard anything regarding the awakening of devil fruits? Awakening of devil fruits? Robin set aside the book she held and turned her gaze toward Roz, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes. It seems I have encountered this word before. After a brief moment of reflection, she shook her head at Roz and remarked, I may have merely seen this term. I have not delved into anything further. At that time, I held no interest in the devil fruits. I understand now. Rod nodded, casting a glance at Robin's smooth, elongated legs resting on the windowsill, before turning to step inside. After departing from Robin's room, Rod returned to the deck, gazing contemplatively at the boundless expanse of the sea. Then, with a sudden leap, he plunged into the depths below, harnessing his ability to manipulate gravity. Rod hovered above the water's surface, gently placing his feet upon a cresting wave as the force of distortion surged forth, flooding into the ocean. In an instant, a funnel-shaped vortex appeared beneath Roz, who, in contemplation, gracefully descended into the swirling depths, soon vanishing into the sea. Rod stretched forth a hand, pressing it against the nearby sea. The water around him was repelled by an unseen force, forming a spherical void devoid of liquid, reminiscent of a unique bubble encasing the enchanting archipelago of Shangbodi. Soon after, Lodz arrived at the seabed, a mere 10 meters deep, situated close to the shore. Standing here, he could gaze up and behold the surface of the sea. Surveying the surroundings, Lodz took a step deeper into the abyss. Time seemed to lose its meaning as he ventured forth. Eventually, he extended his hand into the water above, suddenly tearing it apart to the sides. In an instant, the water, tens of meters deep above him, split dramatically along the path of his outstretched palm. Whoosh! As Roz lifted his foot and propelled himself from the sea's surface, a resounding splash echoed. The water within a radius of several hundred meters surged violently under his immense power, defying gravity as it soared skyward, continuously converging until it transformed into a colossal azure sphere of water. This magnificent orb hung serenely in the air, allowing glimpses of frantic fish darting within. Is this the limit? Rhodes ascended above the colossal sphere of water, standing upon its surface. This vast orb, nearly the limit of his control, was ample enough to envelop a large warship within its embrace. In a state of extreme exertion, channeling the power of distortion, Rhodes felt his stamina rapidly deplete. He endeavored to harness this ultimate distortion to reach out and touch the awakening of the devil fruit. As Rod slightly ascended, his feet detached from the surface of the water sphere. In that fleeting moment of separation, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of exertion, which gradually intensified with the passage of time. He endeavored to manipulate the gravity of the water sphere without direct contact, yet ultimately met with failure. 10 seconds later, the water sphere began to cascade downwards in a tumultuous fashion. 20 seconds thereafter, it started to disintegrate, large portions plummeting into the sea. 30 seconds on, the water sphere had completely vanished. Is it impossible? Rod looked at his palm, where a water sphere, roughly the size of a fist, floated gently. Although the sphere remained suspended in silence, it would silently descend every few seconds. The moment it touched Rod's hand, it would once again ascend. After repeating this several times, Rod shook his head and discarded the water sphere, plunging once more into the depths of the ocean to conjure another massive water sphere. Once, twice, thrice, he lost count of how many times he repeated this. Whenever his stamina began to wane, Rod would return to the ship to hydrate, dine, and indulge in a massage before venturing back into the sea. In this relentless pursuit, Rod became increasingly adept at wielding the powers of the distortion fruit, mastering the ability to delicately peel cooked shrimp with his extraordinary powers. At times, Rhodes has experienced a peculiar sensation during his confrontations with Captain Green Pepper, as if he could release the power of distortion from his being. Yet, he has never managed to transform this feeling into reality. Could it be that the power of distortion is insufficiently potent? Throughout his training, Rhodes has continually pondered this possibility, much like how a lack of physical prowess would hinder one from mastering the 6 styles of the Navy. 7 days have swiftly passed, and the magnetic force of the recording pointer has finally reached its capacity. Lafitte has returned to the ship and, utilizing the 3-pronged recording pointer, steered the ghost shadow towards the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle. If the power of distortion proves inadequate, then perhaps Moria could serve to enhance it. As Roz contemplated this, 10 days later, the ghost shadow set sail from the stormy seas, entering the fog-laden Devil's Triangle. This region was not the domain of Moria, but rather a place characterized by its peculiar climatic conditions. Now at the end of the 13th year of the Great Pirate Era, Moria had only ventured into these waters 2 years prior, directionless and hindered by severely impaired visibility. The ghost shadow glided slowly through the thick fog. Lafitte stood at the bow, measuring the wind direction and sea currents while surveying the surrounding environment, only to shake his head in helplessness. Ross stood nearby, surveying the surrounding mist, and inquired of Robin, who was not far off. "How much food and fresh water do we have left?" According to the captain's calculations, there would be approximately a month and a half's worth remaining. Robin pondered for a moment before responding to Ross. Among the crew, the largest in stature was Siru, yet the one with the most voracious appetite was Ross. Due to the immense energy expended during his training, Ross's consumption was equivalent to that of Siru, Robin, and the others combined. Fortunately, being at sea allowed for the immediate sourcing of provisions. With Roz's distorting power, a single blast of his sea explosion star could instantaneously capture a multitude of fish, and diving into the depths of the ocean to forage was hardly a challenge. After Rods nodded, he addressed Lafitte. saying there was no need to concern themselves with the direction of the compass. This expanse of sea was not overly vast, and if they circumnavigated it, they would inevitably encounter their target. The terrifying three-masted vessel belonging to Moria, though comparable in size to an island, was not a true island and could not be located with the compass. Presently, Rods was only aware that Moria was somewhere within these waters. Yet he lacked the means for precise navigation. Ha ha ha, if that ship of Moria, known as Moonlight, truly possessed such immense proportions, it would be possible to spot it, despite the dense fog, as long as they remained within a certain distance. Lafitte smiled slightly, as the enigmatic navigator recognized by Rods. He had his own methods, even amidst the thick fog of this maritime region. The seven warlords, particularly Moonlight Moria. At some point, Trafalgar Law had also made his way to the deck, cradling the cursed sword, Waikai, and leaning against the ship's railing. Upon entering the Devil's Triangle, Rods had informed everyone that their next objective was to confront the seven warlords, Moonlight Moria. As for the rationale, eliminating another warlord and creating a sensational story to bolster their reputation was more than sufficient justification. Individuals like Lafitte, who thrived on restlessness, were always eager for engagement. Do you feel as though you have been deceived by the captain? Robin stood not far from Luo, offering a gentle smile as she remarked. Even if you do not board the ship, upon reaching the New World, the captain may still choose to confront Don Quixote da Flamingo. Luo shook his head. No. Even if that were the case, I would still choose to remain here as a witness. He gazed intently at the mist-shrouded sea, his eyes shimmering, devoid of confusion or fear, instead filled with a resolute determination to avenge Corazon and eradicate Don Quixote da Flamingo, regardless of the cost. The ghostly ship, Phantom, sailed slowly through the Devil's Triangle. Amidst the dense fog and oppressive atmosphere of this foreboding sea, the Phantom seemed to thrive, its dark hue blending seamlessly with the surroundings, as if it were a spectral vessel emerging from the depths of hell. 7 days swiftly elapsed, during which the Phantom occasionally encountered remnants of the past, some wreckage dating back several decades, adrift and decaying in these waters. Ho ho ho, something approaches. It appeared to differ from the captain's description. Lafitte, who had spent most of his time perched atop the mast, suddenly sensed something amiss. He stood up, peering towards the distant waters, his gaze flickering slightly. A massive ship loomed ahead, its hull battered and worn, suggesting great age. The condition of its wooden sails indicated it was not a vessel from the last 2 or 3 decades. Hearing the commotion, Roz and the others emerged from the cabin onto the deck. No, that's not it. After observing the approaching dilapidated ship, Roz shook his head. Though it was large, it paled in comparison to the terrifying three-masted vessel they sought. Upon realizing this was not their target, Luo, Shiru, and the others visibly relaxed. However, as the ship drew nearer, an eerie sound suddenly emanated from it, creaking and groaning, as if it was shifting or a decrepit door was being pushed open. When the two vessels passed each other, a chilling sight greeted them. A skeletal figure sat upon the railing of the decaying ship, grinning ominously at Roz and the others. Yo-ho-ho-ho. The Phantom fell into a hushed silence. Neither Lafitte, Robin, nor Luo reacted with alarm upon encountering the skeleton, all maintaining an air of calm. Roth gazed impassively at the skeleton, and in an instant, his figure flickered, vanishing from the ghost shadow and reappearing on the dilapidated giant vessel. Moments later, a cacophony of sounds erupted. A few minutes passed before Roth emerged from the stern of the battered ship, adjusted his sleeves, and leapt gracefully into the air, tracing an arc as he returned to the ghost shadow. Did anything intriguing transpire, Captain? Lafitte inquired with a light chuckle directed at Roth. Luazi shook his head and said, No, I merely inquired some questions from a skeleton that has existed for several decades. Now, let us continue our voyage. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo and Shilu exchanged glances before making their way towards the cabin, leaving Lafitte alone on the deck. Unbeknownst to him, 5 days slipped by. Initially, Lafitte had harbored a modicum of interest in this maritime expanse, but as time wore on, his enthusiasm waned. On this particular day, while he languidly leaned against the watchtower atop the ship, his ears perked up, and his gaze flickered towards the encroaching mist. What is that? In the haze, a colossal shadow materialized, far exceeding the size of the previous dilapidated vessel, appearing more akin to an island. Moreover, based on Lafitte's keen observations, the shadow was not stationary but rather traversing the surface of the sea, a gargantuan ship. At last, an encounter had transpired. Ha ha ha. Lafitte straightened his posture, his former ennui evaporating, a slight smile gracing his lips as he swiftly alerted Roz and Robin. The ghost shadow gradually approached the immense, fearsome three-masted sailing ship. its entrance resembling a gaping human mouth, currently ajar. Coupled with the eerie, ancient castle lurking in the mist, the atmosphere was palpably oppressive. "Are we truly to enter, Captain?" Lafitte inquired, casting a glance at the ominous gaping entrance, his face devoid of trepidation, instead radiating a keen interest as he turned to Roz for confirmation. Rod's calm nod signified his understanding. Among the 7 warlords, Moria's strength was nearly the weakest. Even a punch after consuming 1,000 shadows could shatter a significant portion of an island, rivaling Luffy's 4th-gear King Kong gun. However, such techniques were exceedingly clumsy and could easily lead to a loss of consciousness. In contrast, Doflamingo not only possessed the status of a former celestial dragon but also held the secrets of their lineage, wielding countless dealings and intelligence from the dark underworld, making him a far more formidable opponent. With a resounding hush, the ghost shadow sailed slowly into the ominous interior of the terrifying 3-masted ship. While the massive door behind it closed silently, akin to a monstrous beast from the depths of hell swallowing the vessel whole. After advancing further, the ghost shadow reached the shore and docked. "Silhouette, you shall remain here to guard the ship." Rods leaped gracefully onto the shore and instructed Shilu with a curt command. Among all present, aside from himself, the most formidable in observation haki were undoubtedly Shilu and Lafitte. Lafitte's demeanor clearly exhibited a keen eagerness to experience the abilities of Moonlight Moria, prompting the decision to leave Shilu behind to guard the ship. Shilu, not particularly accustomed to the eerie surroundings, nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "Let us proceed to witness the capabilities of Moonlight Moria." Observing Lafitte, Robin, and Luo ascend the shore, Rods offered a faint smile, clasped his hands behind his back, and strode towards the ominous castle that loomed ahead. As the quartet advanced, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister, with trees exhibiting grotesque forms and an abundance of gravestones and tombs emerging in their path. Luozi's expression remained indifferent, while Lafitte's smile grew ever more exuberant. Luo's face was devoid of emotion, and Robin was keenly observing the surrounding scene with great interest. Suddenly, as the 4 advanced, a rustling sound emerged from the shadowy woods. Without warning, a grave split open, and numerous skeletons and zombies, wrapped in bandages, emerged from within, all adopting menacing postures and emitting eerie sounds of hiss, hiss, hiss. Roz, Robin, Luo, Lafitte, ha, boom, boom, bang, bang. The graveyard erupted in a cacophony of explosions, reverberating with terror and anguished cries. Several heads of zombies soared into the sky, while others found themselves grotesquely reattached to their posteriors. A number of the undead appeared to transform into true monstrosities, clawing and snapping at their fellow creatures. Rods and his companions emerged from within, their faces devoid of expression, and continued their journey towards the castle of Moria. Robin covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "This Moria is rather amusing." "Only you find it amusing," came the reply. Luo, bearing the demon blade ghost cry, tilted his head slightly, his eyelids heavy, and replied with an indifferent gaze. Lafitte, twirling his cane with a cheerful expression, remarked, "Controlling zombies. Quite an intriguing ability, isn't it?" His words abruptly halted, his ears twitching slightly, as if he had sensed something. Meanwhile, Rod's footsteps came to a halt, and Robin similarly ceased his movement. The slowest to react was Ro, yet upon noticing the responses of Rod and the others, he too paused. Casting a vigilant gaze around him, Robin stood there, gazing ahead without a hint of movement, yet his eyes continuously shifted to one side. Eventually, his arms were raised, gently intertwining before him. "What do you intend to do, Mr. Invisible Man?" There was no response, only silence. In the air, more than 10 arms emerged, contorted in shape, as if grasping something just within Robin's reach. It was Absalom, the wielder of the transparent fruit's powers. Laz glanced nonchalantly at Robin, who had ensnared him with her abilities, as a transparent entity loomed just a few feet away. His observation haki had already adeptly discerned her presence. In truth, his ability to manipulate light allowed him to render himself invisible with ease. However, Robin had mastered observation haki, rendering any attempts at stealth, such as infiltrating the bathroom, utterly futile. Bang! Absalom strained with all his might, breaking free from Robin's grasp, causing the numerous arms to vanish and revealing a somewhat disheveled form. His pupils dilated as he gazed at Laz. He had initially intended to toy with Laz and his companions, but was taken aback when they sensed his approach. Fixing his gaze on Laz, he spoke gravely. "You are the infamous ghost hand, Laz? It seems you are not entirely ignorant of the happenings beyond your confines." Raz gazed calmly at Absalom, discerning that the news bird from the misty sea would not arrive. It was likely that Moria had alternative channels for acquiring intelligence. With his hands clasped behind his back, he asked indifferently, "Where is Moria?" Absalom, with a grave and wary expression, fixed his gaze on Roz, refraining from answering, and instead prepared to retreat. Suddenly, bending his knees, he activated his transparent ability and propelled himself into the darkness behind him. However, Roz emitted a cold snort, and with a gentle step forward, the ground beneath him rippled as if it were a blanket, causing Absalom's back to collide forcefully with the raised earth. In an instant, he was engulfed by the surrounding debris, which thundered down upon him. Bang! Roz extended his hand, and with a distant grasp, the surging earth suddenly contracted towards the center, producing a resounding thud as it transformed into a prominent mound. In his recollections, this individual had once infiltrated Nami's bathing chamber using his transparent abilities, a fact that Roz found utterly disgraceful. Even he had refrained from employing his light-bending powers for such clandestine endeavors. Let us proceed. After vanquishing Absalom, Roz turned and continued his journey towards the distant castle. The terrifying three-masted ship, reputed to be the largest vessel in the world, rivaled an island in size, and it boasted more than one castle upon its deck. As Roz and his companions delved deeper, they encountered several pathways leading to different castles. His memories of the terrifying three-masted ship had become somewhat hazy, and even if he could vividly recall it, he was incapable of conjuring an instant map within his mind. 3 paths lay before him. He chose the central one. Roz gazed at the 3 diverging paths ahead and decisively chose the central route, for it led to the grandest of castles. Ho ho ho! Then I shall take this way, laughed Lafayette, his fingers delicately pinching the edge of his top hat, as he ventured down the right path. This left only the left route, which Ro, bearing the demon blade, Ghost Cry, traversed in silence. Robin pondered for a moment, just as she was about to make her selection, when an eerie sound suddenly emanated from behind her. To her astonishment, a terrifying 3-headed hellhound emerged from the darkness, baring its teeth menacingly. Oh, how delightful! Robin gazed at the fearsome 3-headed hellhound, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. Her aesthetic appreciation for such grotesque creatures had often prompted both Ro and Roz to express their disdain. However, at this moment, neither Ro nor Roz was present in the central castle. In a dimly lit chamber lay the corpulent warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, languishing on an enormous bed. Just then, several figures hurriedly entered, rousing Moria from his slumber. "Ah, I had a dreadful nightmare," Moria muttered, rubbing his head as he propped himself up. "It was splendid." Master Moria, the foremost figure, a bandaged zombie, respectfully addressed him. "It has been 3 days since the last night raid. During this time, you have been resting, and we have prepared 3 days' worth of sustenance for you. The latest quarry is formidable, the Phantom Hand Pirates, who recently inflicted a crushing defeat upon the Navy at Spring Island. Securing their shadows would undoubtedly be advantageous for you. The bounty on the Phantom Hand Pirates is the highest encountered thus far, with the notorious captain, Rose, commanding a staggering reward of 440 million berries. However, prior to becoming a warlord of the sea, Moria himself had a bounty of 320 million berries and had ventured into the New World, challenging one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. No matter how strong the Phantom Hand Pirates may be, they pale in comparison to Kaido, and given that this is their home turf, their excitement is solely for achieving a feat. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Moria squinted slightly. "Oh, is this the one who dispatched Sand Crocodile? How fortuitous," he mused. "Where are Hogback and Absalom?" As someone who had traversed the New World and once dared to confront Kaido despite suffering defeat and losing crew members, yet surviving, Moria held a disdainful view of all individuals outside the 4 emperors, including the Phantom Hand Pirates. Having experienced the pinnacle of the sea's power, he felt no trepidation towards those beneath such heights. Master Absalom has already set out to gather the shadows of the 3 freaks from the Phantom Hand Pirates. If we can acquire them, it will significantly bolster my zombie army and bring me closer to the title of Pirate King, Moria cackled, revealing his sharp teeth as a sinister laughter echoed within the chamber. In the West Castle, one of Moria's 3 freaks, Hogback, had just exited the laboratory. His hands still stained with a hint of blood. He removed his gloves, tossing them aside. At that moment, a zombie entered, addressing Hogback with respect. "Master Hogback, Master Moria summons you." Hogback glanced at the zombie, exclaiming, "Really, I just stepped out of the lab and haven't even had a piece of pudding yet." Shaking his head, he proceeded toward the door. However, a sudden cacophony erupted outside, as if something had burst in and chaos ensued. Furrowing his brow, Hogback opened the door and stepped out, inquiring about the commotion within his castle. "Master Hogback, intruders have breached the fortress. A panicked zombie rushed towards him, declaring, "They are exceedingly strong. We are struggling to hold them back." Hogback began to piece together the reason behind Moria's sudden summons. It appeared a formidable group of prey had arrived. With a smirk, he made his way toward the source of the disturbance. Soon, after traversing several chambers, he entered a grand hall where chaos reigned. Shelves, murals, and carpets, transformed into living entities by shadows, lay in tatters, severed into pieces. "Are you the brilliant surgeon, Hogback?" Luo grasped the demon blade, Ghost Cry, standing in the center of the grand hall, gazing at Hogback as he emerged from the inner chamber. Hogback bared his teeth, for elongated fangs reminiscent of a ferocious beast, and emitted a strange, unsettling laughter, proclaiming, "You possess quite an insight, indeed. I am the illustrious Dr. Hogback, renowned throughout the world." Luo's expression remained impassive, utterly unmoved, as he swept his demonic blade, the Ghost Cry, across the ground strewn with the remnants of the zombies he had severed. "Are these all your creations?" he inquired. Each corpse bore distinct marks of incision and suturing. A trace of pride flickered across Hogback's face as he replied, "Indeed, my experiments are nothing short of utterly flawed." Luo coldly interrupted Hogback's words, completing his sentence. Hogback's throat tightened, and the expression of slight pride and satisfaction on his face instantly froze, gradually transforming into a sullen glare directed at Luo. "What did you say?" he retorted. "I said, your methods are utterly pathetic." Luo rested the cursed blade, Inma, upon his shoulder, calmly expressing, regardless of whether it involves suturing or grafting, "I seem to have forgotten to mention that I am also a physician, in the presence of law, who possesses the surgical fruit." Hogback's so-called grafting techniques appear to be nothing short of abysmal, yet they inexplicably enjoy a considerable reputation worldwide, which law finds utterly intolerable. Hogback, with a darkened countenance, gritted his teeth audibly, his eyes ablaze with fury as he coldly retorted, "You little imp with your sharp tongue. You are at least a decade too early to critique my medical skills. Go to hell." At the instant his words fell, he bellowed at the multitude of zombies that had already congregated inside and outside the room, and instantly, countless undead surged toward Law. Luo Pingjing gently raised the Ghost Cry in his hand. In the eastern castle, Lafitte stealthily infiltrated its depths. Although his skills in concealment were remarkable, he unfortunately collided with the ghost of Perona, one of the three bizarre figures, who passed through the wall. Struck by a wave of negativity, Lafitte did not succumb to anger over his blunder. Instead, upon regaining his footing, he displayed an expression of keen interest, skillfully evading the remaining negative spirits, and vanished into the shadows of the castle. Meanwhile, the game of hide-and-seek could be set aside for the moment. In the surrounding area, a multitude of zombies emerged, besieging Robin. However, Robin's abilities have now reached a considerable level, and she possesses the power of observation hockey. Faced with such a tactic of overwhelming numbers, she feels no pressure whatsoever. With her formidable strength alone, she decimates a multitude of zombies, leaving them in utter disarray. In the central castle, Moria awaits the gathering of the three strange individuals, yet no one arrives. Instead, he is met by the captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates, Roz. Emerging from the oppressive darkness, Roz appears at the grand entrance of the central castle, where the massive doors stand firmly shut. However, he has no intention of halting or knocking. Instead, he reaches out and presses against the colossal door. Boom! The force of distortion is suddenly unleashed, and the enormous door warps into a swirling vortex centered around Roz's palm. After a brief spiral distortion, it shatters with a resounding crash, transforming into countless splinters of wood and shards of iron that scatter in all directions. With the entrance cleared, Roz strides into the hall, immediately spotting several zombies who wear expressions of astonishment and confusion. "Where's Moria?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Roz stepped forward, he cast a glance towards the castle above, his keen observation revealing an unusual aura emanating from its pinnacle. Within the topmost chamber, Moria sat at the dining table, indulging in his meal when a sudden, thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of the castle. In a moment of disarray, a dollop of pudding smeared across his forehead, rendering him quite the spectacle. "What in the world is happening?" Moria exclaimed in a fit of rage, wiping his brow before leaping to his feet and bellowing into the surrounding darkness. His furious voice echoed, summoning a flurry of panicked zombies to his side. "My lord Moria, we are in peril. Intruders have breached our sanctuary. It is the captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates." The expressions of the zombies were rife with trepidation. Simultaneously, A more violent rumble reverberated from below, causing the castle to tremble ominously, as if on the brink of collapse. Moria's eyes widened, blood vessels straining against his fury. "Damn it!" he shouted, ready to descend when the floor beneath him quaked violently, followed by a catastrophic collapse. A bizarre force enveloped the castle, twisting it like rubber, compressing both its upper and lower parts towards the center. With a resounding crash, the walls began to crumble en masse. Amidst the cacophony of destruction, Raz's figure hovered in midair, arms crossed behind his back. The commotion naturally captured the attention of Hogback, who was orchestrating the zombies against Raz, alongside the somewhat fearful Perona, who was playing hide-and-seek with Lafitte. How could Moria's castle be in such disarray? Hogback gazed toward the castle. Astonishment etched upon his face. A flash of sword light sliced through the chaos, cleaving a dozen zombies into scattered pieces, though they were undead. Raz's slicing ability rendered them harmless, and with a mere flick of his fingers, he reassembled the fragmented remains into a grotesque amalgamation, rendering them immobile. After dispatching a significant number of zombies, Raz turned towards the visibly rattled Hogback and declared, "Regrettably for you, your time has come. The title of Genius Surgeon shall be reclaimed by me." Beneath the collapsing castle, black shadows flitted about like bats, scattering debris in all directions. In the next instant, Moria emerged from the rubble, a trickle of blood marking his brow, his appearance utterly disheveled. Witnessing the ruin of his castle, his facial muscles twitched in fury, ultimately transforming into a visage of wrath as he glared at Raz, suspended in the air. "Ghost Hand, Raz! How dare you destroy my castle? Prepare to meet your end." Shadow Javelin. His eyes reddened with rage, he unleashed a furious cry, raising an arm skyward as bat-like shadows swiftly converged to form a dark spear, hurtling towards the airborne Raz. In the face of this rapidly approaching Shadow Javelin, Raz maintained an impassive demeanor, firmly planting his foot down, invoking a surge of distortion. With a thunderous impact, the Shadow Javelin, under the force of distortion, bent as if caught in a vice, before ultimately disintegrating into nothingness. In the next instant, Raz flickered, employing the moonwalk technique, and dove toward Moria with fierce intent. "Damn it," Moria muttered, astonishment dawning upon him as he beheld Raz shatter his Shadow Javelin with sheer physical prowess, evoking memories of the terror he felt under Kaido's dominion. A fleeting glimpse of dread flickered in his eyes, yet he clenched his teeth and growled, suddenly vanishing from sight, leaving behind a perfect shadow clone in his stead. Shadow Warrior. Raz's fist struck the inky black shadow, shattering it into countless black bats that scattered in all directions. His expression remained unchanged as his observation haki keenly detected Moria's position, propelling him forward once more towards Moria's true form. How swift! Moria's pupils constricted as he fervently gestured towards Raz with both hands. Scatter bats. Shadow sorcery. A multitude of dark shadows transformed into bats, surging towards Raz with eerie sounds, attempting to tear him apart. Simultaneously, a black shadow, identical to Moria, charged towards Raz as well. "Is this all you are capable of, Moria?" With an impassive gaze, Raz charged directly at the oncoming black bat, unperturbed by its presence, enveloped in a maelstrom of twisted power. Any bat that came into contact with him let out a piercing scream before disintegrating into the void, an unstoppable force. How is this possible? Moria's pupils constricted violently. Raz's reckless approach completely disregarded his methods of attack, reminiscent of the ferocity of Kaido, the beast. The terror buried deep in his memory surged forth once more, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow as he repeatedly reassured himself that Raz was not Kaido, he was far inferior. Shadow Warrior. Moria once again exchanged positions with the shadow, now capable of summoning only 2 shadow clones at a time. Given the explosive nature of their existence, restoring them required time. Overwhelmed by fear, Moria gritted his teeth and struggled. After the position swap, he let out a fierce shout and unleashed his most formidable technique, Shadow Convergence. In an instant, countless shadows surged towards Moria in a frenzied tide. Centered around him, they coalesced into a vortex, which he continuously consumed, causing his form to expand with each intake. Originally towering over 6 meters, he rapidly ascended to heights of 7, 8, and then 9 meters, transforming into a colossal figure shrouded in dark hues. "I will never allow myself to be like that again." Having devoured hundreds of shadows, Moria roared, launching a powerful punch towards the charging Raz. This strike, infused with terrifying might, resembled a cataclysm, capable of effortlessly reducing a castle to rubble. Whoosh! Rod did not confront head-on. Instead, he deftly maneuvered in midair, evading Moria's punch and positioning himself directly in front of him. Clumsy abilities, clumsy techniques. I have heard that you challenged the beast Kaido. I wonder how you came to encounter him. Roth's gaze was devoid of emotion as he clenched his right hand into a fist, delivering a seemingly weightless blow to the vast expanse between Moria's chest and abdomen. Had Moria been able to fully harness this immense power and wield it with dexterity, he might have stood in comparison to Kaido of the 100 Beasts, if not surpass him, at least rivaling the 3 Calamities. However, this strength was not his own. It was ephemeral and heavily reliant on his subordinates, rendering Moria incapable of controlling it. With a resounding impact, the disproportionately large fist struck Moria, causing his massive form to contort and distort as if he had been violently struck by a speeding locomotive. His rotund belly twisted abruptly, resembling a whirlpool. And under the force of that single punch, Moria's eyes rolled back, and a torrent of shadows erupted from his mouth. Ah, it seems his endurance has improved. Observing that Moria had not collapsed entirely from his strike, Roth maintained a tranquil demeanor as he soared forward, delivering a follow-up blow with his opposite hand. If his speed could match the magnitude of his strength and endurance, it would indeed pose a formidable challenge. Yet, regrettably, this power was not truly his. Nor could he command it. Rod gazed calmly at Moria, who was sent flying backward. With a swift motion, he dashed toward the direction in which Moria was hurtling, a testament to the astonishing vitality of life in this world. Coughing, Moria crashed through several buildings, struggling to rise from the ruins, yet it seemed an insurmountable task. His eyes reflected a lingering disbelief. Had he truly lost? Despite employing the power of Shadow's collective, he felt utterly powerless, reminiscent of a time long past. As he looked up at Rod, who soared above him, his memory swirled in chaos. Ghost Hand Rod, if you possess the courage, venture forth to that place, the true realm of nightmares. In the debris, Moria ultimately distinguished Rod's figure from that of Kaido, the beast, managing a faint grimace. Nightmare. Are you referring to Kaido the beast? As Roz descended gracefully from the heavens, he hovered directly before Moria, his gaze indifferent as he remarked, "It is unfortunate that you will not witness the day I defeat him." Boom. The warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria, has been vanquished, earning a reward of 50 points in talent proficiency and 1 point in free talent points. Listening to the voice that echoed in his ears, Roz slightly shook his head, realizing that even the warlords were subject to the hunting rules of the talent system. As for the solitary free talent point, it was likely an additional reward. After annihilating Moria, Roz descended to the ground, assessing the direction of the commotion on the island before departing from the area. Almost immediately after his departure, a figure slowly approached, pausing before Moria's lifeless body. Clutching a transponder snail, he exhaled a breath of cold air into the atmosphere. Moria was dead. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the transponder snail, followed by an irate voice. Was it that guy again? The voice continued, expressing disbelief that a warlord of the sea could meet such consecutive misfortunes. No. A second voice emerged, calm in its demeanor, suggesting that Moria's demise at the hands of the Ghost Hand pirates indicated his inadequacy, rendering him unfit for the title of warlord. It was prudent to replace him swiftly. Since you are there, resolve the matter with the Ghost Hand pirates and put an end to their disturbances. The third voice spoke from the other end, maintaining a tranquil tone. That is precisely my intention. The figure before Moria's corpse began to speak, hanging up the transponder snail, releasing another breath before stepping away. In the direction of his exhalation, a chilling frost had mysteriously emerged upon the dilapidated structures, emanating a continuous stream of cold air. The terrifying 3-masted ship loomed ominously. The central castle lay in ruins as Rods emerged from the western castle, the tip of his cursed blade, Demon Cry, stained with remnants of blood. Hogback possessed little personal strength, and the typical zombies posed no significant threat to Rods. However, even so, the battle had drained a considerable amount of his stamina. He was still too young and lacked sufficient power. Within the eastern castle, Perona's physical form was abruptly tossed into a gift box on the bed, where a terrifying ghostly visage startled her into a foaming stupor, causing her to faint instantly, while a feet silhouette darted through the shadows. In the outer regions, swathes of zombies wailed in agony, torn apart by Robin, who disassembled them into fragments. Despite her aversion to blood-soaked scenes, these grotesque trees and zombies did not bleed, and she derived a peculiar enjoyment from dismantling them. Following Moria's defeat at the hands of Kaido, the forces he had painstakingly gathered crumbled instantaneously under the onslaught of Roz's Ghost Hand pirates. Was everything dealt with? Roz arrived at the original fork in the road. Casting a glance at the disassembled zombie trees and the infernal 3-headed hound, directed towards the recently arrived Rodell. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Roraz surveyed his surroundings and noted with a hint of peculiarity that Lafitte had not approached. If Roraz had encountered Hogback, then Lafitte ought to have met Perona, who, by all accounts, should have been the quickest to return. Just as Roraz pondered this oddity, Lafitte's figure finally emerged in the distance. Approaching with an air of nonchalance, he produced a cloak from seemingly nowhere and gave it a flick in the air. "Perhaps this might pique your interest, Captain," Lafitte remarked with a subtle smile, unveiling a modest gift box. To Rara's astonishment, the ghost Princess Perona was bound within, her eyes reflecting a flicker of terror. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Robin squinted slightly, tilting his head to the side, seemingly indifferent to the matter at hand. Roz let out a sigh, rubbing his brow, and said, "The abilities of the phantom fruit may prove useful. Since you have captured it, let us take it along." Lafitte offered a slightly eerie smile, while Roz lowered the brim of his hat, and Robin withdrew her gaze. The group tidied themselves slightly and turned in unison, intending to depart from this place. Perona was released but still bound by ropes, only able to emit muffled sounds. However, just as they approached the shore, their movements abruptly halted, tearfully trailing behind. Perona almost collided with Roz, intending to make a sound, but suddenly sensed something amiss, her voice fading into silence. All eyes turned towards the shore, where the ghost shadow ship lay. Yet, the entire vessel had transformed into an exquisite ice sculpture. Perched upon the ship's railing was a figure, the Marine Headquarters Admiral, Akiji. "Ah. My, it has been years, and you have blossomed into a fine young lady, Nico Robin. However, I regret to inform you that you shall not continue your voyage." Akiji sat there, calmly observing Roz and the others, his tone remarkably placid, devoid of any unnecessary gestures, yet an aura of chilling oppression enveloped all present. On Roz's ship, there was no question of unfamiliarity with Akiji. The intelligence regarding the three admirals had long been disseminated by Kaku and the others. The frozen sea and the ice-encased ghost shadow ship effectively dispelled the eerie and sinister atmosphere surrounding the terrifying three-masted vessel. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Robin's forehead. If one were to inquire who she feared the most, without a doubt, it would be Akiji, who had instilled fear and left a profound impression on her since her childhood. Lula's expression had become gravely serious, with his pupils constricting sharply. Despite his tender age, he was acutely aware of the formidable power of an admiral. Although Lafitte maintained an outward calm, the fleeting glimmer in his eyes betrayed the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. At this moment, encountering an admiral would unsettle anyone. Lance felt the same way. He had not anticipated that Shinji would appear on the terrifying three-masted ship at this moment. With almost no warning and no opportunity to evade. Rods is not the straw hat monkey D. Luffy. He lacks the benevolent grandfather, Garp, and the connections afforded by Alabasta. Moreover, in the face of the relentless pursuit by the Navy, he remains unyielding. Thus, regardless of which admiral he encounters, he finds himself ensnared in an exceedingly perilous situation. The distinction lies in their approaches. Kazari may leisurely toy with his prey, Akaina might engage in silence, launching straight into combat, while Fujitora may offer a few words before action. As Rods anticipated, Fujitora did not strike immediately. "Rods, the demon hand," Fujitora remarked, observing Rods with a contemplative gesture upon his chin. "I'm well aware of your circumstances. Indeed, there are some rotten elements within the Navy, a consequence of inadequate oversight, for which we bear responsibility. I extend my apologies." Pausing momentarily, Fujitora's tone grew somber as he continued, "However, your subsequent actions were excessive. No matter the context, they are unforgivable. As a man, you should comprehend the repercussions of such deeds. The members of the Demon Hand Pirates are all formidable individuals, with Rods being the gravest of threats. He fully understands the potential consequences of allowing this to persist. He possesses his own brand of justice, and Rod's existence has already encroached upon the limits of tolerance." Roz gazed at Shinji, contemplating how to respond, and spoke with a calm demeanor. There was no need for deceitful words. The law of the jungle prevailed, and justice was dictated by power. If I were the one in control, this situation would never have arisen in the first place. Since avoidance is impossible, feelings of fear and confusion are utterly meaningless. Such trivialities shall not manifest in Ross. "Ah." What a terrifying thought. Qingji cast a glance at Roz. He held his own sense of justice and principles. Roz hunted pirates, contributing to peace. However, the slaughter of the Navy is an unforgivable transgression. In this world, one cannot absolve oneself of wrongdoing simply by committing a good deed. Qingji chose not to speak further and turned his attention to Robin, saying, "Nico Robin, I warned you when I let you go that we are adversaries. And I was the first to pursue you after your misdeed. Regrettably, you have chosen a misguided path." Upon hearing Qingji's words, Robin could not help but grit her teeth. Recalling memories from her childhood, her hands clenched slightly as she replied, "So, the destruction of O'Hara was merely due to a so-called mistake." Qingji's gaze faltered for a moment. In truth, he had once harbored doubts about the government's existence and the Navy's justice. Unlike Sengoku, who stood firmly with the government, or Akainu, who adhered to absolute justice, he often pondered what justice truly meant. As a Marine admiral, he had encountered numerous dark secrets, including the unspeakable actions of the celestial dragons and the government's extensive cover-ups through mass slaughter. Does the world government truly represent justice? However, Qingji had only recently assumed the position of admiral and had yet to reach the point of complete disillusionment with the government or confusion about justice. He still held on to his beliefs. Thus, upon hearing Robin's words, his heart stirred slightly before regaining its composure, and he spoke slowly. To violate the laws of the government is to err. There is nothing more to discuss. Qingji gradually rose to his feet, a layer of frost enveloping half of his body. He looked down upon Roz and the others with an indifferent tone, stating, "You dangerous individuals should meet your end here." Crack, crack. Almost instantaneously, a multitude of ice spears materialized in the void before Qingji, slicing through the air and hurtling toward Roz and Lafitte. Roz and others had long been on high alert, and the moment Qingji made a move, they instinctively reacted to evade. They never anticipated encountering a Marine admiral in this place. Luo took a deep breath and unsheathed the demon blade, Ghost Cry. Even if his opponent was an admiral of the Navy, he would not easily succumb here. He still had unfinished business to attend to. Luo's movements were the slowest of all. The moment he drew his sword, Roz and Lafayette took decisive action. After deftly evading the icy spear launched by Qingji, Roz swiftly appeared above him, his right hand curling into a fist that descended with tremendous force. Qingji, his expression devoid of emotion, raised his arm to counter Roz's assault. However, before his fist could fully extend, an abundance of arms suddenly materialized around him, ensnaring his body with ferocity. Silently, Lafayette emerged behind Qingji, his ebony staff thrusting forward to pierce through Qingji's chest. With a thunderous impact, Roz's fist struck Qingji's form just as Lafayette withdrew his staff, and Robin dispersed the surrounding arms. In the tumultuous surge of distorted energy, Qingji's body shattered instantaneously, transforming into a cascade of ice shards that tumbled toward the already frozen surface of the sea. "Can you wield haki?" "Indeed. I can no longer allow your growth to continue unimpeded." Crack, crack. The ice fragments swiftly reassembled, converging once again into the shape of Qingji, utterly unscathed. A chill coursed through La's heart. The punch he had just unleashed was a complete manifestation of his power, executed with nearly unrestrained force. Yet it had failed to inflict any harm upon Qingji, who had somehow evaded the blow. Was it through observation haki that he had anticipated the movement and elemental transformation? Or perhaps a defense that neutralized the damage? In an instant, as Qingji resumed his corporeal form, he abruptly vanished from his original position, moving with a velocity so swift that it seemed as though he had simply dissolved into thin air. In La's recollections, instances that highlighted Qingji's speed were exceedingly rare. The most vivid memory was when Doflamingo attempted to assassinate the smoke pirate, Smoker. At that moment, just as Doflamingo's fingers had descended, Qingji had managed to freeze him mid-air. Undoubtedly, while Qingji may not rival Kizaru in speed, he stood as a formidable presence atop the ocean, far surpassing everyone present, including Laws himself. In almost no time at all, Qingji materialized behind Lafitte, his swiftness so remarkable that even La's observation haki barely caught a fleeting glimpse. With a swift motion, Qingji pressed his hand against Lafitte's back. Lafitte's expression shifted alarmingly, and with some unknown technique, he abruptly transformed into a flurry of cherry blossoms, reappearing beside Robin. He gasped for breath, a patch of his back covered in a frost so white it was nearly the size of a palm, indicating he had not entirely evaded the attack. Without pausing, Qingji exhibited his astonishing speed once more, appearing before Robin, his arm morphing into an icy blade aimed at her neck. Slaughterhouse. This time, Luo, who had previously been caught off guard, finally reacted, swiftly employing his ability to swap the positions of Robin and Laws. Taking Robin's place, Luo delivered a powerful punch towards Qingji's ice blade. Boom. The ice blade collided with La's contorted fist, resulting in a brief stalemate of half a second before a myriad of fissures appeared, culminating in a shattering explosion. Yet, Qingji's expression remained unchanged, his voice as cold as ice. Ice Age. Buzz. A bone-chilling frost suddenly erupted from beneath his feet, radiating outward in every direction with such rapidity that even La's could not intervene in time. Although the frost was suppressed by La's distorted power at his feet. Not far away, Luo, Lafitte, and Robin were instantaneously encased in ice, transformed into statues. Distortion, sonic boom. With a thunderous roar, Raz's voice surged under the influence of his distorted power, transforming into a piercing shriek that threatened to rupture eardrums, erupting in the vicinity of Qingji's ears. Caught off guard by Raz's unexpected tactic, Qingji experienced a sudden ringing in his ears and a brief moment of dizziness, only to be met with a powerful punch from Raz. Boom. The impact of the blow shattered Qingji into countless shards of ice, scattering him into the distance. As he reassembled, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, which he gently wiped away with the back of his hand. He had underestimated Raz. He had not anticipated such a method. Raz observed Qingji's state with a somber gaze, utilizing a sonic boom to create an opportunity. He unleashed a full-force punch. This was one of the hidden tactics he had envisioned to deal with the admirals, and he had successfully executed it. Yet, against Qingji, it had merely resulted in a trivial injury. Moreover, Qingji's defensive measure was remarkably straightforward, the armor of his haki far surpassing Raz's own. Even though the sonic boom had prevented the formation of full hardening, it had mitigated the majority of the damage, and the subsequent elemental transformation further alleviated the impact, rendering Raz's punch nearly ineffective. Crack, crack. Lafitte's ice sculpture trembled as it fractured from within. After all, he had employed some of his haki, preventing him from being instantaneously frozen solid. However, despite breaking free, his condition was far from favorable. His entire body bore a bluish hue, indicating severe frostbite. It seemed that luck was not on their side this time. Captain, Lafitte thought wryly. Confronting the ghost hand pirate single-handedly had led to an overwhelmingly one-sided situation. This was the might of a marine admiral. Their overwhelming strength had obliterated the Moonlight Maria pirates in an instant, leaving them utterly incapable of resistance. You go ahead. If possible, take them with you. Raz took a deep breath. If Lafitte's haki were a touch stronger, it could perhaps withstand a modicum of the youthful freezing power, allowing them to join forces. Had Robin's haki been slightly more formidable, she would not have been instantly encased in ice. Fortunately, she managed to employ some of her strength, preventing her from being completely transformed into an ice sculpture. She was merely frozen on the surface, akin to Lafitte, yet still inferior to him, unable to break free. In the words of Law, the characteristics of the surgical fruit may still hold a glimmer of survival. As for Shiryu, gazing upon the frozen specter of the phantom ship, the outcome is all but foregone, a complete rout. Neither Lafitte nor Robin, nor Law himself, possess the capability to unite against Aokiji, although he is unable to contend with him. Every escape counts. Very well, Captain. Lafitte, shedding his usual playful demeanor, took on an unprecedented seriousness. His figure flickered like a specter as he passed by Robin and Law, swiftly taking them along. Aokiji exhaled a breath of icy air, his face set in a frost-like demeanor, coldly declaring, I have stated before that it would be best for you dangerous individuals to perish here. Before he could finish his sentence, Aokiji abruptly transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Lafitte. Yet, almost simultaneously, Law made his move. Although his speed lagged behind that of Aokiji, his actions seemed to preemptively anticipate the attack. As if his observation haki had surged to an entirely new level, just barely intercepting Aokiji. Aokiji's eyes flickered with intrigue. He pondered how Law could execute such precise reactions and movements. There was an inkling that Law had undergone some change from before. Bang! With a decisive punch, Rosie struck down, while Qingji retaliated with a powerful blow of his own. His fist transformed into solid ice, colliding with Rosie's with a shattering force. The ice proliferated in the air, continually forming and fracturing, yet ultimately, Qingji's strength prevailed, sending Rosie hurtling backward, encased in the icy onslaught. As Lafitte vanished from sight, a glint of cold determination flashed in Qingji's eyes. He prepared to pursue, but at that very moment, the frozen ground surged like a blanket, enveloping him instantaneously. Yet again, Qingji was caught off guard by an unexpected maneuver. This brief obstruction cost him the chance to maintain visual contact with Lafitte. although his observation hockey still sensed Lafitte's position. The clarity diminished as the distance increased. Forget it, Qingji sighed, shaking his head as he turned to face Rosie. It was peculiar how calm Rosie remained while allowing his subordinates to flee. Had Rosie abandoned Lafitte and chosen to escape alone, Qingji could have swiftly dealt with Lafitte and pursued without a second thought. Instead, with Lafitte taking Robin and Rosie fleeing, Qingji found himself unable to eliminate Rosie in an instant, forcing him to chase Lafitte, only to be thwarted twice by Rosie's relentless defenses, granting Rosie a fleeting chance at survival. In this precarious situation, should he pursue Lafitte, eliminate him and his companions, he might return only to find Rosie had vanished. Compared to others, eliminating Rosie took precedence. Upon hearing Qingji's remarks, Rosie remained silent, his gaze as tranquil as still water, embodying an unparalleled state of calm known as spiritual heart. This state, a secondary talent within the agility enhancement branch of the universal system, bore similarities to the talent tenacity, significantly amplifying focus. When focus reached its zenith, Rosie's observation hockey operated at its utmost potential, and his reaction speed soared due to his heightened concentration. Although his physical speed paled in comparison to Qingji's, his reaction time and observation hockey allowed him to barely keep pace with Qingji, enabling him to execute the previous 2 defensive maneuvers. Additionally, having allocated 30 points of his 50-point talent proficiency gained from defeating Moria to the distortion fruit and 20 points to agility enhancement, he could no longer improve his physical capabilities, but aimed to maximize speed and strength. Even if his body could not withstand the strain, he needed to possess some semblance of resilience to survive this dire circumstance. This moment represented the gravest peril he had encountered since arriving in this world. With a cold, indifferent expression, Qingji stood before Rosie, exhaling a breath that instantly manifested as a chilling mist in the air, exuding an unyielding frost. Though your growth may have exceeded many expectations, encountering me will alter your fate irreversibly. With that declaration, Qingji leaped into the air, his arms crossing before him, transforming into 2 formidable ice pillars that plummeted toward Rosie below with a deafening crash. Ice ball. In this display of true speed, Qingji moved with astonishing swiftness. A series of actions executed in the blink of an eye. Roth appeared to be engulfed in an emotionless state, his gaze steady and tranquil. With a single step, he retreated, narrowly evading the assault from Qingji. Several individuals had already departed. It was inconceivable that he would be permitted to do the same. A glint of cold light flashed in Qingji's eyes as he momentarily suspended himself in the air, manifesting the pinnacle of his cultivation through the moon step technique. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly pursuing Roth's back and unleashed a powerful punch. Unable to evade, Roth could only turn to confront the impending strike, retaliating with a powerful punch. Boom. His fist, infused with the power of distortion, collided violently with the icy punch of his opponent. The full force of Roth's distortion erupted, surging towards Qingji in an attempt to obliterate his form. Yet, Qingji remained impassive. The high-level armed color hockey enveloped him while the powers of the ice fruit were fully unleashed, sending a chilling wave penetrating towards Roz's body. Bang! After a brief stalemate of about a second, Roz's distortion was shattered by Qingji, propelling him once more into the air. As he flew back, Roz harnessed his ability of distorted gravity, executing a moonwalk that allowed him to escape further, leveraging Qingji's strength. Without a flicker of emotion, Qingji lifted his foot and stomped down. Boom! On the escape route of Rhodes, a colossal ice wall, measuring over 100 meters in length and several hundred meters in width, suddenly rose from the ground, obstructing his path. With a flicker in his gaze, Rod's manipulation of gravity shifted once more, allowing his form to trace a flawless parabola through the air, soaring towards the heavens. Yet, before he could escape the confines of the icy barrier, a youthful figure gracefully descended above him, executing a moonlit step, and with a single hand, pressed downwards. Ice meteor. In an instant, a colossal ice sphere, measuring several hundred meters in diameter, materialized in the void, plummeting towards Rod with cataclysmic force. Its expansive reach was such that even Rod could not evade its descent in time, as he was grazed by the icy orb and sent hurtling towards the earth below. Vector distortion. Roz pressed both hands against the colossal ice sphere, channeling the force of distortion to its utmost limit, managing to alter the gravitational direction of the sphere, causing it to veer aside and crash into the immense ice wall. A thunderous roar erupted from the fearsome, 3-masted ship, reverberating through the air and causing one's eardrums to hum, reminiscent of an endless glacier fracturing, with countless shards of ice scattering in every direction. In the very moment the ice sphere collided with the ice wall, Qingji swiftly appeared before Roz. her arm transforming into a solid block of white ice as she pressed it against Roz's arm. With his arms crossed before him, Roz plummeted swiftly towards the ground. Bang! He crashed into the shattered ice below with a resounding thud. Coughing vigorously, he sprang forth from the fragmented ice, blood staining the corner of his mouth. His arms bore the marks of frostbite, a testament to the brutal impact. In the past, he had relied on the powers of the twisting fruit to relentlessly overpower his foes. Yet this time, he found himself on the receiving end of such oppression. It was not merely his fruit abilities that were suppressed. His martial prowess, hockey, and speed were all thoroughly overwhelmed. The only aspect that clung to a semblance of advantage was the adaptability and versatility of the twisting fruit. Ice explosion. With a swift motion of his arm, Roz unleashed the frozen remnants that began to peel away under the influence of the twisted force. He then bellowed a command, and the distorted power surged into the icebound earth. Thunderous rumblings echoed as the ground fractured instantaneously. Fissures stretching over 100 meters appeared, swiftly disintegrating into countless massive ice and stone fragments, hurtling toward the youthful figure in the sky. Meanwhile, Roz turned his body, fleeing into the distance without a glance back, driven solely by the instinct to escape. Even the naive Luffy, when confronted by an admiral in Sabaody Archipelago, chose to flee. Thus, it was no surprise that Roz, fully aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and the youthful figure, opted for retreat. The young figure gazed at the crumbling earth and the colossal ice blocks and debris hurtling toward him, exhaling softly. A fleeting coldness flickered in his eyes as he raised his hand and pressed forward. Crack! Crack! In an instant, his arm transformed into ice, spreading forth to freeze all the massive ice blocks and stones suspended in midair. With a powerful thrust, the enormous ice block, nearly 1,000 meters in size, plummeted down toward Roz with unrelenting force. Roz had no intention of confronting his pursuer. Instead, he pressed onward, employing his skills in shaving, moonwalking, and gravity distortion to their utmost potential. He resembled an arrow skimming the ground, hurtling toward the horizon. However, Shinji's speed remained superior. As he surged forward, the ground ahead erupted with a resounding roar, and a colossal ice wall rose once again, obstructing his path of escape. Lods attempted to ascend as he had before, but the colossal ice block, nearly a kilometer in size, descended with apocalyptic force, sealing off all avenues of escape. Observing the enormity of the ice, Lods clenched his teeth, and with a sudden, powerful leap, he drove his foot into the ground. The earth beneath him warped and fractured as he plunged downward. With a thunderous crash, the massive ice fell, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that reverberated through the ground. Although Lods did not bear the brunt of the impact directly, the force still surged through the surface, striking him as he descended. Roz unleashed the power of distortion to its utmost, successfully countering this portion of the impact. Yet, just as he barely held it at bay, Shinji emerged above the surface, the might of the ice fruit surging forcefully into the earth. Crack! Crack! Roz withstood the tremendous impact of the falling ice block, yet he could not entirely repel the youthful force of ice, and in an instant, he was transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. Simultaneously, the subterranean space he had conjured through his twisted power began to collapse, causing the very earth to suddenly cave in, with shards of ice and debris cascading down in a chaotic clatter. Meanwhile, the ice-encased form of the youthful figure gradually returned to its natural state, exhaling a breath of frosty air as he cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon the ice layer below, attuning himself to Roz's condition. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 5 seconds elapsed, and the expression of the youth shifted slightly as a fissure abruptly appeared on the ice surface, resembling a spider's web as it fractured outward in all directions. Roz, drenched in blood, surged forth from the depths below, his body encrusted with frost, reminiscent of a traveler emerging from a blizzard. Where the frost did not cling, numerous wounds marred his skin, blood oozing from the gaping lacerations. "Still alive, are you?" the youth remarked with a solemn expression, releasing another breath of icy air. Roth's body was marred with scars, and within him lay hidden injuries inflicted by the excessive use of twisted power. He gasped violently, a strange light flickering in his eyes. In this suffocating silence, he suddenly laughed, the corners of his lips curling slightly. How could I possibly die without turning this world upside down? Your thoughts have strayed down a treacherous path. Shinji's gaze flickered momentarily as he slowly shook his head. A mind that has wandered astray, coupled with an unyielding will, is indeed a fearsome entity. If left unchecked, he could easily become a figure akin to Doflamingo, a warlord of the sea entwined in countless dark dealings. or even ascend to the rank of one of the notorious four emperors. Regardless of the circumstances, Roth must not be allowed to escape today. Such a person should either be executed swiftly or imprisoned in the depths of Impel Down, to languish in darkness for the remainder of his days. Is this truly what you believe about the path of deviation? Roz smiled faintly, his blood-stained visage appearing quite fearsome as he spoke. Then let it be that I have strayed onto a path of my own, one that stands in stark opposition to your notion of justice. The nature of the Navy's righteousness, the shadows cast by the government, and the distinctions between the straw-hatted adventurers and the marauding villains. None of these concerns truly occupied Roz's mind. He had no desire to delineate between good and evil. It was the Navy and the government that had forcibly branded him as malevolent, imposing their so-called justice upon him. Since they deemed him as wicked, he would henceforth embrace that label, transforming into a genuine embodiment of evil that would instill fear in both the government and the Navy. Qingji maintained a solemn expression, choosing silence. Conversing further with someone as resolute and terrifying as Roz would yield no fruit. The essence of upholding justice lay not in mere words, but in sheer strength. In an instant, Qingji vanished from sight, only to reappear before Roz, his right hand clenched into a mighty fist of ice, hurtling forward with tremendous force towards Roz. Bang! In a state of heightened awareness, Roz utilized his observation haki to perceive Qingji's movements. Although he was not as swift as Qingji, he managed to respond in time, launching a powerful punch in retaliation. The collision of their fist resulted in Qingji's frost fist shattering effortlessly, sustaining little to no damage, while Roz was sent hurtling backwards. Completely overmatched, Rod felt that Qingji had yet to unleash his full potential. In his memories, the latter could effortlessly transform an island into a frozen wasteland, even managing to freeze the waters between two islands for an entire week. Resignation? No, such a notion had never crossed his mind, regardless of the circumstances. As long as he remained standing, he would never concede defeat. Although his current prowess was vastly inferior to Qingji's, it far surpassed that of the Straw Hat crew when they first landed on the Shambadi archipelago. Even if there remained the slightest glimmer of hope, he would not surrender. Distortion, sonic boom. With a low growl, Roz emitted a piercing sound that once again erupted near Qingji's ears. However, this time, Qingji was well prepared. His ears transformed into ice, filled with solid frost, rendering him impervious to the sonic blast. Should I fall for the same trick again, as an admiral, I would be left with no dignity. Qingji exhaled a breath of frigid air and charged fiercely at Roz. Yet, almost at the moment he approached, a brilliant light flickered in Roz's eyes, an incandescent radiance akin to the laser of the yellow monkey, piercing into Qingji's vision. Distorted, blinding light. Pain shot through Qingji's eyes, and his movements became erratic. Seizing the moment without hesitation, Roz delivered a powerful kick to Qingji's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. This time, however, Roz did not flee. He understood that escape was futile, as Qingji had sustained minimal injury and would quickly recover to pursue him again. In a flash, he closed in on Qingji. Bang! Bang! A series of resounding blows landed upon Qingji's form while he was still reeling from the impact, causing shards of ice to scatter in all directions. Finally, with a decisive punch, Roz sent Qingji crashing into the icy layer beneath. Without a moment's hesitation, Roz activated his moon step and the distortion of gravity, propelling himself rapidly into the sky, seeking to vanish amidst the mist. Whoosh! Just as Roz had covered nearly 100 meters, Qingji, his face as cold as frost and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, appeared with a frigid gaze, urgently pursuing him. Crossing his arms before him, he swung with ferocity. Ice blade. His arms, akin to twin swords, sliced through the air, unleashing not mere sword energy, but two chilling arcs of icy power. Hurtling toward Roz in the heavens with astonishing speed, Roz was compelled to sidestep. Qingji accelerated once more, swiftly closing the distance to Roz. With a vigorous sweep of both hands, the power of the ice fruit erupted, summoning countless ice shards that coalesced into numerous sharp spears, descending upon Roz like a tempestuous storm. Yet, it still fell just short. With a heavy heart, Roz understood that the perception of Kenbunchika haki has its limitations. Only a select few, like Enel, possess the ability to encompass an entire island. This is the Sea of Mist, where visibility is severely hampered. To escape from Akiji's grasp, he needed to create an opportunity to evade the reach of Akiji's Kenbunchiku perception. Crack! Crack! Faced with the barrage of falling ice spears, Roz could do nothing but continuously throw punches to shatter each spear as it descended. Just as the last of the spears was about to fall, Akiji swiftly appeared above Raz and executed a sweeping kick. With a single punch, Raz was unable to maintain his stance for even a second before being sent hurtling downward by Qingji's formidable strength, plummeting once again toward the ground. Ice pillar. Qingji, standing poised in midair, gazed down with a frosty indifference. He brought his arms together, transforming them into a colossal ice pillar that plunged forcefully downward, propelling Raz to accelerate his descent, crashing with a thunderous roar upon the icy surface. As Raz struck the earth, he concentrated his twisted power and armament hockey in front of him and on his back. The collision mitigated a significant portion of the impact. Nevertheless, he still endured a severe blow, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Thanks to his innate resilience, he belonged to the hardy breed. And despite suffering repeated blows, he found himself teetering on the brink of serious injury. If this continued, even his tenacity would not endure for long. Shattering the ice, Raz struggled to emerge, gasping for breath. His eyes flickered with determination as he pondered every conceivable opportunity. Should he endure another attack of that magnitude, he would be gravely injured, unable to heal, and his own strength would be severely compromised, leaving no chance for escape. Countless thoughts raced through Raz's mind in a state of heightened awareness, each one meticulously dismissed until only a singular possibility remained. Was this the only chance left? If so, then he would give it a try. Raz inhaled deeply, casting his gaze upon the youthful figure of Qingji, the brilliance in his eyes finally crystallizing. During the recent battle, with each jarring blow he received, the twisted power within him surged violently, its intensity increasing with each strike, particularly after the last impact. It felt as though it might erupt from his very being. Though he harbored no fondness for gambling, he found himself compelled, much like Fujitora, to place his hopes upon a fateful wager, the outcome of the coin soaring into the sky, heads or tails, hinging on this final confrontation. Frost Falcon. Upon landing, Qingji raised his right arm, which instantly transformed into a magnificent bird of ice, hurtling toward Raz with a ferocity that seemed to freeze the very air in its wake. In the face of this impending assault, Raz drew a deep breath, his hands coming together in front of him, forming a grasping gesture as he braced himself against the icy avian onslaught. Distortion impact. The twisted power converged within his palms, causing the air around them to shimmer with a warped essence. With a forceful thrust, he collided with the head of the ice bird. Crack! Crack! The distortion power swirled like a vortex, erupting from Raz's palms with relentless fury, reaching its utmost limit. The ice bird was as if it had plunged into a shredder, disintegrating inch by inch from its head until it ultimately shattered into a cascade of ice fragments. Qingji exhaled a breath of frost, and as the last remnants of the ice bird crumbled, he lunged forward, his arm transforming into a formidable ice pillar. Crashing violently toward Raz, enveloped in a dense chill, intent on encasing him in solid ice. Sizzle! Under the onslaught of the ice pillar, Raz unleashed the full extent of his twisted power in a strenuous resistance. Gradually, he was pushed backward, the ice beneath his feet fracturing deeply, splitting apart like tilled earth. At that moment, the twisted power within him roiled as if boiling, surging upward and collecting between his palms to collide with the encroaching ice pillar. It resembled a resilient spring, compressed under immense pressure, tightening incrementally to its utmost limit, held back from surpassing its breaking point. The relentless training of his physique day after day, the core enhancement of his physical capabilities, and the recent activation of his innate resilience, all coalesced into the force of a fixed spring, preventing it from exceeding its capacity. What is the awakening of a devil fruit? The Zoan type offers extraordinary physical prowess and regenerative capabilities, while the Paramecia type unleashes power from within, no longer confined to the body, exerting influence upon the external world. This internal-to-external transformation is paramount, yet exceedingly rare, with few capable of achieving it, even scarcer than the legendary mythical Zoan-type devil fruits. The immense pressure exerted by Qingji became the driving force compressing the spring, while Raz's physique embodied the essence of its resilience. Amidst the relentless struggle, the spring was ultimately pressed to its limit, reaching the zenith of its elasticity and strength. Then, with a sudden release, the secret of the devil fruit awakening ignited in that moment. Rosie unleashed an unprecedented roar. A force of oppression that had reached its zenith erupted violently from within him, surging forth with tremendous power from the palms of his hands. The twisted energy transformed into a terrifying vortex, charging forward with relentless momentum. Be it air, ice, or earth, everything succumbed to the disintegration wrought by this explosive distortion of power. How is this possible? Qingxi's expression shifted for the first time. Although Rosie's previous sonic and light explosions had surprised him, they did not astonish him. Someone of Rosie's caliber was expected to possess such abilities. Yet, this scene transcended mere technique, heralding an unforeseen escalation, as Rosie, who had seemingly reached his limits, suddenly unleashed an even more formidable strength. Crack! Crack! Qingxi withheld no longer, fully activating his armed haki, crossing his arms before him to withstand the oncoming tempest of distortion. Time became an abstract concept as the dreadful force of strangulation finally dissipated, shards of ice scattering in all directions, and the dust gradually settled. Between Rose and Akiji lies a vast expanse of territory, where the icebound ground has succumbed to a significant depression, as if some entity had devoured a substantial portion of it. More precisely, it resembles a cylindrical area that, under the influence of a distorting force, has been swept away and annihilated, disintegrating into minuscule fragments. The awakening of a devil fruit? As a marine admiral, Akiji possesses a profound understanding of the phenomenon of devil fruit's awakening. The only plausible explanation for Rose's sudden surge in power, which has also affected the surrounding spatial dimensions, is indeed the awakening of a devil fruit. Otherwise, Rose would have unleashed this power earlier, preventing himself from being struck repeatedly. At the very least, he could have withstood several more blows, compelling him to reveal his full strength in response. Rod stood there, taking a deep breath, a sensation of indescribable exhilaration enveloping him, as if every pore in his body was inhaling, akin to a fish entering the water. This was the awakening of the devil fruit. The fruit's powers had liberated themselves from the confines of the flesh, allowing them to influence the external world directly, manifesting in forms of twisted force reminiscent of the natural elements. Thank you for your assistance. Matters have finally taken an intriguing turn. Roz gradually opened his eyes, gazing at Qingxi. On his blood-stained face, there seemed to be a faint, elusive smile, yet predominantly, an aura of coldness remained. Were it not for Qingxi, relying solely on his own cultivation, even with an additional year of effort, he could scarcely compress that spring to its utmost, and then rebound. Indeed, combat proves to be the most effective catalyst for unlocking latent potential, especially in scenarios of overwhelming suppression and dire circumstances. Qingxi's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. Such a change caught him entirely off guard. However, even with Roz's fruit ability awakening as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, he still retained control over the outcome of this battle. Now, it is time for me to counterattack. Roz gazed intently at Qingxi, his eyes glimmering with fierce determination and a menacing aura. Suddenly, he lunged at Qingxi, extending his right hand with fingers outstretched as if to tear through the air. In an instant, a translucent halo emerged from his fingertips, far more ethereal than the powers of the tremor fruit, manifesting as a subtle arc of light that erupted before him. With a sharp sound, the unleashed force of distortion surged toward Qingxi, ripping apart the earth and air in its wake. Qingxi's expression shifted slightly. He brought his palms together in front of him, activating the powers of the ice fruit, instantly conjuring a colossal ice wall to shield against Rod's onslaught. With a thunderous crash, the distorting force collided with the ice wall, warping its form into a deep indentation before shattering it into a flurry of icy shards. Just as Qingxi's gaze hardened, bracing for Rod's subsequent strike, he was taken aback. The once vengeful Rods, after delivering that blow, turned and fled into the distance, leaving only a silhouette behind. What a jest! Not only was he battered and bruised, but even in peak condition, the disparity between him and Qingxi could not be rectified merely by the awakening of his powers. He had merely gained a fighting chance, comparable to that of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Damn it! Qingxi's face contorted with anger as he pursued Rods without hesitation. However, before he could cover much ground, the ice beneath him suddenly fractured ominously, as if two tectonic plates had split apart under the influence of Rod's remote power. Impeded momentarily, Rod's figure vanished into the mist, leaving only his presence detectable through Qingxi's observation haki, which was growing fainter. Do not think you can escape. Qingxi's expression was terrifyingly grim as he continued his pursuit. With the awakening of his abilities, Rods not only possessed the capacity to launch distorted forces from a distance akin to Whitebeard, but also experienced a significant amplification of that power. Consequently, the effects of gravitational distortion had also been greatly enhanced. Coupled with his moonwalk technique, his speed was only marginally slower than Qingxi's full-on assault. Why was he still somewhat slower, you ask? Because Qingxi was not merely relying on moonwalk. With each step he took, he condensed blocks of ice in the void beneath him, using them to propel himself forward with each powerful leap. Employing such tactics, Qingji was equally enraged and determined. His goal was to obliterate the ghost hand pirates upon the seas. Now, not only had Lafitte and the others made their escape, but Rods was also slipping away, something he could not accept. In mere moments, they burst forth from the terrifying three-masted ship, the mist swallowing them as they chased and fled further apart. Qingji's speed remained slightly superior to Rod's, yet with the ability to release distortion from a distance. Rods had ample room to maneuver, avoiding a direct confrontation. Thus, the two vanished into the horizon, one in pursuit and the other in flight. Days later, amidst the fog, a peculiar wooden structure, approximately 4 to 5 meters wide and 7 to 8 meters long, floated eerily upon the sea, as if sailing toward the depths of hell. Upon this wooden formation sat Rods, cradling the demon blade, Ghost Cry, in one corner, while Robin sat nearby, and Lafitte stood at the edge, wielding a mahogany cane in an attempt to catch fish from the waters below. With a swift motion, he plunged the cane into the sea, a sharp jab piercing through the water, instantly skewering a fish swimming several meters below. Lafitte retrieved the fish, ignited flames, and began the process of simple preparation. It had been over 3 days since their escape from the terrifying three-masted ship, and both Robin and Rods had finally regained their strength, having survived the freezing ordeal. Yet, 3 days had passed, and while food was manageable, fresh water remained a dire challenge. I can decompose a bit of fresh water with my ability. Luo opened his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. With his current abilities and strength, although it was exceedingly difficult, he could still produce a small amount of fresh water sufficient to sustain the lives of 3 individuals. Fortunately, it remained uncertain when the captain would arrive. Meanwhile, Lafayette, while tending to the fish in his hands, shrugged and spoke. Robin retrieved a white card from her pocket, which was slowly shifting. After gazing at it for a moment, she subtly shook her head and remarked, "The direction has not changed for quite a while." This card, of course, was Roz's life card. The life card signifies a person's vital signs and moves gradually towards the individual's location. After subduing CP9, Roz had meticulously gathered materials to create life cards for himself, Robin, Lafitte, and Shiryu. The 5 life cards were each torn into 4 pieces, inscribed with their respective names, and entrusted to different individuals for safekeeping, allowing them to monitor the crew's life status and whereabouts. Shiryu's life card had been utterly destroyed, while Roz's had suffered minor damage a few days prior but had since ceased to deteriorate and remained unchanged. Moreover, during these past few days, the direction of Roz's life card had been in constant flux, indicating that his position was also shifting, likely entangled in a confrontation with Kiyoshi. However, 4 hours ago, the card's directional movement ceased, suggesting 2 possibilities: either Roz remained stationary, or he was approaching their location. In either case, it indicated that Roz had evaded danger. It seems the captain has successfully eluded the pursuit of the Marine Admiral. Truly, he is our captain, Lafitte chuckled, a smile gracing his face. Having a captain capable of escaping a Marine Admiral's chase was undeniably exhilarating, signifying that they had established a foothold in these treacherous seas. Nevertheless, it was still a dismal defeat for them this time. Robin's delicate fingers gently closed around Roz's life card, holding it in the palm of her hand. With a sigh, she acknowledged that the phantom was frozen into an ice sculpture by Qingji, yet perhaps it could be restored for future use. However, they could never return to the terrifying 3-masted ship to reclaim the phantom. Moreover, the destruction of Suru's life card indicated that he had likely perished at the hands of Qingji. As for the other crew members and deckhands, they had either been eliminated by Qingji or captured by the Navy. The fact that we are still alive is sufficient. Sitting on the opposite side, Luo spoke in a calm and steady voice. Surviving an encounter with a Navy admiral can already be considered a victory. Lafitte's lips curled into a smile as he chuckled. That is indeed a valid perspective. The fish is ready. Let us feast. After sharing the fish, the 3 continued to drift through the fog. Time passed unmeasured. Suddenly, a dark silhouette emerged from the mist, soaring through the air, gradually approaching and entering the realm of Lafitte and the others' perception. Just as Lafitte raised his staff in a defensive posture, his expression relaxed and transformed into a smile upon recognizing the figure. With a swoosh, Roz, appearing far more disheveled than Lafitte and the others, his clothes tattered and stained with congealed blood, broke through the mist and landed on the ship. "Welcome back, Captain." Lafitte greeted Roz with a smile, tipping the corner of his top hat and bowing slightly in respect. A faint smile graced Robin's previously somber visage after several days. "Hey." Roz glanced at Robin and the others, each more disheveled than the last. Yet, He could not suppress a faint smile, which soon blossomed into hearty laughter. Luo sat in a corner with a faint smile, while Robin beamed with joy. Lafitte followed suit, sharing in the laughter that resonated through the mist, echoing deep into the shrouded depths. After a spell of mirth, their laughter lingered in the air. The calm was restored among the group led by Ross. Despite losing the Phantom ship and the death of Silu at the hands of Qingji, the four of them remained alive, and that was sufficient. Encountering an admiral of the Navy inevitably came at a price. They were alive and thriving. As for the government and Navy, they were bound to face misfortune. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku stood behind his desk, one hand resting on it, his brow furrowed in frustration, and his expression was far from pleasant. Qingji, with a fraction of his clothing tattered, approached and poured himself a cup of tea from the kettle on the coffee table. After sipping it, he settled onto the sofa, speaking slowly. The notorious figures of Ghost Hand Ross, the devilish officer Lafitte, the demon's child Nico Robin, and the death doctor Trafalgar Law had eluded capture. Sengoku gradually returned to his chair, massaging his throbbing temples, and inquired, "Have the others been dealt with? That could at least be presented to the government." Qingji personally led the pursuit of the Ghost Hand Pirates, and yet allowed 4 of their most crucial crew members to escape, which was undoubtedly a significant headache for Sengoku. Unbeknownst to him, the Ghost Hand Pirates had grown to such a formidable level. Simultaneously, the world government had received the news. The 5 elders, in their fury, were also taken aback that the Ghost Hand Pirates had managed to evade an admiral's pursuit. While the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle might have contributed to the military's inability to enter in force, it undeniably showcased the prowess of the Ghost Hand Pirates. What should be done? Should they be made a warlord of the sea? That would be unacceptable. It would signify the government bowing to a pirate. Disgraceful. What is Qingji doing? He is the highest combat force, yet cannot handle a mere Ghost Hand pirate crew. The 5 elders were all experiencing a headache. Previously, the Ghost Hand Pirates were a threat due to their negative influence rather than their inherent terror. However, now their ability to survive the onslaught of a Navy admiral had escalated their threat level beyond that of their past notoriety. They must not be overlooked. Continue to monitor the remnants of the Ghost Hand Pirates. At the first opportunity, they must act. A 5th emperor must not emerge on these seas. On the Sabaody Archipelago, the end of the first half of the Grand Line, all routes converge here before embarking into the perilous New World. Thus, beneath the beauty of this archipelago lies endless darkness, including slave trading, celestial dragons, and the vile pirates that reach this island. By the shore, a pirate ship was moored, and several coating craftsmen were busy applying a layer of coating to the vessel, having only completed about 1/10 of the task, indicating they had just begun. On the shore, 5 or 6 pirates remained to guard the ship, sitting or standing, watching the craftsmen while drinking and chatting. Suddenly, one of the pirates, facing the sea, straightened up, rubbed his eyes, and said, "It seems something is drifting our way." "Really?" The other pirates turned their gaze toward the direction he indicated. There, on the surface of the water, a dark shape materialized, resembling a makeshift raft crudely pieced together from numerous wooden planks, with a few figures on it. They appeared to be shipwrecked, looking quite disheveled. "Huh, they look so pathetic. They must have no valuable treasures left," chuckled a few pirates as they observed from the shore. As the raft drew closer, the figures became clearer, for disheveled castaways, clothed in rags with unkempt hair. "I say," one of the pirates, who had been fixated on the makeshift raft, suddenly frowned, a hint of disbelief crossing his features. "Those people look somewhat familiar. Take a look at the one in front." "Huh, familiar?" A nearby pirate glanced at him quizzically, instinctively looking back at the raft. His gaze froze as he recognized the person in front of the raft. Though they appeared bedraggled, the face sparked a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. "Wait, I remember. That guy looks like Ghost Hand Ross." Just then, someone finally jolted to realization, standing up abruptly, astonishment etched on their face as they stared at the approaching raft. The others nearby displayed expressions of disbelief. Ghost Hand Ross, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 440 million berries? Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could someone like him end up in such a state? It was indeed hard to believe, yet there was an undeniable resemblance. Had they encountered sea kings? Or had the Navy reduced him to this? The pirates stood up, gazing at the figures on the raft, murmuring in shock. At that moment, one of them suddenly seized a firearm resting nearby, aiming at the figures on the raft with a mix of excitement and tension. If it truly was Ghost Hand Ross, taking down a pirate with a bounty of 400 million would surely make him infamous. "Hey, are you out of your mind?" Another pirate exclaimed in horror. That's a fearsome figure with a bounty of 400 million. Our Captain's bounty is only 40 million. Quiet, let me take aim. The pirate, still aiming his firearm, closed one eye, adopting a sinister expression. Even if it is him, after who knows how many days adrift, I bet he could be taken down with a single finger. The others, hearing this, calmed slightly, now examining the seemingly lifeless figures on the raft, their gazes flickering. They did appear to be on the brink of starvation. But it would be prudent to fire a few shots first. Indeed. They exchanged glances, revealing predatory smiles, raising their guns and cannons, aiming at the raft now less than 10 meters from shore. Their faces were alight with excitement and tension. Such an opportunity was rare. A chance to achieve fame across the seas. Bang! It was unclear who fired first, but soon the rest followed suit, unleashing a barrage of bullets along with 2 cannonballs toward the dilapidated raft. As the figures on the raft were about to be riddled with bullets and cannon fire, the first bullet inexplicably stilled just a meter from the raft. Then came the second, the third. Even the cannonball, the size of a fist, came to a silent halt in midair, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. The air seemed to freeze, enveloped in an eerie silence. Could this be the power of a devil fruit? Fool! It must be an ability user. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and as a few pirates regained their senses, expressions of sheer horror finally graced their faces, though they were not members of the renowned supernova pirate crews with bounties exceeding 100 million. They had encountered various crises along their journey. Once the gravity of the situation dawned on them, fear swiftly enveloped them. They dared not gaze any longer, discarding their firearms and attempting to flee into the distance. At that moment, however, Roz, seated at the forefront of the raft, gradually rose to his feet. His eyes, slightly weary yet tinged with indifference, revealed a chilling resolve as he extended his right hand and pressed forward with force. A hum reverberated through the air as it distorted grotesquely, erupting like a shockwave. The countless bullets and 2 cannonballs, instead of detonating, were mercilessly ground into fine iron shavings beneath this overwhelming force. Wherever this twisting power swept, the sea, several meters from the shore, instantly concaved, followed by the earth itself, which was plowed as if by an immense plow, leaving behind a gaping trench 5 to 6 meters wide. Among the 6 pirates, only one managed to narrowly evade the direct impact of the distortion, while the other 5 were instantly ensnared, entangled with the earth, rocks, and seawater. At last, he could afford a moment of respite, to conserve his strength, lest he encounter an admiral and find himself unable to resist. Roz refrained from utilizing his abilities to propel the raft directly to the Sabaody archipelago. Instead, he opted to gently maneuver the raft forward, a decision that demanded minimal energy, which he could easily sustain due to his innate resilience. He slowly retracted his hand, standing tall as he gazed toward the Sabaody archipelago, a faint smirk gracing his lips. In an instant, he vanished from the raft, only to reappear before the sole surviving pirate. What on earth is this? The pirate, witnessing the fate of his comrades, was so paralyzed by fear that his legs gave way, collapsing onto the ground and scrambling backward. In the blink of an eye, 5 of his companions had vanished, their very bodies lost to the air. This was the might of a pirate with a bounty of 400 million. Not even he, nor their captain, would stand a chance against such power. You must have a ship, right? Where is it? Roz inquired, striving to maintain a calm tone. Yet, the pirate's eyes glazed over in terror, and he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Roz exhibited a hint of displeasure. Yet upon reflecting on his appearance after drifting at sea for 7 or 8 days, he could comprehend the situation. He was no longer the dashing figure he once was, but rather a fearsome sight. That vessel must be the one. At this moment, Lafitte and the others had also disembarked, casting a glance at the distant pirate ship. The rickety raft hastily assembled using Roz's abilities was evidently beyond repair, forever rendered unusable. They were in dire need of a new ship to serve as a temporary vessel. Lafitte scrutinized the pirate ship for a moment before tilting his head and remarking, "It is roughly the same size as the Phantom, though its quality pales in comparison. Having lost our flagship, we shall inevitably seek retribution from the Navy." As he spoke, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. For him, such a significant loss was unprecedented. Although he was a vice admiral, his purpose in boarding Roz's ship was to incite chaos across the world. Those craftsmen would soon flee. Luo, wielding the demon blade, Ghost Cry, pointed towards the distance where a group of frightened coding craftsmen, startled by Luo's actions, were attempting to flee. This was the archipelago of Shamboudi, situated adjacent to the Navy headquarters. should news of their presence here be disclosed too swiftly. The arrival of a Navy admiral would complicate matters considerably. After drifting at sea for 7 or 8 days, the condition of the group was quite poor. Robin spoke in a calm tone. One can only blame the captain for making such a commotion. It was entirely unnecessary. Rod's expression remained unchanged as he replied. The power I have just acquired is still somewhat unrefined. They will forget what has transpired. Raffet chuckled softly and strode toward the group of craftsmen. In just a few steps, he caught up to them, twirling his mahogany staff, causing the craftsmen to halt in their tracks, their eyes glazing over as if they were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Laud slowly approached the pirate ship and waved at Lafitte, saying, "Just make them forget these past few days. There's no need for them to code anything." "Understood, Captain," Lafitte replied with a sinister smile. He then cast a hypnotic spell upon the craftsmen, who, in their dazed state, promptly stowed away their tools and vanished from the shore. Robin approached the pirate ship and gazed at the flag fluttering above. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "This is the vessel of the Blue Demon pirate crew, led by Captain Blue Demon, with a bounty of 40 million berries. A mere 40 million, yet I just taunted the captain. What a bold individual indeed." Rose's deep voice resounded, recalling that a year prior, the pirate with a bounty of 40 million berries had posed a formidable challenge. Yet now, he possesses unwavering confidence even when facing those with bounties of 50 million. Clap, clap. With a graceful wave of his hand, Roz summoned the power of distortion, instantly stripping away the fragile layer of bubble wrap that adorned the vessel. He then ascended the ship with measured strides, deeming it suitable for temporary use. After a brief inspection of the vessel, Rosie's eyes glimmered as he remarked, "There are 2 routes to the New World. One traverses the underwater Fishman Island, while the other requires governmental approval to traverse over the Red Line. However, we are not bound by such constraints." Long ago, he had been able to ascend to the Sky Island aboard the Phantom ship using his ability to distort gravity. Now, transporting a ship over the Red Line would be a trivial task. Furthermore, even if he desired to reach Fishman Island, he could effortlessly do so. The awakened powers of the distortion fruit allowed him to repel seawater within a certain radius, eliminating the need for any coating. Next, it was time to rest, take a bath, and properly adjust. At this juncture, Rosie smirked slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, as he noted, "This island often sees the presence of celestial dragons, and it is said that marine admirals have a duty to protect them." "Ha ha ha," he continued. "I was just wondering if the government might invite you, Captain, to become one of the 7 warlords." Hearing Rosie's words, Lafitte revealed a sinister grin. While Ro maintained a serious expression, his laughter subdued. Although they could not confront the admirals directly, it did not mean they could not entangle them in trouble. Those who provoked them should be prepared to face the consequences. On the pirate ship, Rosie and his crew took a moment to rest and tidy themselves. By evening, the remaining crew members returned, but before they could board, they were swiftly thrown into the sea to feed the fish, including the pirate captain with a bounty of 40 million berries. After resting aboard the ship until the next day, Rosie and his crew finally shook off the fatigue of their days adrift and regained their vigor. Leaving Ro to guard the ship, Rosie, Robin, and Lafitte disembarked onto the Sabaody archipelago. "Lafitte, gather intelligence freely. Robin and I will procure new din mushi." With the Phantom ship lost, all the hard-earned din mushi were gone as well, necessitating the acquisition of new ones to contact Kaku and the others. This was the Sabaody archipelago, the end of the first half of their journey and one of the largest trading hubs on the seas, making it relatively easy to find a place to purchase din mushi. "Very well, Captain," Lafitte responded with a smile, lowering his hat's brim before disappearing in another direction, while Ro and Robin also lowered their hats and ventured into the heart of the Sabaody archipelago. Besides being the largest trading venue in the world, the Sabaody archipelago also served as the Celestial Dragon's Garden. The wealth that the Celestial Dragons received was often spent here, purchasing slaves and other fanciful items. "What a beautiful sight," Robin exclaimed as she gazed at the towering Urukuman red trees and the colorful bubbles floating about the streets, alongside various novel modes of transportation. Although the external environment did not significantly affect her, be it the eerie Bermuda Triangle or the paradise that was the Sabaody archipelago, she clearly preferred the latter. Of course, as the Celestial Dragon's Garden, despite the myriad of dark dealings occurring behind the scenes, it was necessary to maintain a facade of cleanliness on the surface. Rod's hands were tucked into the pockets of his newly purchased white coat as he casually replied. Soon, He and Robin located the place to configure the phone bugs. Rod set up 4 ordinary phone bugs, while one each of the image phone bug and the recording phone bug were also prepared. After successfully configuring the new phone bugs, Rod directly dialed Kaku. "Captain, have you replaced the phone bugs? Has something happened?" Kaku and the others were still unaware of the events occurring in the treacherous Devil's Triangle, a place shrouded in mystery. Aside from the higher echelons of the Navy and the world government, no one else was privy to the happenings there. "There has been a slight issue. It's a long story. Perhaps we can discuss it further later. Have you gathered any new intelligence in the past few days?" Rod inquired in a serious tone. Kaku responded, "Yes, we have gathered new intelligence. The notorious supernova guest Byron, with a bounty of 230 million berries, has been spotted in the Sabaody archipelago, and this information is 2 days old." "Excellent work. Thank you." Roth acknowledged the achievements of Kaku and his companions, concluding his conversation on the transponder snail. Although the current scene lacked the grandeur of the 11 supernovas converging at Sabaody during Luffy's era, encountering a supernova, particularly one with a bounty of 230 million berries, was still quite commendable. "Let us proceed," he declared, as he and Robin emerged from the shadowy alleyway, intent on locating the ill-fated pirate supernova, Byron. With a bounty ranging from 200 to 300 million, Byron had yet to claim his first kill. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was likely to possess a talent proficiency of 90 points, along with 1 point in free talent. Should he dare to strike against the celestial dragons, the government would undoubtedly erupt in fury, and the marine admirals would likely arrive post-haste. Though Roth felt confident in his ability to contend with an admiral, strength was an asset that could never be overvalued. The Sabaody archipelago, comprised of 79 Yarkin mangrove trees, or rather 79 diminutive islands, was notoriously intricate in its structure. However, for the peculiar Byron and his crew to venture into the New World, they were required to coat their ship, a process that demanded considerable time. Even the legendary Rayleigh needed 3 days and nights to complete the coating of the Thousand Sunny. For larger vessels, the duration would extend even further. Half a day later, Roz and Robin discovered intelligence regarding the guest pirates, which led them to the 27th island, where they ultimately confronted them on a street. The ominous figure, Roz, the vice-captain of the guest pirates, stood beside Captain Byron, casting a dark gaze upon Roz and inquired, "Are you intentionally blocking our path here to engage us in battle?" As a crew that had conquered the first half of the seas, with a collective bounty nearing 400 million, they were certainly not inclined to retreat at the sight of merely Roz and Robin. Any supernova capable of subjugating the first half of the Grand Line could be regarded as a conqueror of that region, distinctly different from those who merely skulked about with bounties in the mere tens of millions. "While I would relish the opportunity to spar with you, the proximity to the Navy headquarters makes this an ill-suited location for conflict. Perhaps we could save our confrontation for the New World?" Captain Byron regarded Roz with an expression of indifference. As a notorious pirate with a bounty of 230 million, he possessed a certain pride. Nevertheless, he recognized that this locale was not conducive to a skirmish, for a clash here could summon the Navy at any moment. "There's no need for such complications." Roz removed the newly purchased white gloves, placing them into his pocket, and calmly addressed the members of the quirky pirate crew. "Before the Navy arrives, it will be sufficient to deal with you." "Humph. It seems you wish to meet your demise here." Byron, the quirky captain, let out a cold snort, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. He had no desire for a direct confrontation, yet Roz's audacious words could not go unchallenged. As the two sides confronted one another in the street, civilians fled in a panic, with only a brave few, or those affiliated with certain factions, stealthily hiding in the shadows. It was the infamous Ghost Hand Rods, the Devil's Child Robin, and the quirky pirate crew. It appeared that a conflict was imminent. The bounties on one side totaled over 500 million, while the other side was nearly 400 million. Speculations flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. If the Ghost Hand pirate crew were at full strength, their victory would be a foregone conclusion. However, only Rods and Robin were present, while the quirky pirate crew boasted nearly 30 members. Just months prior, the quirky pirate crew had effortlessly destroyed an island under the Navy's watchful eye and left without a trace. In an instant, the quirky pirate crew sprang into action. A barrage of firearms and cannons was directed at Rods, who stood resolute. The first mate drew his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that sliced through the street. Simultaneously, Byron bellowed, slamming his fist into the ground, unleashing a strange force that erupted from beneath Rods' feet. With an expressionless demeanor, Roz executed a swift motion, and after the awakening of the devil fruit. It was as if he had seamlessly submerged into water, exhibiting a level of agility that was worlds apart from his previous self. The sensation of wielding his newfound abilities was markedly superior to anything he had experienced before. In an instant, a deluge of bullets and cannon fire froze mid-air, only to be shattered into fragments under the relentless grip of the twisted force. This chaotic energy then surged forth, sweeping down the entire street with ferocity, intent on annihilating the members of the guest pirates. As for the peculiar power emanating from beneath Roz's feet, he merely lifted his foot and crushed it with ease, rendering it entirely ineffective. Is this some kind of joke? This power is excessively overwhelming. In stark contrast to Roz, the members of the guest pirates displayed expressions of shock and horror in the face of his overwhelming might. Wherever the twisted force swept through, it was as if a horizontal tornado had ravaged the street, reducing buildings and earth to mere rubble. Byron, a member of the guest pirates, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Before he could take any action, the violent twisted force collided with him, enveloping him completely. Earth shift. Sensing the imminent threat of death, he hesitated not a moment longer. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his devil fruit ability, thrusting his hands outward in a circular motion to counter the oncoming surge of twisted power. The twisting force of Roz unexpectedly took a sharp turn, shifting from a forward trajectory to a downward plunge, crashing violently into the earth. In the blink of an eye, the ground within a radius of over 10 meters was reduced to a chaotic mess, creating a vast pit that plunged several dozen meters deep, piercing through the roots of the sprawling Yalchaman red trees and revealing the seawater beneath. Observing this spectacle, Roz's gaze flickered momentarily with surprise. The peculiar figure of Byron appeared somewhat disheveled, yet he bore no significant injuries. His hands remained poised in a pushing gesture, gradually retracting as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Roz. Such terrifying power, yet it cannot harm me. I am a transferer who has consumed the superhuman-type transfer fruit, capable of redirecting any force at will. It seems that those who have made it this far possess considerable prowess. After a brief moment of surprise, Roz regained his composure and spoke calmly, simultaneously clenching his right hand into a fist and launching a powerful strike towards the intruder Byron and the crew of pirates. I have already stated, this power is of no use to me, Byron retorted coldly, unflinching as he took a stance, thrusting his arms forward once more to activate his fruit ability, intending to completely redirect Roz's power back at him. However, the instant his arms made contact with that distorted force, his expression shifted dramatically. Although Roz's second attack had a similar range of influence as the first, the magnitude of power it harbored had undoubtedly more than doubled. The air displayed a bizarre distortion to an observer. It appeared as though the entire street had transformed into a sheet of paper, crumpled and folded. The power that could be redirected by the fruit undoubtedly had its limits, and Roz's strike had clearly surpassed the threshold Byron was capable of redirecting. No, this can't be. Byron braced himself against the oncoming torrent of twisted energy, akin to a lone individual attempting to halt a collapsing mountain. Veins bulged from his arms as he exerted every ounce of strength to release his redirection power. Yet it was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The warped void swiftly enveloped his hands, causing them to contort in an eerie manner. And then it gradually spread, utterly shattering his redirection ability and ensnaring both him and the entire crew of the intruder pirates. Boom. This torrent of distorted energy spread across the street for dozens of meters before finally erupting with a deafening roar, leaving behind a terrifying scar on the pavement. The buildings on either side were devastated, as if annihilated by a 10-meter-wide laser weapon that had obliterated half the street in an instant. Those who had hidden in the alley to watch were nearly swept away by this force, feeling its presence brush past their faces, sending chills down their spines and causing cold sweat to bead on their foreheads. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This was the power of Ghost Hand Roz, the formidable pirate with a bounty of 440 million berries. The bounty of 230 million berries, Intruder Byron, had achieved his hunt and received a reward of 90 points in talent proficiency and 1 point in free talent points. Having previously accumulated a considerable number of free talent points, he activated Resilience, consuming 1 point, and activated Soul Insight, consuming another. After these expenditures, he was left with just 1 point. Now, having acquired 1 more point from Intruder Byron, he finally had 2 free talent points once more. Glancing at the shattered street, Roz withdrew his gaze. Let us depart. With the intruder pirates dealt with, he had also exposed his presence in the Sabaody archipelago. If the government and the Navy still harbored intentions to eliminate him, it would not be long before a Navy admiral arrived. Robin nodded slightly, following closely behind Roz as they prepared to leave the street. However, just as they turned to walk away, a voice suddenly emerged from the summit of a nearby building. "Oh dear, have I arrived just a moment too late? The quirky pirate crew has been utterly vanquished, and the bounty of 400 million berries has vanished into thin air." The speaker was a gaunt man clad in a white cloak, perched atop the crumbling edifice, casually tossing peanuts into his mouth as he gazed disapprovingly at the ruins of the quirky pirate crew, completely obliterated with not a trace of their remains to be found. Roz halted his steps, and Robin simultaneously came to a standstill. The individuals hidden within the ruins of the street, upon catching sight of the man atop the crumbling edifice, were momentarily taken aback. Some, recalling a thought, instantly displayed a look of profound emotion. Could it be that fellow? Roz fixed his gaze upon the man cloaked in white at the pinnacle of the dilapidated structure, narrowing his eyes slightly. Fisherman, the Sky Lord of pirate hunters. Among pirates, it is exceedingly rare to encounter one who does not wield a gun or a sword. The majority are well versed in these weapons. Among swordsmen, there exists the renowned Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, while within the ranks of sharpshooters, there is also the unparalleled marksman, who stands alongside the one-armed Carlos as one of the most formidable pirate hunters. With Carlos having fallen to Mihawk's blade, that one of could very well be omitted. The Skylord truly is that individual. It is said that every pirate he has dispatched met their end with a peanut shot through their skull. Despite being the world's foremost marksman, few have actually laid eyes upon his firearm. Many hidden observers inhaled sharply upon hearing Roz utter the name of the man in white. If one were to rank them, Carlos would, in fact, fall behind Fisherman. Atop the crumbling edifice, Fisherman chewed on a peanut and turned to Roz, expressing a hint of disdain. 400 million berries. Just like that, gone. Roz had previously been a pirate hunter for an extensive period, and naturally, he had heard of the illustrious name of Fisherman, who stood at the pinnacle of pirate hunters. He gazed at Fisherman for a moment and remarked, 400 million berries is merely a trivial sum for you. Speaking of which, achieving your level in pirate hunting must be rather dull, wouldn't you agree? Fisherman tilted his head and replied, "Indeed, it has become somewhat monotonous." "Then why not set a new modest goal, such as conquering the world and joining my ship?" Roz said with a subtle smile, extending an invitation to Fisherman. His crew was indeed in need of a formidable marksman. "Huh, what did you say?" Fisherman looked at Roz in disbelief and said, "I know you. With a bounty of 440 million berries, the infamous Ghost Hand Roz. However, are you out of your mind to think about conquering the world?" As he spoke, he pinched a peanut and flicked it towards Roz. With a swift motion, the seemingly ordinary peanut exhibited a bizarre acceleration, transcending the speed of sound in an instant, surpassing it by more than one-fold. Speed equated to power, and even a mere peanut, at such velocity, possessed a terrifying lethality. Buzz. Upon awakening his devil fruit powers, the distortion force was activated with a mere thought from Roz. The peanut, propelled at an astonishing speed, encroached upon the 3-foot radius before him, abruptly decelerating, inching forward until it was ultimately pulverized into dust. Fisherman observed this spectacle with mild astonishment and remarked, "It seems I underestimated you. Yet, even with such prowess, the notion of conquering the seas remains rather impractical." He added, "Well, your bounty will surely exceed 440 million next. I shall not linger on this matter." Fisherman then tossed another peanut into his mouth, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Seconds after his disappearance, Robin gazed intently in the direction of his vanishing figure, her expression laden with gravity. "How swift," she remarked. Indeed, it was remarkably fast, yet it was not her own speed. It was likely the power bestowed by the devil fruit. Rod nodded slightly, pondering. It is indeed possible to instantaneously accelerate a peanut to such an extent. If I am not mistaken, it should be the superhuman type speed fruit. The category of time-manipulating fruits is exceedingly diverse. In Rod's recollection, there exists the slow fruit, the rewind fruit, and so forth. This speed fruit appears to be the counterpart to the slow fruit. One diminishes velocity while the other enhances it. Moreover, the aforementioned peanut was imbued with a formidable degree of armament hockey, possessing an exceptionally penetrating force. Even if it cannot rival an admiral of the Navy, it would at least be on par with my current capabilities. Without engaging in combat, it would be arduous to discern who would emerge victorious. In his mind, Rhodes assessed the strength of Fisherman. The speed of that single peanut was such that he had no time to raise his arm in defense. However, after awakening the power of the distorted fruit, he could summon the force of distortion throughout his body in an instant, creating a barrier of distortion. Unless this barrier were breached, no serious harm could befall him. Even if an attack were to penetrate, its speed would be significantly reduced, allowing him ample time to evade. As demonstrated by the earlier Peanut, this ability was crucial for him to ultimately escape the relentless pursuit of Akiji. Otherwise, he would have been captured long ago. My speed still lags behind somewhat. As Roz murmured softly, a thought flickered in his mind, summoning the interface of his innate system. Following the awakening of the distortion fruit. Although the power of distortion had significantly increased, the ability to externally release it alleviated some burden on his body. Consequently, the balance between the fruit and his physical prowess was restored, negating the need for substantial energy reinforcement. After a moment of contemplation, Roz allocated 40 points of proficiency to Agility Enhancement. Agility Enhancement, 260, Top-Tier Enhancement, Physical Enhancement, 400, Top-Tier Enhancement, Spirit Mind, 0, Elementary Enhancement, Resilience, 50, Intermediate Enhancement. With the increment of 40 points in agility, the gap in speed between him and his youthful counterpart diminished considerably. Though he still fell short, he would no longer find himself at a severe disadvantage in direct confrontations. However, regarding the remaining 50 points of proficiency, Roz hesitated. The distortion fruit had now reached 510 points of proficiency, achieving equilibrium with his physical strength. Should he choose to allocate further points, they would need to be divided between the distortion fruit and physical enhancement, resulting in negligible improvement. In contrast, investing these 50 points in either observation haki or armament haki, or even in the general categories of resilience or spirit mind, could potentially elevate his abilities to intermediate or advanced levels, leading to significant enhancements in individual aspects. Lost in thought, he pondered his next move. Suddenly, Rhodes was struck by a thought and promptly made a decision, allocating 50 points of proficiency to his observation haki. A golden light flashed, and the combat talent interface underwent a series of transformations before finally stabilizing. Gunslinging, 50 melee combat, 100 distortion fruit, 510 Navy 6 styles, Sorrow, 0 Navy 6 styles, Shave, 0 Navy 6 styles, Jeppo, 0 observation haki, 100 armament haki. 50 as the data settled. Rhodes distinctly felt that the range of his observation haki had significantly increased, along with a marked enhancement in the details he could perceive. Previously, during his encounter with Qingji, he had only managed to catch a glimpse of Qingji's full-speed movements while in a heightened state of focus, activating his spiritual heart. If he were to face Kizaru, it was evident that insufficient observation haki would be inadequate. Here, on Sabaody Archipelago, the likelihood of encountering Kizaru was considerable. With the enhancement of 50 points in observation haki and 40 points in agility, he could keep pace with Qingji's speed and adequately respond to Kizaru. Rather than struggling to rely on the distortion power, Robin informed Lafitte that you should return to the ship. Their position had been compromised, and the likelihood of a Marine admiral arriving swiftly was high. If it were Kizaru, he felt no fear. However, protecting Robin and the others would not be so simple, as Lafitte and Robin's abilities were still somewhat lacking. As for himself, he had no qualms about exchanging a few blows with the admiral. If he could conveniently eliminate a few celestial dragons in the process, causing an uproar among the government and naval hierarchy, that would be even better. He was no longer the insignificant pawn that the world government and navy could manipulate at will. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, in an office at the highest level, Sengoku stood in the center of the room, slightly furrowing his brow as he listened to a report from his subordinate. Just then, Kizaru, donned in his justice cloak, entered. Upon seeing Kizaru, Sengoku nodded slightly and remarked, "The infamous demon Handroads has appeared on Sabaody Archipelago, having eliminated one of the supernovas, the peculiar Byron, a man defined as a wicked criminal, yet persistently eliminating pirates." Kizaru approached the coffee table, poured himself a cup of tea, sipped it, and drawled in response. Sengoku's expression darkened instantly, for Kizaru's words were indeed factual. Although those pirates were deserving of the death penalty, taking their lives without due legal process was a blatant affront to the government, remaining an egregious act. Indeed, since he has shown up on Sabaody Archipelago, we cannot afford to stand idly by. Otherwise, the government will condemn us again. I shall pay him a visit, Kizaru replied, taking another sip of tea before rising and walking toward the exit. To engage with the four emperors, he would undoubtedly delay as much as possible. However, dealing with entities beyond the four emperors was a mere casual errand for him. Capturing them would be a commendable achievement, but failing to do so would result in no loss. Furthermore, if Rhodes and his companions could escape Qingji, they might not be able to evade him. At least, In terms of speed, he was considerably faster than Akiji. On island number 47, a group of about 10 individuals strolled leisurely along the edge of the street, drawing no attention from passers-by. Even those who noticed them quickly averted their gaze. Among this group, several bore a circular smiling face emblem on their shoulders or backs, representing one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. After walking for a while, the group encountered a figure in black waiting in a shadowy corner. "Have you brought the goods?" asked Gladius, the leader of the Don Quixote family, as he stepped forward to address the cloaked figure. The figure shrugged and replied, "How could I carry such important items, boss? I'm merely here to rendezvous with you and guide you to our designated trading location." "Humph, you are indeed cautious," Gladius scoffed. The cloaked figure chuckled. "After all, you are the renowned Don Quixote family. We are merely small fries, so we must remain exceptionally vigilant. Have you brought the money?" Gladius scrutinized the figure with a flicker of suspicion before gesturing to several members of the Don Quixote family. They stepped forward, opening a case filled with a plethora of high-denomination berries. The cloaked figure's eyes glimmered with greed as he gazed at the berries, swallowing hard before addressing Gladius. "400 million berries and 500 million worth of arms, yet here we only see berries." Without changing his expression, Gladius replied, "It's impossible to trade such a large quantity of arms all at once here. You may lead us to the trading location, but do not try any tricks." "Very well," the cloaked figure said with an awkward smile. "Our boss is already prepared with the items awaiting your arrival." Under the guidance of the cloaked figure, Gladius and his companions stowed the cash and departed from the dim alley, making their way toward a nearby dock. Just as they left, a shadow cloaked in a hood appeared in the darkened street, lifting the hood slightly to observe Gladius and the others as they departed, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. "Ah, the Don Quixote family. What could be the nature of such a substantial transaction they are about to undertake?" As Lafitte was about to follow, a sound emitted from the transponder snail in his pocket. He answered, and Robin's voice on the other end urged him to return to the ship for a meeting. "Understood. But I have stumbled upon something intriguing, a significant transaction by the Don Quixote family that may yield unexpected rewards." After a brief pause, Robin conveyed Rhodes' message. "The captain says you may act freely, but exercise caution." "Very well," Lafitte replied, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he tucked the transponder snail into his pocket and transformed into a shadow, silently trailing Gladius and the others. Gladius and the Don Quixote family members ventured deeper into secluded areas, gradually moving toward the island's periphery. Yet, Lafitte's stealth and tracking abilities were unquestionable. He effortlessly followed behind without arousing suspicion. At long last, Gladius and the members of the Don Quixote family arrived at a remote shoreline on Sabaody Archipelago, where a medium-sized ship lay anchored, solitary and abandoned. "Boss, the Don Quixote family has arrived," the leading cloaked figure called out to the ship. Moments later, footsteps echoed from aboard the vessel, and soon a man with a captain's hat and brown beard, accompanied by 20 subordinates, descended from the ship, clutching a wooden box. Gladius focused on the wooden box in the man's hands, signaling his subordinates to open the case once more and reveal the abundant berries inside. "Ah, 400 million berries." The brown-bearded captain's eyes sparkled with greed as a grin spread across his face, and he slowly opened the wooden box in front of him. Inside the worn wooden box lay a singular devil fruit, markedly differing from both Zoan and Paramecia types, its entire surface a sandy yellow, as if covered in grains of sand. The Logia-type sand fruit. Nearly 2 years have passed since the demise of the sand crocodile, and now this natural-type devil fruit has re-emerged upon the vast ocean. The Don Quixote family's dealings in the underworld are widespread, and following Ace's death, the ability to locate the Mera Mera Nomi signifies their capability to also acquire the sand fruit. This is the natural-type sand fruit. Gladius gazed intently at the exquisite devil fruit, his eyes shimmering with intrigue, although he had already consumed the Paramecia-type bomb fruit. The sheer worth of the 900 million berries represented by the sand fruit commanded his utmost seriousness and gravity. Securing this devil fruit would enable the Don Quixote family to easily cultivate another officer or even a high-ranking official, thereby further expanding their influence. Thus, an agreement was reached. Gladius inhaled deeply, signaling his subordinates to deliver the funds, while simultaneously reaching for the sand fruit nestled within the wooden box. Regardless of whether they would subsequently turn hostile and overturn the deal to reclaim the berries, or simply finalize the transaction, securing the fruit was paramount. However, just as Gladius extended his hand towards the sand fruit, a cylindrical object, roughly the size of a thumb, suddenly soared through the air from a distance and plummeted into the vicinity. Bang! Before it could touch down, it erupted violently, instantly transforming into a cloud of mist that enveloped the area within a radius of several dozen meters. Captain Brownbeard, startled, instinctively recoiled with the wooden box in hand. Observing this, Gladius's expression tightened, and he stepped forward, attempting to seize it forcefully. Yet, as his fingers neared the box, a redwood cane abruptly emerged from the mist and struck the box, sending it flying from Brownbeard's grasp while simultaneously hitting his hand. A sharp pain shot through Gladius's hand, and a flicker of fury ignited in his eyes. Who dares to interfere with the Don Quixote family's transaction? In a fit of rage, Gladius did not retreat. Instead, he flicked his fingers and unleashed a barrage of explosive projectiles towards the direction of the redwood cane, saturating the area with explosive force. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions reverberated, dispersing the encroaching mist, mingled with the anguished cries of those inadvertently caught in the fray. However, Gladius was beyond caring. The sand fruit must not be snatched away. While bombarding the audacious intruder, Gladius leaped through the dissipating fog, aiming for the airborne wooden box, his right hand reaching out to grasp it. Having secured the box, Gladius's expression returned to a cold neutrality. He snorted derisively, lowering his gaze to the area he had just ravaged. As the mist cleared, the region revealed itself to be utterly devoid of life, save for a carpet of cherry blossom petals scattered on the ground. They fled rather swiftly. A glint of cold light flickered in Gladius's eyes as he slowly turned his attention back to the wooden box, cautiously opening it. Yet, the moment the box creaked open, his expression froze in disbelief. The box was empty, the devil fruit had vanished, replaced only by 3 delicate pink cherry blossom petals, mirroring the scattered petals on the ground, as if mocking him for his folly. Damn it! Damn it! Who was it? Who could it possibly be? Gladius's face turned ashen, his teeth grinding together in fury, his expression twisted with rage, nearly prompting him to unleash his devil fruit powers to obliterate the area. Yet, despite his frantic search, there was no sign of his assailant. The only lingering impressions were that of the redwood cane and a fleeting shadow concealed within the mist. On the Sabaody archipelago, Roderick remained unaware of the happenings on Lafitte's side. However, he would inevitably confront the Don Quixote family sooner or later, and taking a preemptive step now could prove advantageous. Furthermore, the transaction uncovered by Lafitte might very well involve a highly valuable item, perhaps an unparalleled greatsword, or something of the like. After the awakening of his fruit ability, Roz no longer needed to rely on his fists to unleash the power of distortion. He could effortlessly concentrate this power into weapons such as swords and then hurl them, akin to Whitebeard's trimmer abilities. Acquiring a supreme blade would indeed be befitting of his status. After sending Robin and Lafitte back to the ship, Roz began to search the island for the presence of a certain individual, the first mate of the Roger Pirates, the Dark King Rayleigh. With a staggering bounty of 2 billion berries, seeking out Rayleigh would likely be a self-imposed trial for Roz, who had no inclination towards self-torment. His intention in meeting Rayleigh was to ascertain whether he could extract any useful information from him. In the recesses of Roz's memory lies an abundance of secrets, yet there remains an even greater expanse of the unknown. In contrast, Rayleigh possesses a wealth of knowledge far surpassing his own, with much of that information holding immense significance. Regrettably, after traversing 4 or 5 numbered islands, he failed to detect the presence of the enigmatic Admiral Rayleigh. Considering the passage of time, it seems the Navy's admiral is soon to arrive. It is time to depart. Roz did not mind confronting an admiral, yet he had no intention of engaging in a fierce battle with a general at Sabaody. For one, he was certain he would be outmatched. And even if he were to prevail, what would happen if another admiral appeared? The Navy headquarters was situated adjacent to the Sabaody archipelago. Just as Roz turned around, assessing his direction to retrace his steps, an eerie silence suddenly enveloped the road ahead. In an instant, he observed that all the pedestrians on the distant street had come to a halt, bowing down one by one like a row of dominoes, prostrating themselves as if to welcome a sovereign. In this profound stillness, not a single breath was dared to be taken. And at the far end stood an individual adorned with a bubble-like headpiece, seated atop a slave whose limbs were pressed to the ground, struggling to crawl forward. These were the celestial dragons, the descendants of the kings who established the world government 8 centuries ago, possessing unparalleled privileges. All laws were rendered void in their presence, and any act of disrespect would be deemed a capital crime. Today, there was nothing particularly amusing. Charlemagne, perched atop the slave, ambled slowly, yawning and displaying a hint of boredom, while a few subordinates respectfully trailed behind, not daring to speak out of turn. At that moment, a casual glance caught his eye. He noticed a girl kneeling to his left. His gaze flickered, tilting his head to observe her more closely. She appeared quite appealing. He decided she would make an excellent addition to his harem. Yes, responded a subordinate immediately, I will arrange the welcome for the 21st lady's arrival at the Holy Land. Mariewa. Simultaneously, the other subordinates, their expressions cold and devoid of empathy, approached the kneeling girl, heedless of her terrified countenance, and seized her. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were gripped by sheer terror, yet none dared to utter a word. All remained prostrate, sweat pouring down as if in a torrential downpour. The only sounds piercing the oppressive silence were the girl's cries of fear. To offend a celestial dragon is a death sentence. To dare to lay a hand upon one invites the immediate wrath of an admiral. The Sabaody archipelago was the private garden of the celestial dragons. No one would dare to defy them here. Even the most ferocious pirates sailing these waters, the supernovas of the first half of the Grand Line, chose to endure in the presence of the celestial dragons. Those who did not acquiesce had already fallen at the hands of the admirals, paying dearly for their transgressions and leaving behind a bloody warning for those who followed. No one dared to speak. No one dared to act. All eyes were fixed upon the scene, watching as the guards of the celestial dragon seized the girl and continued their leisurely advance. Those who recognized her clenched their teeth in silent fury, pondering the worth of their existence. Yet, despite their profound indignation, none were brave enough to rise. Though the sky above was a brilliant blue, the menace posed by the celestial dragons, the world government, and the admirals loomed like a heavy, oppressive black cloud, stifling the breath of all beneath it. However, amidst this suffocating silence, the celestial dragon seated upon the slave suddenly narrowed his eyes, revealing a flash of anger as he gazed towards the street ahead. Hey, that fellow over there, does he wish to court death? How dare he stand there? Before the prostrated crowd, an individual stood boldly, adopting a posture that was utterly ordinary. Yet here, before the celestial dragons, such a stance was exceedingly rare. The kneeling citizens, taken aback by the enraged voice of the celestial dragon, looked up in astonishment at the figure standing defiantly at the forefront. In such a moment, who would dare to remain standing? Human. Rod's gaze was devoid of emotion as he looked at Charlemagne, his tone remarkably calm and soothing as he spoke. How could one kneel before trash? In the stillness of the street, Rod's voice resonated clearly, causing all those kneeling to reveal expressions of astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Who was this person? Did he not comprehend the consequences of his words? Charlemagne stood frozen, taken aback for the first time by someone daring to speak such defiance in his presence. Anger twisted his already grotesque features. His teeth gritted tight and his body trembling with rage as he clenched his fist in fury. How dare you? A nearby guard, witnessing Charlemagne's fury, yelled at Rod. Do you understand what you've just said? You filthy commoner, kneel and beg for Charlemagne's mercy. As he shouted, several guards advanced towards Rod. Yet, before they could reach him, an inexplicable force surged forth, abruptly pressing down upon them, causing their bodies to collapse onto the street, creating a massive pit that swallowed the ground within a several-meter radius. Onlookers, kneeling along the street, were struck by a mix of fear and awe. To dare defy a celestial dragon, he was certainly no ordinary individual. He was the captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates, Ghost Hand Rod. A few recognized his identity, their eyes glazing over in disbelief, murmuring softly. No one had anticipated a pirate would rise in such a moment. No, one could say he had never knelt in the first place. Did he not fear the marine admirals? To offend a celestial dragon could summon the might of the marines. As many remained in a daze, the oppressive reality set in again. A pirate had stood up, challenging a celestial dragon, but what did it matter? There were precedents of pirates defying celestial dragons, only to be crushed by marine admirals in the end. If the celestial dragon's privileges and identities were the source of their inner turmoil, then the existence of the marine admirals loomed like a heavy, ominous cloud in the sky, forever unyielding, a despairing presence. You damn filthy commoner, how dare you? Charlemagne finally reacted, watching in horror as Rod effortlessly caused his guards and the ground beneath them to vanish without a trace. A mix of fury and fear surged within him. This was no ordinary commoner, but a madman daring to defy him. He was the captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates, Ghost Hand Rod. The attendant behind him recognized Rod's identity, a cold sweat forming on his brow. A bounty of 440 million berries was not someone they could contend with. Charlemagne gritted his teeth, a look of rage and malice crossing his face as he shouted, "So what? Call for the Marine Admiral." The audacity of the pirate had reached new heights. What were the Marines doing? The attendant nodded vigorously, sweat pouring down his face. They indeed needed to inform the Marine headquarters to dispatch an admiral. But before they could dial the emergency snail, an eerie power began to emanate from the far end of the street. This force was impeccably controlled, sweeping through the center of the street without disturbing the kneeling citizens on either side, enveloping them all within its grasp. I'm afraid it resonated. I've already encountered a Marine admiral once. Rod's gaze was indifferent as he regarded the celestial dragon and his subordinates. With a sudden, forceful sweep of his hand, he crushed all the attendants and guards who attempted to shield the celestial dragon, burying them into the earth. Charlemagne, witnessing this spectacle, was finally overtaken by a flicker of terror, causing him to tumble from the back of the slave, his face a portrait of panic and confusion. However, it was precisely this fall that allowed him to behold the slave beneath him. Grasping at a lifeline, he yanked on the chain in his hand, tugging at the explosive collar around the slave's neck, and shouted in desperation, "Quick, block him for me." Yet, the slave offered no response. Instead, he smiled broadly, his expression one of apparent relief as he regarded the approaching Rod. In the gaze of this man, the slave distinctly perceived an unwavering spirit, one that remained impervious to the turmoil of the outside world, a gaze befitting a true warrior. Infuriating. Charlemagne kicked the slave violently. But the slave merely turned his head, meeting him with bloodshot eyes that sent a shiver through Charlemagne's heart. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. The explosive collar around the slave's neck detonated, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. Rod's gaze was like a profound, ancient pool, sweeping over the slave without lingering, before settling once more on Charlemagne. In an instant, he appeared before Charlemagne, silent and swift. "You wretched commoner, what do you intend to do?" A flicker of terror crossed Charlemagne's face as his eyes widened in disbelief at the close proximity of Rod. A fear named death began to haunt his thoughts. He had never contemplated such a fate. After all, he was a noble celestial dragon, whose offense could provoke the mobilization of an admiral, let alone being killed. Was this person before him insane? Yet, regardless of his horror and dread, Rod's expression remained unchanged as he calmly raised his foot, poised to strike. At that very moment, a resplendent golden light shone in the sky, reminiscent of a rising sun, as a figure rushed towards them at an astonishing speed. However, it was too late. Just as the golden light arrived, Rod's foot descended. The force of distortion surged violently, obliterating Charlemagne's body along with the ground beneath, plunging deep into the roots of the Yarkaman red tree, ultimately burying him in the sea. The yellow monkey, barely arriving, witnessed this scene with unprecedented shock on his grotesque face. Rod had killed a celestial dragon. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. The mere offense of a celestial dragon warranted the intervention of an admiral, and now there was a murder, especially one taking place in the Sabaody archipelago. Not only he, but even the government and the five elders would face immense pressure from the celestial dragon lineage. Silence enveloped the scene. Even the yellow monkey was taken aback, let alone the common people kneeling on either side of the street, all of whom wore expressions of incredulity as they gazed upon the massive void left by the celestial dragon's disappearance. In stark contrast to the yellow monkey's emotions, this spectacle appeared to them as a faint glimmer of light, tearing a corner of the oppressive black clouds that shrouded the world's sky. The celestial dragons were not gods. They could die too. Amidst the profound stillness, the yellow monkey finally spoke. After all, he was an admiral, seasoned by countless events and battles, and he quickly regained his composure. Yet, his wrinkled face bore an unusual seriousness. Such a development was indeed perilous. The yellow monkey fixed his narrowed gaze upon Rod and inquired, "Ghost Hand Rod, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? I had my doubts regarding your danger." But now he paused, leaving unspoken words that hinted at an individual as perilous as the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon. This was no mere child. Roth slowly turned his head to gaze at Kizaru, unperturbed by the arrival of the latter. Given the proximity to the Navy headquarters, it was only natural that Kizaru, should he be at the base, would be the swiftest to arrive. Moreover, Akiji had pursued him for several days in the perilous waters of the Devil's Triangle, ultimately failing to capture him. While the dense fog of the Devil's Triangle contributed to his evasion, the undeniable fact remained that the attempt to apprehend him had been unsuccessful. Thus, it was entirely expected that Kizaru would come forth to confront him. Rods gazed at the yellow ape with an air of indifference, remarking, "You can only blame yourself for arriving too late. It's truly vexing. I had come here with a light heart." The yellow ape, regaining a fraction of his lewd tone, still bore an undercurrent of repression. Initially indifferent to capturing Rods, He had merely come to test the waters. However, with the celestial dragon now dead at Rodz's hands, and in the Shabandi archipelago no less, he found himself compelled to apprehend Rodz, lest he face the wrath of the government and the celestial dragons. What was once an ambiguous situation had now transformed into an imperative to subdue Rodz, which infuriated the typically laid-back Yellow Ape. As the naval admiral, the Yellow Ape drew the attention of the crowd lining the streets. The residents of Shabandi archipelago were well acquainted with the three great admirals of the Navy. Some voices trembled as they whispered his identity and codename. Why did no one dare to offend the celestial dragons, not even the most audacious pirates? It was because such an affront would summon a naval admiral. Without the protection of the admirals, the celestial dragons would have long since succumbed to the fury of the populace. How could they dare to act with such impunity and tyranny? Can one truly survive? The infamous Rodz, disregarding the privileges bestowed by the world government, had slain a celestial dragon who evoked profound hatred among all. Regardless of Rodz's true allegiance, be it pirate or revolutionary, he had become a glimmer of hope piercing through the oppressive gloom in the hearts of the people. Yet, this flicker of hope now faced a dire threat, embodied by the dark clouds represented by the naval admiral. With the celestial dragon deceased, the crowd no longer felt the need to kneel, and many began to discreetly retreat, while a substantial contingent of the Navy began to encircle the area. This was the so-called justice upheld by the naval admiral, truly laughable. As they retreated, many cast glances at the Yellow Ape, and someone, in a barely audible whisper, scoffed. Yet, this remark resonated distinctly in the ears of the Yellow Ape, who had expanded his observation hockey to prevent Rodz's escape, darkening his already grim visage. The lapdog of the celestial dragons. The so-called justice merely served to oppress us on their behalf. Such murmurs emerged from the crowd, spoken in hushed tones, inaudible to all but themselves. Nevertheless, each word reached the Yellow Ape's ears with clarity. The infamous Rodz. With a scowl, the Yellow Ape resolved not to squander any more time. Fixating on Rodz, he abruptly flashed forward, closing the distance with startling speed, and executed a swift kick aimed at Rodz. Initially intending to taunt and inquire if Rodz had ever experienced a light-speed kick, his interest had waned, leaving him with the singular goal of swiftly subduing Rodz and delivering him for judgment. Thus, as the Yellow Ape's foot approached within 2 feet of Rodz, he barely managed to lift his arm, seemingly unable to keep up. Strangely, however, once his foot entered that range, its speed abruptly diminished, transforming into a resplendent golden light. In the eyes of the Yellow Ape, Lua's movements appeared exceedingly slow. However, he too was hindered by Lua's distorting power. Ultimately, Luaz managed to raise his arm, positioning it in front of his leg. Bang! Rod's arm intercepted a kick from the Yellow Ape. However, he was still sent hurtling backward, crashing through 2 buildings before finally coming to a halt. Your speed, it seems, is not as swift as one might have imagined, Yellow Ape. Roz landed in an open area, having been propelled backward and crashing into 2 buildings. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed, as the impact was entirely absorbed by the distorted walls. It is only natural that he cannot match the strength of Admiral Kizaru, yet it is unlikely that he would be incapacitated by a single blow. Although there remains a gap in power following the awakening of his fruit, it is no longer insurmountable. Could you kindly surrender? Kizaru's voice echoed from a distance. And in the next instant, he appeared abruptly behind Roz, launching another kick towards him while adding, I need to provide a satisfactory explanation to the celestial dragons. Bang! Roz's observation hockey detected the movements of Kizaru. In the previous encounter, he had been too close to react in time. But now he had sufficient opportunity to pivot and once again thwart Kizaru's assault. Through these brief skirmishes with Kizaru, Roz came to a clear realization. Kizaru's speed surpassed that of Akiji, yet it did not approach the speed of light, falling significantly short of such a measure. As anticipated, this aligned perfectly with his expectations. Rod's gaze remained composed. He had previously speculated that the speed of the Yellow Ape might represent the pinnacle of human consciousness. It now appeared that he was indeed correct. The upper limit of the Yellow Ape's fruit-derived velocity was the speed of light. However, his neural responses could not match that velocity. In order to launch an attack, the thought of the attack must first arise, after which the body would execute it. How could a mere mortal's intention possibly reach the speed of light, executing a series of bodily controls in an instant, traversing a considerable distance, and delivering a powerful kick? Thus, the upper limit of the Yellow Ape's speed was intrinsically tied to his reaction speed, representing the ultimate threshold of human neural response. Distortion impact. Having been repelled by the Yellow Ape for the second time, Rod activated the distortion of gravity. His entire being was propelled in a parabolic arc, soaring skyward, while simultaneously unleashing a punch towards the yellow ape. The yellow ape, firmly grounded, unleashed a powerful kick with his elongated legs, meeting Rod from a distance. A brilliant golden light erupted forth, colliding with the intangible force of distortion in midair. Sizzling, the golden light struggled to penetrate Rod's emanating distortion, finally reaching him. Yet, it dwindled to a mere flicker of light before erupting with a resounding blast. With a swift motion, Roz clenched his hands into the void, forcefully distorting the residual shockwave and confining it within his grasp. He then abruptly turned, pressing against the emptiness behind him. Almost simultaneously, the yellow ape materialized at Roz's back, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! The heavens erupted with a tremendous explosion, a radiant golden light illuminating the nearby streets and sweeping across the entire island, causing countless onlookers to gaze skyward in astonishment. What is that? As the golden radiance faded, two figures emerged suspended in the sky. One was Roz, appearing somewhat disheveled, while the other was the composed yellow ape. Just then, Roz's gaze flickered, and he uttered a low exclamation. Distortion, sonic boom. The youthful adversary had fallen victim to this technique before, but it was unlikely he would divulge it to the yellow ape. Roz, however, was not hesitant to employ his skills. Facing off against an admiral of the Navy, he could only rely on the sonic boom to yield any semblance of effectiveness. As for the light explosion, it would likely have little effect on the yellow ape, whose very essence is light. Distorting light was a unique fruit ability, not comparable to the precise control over light that a specialized fruit user possessed, just as he could not rival a sand fruit user in controlling sand. Buzz. Indeed. The yellow ape was caught off guard by Roz's technique. His ears rang, and his mind spun dizzily. Without hesitation, Roz charged towards the yellow ape. His fist enveloped in a twisted power and struck down upon the yellow ape's head with a forceful blow. Bang! The yellow ape's ears rang violently, his mind swirling in confusion, rendering him incapable of evasion. In a moment of desperation, he could only flail his arms, utilizing his haki to defend against the onslaught. As Roz delivered a powerful punch, it struck the yellow ape, causing an immediate jolt in his arm and making his entire being momentarily sink. Yet, curiously, he did not plummet downwards. Instead, he was held aloft in the air by Roz's ability to distort gravity. Knee strikes, swinging punches, sweeping kicks, and lateral kicks ensued. In a rapid succession of strikes, Roz seized the opportunity while the yellow ape was momentarily incapacitated by the sonic explosion, rendering him unable to utilize his speed or evade. With remarkable finesse, Roz unleashed a flurry of melee combat techniques, mercilessly pummeling the yellow ape. Under the relentless barrage of Roz's attacks, the yellow ape, severely affected by the sonic blast, could only clumsily defend himself, having relied too heavily on the powers of his devil fruit. Once his speed advantage was compromised, significant vulnerabilities emerged in his close-quarters combat, and within just a few exchanges, Roz shattered his defenses, delivering a devastating knee strike to his midsection. Gasp! Despite possessing the power of Busashoka Haki, enduring Roz's knee strike was far from unscathed. The yellow ape immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though a tempest was raging within his torso. Did I witness this correctly? The crowd, who had previously seen Roz slay a celestial dragon and witnessed the yellow ape's assault on him, were left in a state of shock as they gazed skyward. What had they just beheld? The Marine Headquarters Admiral, the yellow ape, being mercilessly battered by the notorious Roz? And he was spitting blood? Twisted hammer. After the knee strike, Roz immediately noticed that the yellow ape had nearly recovered. With a powerful shout, he brought his hands together, forming a hammer shape, and struck down fiercely towards the yellow ape. The yellow ape crossed his arms above his head to block the blow, yet he was still transformed into a streak of golden light, plummeting towards the ground due to Roz's force. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the ground shattered, obliterating several buildings. After sending the yellow ape crashing from the sky, Roz hesitated not for a moment. He twisted the light and sound, vanishing silently into the heavens, retreating without a glance back. Hello, yellow ape, goodbye. Cough, cough. Amidst a flurry of golden light, the yellow ape regained his form, coughing violently, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his fury boiling over. Even when facing the four emperors, he had never suffered such a humiliation. Realizing that Roz had already fled, the yellow ape composed his expression and transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring into the sky in pursuit of Roz. Could he commit such a heinous act and simply escape? Whoosh, whoosh. The yellow ape's speed was extraordinary, despite Roz having flown a considerable distance ahead. He quickly closed the gap. Yet Roz showed no fear. He unsheathed his renowned blade, Spring Joy, and slashed forward. Twisted Sword. A visible distortion of power coalesced at the edge of his blade. With a swift strike, it shot forth in a linear fashion, diagonally cutting towards the yellow ape. The golden light that comprised the yellow ape momentarily hesitated, then he conjured a golden sword with a flick of his hands, countering Roz's attack. Heavenly Cloud Sword. Boom. The clash of distortion and laser in the air resulted in yet another violent explosion. Roz faced the yellow monkey, gripping the Spring Joy tightly as he unleashed a flurry of slashes towards his opponent. Simultaneously, he was propelled backward, the forces of distorted gravity and moonwalk aiding his retreat. The yellow monkey flickered amidst the intersecting, twisted strikes, ultimately breaking through Roz's defenses with his superior fruit abilities and hockey, positioning himself directly before Roz. Clang! A golden sky fell abruptly from the heavens, colliding with the Spring Joy in Roz's hands. They remained locked in a stalemate for a brief second before Roz's distortion power dissipated, causing him to plummet downward. In midair, Roz pivoted to maneuver sideways. Whoosh! The yellow monkey transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a powerful kick. Roz met the challenge head-on with a swift punch. As fists and feet collided, he was once again propelled backward, soaring through the air. In that suspended moment, he adeptly manipulated the gravity around him, redirecting his trajectory toward the coastline, all the while wielding his blade, Spring Joy, with fervor. The 8-span jewels surged forth. The yellow monkey, faced with Roz's relentless slashes, brought his hands together before him, causing the Amatsumi Kaboshi sword to dissipate into golden photons. Simultaneously, his arms intertwined, conjuring a multitude of lasers that rained down upon Roz. Boom! Boom! The lasers from the 8-span jewels encompassed a vast area. Each beam that struck the ground erupted with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a heavy artillery barrage. Amidst the continuous bombardment, Roz's figure emerged, somewhat disheveled, from the smoke. His sword held defensively before him, his clothing torn in several places around his shoulders and legs. Twist Strike. Gripping Spring Joy tightly, Roz unleashed a vigorous swing. The force of this strike manifested as a broad area of distortion, resembling an invisible tornado, warping the very fabric of the air around it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The yellow monkey, opting not to engage Roz directly, deftly ascended, evading the attack. In midair, he paused for a fleeting moment before diving back down. The two danced a perilous chase, swiftly making their way to the shoreline. The yellow monkey was prepared. Lafitte had already returned to the ship, and the crew had long since the fierce clash between Roz and the yellow monkey. As the golden light and Roz's silhouette drew nearer, they all held their breath in anticipation. Whoosh! Just as Roz reached the shore, the yellow monkey barely entered the range of Robin's flower fruit abilities. Without hesitation, Robin sprang into action, crossing her arms before her. 30 blooming petals. Claw. The flower fruit possessed the extraordinary ability to manifest arms upon any object within a certain range. While the yellow monkey was undeniably swift, Robin's powers disregarded the speed of his movements. Bang! The yellow monkey's form instantly shattered into golden light, reconstituting in less than a breath. Yet, the wrinkles upon his aged visage deepened ever so slightly. Despite being encased in ice during her encounter with the youthful adversary, Robin's battle had significantly enhanced her armament hockey. Though still feeble and unable to inflict substantial harm upon the yellow monkey, it nonetheless yielded a modicum of effect. Slaughterhouse. At that moment, as Robin distracted the yellow monkey, Law activated his abilities. A translucent dome swiftly expanded, enveloping Roz within its confines, and then, with a flick of his finger, whoosh, the figure of Rose vanished into the sky, only to reappear on the ship, while the spot she once occupied was now marked by a bomb manufactured by Lafitte. Kizaru remained in his horizontal kick stance as the bomb detonated before him. There was no need for further assistance, Kizaru. Roz waved at the yellow ape, activating the power of distortion. In an instant, the seawater beneath the ship erupted into a colossal wave, and the entire vessel plunged beneath the surface with a resounding crash. In the face of Kizaru, fleeing into the sea was nearly futile. He could instantly freeze the ocean and pursue relentlessly. Thus, the only viable escape was upward. However, the situation was entirely reversed when confronting Kizaru. Ascending led to certain death from relentless pursuit, making retreating to the ocean depths the correct strategy. The user of the Pika Pika Nomi could not enter the sea nor freeze it. Kizaru transformed into a beam of golden light, bursting forth from the explosion. Shocked to find that Roz had caused the ship to sink so rapidly into the depths. This was completely unforeseen for him. Firstly, the ship was not coated, and secondly, Roz's use of distortion to submerge the vessel was exponentially faster than any coded ship could manage. Coupled with the interference from Robin, Law, and Lafitte, he was unable to stop it in time. Unlike Kizaru, he could not freeze the sea. Yada no Kagami, gazing at the vast ocean. Kizaru's wrinkled face was etched with concern, his brows furrowed tightly. In his helplessness, he crossed his arms and unleashed a wide-area attack against the powerful force of the sinking ship, attempting to blast Roz and his companions out of the water. Yet, despite nearly half a minute of relentless bombardment, turning the surrounding seawater into a boiling tumult, he failed to uncover even a trace of them. Not even a splinter of the ship. For a user of abilities, entering the sea was tantamount to seeking death, but Roz was neither foolish nor naive. Having chosen to submerge the ship, he surely possessed a means to survive beneath the waves. Ultimately, Kizaru transformed back into a beam of gold, returning to the shore. Gazing out at the sea, his face revealing unprecedented distress. His mission had achieved virtually nothing. He failed to prevent Roz from slaying a celestial dragon, could not capture Roz, nor even apprehend a single member of the Ghost Hand pirate crew. This left him with no explanation to offer. In the depths of the ocean, Kizaru's Yada no Kagami rained down chaotic blasts upon the sea, targeting a vast underwater area. However, he was not bombarding a coded ship or a submarine, but rather the vessel shielded by Roz's maximum distortion barrier. Although the beams of laser could penetrate Roz's distortion, their speed and power were significantly diminished, inflicting no substantial damage upon the hull. The ship continued its diagonal descent, soon disappearing from Kizaru's sight, leaving behind the legacy of the Marine Admiral and the formidable Pika Pika no Mi, a testament to the remarkable power wielded by these Marine Admirals. Luo witnessed the laser vanish, ensuring absolute safety, and sheathed the ghost cry into its scabbard. Robin stood before the railing of the deck, gazing upward at the surface of the sea. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and remarked, "The speed is remarkable, akin to the wings of a soaring bird, almost imperceptible in its motion. Yet, there exists a distinction." Roz also sheathed the spring joy into his sword scabbard, constricting the range of the distorted wall to alleviate the depletion of his stamina. His gaze flickered as he remarked, "The shimmering fruit grants the body unrestricted movement, yet its reaction speed remains constrained. Conversely, the rapid fruit allows one to accelerate beyond the constraints of neural response, but the body cannot undergo elemental transformation. One is limited by the velocity of response, while the other is bound by the physical capacity to endure. Ultimately, both possess certain limitations, otherwise they would verge on being invincible abilities." Robin and Luo, along with others, comprehended the essence of Luozi's words, pondering thoughtfully. "Speaking of which, Luo, your abilities are also constrained by the limitations of reaction speed." Luozi glanced over at Luo beside him. The surgical fruit possessed by Law allows for the free exchange of positions within the confines of the room, enabling it to swap places with sand, stones, and even air. The speed of this exchange is dictated solely by the rapidity of one's thoughts. Furthermore, as this ability involves spatial movement, it is not constrained by the limitations of physical strength. However, the extensive use of this power does demand a significant expenditure of stamina, which serves as a form of limitation in its own right. While Robin and Law were deep in contemplation, Lafitte withdrew his gaze from above and turned to Roz, saying, "By the way, Captain, I managed to acquire this from the Don Quixote family." With a flick of his wrist, a finely crafted devil fruit materialized in his palm. It was the natural type Sansan fruit, snatched from Gladiolus. Recognizing it as one of the 3 fruits that Kaku and others had diligently sought, Roz merely glanced at it a couple of times before identifying it. The external forms of natural type devil fruits differ from those of Paramecia and Zoan types, making them the easiest to distinguish. For instance, the flame fruit is entirely colored like fire, adorned with patterns reminiscent of flames. The natural type Sansan fruit. Lods took the Shasha fruit from Lafayette. Scrutinizing it closely before chuckling softly, the trading network of the Don Quixote family is indeed quite extensive. They are doing remarkably well. Ha ha ha. Just part of the job. Lafayette tipped the corner of his top hat, casting a glance at Lods beside him. It is worth noting that they still had to contend with the Don Quixote family, one of the reasons being the presence of Trafalgar Law, the ship's doctor. However, it seemed that this fruit would remain unutilized for the time being. He was a wielder of abilities, as were Lods and Robin. All 4 of them possessed powers, rendering this Logia-type fruit seemingly of little use for their incantations. Roz weighed the Sansan fruit in his hands and remarked, "Rest assured, it will prove useful in due time." A well-utilized natural-type fruit is a formidable asset in battle. As he spoke, he stowed the fruit away and gazed into the encroaching darkness around him. Initially, he had intended to fly over from the Red Land, but now that he was at sea, traversing from Fishman Island would suffice, thus avoiding an encounter with Admiral Kizaru in the skies. In Dressrosa, within the heart of the central castle, Don Quixote Doflamingo lounged on a sofa, a transponder snail in hand, listening intently to the news on the other end, a sinister smile gracing his lips. They've made it to Sabaody Archipelago and even killed Charlemagne? He had been closely monitoring the developments regarding the Ghost Hand pirates. To his current knowledge, the Ghost Hand's flagship had been lost. The bounty on the giant axe silvers had been rescinded, and only Roz, the captain, along with 3 officers, remained at large, rendered as lost dogs. Yet, he was astonished to learn that this group had reached Sabaody Archipelago and retaliated against a celestial dragon. Doflamingo, once a celestial dragon himself, had lost that status due to a series of events. Despite offering his father's head to the Holy Land, he was still denied recognition and could not reclaim his former identity, fostering a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons. Charlemagne's family had been among those who opposed his reinstatement. Fufufu, how amusing. I dare say Mary Gios is in utter chaos now. Doflamingo could not help but chuckle, his eerie laughter echoing through the castle. Torpole slithered across the floor, wiping his nose and grinning. Hee, the Ghost Hand pirates killing a celestial dragon. What delightful news. Both the Ghost Hand pirates and the celestial dragons were targets for Doflamingo, and the demise of a celestial dragon at the hands of the Ghost Hand pirates was the best news he could hope for. Just as Doflamingo and Torpole reveled in their amusement, the transponder snail rang once more. Purlu purlu. Doflamingo reached for the snail, his smile lingering. I deeply apologize, young master, came the voice of Gladius, sounding grim. The sand fruit was stolen during the transaction. Doflamingo's smile faltered instantly, while Torpole was momentarily taken aback. His voice laced with irritation. What were you doing, Gladius? How could it have been stolen? Who dares disrupt our Don Quixote family's dealings? I am willing to accept the punishment, Gladius replied, his tone dry. The situation was peculiar, and I could not ascertain the identity of the assailant. However, according to my investigation, it appears to have been the Ghost Hand pirate's devil sheriff, Lafitte. At this revelation, an eerie silence enveloped the castle. Doflamingo's expression became utterly rigid. He could no longer find humor in the situation. Simultaneously, news of Roz from the Ghost Hand pirates slaying the celestial dragon Charlemagne and engaging in a fierce confrontation with Admiral Kizaru, leaving the latter injured and spitting blood, spread swiftly across the seas. If prior rumors about the Ghost Hand pirates merely caused ripples among the major powers, this incident plunged the entire world into silence. The assassination of a celestial dragon, a fierce battle with a marine admiral. Such events were surreal and beyond comprehension. The perceived weakness of the Ghost Hand pirates, teetering on the brink of collapse before the enraged government and marines, felt like a distant memory. In a single night, the tides had turned. At Marine headquarters, chaos reigned supreme. One could observe numerous naval officers hastily moving about, some glistening with cold sweat. In the highest office, Fleet Admiral Sengoku pressed his forehead, his expression laden with tension. Akiji had pursued Roz, only to be evaded. Kizaru had attempted to apprehend Roz, yet he too had been outmaneuvered. But the crux of the matter lay in Roz's brazen act of killing a celestial dragon in plain sight at Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku, you must come to the Holy Land at once. Bring Akiji and Kizaru with you. The voice on the other end belonged to the former Fleet Admiral, present Supreme Commander Admiral Akainu, his tone severe and imposing. It had only been a few years since he had stepped down from the position, yet the Navy had stirred such considerable trouble. The celestial dragons had already made their way to Mary Gios, unleashing their wrath upon the government officials. Understood, Admiral, Sengoku replied, his brow furrowing tightly, fists clenched, his heart seething with rage. Yet he could not afford to lose his temper at this moment, merely responding to Akainu on the other end of the transponder snail. In the office, there were 6 individuals present: Sengoku, Akiji, Kizaru, along with Vice Admirals Tsuru and Garp. Ha ha ha, did that kid really kill a celestial dragon? Garp had just arrived at the office, having only recently heard the news. He burst into laughter, disregarding the gravity of the atmosphere, instantly shattering the tension. Garp. Sengoku glared at him, exclaiming, how can you still laugh at a time like this? Do you not comprehend the severity of this situation? Seeing Sengoku's anger, Garp suppressed his laughter and waved his hand dismissively. To him, celestial dragons were nothing but trash. The death of one was rather amusing. This was also one of the reasons he repeatedly declined promotions to admiral. Once one attained that rank, they were compelled to defend the celestial dragons at a moment's notice, something Garp found intolerable. Sengoku's face turned pale with fury, yet he felt powerless against Garp. He turned to Kizaru and Akiji, saying, "Kizaru, Akiji, you will accompany me to the Holy Land." At this moment, Kizaru had abandoned his usual nonchalance, appearing somewhat subdued, not out of fear, but because such troublesome affairs had fallen upon him for the first time since his promotion to admiral. Akiji's expression was equally grim. Though he held a lackluster view of the celestial dragons, he reflected that had he managed to capture Roz in the Devil's Triangle, the current turmoil could have been averted. Akaino's expression was also far from pleasant. While the recent events did not directly involve him, Roz's actions traced back to him from the very beginning. They had certainly stirred up a formidable adversary. Tsuru observed Sengoku, Akiji, and Kizaru exiting the room, shaking her head slightly, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in her keen eyes. Garp rummaged through his belongings, pulling out a pack of senbei, plopping himself onto the sofa. Munching away, let that guy go about being a pirate hunter in peace. Akaina departed the office. Due to the public nature of the events and the inability to contain the situation in a timely manner, suppressing it afterward had become impossible. Moreover, both the government and the Navy are in utter disarray. 3 days later, amidst widespread attention, a new bounty for the Ghost Hand pirates was announced. The bounty for the infamous surgeon, Trafalgar Law, has surged to 60 million berries, while the demon child, Nico Robin, now commands a staggering 120 million berries. The notorious Captain Lafitte has reached a bounty of 200 million. As for the captain himself, the principal perpetrator of the murder of the celestial dragons, Ghost Hand Roz, his bounty has catapulted to a shocking height, 1 billion berries, whether it be for evading the grasp of an admiral or for slaying the world nobles. There is no doubt that such acts warrant this terrifying price. This bounty, unprecedented even in the latter half of the Grand Line, has vaulted him to the forefront, placing him at the level of the calamities of the 4 emperors, second only to the 4 sovereigns reigning over the seas. Remarkably, Roz and his crew remain oblivious to all of this. At a depth of 9,000 meters beneath the sea, the pressure has become formidable. The surrounding waters have transformed into an abyss of darkness, and the distorted wall controlled by Roz has constricted to nearly touch the edges of the ship. In truth, Roz and his companions can no longer ascertain the exact depth. Fishman Island is recorded to lie 10,000 meters below, yet the island itself is spherical, with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers, indicating that it resides even deeper beneath the waves. The term 10,000 meters merely serves as a euphemism for very deep or extremely deep. Time slipped away unmarked. Even Roz, succumbing to the immense pressure, began to perspire as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. At last, a glimmer of light pierced through the darkness of the ocean floor. Following its source, they beheld an island resembling a celestial body, ensconced within a colossal double-layered bubble, floating serenely at the ocean's depths. They had finally arrived at the fabled Fishman Island. Robin stood not far from Rose, her apprehension gradually dissipating as Fishman Island finally emerged. She turned her gaze towards the island, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Law and Lafitte arrived at the bow of the ship, gazing towards the direction of Fishman Island. Even though their temperaments were inherently composed, the scenery of Fishman Island was undeniably breathtaking. Law remained silent, utilizing his powers of distortion to guide the vessel down towards the island, his stamina gradually depleting. Despite his innate resilience, he was nearing his limits. Upon sighting Fishman Island, he immediately directed the ship towards it. The vessel, which was descending slowly, suddenly accelerated under Law's influence, bypassing the main entrance of the island and forcefully piercing through the bubbles from an oblique angle. Thus, Fishman Island was encased in dual layers of bubbles, with a central area devoid of seawater. Typically, ships attempting a direct breach would plummet to the depths below. However, Law's vessel encountered no such predicament. After traversing the first layer of bubbles, it experienced a slight tremor before hovering gracefully in midair. Maintaining the ship as suspension in the air was significantly easier than erecting a protective wall of distortion at an indeterminate depth beneath the ocean. As the ship penetrated the dual bubbles, Law finally exhaled in relief. Initially, he had intended to circumvent Fishman Island and directly traverse the underwater passage to reach the New World, but he had somewhat overestimated his capabilities. His strength had not yet reached that level. Roz made a slight adjustment and skillfully maneuvered the vessel through the second layer of bubbles, descending onto a sandy clearing at the edge of Fishman Island, where it landed steadily. A pirate ship? The merfolk on the beach cast peculiar glances at the descending pirate vessel, not all of which were filled with fear. Had this been the early years of the Great Pirate Era, the sight of a pirate ship invading Fishman Island would have sent all merfolk scattering in a frantic bid for survival. However, ever since Whitebeard planted his flag on Fishman Island, declaring it as part of his domain, the pirates passing through had largely refrained from venturing onto the island to hunt merfolk. Weaker pirates were directly barred from entry, while those formidable enough to challenge Fishman Island understood the nature of Whitebeard. Few would dare provoke such a legendary figure before entering the New World. Merfolk. A rare species indeed. Lafitte disembarked from the ship and surveyed the distant merfolk, some hiding away, others plunging into the water, a hearty laugh escaping his lips. Predominantly filled with admiration, Luo, wielding the cursed blade demon cry, murmured, "It seems they are not particularly fearful of us pirates. This is quite understandable, for we are in the territory of Whitebeard." As Roz approached from behind, his gaze appeared somewhat profound as he remarked, if Whitebeard's influence were to expand significantly, surpassing even that of the world government, then he would essentially embody the world government itself. In this world, only power exists, delineated solely by the distinction of strength and weakness. Upon entering the New World, particularly at the level of the Four Emperors, the delineation of power and territory becomes starkly defined. Everything within their domains is under their protection. And at this tier, the distinctions between government and pirate become increasingly nebulous. If we define the existence of the government as order and that of pirates as chaos, then at the level of the Four Emperors, it transcends chaos and establishes a corresponding order. Should the Whitebeard pirates' influence grow immensely, surpassing that of the world government, entities such as a Whitebeard government and a celestial dragon pirate crew could emerge. Seemingly absurd, yet undeniably plausible. The celestial dragons annually extort wealth from the populace, compelling all to relinquish their savings to sustain them, which is, in essence, legitimate plunder. The world government, at its core, is merely a more extensive and orderly pirate crew, nothing more. Upon grasping this notion, Roz developed a deeper understanding of the reward system within the talent framework, recognizing it as fundamentally a mechanism for hunting the strong. This explains why Lucci received a reward for eliminating CP9, why bounties are also awarded for the defeat of the 7 warlords, while the killing of a celestial dragon yields no reward, as the system merely views the slain celestial dragon as a privileged yet powerless wretch. Let us proceed inside. Taking a moment to inhale the air of Fishman Island, Roz opened his eyes and ventured deeper into the island. Since he had arrived at Fishman Island, it was prudent to rest and perhaps pay a visit to one of the ancient weapons, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Among the 3 ancient weapons, Roz was most familiar with Poseidon, the ability to communicate and command the Sea Kings. In terms of biological superiority, all beings, whether humans or giants, must yield to the Sea Kings. Bearing the Elephant Lord of Zo, one could easily topple one of the calamities of the beast pirates, Jack, who boasted a bounty of 1 billion. Among the Sea Kings, there was more than one of comparable size to the Elephant Lord. These colossal Sea Kings may not pose a threat to the agile admirals or the 4 emperors, yet they could effortlessly obliterate islands. The power to annihilate the world is not merely the strength of being invincible, but rather the capability to bring about utter devastation. If Shirahoshi were to issue a command to destroy all islands, even if the 4 emperors and the admirals united to thwart the Sea Kings, countless islands would still fall to their devastation. This epitomizes the notion of world destruction, whether it be the King of Heaven or the King of Hell. The Sea Kings are akin to nuclear weapons. Until Roz possesses the true strength to control and safeguard this power, he shall not allow them to manifest. However, once he attains the capacity to contend with the 4 emperors, or even the marine headquarters, the ancient weapons will be at his disposal, wielding the power to instill fear across the world. Meanwhile, on a meticulously paved street adorned with shells, a vessel flying the flag of the world government appeared. Though it was in a dilapidated state, with a broken mast and a gaping hole, as if it had been gnawed by a sea king. A number of fishmen and merfolk gathered, their expressions rife with uncertainty. At that moment, a gunshot reverberated from the front of the ship, echoing down the street. Ugh! How could this wretched lot have perished? The celestial dragon Masquerade lay there, bloodied and gasping, clutching a pistol still emitting wisps of smoke. Following Jinbei's recent acceptance into the warlords of the sea, the fishermen slaves had been granted amnesty, much to Masquerade's chagrin. He had come to Fishman Island intending to reclaim slaves personally, but was ambushed by Sea Kings en route, resulting in the annihilation of his entourage. Hurry and bring me a mask, you fish creatures. Masquerade lay there, gun in hand, pointing it at the surrounding fishmen. Despite his grievous injuries, he radiated arrogance and disdain. The stench of these fish is suffocating. Bring me a mask at once. Save me, you fools. The fishmen and merfolk exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss, as this was the first instance of a celestial dragon setting foot on Fishman Island. Observing the silence among the crowd, Muscarud struggled to raise his voice. You imbeciles. Summon a doctor. If you don't hurry, I may perish. At that moment, the guards from Ryugu Palace arrived. The captain hesitated, turning to his subordinates. Where's the medical team? They have arrived, but how should we handle that individual? His subordinate's face displayed uncertainty as a member of Fishman Island. It was nearly impossible to harbor any fondness for a celestial dragon, especially one so arrogant, treating them as mere slaves even in his dying state. As the guards deliberated, the fishmen of the Sun Pirates, under Jinbei's command, approached slowly, weapons in hand, their gazes cold and resolute. Several among them had previously been slaves to the celestial dragons. Hey, what do you intend to do? The guards and surrounding fishmen gasped, their hearts racing as they watched the Sun Pirates advance. Yet, the Sun Pirates paid them no mind, their faces set in grim determination as they approached Muscarud, an unmistakable air of menace in their eyes. Stop. He's a celestial dragon. If you act against him, even the special pardon from the warlords will be rendered void. A voice rose in protest as they witnessed the Sun Pirates approach. However, the fishmen remained undeterred. The leader drew his gun, pointing it at Muscarud, and coldly stated, on land. Your authority relies solely on the Marine's obligation to intervene. But here, in the depths of the sea, if the islanders choose to remain silent, this will merely be deemed a maritime tragedy. Upon hearing this, the surrounding fishmen and merfolk began to awaken to the reality of the situation. Indeed, I shall remain silent. So shall I? Do I need to say more? The crowd erupted in fervent agreement, shaking off their earlier hesitance and some even displaying menacing expressions, eager to mete out further torment on Muscarud before ending his life. The leading fishman, observing the nearly lifeless Muscarud, lost interest in further torture. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he pulled the trigger. Yet, at that moment, a figure rushed forward, saving Muscarud by using her shoulder to absorb the bullet intended for him. It was Princess Odoheim of Fishman Island. Your Highness. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding fishmen and merfolk were taken aback, astonished by the unexpected emergence of Princess Odoheim, who appeared injured. Everyone lowered their weapons. A bead of sweat trickled down Odoheim's forehead as she struggled to lift her head, gazing at the fishman beside her who still clutched a firearm, and spoke in a low, pained voice. On one hand, her kind-hearted nature prevented her from allowing a celestial dragon to be slain by a fishman. On the other hand, saving the celestial dragon might offer a glimmer of hope for the status of Fishman Island. Not far off, the 6-year-old mermaid Princess Shirahoshi and her 3 brothers approached, their expressions reflecting panic and concern upon witnessing Odoheim's injuries. Just as Odoheim, with a hint of agony in her voice, attempted to persuade the nearby fishmen to lower their weapons, Muscarud behind her struggled to pick up his gun and aimed it at Odoheim. The abhorrent fishmen, witnessing this turn of events, changed their expressions drastically. Jinbei, standing amidst the crowd, gasped in alarm and rushed forward, but it seemed he was too late. Bang! Muscarud pulled the trigger, and a bullet sped toward Princess Odoheim. However, due to his weakened state and trembling wrist, the bullet veered off course, seemingly destined to graze past her. Yet, halfway through its trajectory, an invisible force surged from afar, rippling through the air and striking the bullet directly. Boom! In an instant, the bullet was obliterated, and the force that distorted the air landed on the ground, creating a finger-sized, yet unfathomably deep, crater atop a nearby shell structure. Rod slowly retracted his finger, his gaze indifferent as he stepped forward, vanishing from sight before reappearing in the midst of the chaos. Your Highness, a human. The fishmen looked on in shock and concern, some casting anxious glances at Odoheim, while others were astonished by the sudden appearance of Rods. It was only then that Odoheim realized the celestial dragon behind her had fired a weapon, as she regarded Rods, who had materialized unexpectedly, and recalled the gunfire. She paused in surprise, quickly coming to terms with the unfolding events. Trash is ultimately just trash. Roz's gaze was indifferent as he looked at Muscarud. After being rescued by Ichi, he unexpectedly turned his weapon on her. Such an act could only be perpetrated by someone of the celestial dragon lineage. Roz stood there, sensing the gaze of Princess Yahim behind him. Without waiting for her to speak, he calmly declared, "Leave this celestial dragon matter to me, Princess Yahim. You are." Yahim gazed at Roz's figure, momentarily taken aback. It was evident that he was human, yet his presence evoked a sense of familiarity that she could not immediately place. She was uncertain of Ra's intentions regarding the celestial dragon, and just as she was about to speak, the guards rushed forward, shielding her from behind. There was no way they would allow the esteemed princess to continue to jeopardize herself. You are a human. How dare you? Masquerade was startled by Ra's sudden appearance. Once he regained his composure, he recognized Ra's as a human and, recalling the latter's earlier words, his expression twisted with fury. He was a noble celestial dragon. How dare this human speak of him as if he were refuse? Seething with anger, he struggled to lift his pistol, preparing to aim it at Ra's. However, before he could take aim, a sound of a trigger being pulled interrupted him. Are we going to eliminate him, Captain? Lafitte appeared beside Masquerade. Holding a pistol with its barrel pressed against Masquerade's head, a sinister smile gracing his face. Feeling the cold metal against his skull, Masquerade was momentarily dazed. It was the first time in his life that someone had pointed a gun at him. You. Fear flickered in his eyes again. He had presumed that Ra's, this human, would not dare to oppose him, but to his astonishment, he found that, like the fishmen, this human also dared to offend him. Kill me? Don't be ridiculous. I am a celestial dragon. How dare you? Do you know Charlemagne? La stood there, gazing down upon Masquerade, and gently interrupted his words laced with a hint of fear and disbelief. Masquerade coughed violently, the weight of his severe injuries causing his eyelids to grow heavy. Chalmax Saint? Ah, yes, I have slain him. Laud spoke calmly. Masquerade's expression instantly froze on his face, his eyes revealing a glimmer of horror and disbelief. He could hardly fathom the words spoken by Lauds. Yet, to utter such a declaration as killing a celestial dragon marked one as an utter madman. Devoid of any moral restraint, terror engulfed his entire being, and coupled with his grave injuries, he finally succumbed, his eyes glazing over as he fell unconscious to the ground. Lafitte continued to aim his gun at Masquerade, awaiting Lauds' command. Rod's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the unconscious Masquerade lying on the ground. Just as he was about to gesture towards Lafitte, a thought crossed his mind, prompting a moment of contemplation before he altered his decision. He resolved to take Masquerade back. Allowing Law to administer some treatment, it might prove useful later. Having already slain one celestial dragon, he deemed it inconsequential to eliminate another. It was wiser to preserve him for now. Among Law's surgical abilities, there existed a technique known as the mind exchange surgery, which permitted two individuals to swap bodies. Or rather, to exchange consciousness and spirit. In a certain sense, this ability could be regarded as a form of ageless surgery, albeit one that necessitated a complete bodily exchange, with a cost that was exceedingly high. At present, Luo has yet to acquire the ability for soul exchange surgery. However, with continued practice, he shall inevitably grasp it. When that time comes, this celestial dragon may prove to be of significant utility. Dying in certain locales bears far greater significance than perishing on Fishman Island. Wait, where do you intend to take him? Queen Odoheim, observing Lafitte's intention to escort the celestial dragon away, could not restrain herself from inquiring. For she had not overheard Raz's words to Lafitte. This was due to Raz employing sound distortion, rendering only Lafitte capable of hearing. We shall take him to the place he is destined to go. Raz turned his head to glance at Yahim, offering a gentle smile as he spoke. This is not a suitable place for conversation. If you would be so kind, could you escort me to explore Dragon Palace City? Yahim was already aware of the incident involving the celestial dragon firing at her and had deduced that Raz was her savior. Upon hearing Raz's request, she cast another glance at the multitude of fishmen surrounding them and slowly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Jinbei finally recalled Raz's true identity. His eyes widening in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Raz, exclaiming, "Your Highness, she is the captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates, Captain Raz." The news of Rod's slaying of the celestial dragons and his fierce battle with the marine admirals had yet to reach Fishman Island. Thus, his reputation remained at that of a pirate with a bounty of 440 million berries. Nonetheless, even a pirate with such a bounty was a formidable figure. The likes of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had fallen at Rod's hands. I am already aware of this. Odoheim nodded slowly. Having deduced Rod's identity even quicker than Jinbei, though she chose not to reveal it. On one hand, she held no prejudice against pirates. On the other hand, Rods had just intervened to thwart a celestial dragon's attack on her. Jinbei too recognized that this was not the place for discussions, fully aware of Rod's dangerous nature. However, he was determined to avoid any conflict here. With so many civilians present, including the princess, he felt uncertain about his ability to protect them all if a confrontation were to arise. Everyone, please disperse. The matter concerning the celestial dragons ends here. And it must not be spoken of again, Jinbei commanded, gazing intently at Roz for a moment before taking a deep breath and addressing the nearby fishmen and merfolk. His authority among them was considerable, and they nodded in agreement. To be cautious, Roz instructed Lafitte to cast a hypnotic effect on those present, ensuring they would forget the events that had just occurred. Only a select few, including Jinbei and Odoheim, remained unaffected by the hypnosis. Quickly, attend to Her Highness. The medical team among the guards hurried over, placing Odoheim onto a stretcher and swiftly tending to the wound on her shoulder. Meanwhile, Prince Shark and Princess Whitestar, along with other royal siblings, rushed to join the medical team, heading toward the Dragon Palace. "I'm fine, Shark and Whitestar," Odoheim smiled gently at them, signaling that there was no cause for concern, while also glancing towards Roz in the distance, saying, "You must be sure to thank him." In contrast to Odoheim, who had her back to the celestial dragons, Shark and Whitestar had a clearer view of Rod's appearance. Though he was human, they felt a certain gratitude towards him. "Arigato, Rod-sama," Whitestar said, her large, innocent eyes glistening with unshed tears. Due to Rod's presence, she had been unable to awaken the powers of the Sea Kings this time. Roz smiled gently at Whitestar, who, at merely 6 years of age, was already much larger in stature than him. On the other hand, E.G. was even more petite, making it hard to believe that they were mother and daughter. Could it be that Neptune had engaged in some indiscretion? In Roz's heart, malevolent thoughts lingered. Could it be that the mermaid princess, Bai Xing, was the one in question? Robin arrived beside Rhodes, observing the throng surrounding E.G. as she walked ahead with the likes of Whitestar. With her finger resting thoughtfully on her chin, a hint of contemplation crossed her features. The fabled ancient weapon, Poseidon, the Sea King. Roz nodded, modulating his voice as he spoke. "I have thwarted the awakening." Had it occurred under the scrutiny of the masses, it would have necessitated Lafayette's intervention for a collective hypnosis. However, as the mermaid princess, she will inevitably awaken this latent power. Robin's gaze flickered momentarily, as if lost in contemplation, followed by a soft sigh. What transpired during that blank century? What led to the existence of the historical text inscribed on the stone tablet, and why were ancient weapons capable of world destruction left behind? What secrets is the world government striving to conceal? All of these questions coalesced into an immense enigma within her mind. Yet, having joined the ranks of the Ghost Hand pirates and journeyed thus far, the true unveiling of this mystery is no longer a distant and unattainable aspiration. In the Grand Hall of Ryugu Palace, upon her return, Odoheim was promptly escorted to the medical room for treatment. Meanwhile, Roz found himself in the expansive foyer, resplendent in its opulence. The magnificence of this hall far surpassed that of many palaces in the human realm. Rare treasures such as large pearls and coral, highly coveted by humans, were abundantly present within Ryugu Palace, a testament to the countless riches concealed beneath the sea. At that moment, Roz was seated on a chair, facing none other than Jinbei, the Sea Knight. Typically, Jinbei would refrain from entering Ryugu Palace. However, the presence of someone as perilous as Roz compelled him to follow closely and keep watch. The 7 warlords of the sea, the Sea Knight Jinbei. After admiring the breathtaking scenery of Dragon Palace City, Roz's gaze returned to Jinbei, his eyes revealing a hint of inscrutable depth. Had he encountered Jinbei earlier, he might have entertained thoughts regarding this warlord of the sea. However, with the recent slaying of Sand Crocodile and Moonlight Moria, and the inevitable confrontation with Don Quixote Doflamingo looming, the significance of targeting Jinbei had diminished considerably. In contrast, securing control over Fishman Island held greater importance. "I am grateful for your rescue of Her Highness the Princess. Nevertheless, while I am uncertain of your intentions, I sincerely hope you refrain from causing chaos here. Otherwise, I shall do everything in my power to thwart you," Jinbei declared with a serious expression as he regarded Roz. As a pirate, Roz ventured into Dragon Palace City, inevitably harboring the most pessimistic expectations. Were he to confront his adversary upon the waves, he would possess unwavering confidence in his ability to prevail against Roz. However, in the realm of land, faced with a notorious pirate boasting a bounty of 440 million berries, he could not claim absolute certainty of victory. Let go of such intense animosity. Roz chuckled lightly, casting a lingering glance at Jinbei before suddenly inquiring, "What if I were to suggest that you relinquish your position as one of the 7 warlords and join the Ghost Hand pirates? How would you respond?" Jinbei, taken aback, shook his head in polite refusal, stating, "I sincerely apologize, but I cannot join your ranks. Although you have shown kindness to Her Highness, I require my status as a warlord to ensure the safety of Fishman Island." "What a pity," Roz remarked. Roz gently leaned against the back of the chair, Raising his gaze towards the ceiling adorned with shells and pearls, his tone soft yet seemingly laden with implication. In the past, he had been besieged by myriad threats, leaving him little room to ponder the direction of his future. However, now that he possesses the strength to safeguard himself under the command of an admiral, his mindset has undergone a transformation. What is his ultimate ambition? The Four Emperors? The Pirate King? Neither of these. Ever since he eliminated a celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago, Roz has harbored intentions to supplant the world government. Although this endeavor is far more arduous than vanquishing all four emperors and claiming the title of Pirate King, it is not an impossibility for someone endowed with a gifted system and an abundance of precognitive memories. If one day, he indeed topples the navy and dismantles the world government, the Ghost Hand Pirate crew will shed the title of a pirate crew and emerge as the new rulers, with all his officers becoming sovereigns in their own right, akin to the 20 kings who established the government 8 centuries ago. Naturally, such thoughts remain unspoken, as they currently exist only as a possibility. With this preliminary plan just beginning to take shape, Robin did not accompany them to Fishman Island, but rather followed the instructions of Roz to seek out the historical stone tablet of Fishman Island. Neither Law nor Lafitte were present. Only Roz occupied the main hall. Shortly thereafter, a male mermaid adorned with a crown entered. It was Prince Neptune. Upon seeing him, Jinbei immediately bowed in respect. Although he held the title of Warlord of the Sea and was the current Fishman leader of Fishman Island, he still held the royal family in high regard. There's no need for formality, Jinbei, Neptune said with a warm smile, lacking any airs of royalty. It has been a long time since you last visited the Dragon Palace. As he spoke, he turned to Roz and continued, I am grateful to you for saving Odoheim. I have arranged a banquet to express my thanks, so please do accept it. It was merely a small effort. There is no need to mention it. How is Princess Odoheim? Roz inquired of Neptune. Neptune smiled in response. She is recovering well, but she was eager to come and find you. I intercepted her, and she will arrive shortly. Since she has been injured, it would be wise for her to rest. I plan to stay in the Dragon Palace for a while. By the way, the tea here is quite delightful. Roz replied with a faint smile. Seeing that Roz had not stirred any trouble since his arrival at the Dragon Palace, and that Neptune's presence brought a sense of calm, Jinbei gradually relaxed. However, he remained concerned for Roz's safety in the palace and thus requested Neptune to stay as well, to which Neptune readily agreed. A few days later, in the expansive garden of the Dragon Palace, 6-year-old Princess Shirahoshi sat on a patch of grass, accompanied by Robin, who had successfully located the historical stone tablet and followed her to the palace. Although Robin found the 3-headed hellhound of the Devil's Triangle to be cuter, Princess Shirahoshi's appearance was still endearing, especially as she was the reincarnation of the ancient weapon Poseidon. Consequently, Robin quickly formed a close bond with her and soon became known as Sister Robin. Meanwhile, Queen Odoheim, her shoulder bandaged, appeared to be nearly recovered. A few days prior, she had learned of the news from Sabaody archipelago. Roz had slain a celestial dragon and engaged in a fierce battle with a marine admiral, leaving her greatly astonished. Not only her, but Neptune and Jinbei were equally shocked, having never anticipated that Roz would commit such a monumental act. Do you intend to kill that celestial dragon as well? Such actions would only serve to provoke the world government endlessly, and it would be of no meaningful consequence. Odoheim attempted to persuade Roz. Roz replied calmly, I do not intend to kill him right now. However, inciting the wrath of the world government holds its own significance. How can one claim it lacks meaning? Yahim paused, realizing that Roz's demeanor was even more resolute than that of the fishmen from the Sun Pirates, leaving her with a complex expression and at a loss for words to persuade him. At that moment, Roz suddenly turned to her and said, You plan to rescue the celestial dragon and, in turn, secure the approval for the fishmen's relocation to the surface, do you not? Yahim was taken aback, astonished that Roz had completely seen through her intentions. Just as she was about to offer a mild rebuttal, asserting that her motivations extended beyond this single goal, she noticed a sudden shift in Roz's tone, which became notably grave. Roz gazed at her, his eyes calm and profound as he remarked, Do not take things for granted. AG, even if you secure the signatures of the celestial dragons and gain the consent of all the fishmen, can you truly ensure that humans will treat fishmen and merfolk with the same respect as you do? AG was left momentarily speechless. Roz continued with a frigid tone. Do not utter such naive sentiments as you believe humans and fishmen can understand each other, until there is absolute power to ensure the safety of your people. Allowing them to come ashore would be tantamount to sealing the doom of the entire Fishman Island. Yahim fell into silence as Roz's words pierced her heart sharply, akin to a thunderous wake-up call, shattering the part of her that she had long been reluctant to confront or had been numbing herself to. Indeed, even if the fishmen and merfolk could accept peaceful coexistence with humans, could humans reciprocate? Perhaps they could, but she could not guarantee it. And the inability to provide such assurance would be an act of irresponsibility towards her own people. In Roz's earlier words, it was simply too presumptuous. However, it must be noted that Fishman Island is not entirely devoid of strength. Jinbei's prowess is well known, and Shirahoshi's abilities are extraordinary as well. Roz's tone softened as he turned to gaze at the distant side of White Star frolicking with Robin, a faint smile gracing his lips. White Star. Yahim was momentarily taken aback by Roz's words. It was easy to comprehend Roz's mention of Jinbei's strength, given his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, the reference to White Star's abilities left her pondering whether she had misheard. What powers could a 6-year-old mermaid princess possibly possess? Roz does not intend to conceal Yuki. After all, the powers of White Star will eventually awaken. Rather than allowing her to inadvertently expose her abilities, it is wiser to have Yuki safeguard White Star in advance. There has always been a legend on Fishman Island that a mermaid princess, capable of communicating with and commanding the Sea Kings, is born on this island at regular intervals. Roz paused momentarily, his tone steady as he addressed the astonished gaze of Yuki. Indeed, White Star is that mermaid princess. Yuki, taken aback and filled with disbelief, cast a glance towards the distant White Star, struggling to accept Roz's words. Yet, it was evident that Roz had no reason to deceive her. However, he continued, just before you encountered danger, her powers nearly awakened. Fortunately, I intervened. It is best that this ability remains concealed. Roz interrupted Yuki's words, turning to gaze at her, stating, there is no need for me to elaborate on how to safeguard White Star. You are well aware of the significance of such power. A bead of sweat trickled down Yuki's forehead. She cast a deep glance at White Star and slowly nodded. Thus, there is no need to gather those meaningless signatures. Ensuring the protection of White Star is your solemn duty. This matter transcends the safety of Fishman Island and pertains to the welfare of the entire world. Roz slowly addressed Yuhim. He refrained from uttering empty proclamations about overthrowing the world government or elevating Fishman Island's status. Although his current standing afforded him the capacity to voice such ambitions, he deemed it unnecessary. All that was required was to enlighten Yahim and inform her of Shirahoshi's abilities, and she would discern her path forward. Previously, she had merely been blinded by her benevolence and the illusion of coexistence. As for whether he would harness Shirahoshi's power in the future, it was not a matter he wished to contemplate at present. That was a concern for another day, ideally after he had ascended to the status of emperor. Having awakened Yahim, Roz turned his attention towards the direction where Shirahoshi and Robin were situated. At that moment, Robin was playfully conjuring numerous arms to tickle Shirahoshi, causing her to roll about in delight. Oh, that tickles, Sister Robin. Please stop, Shirahoshi exclaimed, her tail thrashing excitedly as tears of laughter brimmed in her large, adorable eyes. Robin smiled warmly and ceased her playful antics. Just then, Roz approached them. Lord Roz, Shirahoshi said, her demeanor instantly shifting to one of endearing innocence as she respectfully addressed him, her tone soft and gentle. Roz gazed at the gentle smile of the White Star, then gave a slight nod to Robin, signifying that there was no longer any cause for concern regarding Iji. Observing Roz's amiable demeanor, the White Star gradually shed her timidity and, with the innocence of a child, inquired of Roz, Lord Roz, is it true what Sister Robin said about the land having forests, as well as a genuine sky and sun? I long to see it for myself. Indeed. It is true. Roz smiled knowingly and said, when you grow a bit older, I shall take you to the land to play. For now, you are still too small and cannot stray too far from home. Upon hearing this, the little child, with innocent understanding, nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. Thus, the pact was made. With an innocent smile adorning her face, Roz extended her pinky finger towards Bai Xing, who gladly reciprocated by reaching out her own small hand, their pinkies gently touching. After signing the abduction agreement with Bai Xing, Roz turned once more to face Princess Iji, who was approaching. She said, if there are matters that cannot be resolved, particularly those concerning Bai Xing, and it is inconvenient to inform the Whitebeard pirates, please feel free to let me know. Are you leaving? Iji nodded, perceptively sensing the undertone of departure in Roz's voice. Roz smiled gently, raising her gaze to the sky above Fishman Island, her eyes reflecting a profound depth. This time, as she embarks on her journey, Her destination lies within the latter half of the Grand Line, the battlefield known as the New World. After bidding farewell to Otoheim, Shirahoshi, and others, Roz and Robin departed from Ryugu Palace, making their way to where their ship was docked. At this moment, the guards of Fishman Island had already assisted Lafitte and others in transporting the vessel to the island's exit, enveloping it in a protective bubble. Coating a ship on land is a challenging and costly endeavor. However, Fishman Island boasts machines capable of generating enormous bubbles that can encase an entire ship, simplifying the process immensely. The bubble-coated vessel gradually set sail from Fishman Island. Utilizing the powers of the warp fruit, they navigated beneath the waves, though this exerted considerable physical strain. As they approached the New World, an uncertain realm fraught with unpredictable challenges, conserving their energy became paramount to face whatever might arise. In the 15th year of the Great Pirate Era, amidst the New World, the notorious captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates, Roz, had seen her bounty of 1 billion berries rapidly disseminated throughout the region, reaching the ears of the 4 emperors and various factions. Securing such a colossal bounty in the first half of the Grand Line was unprecedented in the annals of piracy since the dawn of this era. 1 billion. Even the most arrogant of the 4 emperors, who regard the first half as a paradise and the latter half as hell, could not help but take notice. 1 billion berries, indeed, a formidable young pirate has emerged, yet one must tread carefully not to provoke my wrath. Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, gazed at the bounty notice with a terrifying grin, tossing it aside to indulge in a cake on the table. The harsh realities of the New World are well known. Surviving amidst the 4 emperors is no simple feat, and anyone who has garnered a 1 billion berry bounty in the first half of the Grand Line would undoubtedly have ambitions that extend beyond mere survival in the shadows. Eventually, they would challenge one of the 4 emperors. However, as one of the sovereigns of the seas, she had faced countless challenges, most of which never reached her presence, thwarted at the hands of her formidable commanders. As rulers, they possess an inherent pride. The title of 4 emperor is not self-proclaimed. Each has endured innumerable battles, their thrones built upon the bones of the vanquished. They fearlessly await challengers, seated upon their thrones, witnessing the arduous journey of newcomers, only to see them falter before their overwhelming might. The 1 billion berry bounty elicited little more than a casual response from another emperor, Kaido of the Beasts. He took a swig of his drink, carelessly tossing the notice aside, smirking as he did so. If one has the audacity, let them come forth to challenge him. For years, the only excitement he felt was from a solitary individual who dared take on the other emperors or the navy. It had been far too long since a worthy battle had stirred his spirit. On a distant shore, Shanks, the red-haired pirate, held Roz's bounty notice, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he murmured to himself. Beside him, Beckman perused a newspaper, puffing on his cigarette. Beckman suddenly chuckled. Your instincts are quite accurate, Shanks. He cast a sidelong glance at the text and Roz's image in the paper, his expression thoughtful. It seems this fellow is indeed poised to cross paths with us once more. Aboard the Moby Dick, the formidable Whitebeard sat on deck, sipping his drink while perusing the newspaper, which contained the bounty notice. Well, a remarkable young pirate has emerged, he mused, recalling a faint impression of Roz from a particular newspaper that once shook the world. Many had speculated that the Ghost Hand Pirates would swiftly be eradicated by the enraged government and navy. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Ghost Hand Pirates had grown to such prominence, now demanding his attention. I hear they enjoy hunting pirates, a crew with the intent of hunting down others, remarked Marco, the 1st Division commander, tilting his head as he spoke. Diamond Jozu, the 3rd Division commander, seated below, grinned and replied, as long as they don't provoke us, they'll be just fine. Everyone knows the consequences of crossing us on these seas. Indeed, Marco chuckled in agreement. Whitebeard glanced at Marco and Jozu, then lifted his hand to toss the newspaper and bounty notice into the sea. What has become of that celestial dragon? Roz withdrew her gaze from the gradually receding Fishman Island and inquired of Luo. Leaning against the wall of the cabin, Luo remarked with a contemplative gaze, he won't die. But to my astonishment, that fellow's surname is Don Quixote. Don Quixote Masquerade. He shares the same surname as Doflamingo, which clearly indicates his affiliation with the Don Quixote family. Over the span of 8 centuries, the celestial dragons cannot possibly have a singular lineage. Rather, they constitute a vast collective, with Doflamingo merely representing one branch of the Don Quixote lineage. Oh, the surname Don Quixote? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Roz's eyes. He had not anticipated that the celestial dragon captured on Fishman Island was connected to the Don Quixote family. After a brief moment of contemplation, he calmly remarked, "You are not mistaken. Don Quixote Doflamingo was once a member of the Celestial Dragons, but he lost that status due to certain circumstances. How is it that Doflamingo can extend his shadowy dealings across the globe? His strength pales in comparison to that of the four emperors, and his influence is far inferior. Yet, the web of dark transactions he weaves is at the very heart of the world's underbelly, one reason being his former identity as a celestial dragon. Though he has forfeited his privileges, he still holds the title, allowing him to accomplish an astonishing array of deeds. Moreover, Doflamingo is privy to numerous secrets concerning the celestial dragons and the Holy Land, knowledge potent enough to upheave the world. The intricacies surrounding the celestial dragons are far more troublesome than one might imagine. Law is acutely aware of the implications of being a celestial dragon. He understands that upon arriving in the new world, his foremost adversary will be Don Quixote Doflamingo. Initially, he perceived Doflamingo as merely a typical warlord of the sea. However, after boarding Rocinani's ship, he has been increasingly exposed to clandestine information regarding Doflamingo, leading him to gradually realize that Doflamingo is not an adversary to be underestimated. The stakes are exceedingly high. Once an agreement is established, it shall undoubtedly be fulfilled. Luo Ji calmly addressed Luo Ping, expressing his indifference towards justice and evil. However, he remained steadfast in honoring the agreements he had entered into and the words he had spoken. This was his principle. Law gazed at Rods, taking a deep breath before softly expressing, "Thank you." The vessel gradually departed from Fishman Island, navigating slowly through the cavernous opening at the base of the Red Line, ultimately emerging into the waters on the other side. As the ship ascended, a colossal whirlpool current, resembling a great white serpent, abruptly manifested in the dark depths of the sea, twisting and winding towards an unknown destination. It was the whirlpool current. "Be cautious," Lafitte warned immediately. While Rods maintained a composed demeanor, deftly maneuvering the ship upward to circumvent the distorted whirlpool. Despite his considerable strength, he recognized the formidable nature of such a natural force, particularly in the abyss of the ocean. After successfully evading the whirlpool, the vessel encountered no further peril, ascending smoothly. Robin seized the opportunity to bathe during the ascent, and Rods likewise retreated to the washroom. With a splash, the ship ultimately burst forth from the water's surface, entering a region blanketed by hail. Concurrently, the bubbles encasing the ship quietly dissipated at that very moment. The hail fell like rain, pelting the vessel with a cacophony of sounds. Both Law and Lafitte sprang into action to shield the ship, while Rods emerged clad in a white coat. With a hum, the force of distortion repelled the hailstones, each the size of a fist, which then hung suspended in midair, gliding down the sides of the ship before plunging into the sea. This marked the new world. With Rods safeguarding the vessel, Lafitte found the space to consult the nautical charts and the advanced log pose adorning his wrist. However, determining their exact location proved challenging. Although 3 arrows indicated direction, it remained unclear which islands they pointed towards. Reaching one was imperative for confirmation. Soon enough, Lafitte resolved the course, steering towards the island indicated by the most stable pointer. The members of the Ghost Hand Pirates were all composed individuals, unlike the impulsive Straw Hat crew, and would not whimsically alter their course towards bizarre islands. As the ship continued its voyage, the hail intensified, with some stones reaching the size of human heads, sufficiently powerful to breach the hull. Yet, all were thwarted by Rods. Deciding against using the distortion power to elevate the ship from the depths proved to be a prudent choice. Time passed, and eventually, the vessel broke free from the hail-covered waters, arriving in a seemingly tranquil expanse. Both wind and current appeared normal, suggesting a temporary safety. Rod slowly lowered his arms, retracting the twisted walls that shielded the vessel. However, almost instantaneously upon the conclusion of Rod's words, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the ship, causing the entire vessel to surge upward, soaring several meters into the air and tilting precariously. Both Luo and Lafitte were taken aback, swiftly grasping onto nearby objects to stabilize themselves. Robin, too, lost his footing in a moment of inattention, tumbling towards the direction of Roz. Roz calmly extended his hand to embrace Robin, yet his gaze remained averted, fixated instead on the depths beneath the vessel, his eyes betraying a glimmer of intensity. "It is the Sea Kings," Lafitte spoke gravely. Having just emerged from the Hail Sea, they now found themselves in the realm of the Sea Kings, a domain that should not be devoid of winds. Indeed, the waters of the New World were utterly chaotic, The earlier segment seemed like a paradise in comparison. A piercing shriek erupted from below the ship, causing Lafitte and the others to wince, their eardrums resonating painfully, prompting them to instinctively cover their ears. With a flicker in his gaze, Rod's power to distort sound surged forth, dispersing the cacophony surrounding him and Robin, gently releasing Robin as he soared toward the edge of the vessel. At that moment, the entire ship was precariously balanced atop the colossal head of a monstrous sea leviathan, whose form stretched over 1,000 meters. In comparison, the elongated body of the ship appeared no larger than a mere morsel. The leviathan, now aware of the vessel precariously perched above it, emitted a shrill cry that resonated from its depths. Its enormous eyes shifted, pupils fixating on the ship overhead. And with a sudden whip of its head, it sent the vessel soaring into the air, its serpentine tail striking with ferocious force. The sheer power of a tail from such a gargantuan creature was enough to obliterate an entire street in an instant. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Roz raised his arm, unleashing a surge of distorted power that lifted the vessel. In a swift motion, he countered with a powerful punch aimed at the massive tail striking towards him. The impact was thunderous, as the overwhelming force transmitted from the tail collided with Roz's erupting distortion. After a brief stalemate, Roz's strength ultimately prevailed, sending the tail crashing violently into the sea, bloodied and battered. Although the sea creature suffered a significant loss, it did not retaliate in fury against Roz. Instead, it emitted a rational shriek and plunged into the depths of the ocean, vanishing from sight. Luazi returned to the ship, skillfully maneuvering it back onto the surface of the sea. He aimed to depart from this maritime region as swiftly as possible. He could still contend with sea kings of this size. However, encountering one several times larger would pose a significant challenge. Rhodes addressed Lafitte in a somber tone. His stamina had been considerably depleted in the hail-stricken sea, and if he were to propel the ship skyward and navigate away from this region aerially, he might find himself unable to manage the ensuing events due to excessive exertion. Lafitte nodded, cognizant of the gravity of the situation. He promptly instructed Robin and Roranoa to adjust the sails and steer towards the previously designated island. This sea, akin to the Calm Belt, appeared to be a sanctuary for sea kings. Periodically, colossal waves would surge on the surface, indicative of a gigantic sea king turning over. Beneath the seabed, immense shadows would materialize from time to time, instilling a sense of dread. If only Shirahoshi were present. Roz fully activated his observation hockey, prepared at any moment to ascend to the heavens with the ship. At that moment, thoughts of Shirahoshi crossed his mind, prompting him to shake his head. After the vessel had sailed for a while longer, a vaguely discernible shadow appeared on the left side of the sea, accompanied by some unsettling waves. It was a sea king, but it seemed there were also ships. Lafitte fixed his gaze on that area of the ocean, a flicker of suspicion flashing in his eyes. He instinctively retrieved his long telescope and peered into the distance, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. "What is it?" Luo stood at a short distance, wielding the demon blade, Ghost Cry, and inquired of Lafitte. Lafitte's gaze flickered as he replied, "Someone is engaged in battle with the Sea Kings. Though if we are to speak of a human, their stature seems rather excessive. It must be a giant. Their vessel, in the eyes of the Sea King, which spans over 1,000 meters, appears merely as a morsel. However, the shadowy ship to the left stretches several hundred meters in length, approaching that of a medium-sized Sea King. Giants? Sea Kings?" Upon hearing Lafitte's words, a peculiar glimmer flashed in Rod's eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Bring the ship closer. Let us discern what transpires over there." "Understood," Lafitte nodded, altering their course toward the direction of the shadow. Although lingering in these treacherous waters posed significant risks, Rod could always elevate the vessel skyward should the situation grow dire, ensuring their safety even in the face of formidable sea creatures. Before long, the shadow began to take form, revealing a medium-sized sea beast approximately 300 to 400 meters in length, engaged in a fierce struggle with 5 giants aboard a nearby ship. It appeared that the giants had inadvertently navigated into this perilous zone and were now under attack by the creature. Fortunately, this beast did not belong to the larger category of sea monsters, and with the giants being of considerable strength, they were managing to hold their ground, though barely. The towering giants, each exceeding 20 meters in height, still found themselves at a significant disadvantage against the creature. Despite their warrior lineage and prowess, they were struggling to maintain their position. "We cannot persist like this. We must swiftly depart," urged Heldon, one of the giants. Rod, a navigator of the new giant pirate crew, swung his blade fiercely, inflicting a wound upon the creature's hide, before calling out to Captain Heldon. Meanwhile, The shipworker stance and struck the creature's head with a spiked club, only to be sent reeling backward and plunging into the distant sea. Damn you, Rod. Wasn't it you who steered the ship into this cursed place? The giants, while valiant and combative, were not inclined to recklessly engage with a creature they could clearly not overpower. Moreover, given their precarious position at sea, any damage to the vessel could spell disaster. Yet, even as they contemplated retreat, the sea beast, incensed by their attacks, launched a relentless assault, pushing them further back. In a sudden movement, it swung its tail with the intent of demolishing their ship. Witnessing this, Heldon roared in defiance, delivering a powerful punch that managed to intercept the creature's tail. He was the strongest among them, still capable of putting up a fight. However, the creature possessed two tails, while Heldon managed to block one. The second came crashing down beside him, aimed directly at their ship. Trouble! Quick, block it! The giants erupted into chaos, scrambling to shield themselves. Yet, it was evident they were too late. Should the ship be destroyed, they would be left to drift helplessly, clinging to debris. In that moment of impending doom, a strange force erupted from afar, warping the surrounding air into a peculiar, fist-like shape. A colossal air fist, spanning several dozen meters, struck the sea beast's tail with tremendous force. The creature, markedly weaker than the one Rod had previously encountered, was still significantly wounded by the blow, its skin rupturing and blood spilling forth. With a howl of agony, the injured beast became frenzied, coiling its remaining tail around Heldon and opening its monstrous maw, intent on devouring him whole. Heldon struggled mightily, managing to free himself from the tail's grip. Yet, suspended in midair, he found no leverage to escape. Plummeting toward the gaping jaws of the beast, which threatened to rend him asunder with its terrifying teeth. At that critical juncture, a shadow darted past, moving with astonishing speed, leaving a fleeting afterimage as it appeared before the creature's head, delivering a swift strike. The sword, infused with a twisting force, sliced cleanly through the creature's head without resistance. And to the astonishment of Heldon and the others, the beast, measuring several hundred meters in length, was cleaved in twain. Strangely, the cut bore no blood. Instead, the edges were perfectly smooth, resembling not a sword's incision, but rather two segments of clay twisted apart. It seems your navigation has encountered a slight dilemma, giants. Laz floated in midair, gazing at Heldon, who had plunged into the sea, creating a splash, accompanied by 3 other men and 1 woman, a total of 5 giants. The female giant, it must be said, was quite striking, resembling an enlarged version of Nami. Due to her considerable size, Laz was able to perceive numerous details from his vantage point. If memory serves correctly, these 5 individuals should be members of the Heldon giant pirate crew, who had made their appearance in Dressrosa. Heldon murmured, observing the Sea King that had been cleaved in 2, struggling momentarily before falling still. He wiped the seawater from his face, and after a moment of silence, directed a grateful glance towards Laz, silently expressing his appreciation for the assistance rendered. The other giants quickly followed suit, refraining from climbing aboard the ship, instead donning innocent and benevolent smiles, their eyes radiating unreserved gratitude. Had it not been for Laz's intervention, they would have at least lost their vessel and faced the possibility of severe injury or even death upon the waves. For the straightforward nature of the giant race, Laz was indeed a benefactor. "You're welcome." Raz offered a faint smile, yet a flicker of inexplicable emotion danced within the depths of his eyes. He was acquainted with Heldon. The other giants were likely the quintet that comprised the new giant soldier pirate crew formed by Heldon. In contrast to humans, the lifespan of the giant race is considerably extended, often reaching several centuries. They possess a forthright and candid disposition, coupled with a penchant for combat, rendering nearly all of them warriors. Before long, Heldon and his companions climbed back aboard the ship, while Raz and Lafitte joined them on Heldon's formidable pirate vessel. This is Stinson, the shipwright. He is the inept navigator Rod. That individual is our chef Goldbug, and the enchanting ship's doctor is Gertz. After introducing his crew, Heldon performed a gesture of reverence customary to the giant folk and said, "I am Heldon, and I express my gratitude once more to my benefactor." "Simply call me Captain Raz," he replied. "It was but a trifling act, no need for such formalities." Raz chuckled, in comparison to the scheming and treacherous nature of humanity. He found himself far more fond of the giant's forthrightness and valor. The only lamentable aspect was the giant's colossal size, which rendered them akin to moving targets in the eyes of true powerhouses. However, with a slight modification, their presence could be transformed entirely. "Goldbug, The chef of the new giant pirate crew swiftly prepared a feast of roasted meats and exquisite wines brought from his homeland of Elbaf to entertain Roz and the others. Although the utensils were somewhat oversized and the portions rather generous, the flavors were delightful. Ah, so you are a newly emerged pirate crew in the New World. The name Ghost Hand Pirates rings a bell. I seem to recall hearing it somewhere. Rod appeared somewhat inebriated. After consuming several bowls of liquor, he began to show signs of intoxication. The beautiful ship's doctor, Gertz, observed Rod's condition and remarked, "Fool, the Phantom Hand Pirates have already gained notoriety across the seas. Just a few days ago. Did you not see that newspaper?" Although they belonged to the giant race, they could still read newspapers, with the aid of a magnifying glass, of course. As she spoke, she gazed at Rod with profound respect, stating, "Captain Rod's bounty has already reached a staggering 1 billion berries." The two captains of the legendary giant pirates, the Blue Devil and the Red Devil, who roamed the world over a century ago, only had bounties of a mere 100 million berries each. The formation of the new giant pirates is intended to restore the glory of the giant pirates and ensure that their name resonates throughout the world once more. 1 billion berries. Rod sprayed a mouthful of drink onto Goldbug's face, and the momentary haze of inebriation dissipated. The initial admiration he felt for Roz, who had effortlessly defeated the Atlantean, transformed into a deeper sense of reverence. The giant race is, after all, one that holds strength in the highest esteem. When Roz and Lafitte were on Fishman Island, they were already aware of the soaring bounties on the four of them, and there was no surprise in that. It would indeed be astonishing if one could kill a celestial dragon, nonchalantly escape from the grasp of an admiral, and not receive a bounty of at least 1 billion. "Captain Roz, I raise a glass to you." Rod wiped the anger from Goldbug's face with a cloth, then lifted the enormous wine bowl. Turning to Roz with a solemn expression, and in one swift motion, drained its contents in a single gulp. Roz did not hesitate. He picked up the small wine bowl he had brought from his ship and took a sip. Meanwhile, Heldin raised his wine bowl and gazed at Roz. His intention was to restore the glory of the giant soldier pirates. Roz was not only their benefactor who had saved them, but also a formidable pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. If he were to join the Ghost Hand Pirates, it was likely that their reputation would be swiftly revived. As a member of the giant race, even if Roz might decline, he would not conceal his thoughts. Just as he was about to express them, Roz suddenly spoke up. "What are your plans moving forward? If you wish to restore the glory of the giant soldier pirates, why not join us? I shall mold you into an invincible legion of giants." Roz discerned Hayarding's intentions. The giants were not adept at concealing their thoughts, as their emotions were almost always evident upon their faces. Interacting with the giants differed significantly from dealing with humans. There was no necessity to uphold an air of absolute authority. It was preferable for the invitation to come from them. The giants revered strength and loyalty. And now that both were present, there was no need for excessive maneuvering, not even for Lafitte's hypnotic persuasion. Hayarding was taken aback by Roz's proactive invitation, which starkly contrasted with his earlier request to join. This gesture unequivocally demonstrated Roz's regard for them. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his drinking vessel and proclaimed, "I am willing to join. Though we are but 5 in number, we are the mightiest warriors of Elbaf, destined to make our mark upon the world." Jers and Rod, among others, observed this exchange with solemnity, each raising their own drinking vessels in unison. Their sentiments aligned perfectly with Captain Hayarding's. Rod's prowess had thoroughly won their admiration. Lodz raised his wine bowl before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke with a gaze that pierced the depths of one's soul. "Rest assured, that day shall arrive swiftly, the day when your name shall resonate throughout the world." As he spoke, Lodz tilted back the drink, the fiery liquid cascading down his throat and settling in his stomach, igniting a fervor within him. Halding and the others followed suit, partaking in the wine, thereby formally aligning themselves with the Ghost Hand Pirates. "Now that you have pledged allegiance to my banner, then." Roz set down the wine bowl and gently reached into his pocket, retrieving a finely crafted devil fruit, its surface adorned with patterns reminiscent of countless grains of sand. The sand fruit, a natural type devil fruit. I trust you are all aware of the immense power and value possessed by natural type devil fruits. Roz grasped the slender branch of the sand fruit, bringing it close to his eyes, yet his gaze transcended the fruit itself, settling upon the 5 formidable members of the giant pirates, including Heldin. Although only one sand fruit was present at this moment, it was only a matter of time before they discovered other powerful devil fruits. 5 giants, each wielding the powers of a devil fruit, were sufficient to send tremors throughout these vast seas. Observing the sand fruit in Rod's hand, Heldon and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Rods possessed a Logia-type devil fruit, nor that he would reveal it so soon after their induction. They were acutely aware of the immense value and power inherent in a Logia-type devil fruit. We have yet to contribute anything for you, Captain. Instead, it is you who have rescued us. Such a precious treasure as a Logia-type devil fruit should be wielded by you. Heldon hesitated, refraining from reaching out to take it. Roz chuckled and said, "We are all individuals with abilities. Who joins us in the future is a matter for another time. The sooner this devil fruit is put to use, the better. Leaving it idle would be a waste." As he spoke, Roz placed the sand fruit on the floor before him. The immense stature of the giant race serves as a target, but should they acquire the powers of a Logia type, it would transform into something entirely different, a true sand giant, a sand warrior. In the face of such power, even the Marine Headquarters giant vice admirals would seem insignificant. Only beings of Doflamingo's caliber might withstand such might. Those below that level would stand little chance against this legion of giants. Moreover, giants are equally capable of mastering hockey and observation hockey. By the way, Heldon, I do not recommend you utilize this sand fruit, for there may yet be stronger devil fruits to come. However, the choice ultimately rests with you. Rods reminded Hayarding of a past ambition, to possess the dual abilities of the thunder and distortion fruits simultaneously. However, for him now, expending 5 points of his precious talent to acquire the dual fruit capability seemed rather unworthy. Attaining the thunder fruit would merely allow his speed to rival that of Kizaru. Yet in terms of sheer offensive power, it might not surpass his current distortion strength. Moreover, the thunder fruit would not unleash its formidable potential without considerable effort and development. After recruiting Hayarding and others, Rods contemplated the creation of formidable war machines such as the Thunder Giant, the Sand Giant, and the Metal Giant. Hayarding gingerly grasped the sand fruit. Though this devil fruit seemed too small to satisfy him, it imparted a profound sense of weight, a weight named trust. Despite his proclamations to restore the glory of the giant soldier pirate crew, it remained merely the inception of a dream. Yet, Rods harbored no doubts, bestowing upon them such a precious devil fruit as the sand fruit, which embodied a tangible trust. Ultimately, Hayarding's eyes sparkled with fervor as he bowed deeply to Rods, resolutely declaring, "Thank you, Captain Rods, for your trust. Our new giant soldier pirate crew shall undoubtedly exceed your expectations." Rods smiled silently. Sitting beside him, Lafayette glanced at Hilding and a giant, then turned back to Rod, revealing an expression that conveyed, there is no longer any need for hypnosis. After deciding to accept the sand fruit, Hilding hesitated no more. The nature of the giants has always been straightforward. After conferring with Gers and others, he ultimately entrusted the sand fruit to the navigator, Rod, who would become the sand giant. Holding that minuscule sand fruit, a spark of excitement and exhilaration gleamed in Rod's eyes. He opened his mouth and tossed it into his mouth as if it were a mere yellow bean. Gulp! As the sand fruit entered his stomach, a surge of power coursed through his entire being within mere seconds, swiftly transforming his body. His shoulders and hair silently disintegrated into sand, only to silently revert to their original form amidst the swirling dust. My arm. Rod attempted to rise, but inadvertently transformed his hands into sand, which crumbled and scattered, eliciting a gasp of surprise. However, he quickly realized that this was a result of his own abilities. As a warrior of the giant race, his adaptability was commendable, and he soon acclimated to the powers of the sand fruit. Moreover, due to his giant lineage, the inclination of the sand fruit's strength did not gravitate towards withered or parched, but rather towards pure, unadulterated power. With his towering height of over 20 meters, he conjured a colossal sand fist nearly 100 meters in size. The immense force contained within a single punch capable of toppling the previously encountered Sea King that loomed hundreds of meters tall. Roz exchanged a punch with him, and could not help but commend his strength. Those who possess the power of the devil fruit are akin to a fish out of water, and are also constrained by the sea prism stone. These points should be well understood by you. You have the transponder snail, and while the life card may seem trivial to you, do take care not to misplace it. Rods meticulously organized various affairs for the giant warrior pirates. The telephone snail of the giant warrior pirates was an unusually large specimen. It was uncertain from where they had procured such an immense creature. Nevertheless, the presence of a telephone snail was indeed a fortuitous asset. Rest assured, should a battle arise, we shall be summoned at any moment, ever ready to heed your command. Heldon and the others spoke to Rods with solemnity, for the giant race has never shied away from confrontation. Moreover, they were eager to engage in battle on Rods's behalf at the earliest opportunity. Lods nodded, leaping gracefully back onto his vessel. At this moment, both ships had departed from the domain of the aquatic kings and entered a region where the currents surged with vigor. After attending to minor affairs, Lods temporarily parted ways with the giant soldier pirate crew. Their strength was not yet required, and their imposing size drew too much attention. Gazing at the receding ship of the giant soldier pirate crew, Lods stood at the bow of the deck, his eyes glimmering as he murmured, "It is time to return to Sky Island. I must also gather information regarding the metal fruit and the shield fruit, and ensure that CP9 expedites their intelligence search." Just as Lods was deep in thought, the currents beneath the ship suddenly intensified tenfold, propelling the entire vessel forward at an astonishing speed. Roth regained his composure, his brow slightly furrowed, just as he was about to command the ship to ascend. Suddenly, Lafitte, stationed at the pinnacle of the lookout, lowered his long-range telescope and exclaimed, "Captain, an island has emerged ahead." As Rod heard Lafayette's words, he followed the direction in which Lafayette was gazing. There, propelled by the currents, the vessel sped forward, gradually revealing a vague silhouette on the horizon. However, the currents beneath the ship were far from obedient. Just as the shadow of the island grew more distinct, the vessel suddenly veered sharply, nearly throwing Robin and the others overboard. As Roz lifted his foot and exerted a distorting force to quell the ocean's currents, he gazed upon the shadow of the island, which had begun to take shape. "Now that we have arrived," Roz proclaimed, "let us proceed." On the western shore of Icebound Island, the crew of Rhodes docked their vessel here, encountering the island's remarkably peculiar weather. While the sea was caressed by the gentle spring breeze, the island presented a stark, snow-covered landscape, and stepping onto its shores brought an immediate chill. Upon arriving in the New World, the duration required for the recording pointer to store magnetic energy was significantly reduced, as most islands could now be processed in merely half a day, though disembarkation remained necessary. The climate of the New World is indeed far more bizarre than that of its preceding regions. Robin exhaled a breath of mist, draping a white overcoat around himself and donning a thick, plush hat before following Roz down the gangplank. Once again, it was Luo who remained aboard the vessel, while Roz, Robin, and Lafitte disembarked onto the island. They would take a leisurely stroll around the isle, and should they not encounter any historical monuments or other valuable artifacts of interest, they would reconvene at the ship after a few hours. Roz donned a brown fur coat. Although his physique could easily withstand the biting cold, he preferred not to attract excessive attention. Lafayette nodded thoughtfully, casting a curious glance at the surrounding snowy landscape, and then disappeared into the snow with his mahogany cane. It seemed that the swirling snowflakes had sparked some contemplation within him. As Roz and Robin swiftly made their way into the island, they found the internal environment to be quite different from their expectations. It was not the frigid cold that kept people indoors. Rather, the atmosphere was remarkably lively. The inhabitants of this place were all robustly built, with abundant body hair. Some individuals effortlessly hoisted exceptionally thick logs with a single hand as they traversed the streets. Even cloaked in their overcoats, Roz and Robin stood out slightly amidst the bustling crowd. Thus, they chose to proceed towards a more secluded area. As they ventured deeper into the town, Roz's gaze flickered momentarily. He had previously overlooked a flag suspended above, covered in ice and snow. Just then, a gust of winter wind swept through, dislodging the frost and revealing the emblem beneath. It was an odd design resembling a bull's skull. Yet in this world, it was a flag known to nearly all, for it symbolized one of the 4 emperors, the territory of the beast pirates. Rod gazed at the town and murmured a few words, yet he did not halt his steps, continuing to advance toward the island. Even if this was the territory of the beast pirates, exploration remained imperative. Should any treasures present themselves, they must be seized, regardless of the 4 emperors. Compared to the Navy headquarters and the world government, even the beast's pirates paled significantly. Roz and Robin navigated through the secluded streets, swiftly exploring the quaint town. Although modest in size, it boasted a considerable population, and the island was renowned for producing a rare mineral known as ice stone, which held significant value, thus accumulating ample wealth on the island. However, at present, Roz found little interest in monetary gain. On a snow-covered hillside, Robin extended his hand, gently brushing aside the snow from a fractured crevice, revealing the layered stone within. Deep in thought, he remarked, "This island must have formed within the last few centuries, and it appears to be the result of some unnatural force." "Is that so?" A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Rod's face. He harbored no doubts regarding Robin's assertions. After all, she was a bona fide archaeologist. However, the ability to conjure an island through unnatural means was indeed formidable. Although this island housed but a small town, its expanse was comparable to that of a medium-sized island. At least for the time being, he was incapable of manifesting such a landmass. Just as Robin was deep in contemplation, the snail phone attached to Rod suddenly rang. Upon answering, the voice of Lafitte emerged from the other end. "Captain, I have spotted a vessel belonging to the Beast Pirates." In which direction?" Upon hearing this, Rhodes's gaze sharpened slightly as he inquired in a deep voice. At that moment, Lafitte was concealed within a snowy expanse, his white cloak blending seamlessly with the ice and snow, rendering his location nearly indistinguishable. As he gazed at the ship of the Beast Pirates anchored at the shore, he spoke into the transponder snail towards Rhodes on the other end, saying, "This is the eastern port." "Understood." Rod nodded, terminating the call. His previously nonchalant demeanor had transformed into one of earnestness, the air of indolence dissipating entirely. He turned to Robin and said, "Let us proceed to the East Coast harbor. Since we have encountered a ship of the Beast Pirates, it is imperative that we take a closer look. Should we happen upon Kaido of the 100 Beasts, I shall depart without hesitation. However, if it is someone else, a figure with a commendable bounty, or perhaps a treasure of significant value." Raz's lips curled into a slight grin. Many forces in this world had already labeled the Ghost Hand Pirates as a band of lunatics, designating him as a madman unacquainted with fear. Since the masses perceived him as a madman, it seemed only logical to stir trouble with the four emperors. The government and the navy were eager to imprison him and impel down, and the addition of another adversary in Kaido of the 100 Beasts was merely a trifling concern. On the eastern shore of Icebound Isle, one of the calamities of the 100 Beast Pirates, Keen, stood with his arms crossed over his chest, surveying the snowy landscape as treasures were being delivered from the island. Ice stone, a precious commodity, naturally attracted the avarice of many. Yet the 100 Beasts Pirates had claimed this territory, deterring any would-be thieves. In exchange, the locals were required to pay tribute every 6 months. Although the tribute was substantial, it was far preferable to facing the rampant pillaging of various pirate factions, thus the protection offered by the 100 Beast Pirates was invaluable. "This shipment is somewhat lacking," Keen remarked, his bare shoulders revealing his robust, tanned muscles as he approached the boxes, casually inspecting their contents. The leader of Icebound Town awkwardly scratched the back of his head and apologized. "I am terribly sorry, Lord Keen. The sales of ice stone have not been favorable of late." Enough with the meaningless chatter, Keen interrupted, his impatience evident. "I am aware, but should you dare deceive us, you know the consequences that await." "I would not dare," the leader of Icebound Town replied, his gaze cast downwards. In these waters, the most formidable pirate crew to provoke was undoubtedly the 100 Beasts Pirates, for their captain, Kaido, was a man feared for his indomitable nature and infamous reputation for immortality. Perhaps one could provoke Whitebeard or red-haired Shanks, retreating to a safe haven where they might be ignored. But to challenge Kaido meant there would be no refuge, as he would recklessly storm into Marine headquarters if need be. To date, Kaido had committed countless acts of madness. Yet neither the Navy nor any of the other emperors had managed to bring him down. He was deemed the most untouchable of the four emperors. This was the consensus among the myriad forces of the sea regarding Kaido and the 100 Beasts Pirates. As Keen led his subordinates in assessing the tribute from Icebound Town, not far away, Raz and Robin stood, the light around them bending and distorting, allowing them to remain undetected even at a distance of nearly 100 meters. Keen, the silver ape of the 100 Beast Pirates, carried a bounty of 350 million berries. Robin gazed at the imposing figure of Keen, towering over 3 meters, her eyes glimmering with intent. Each of the four Emperor crews is fundamentally composed of high-ranking officers, ordinary officers, and numerous lower-tier members. The high-ranking officers in the Whitebeard Pirates are the leading captains, while in the 100 Beast Pirates, they are the Calamities, and in the Big Mom Pirates, they are the Sweet Commanders, each with bounties typically exceeding 800 million. The ordinary officers possess bounties that vary widely, generally ranging from 200 million to 600 million. Those below 200 million are often squad leaders or lower-tier members, while those beneath 100 million belong to the very bottom echelon. Nonetheless, even those at the lowest levels are still considered official crew members of the four emperors, whose influence is vast. In addition to the formal members, there are numerous unofficial affiliates, and strictly speaking, These individuals constitute the true lowest tier within the hierarchy of the 100 Beast Pirates. Roz gazed into the distance at Keen, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. He had initially pondered the possibility of encountering the three calamities, yet the act of collecting tributes seemed rather excessive for them to personally intervene. Should they take action against him, it would undoubtedly provoke Kaido. Robin stood beside her and spoke softly. She was already well acquainted with Roz's character, just as Roz was with hers. From the tone of Roz's voice, she could easily surmise her intentions. Rose broke into a grin, a glimmer of bloodlust flickering in his eyes as he remarked, "Ever since we eliminated the celestial dragons, the world has deemed us a band of mad pirates. Has it not? If that is the case, we must not disappoint this world." The bounty of 350 million berries was a prize he had yet to claim at this level of notoriety. Upon uttering these words, Rose strode forward through the snow, and suddenly, his figure flickered, tracing a perfect parabolic arc as he ascended above Keen and his companions. Twisting fist, with his right hand's 5 fingers converging, Roz summoned an intangible force of distortion, coalescing it into a nearly transparent, faint halo that surged downward with tremendous force. The effects of the distortion fruit diverged from those of the quake fruit, whereas the quake fruit unleashed a chaotic shockwave in a broad frontal direction. The distortion power could concentrate into a cylindrical path of tumultuous assault. Should the split fruit awaken, it might even form a singular line of attack. Buzz! Upon the impact of his fist, the air warped in an eerie manner, as if scorched by intense heat and flames, descending directly upon the silver ape, Keen. As a high-ranking member of the Beast's Pirates with a bounty of 350 million berries, Keen was no mere figure of idle reputation. He sensed the impending threat the moment Roz loomed above him. When Roz launched his offensive, Keen barely managed to respond in time. Roar! The power of the Zoan-type silver ape fruit surged within him in an instant, transforming him into a colossal silverbacked gorilla. With a thunderous roar, he crossed his arms defensively before him, simultaneously channeling the heavy and resilient haki of armament. As Roz's contorted fist struck against his arms, a palpable pause ensued. Yet, on Keen's simian visage, veins surged prominently, revealing the immense pressure he endured. After a tense standoff lasting approximately 2 seconds, the ice beneath his feet could no longer withstand the strain, shattering completely. In that moment, he was forcefully driven underground by Roz's formidable blow. The pirate, with a bounty of 350 million berries in the New World, stood in stark contrast to his earlier self. In terms of sheer strength, he existed on an entirely different plane, yet he remained no match for Roz. At present, Roz possesses strength that undoubtedly ranks at least among the 3 Calamity Stars. As for determining who is superior in comparison, one can only ascertain such a truth through battle. What has transpired? The force with which Kien was hurled into the earth created a tremendous uproar, sending waves of ice and snow surging outward in all directions, causing the pirates of the Beast Pirates and the denizens of Frosty Town to pale in astonishment and retreat under the pressure of the winds. When the blizzard dissipated, they beheld Roz descending from the heavens, diving toward the crater below. How dare anyone lay a hand on Lord Kien? Both the natives of Frosty Town and the members of Kien's Beast Pirates displayed expressions of disbelief at this scene. They were members of the Beast Pirates, and Kien was a prominent officer within their ranks. Who possessed such audacity to assault Kien? Were they oblivious to the repercussions of their actions? Who is it? An enraged roar emanated from the ape-like pit, as Kien's transformed body leaped violently from the depths, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. His eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, almost at the moment he erupted from the pit, Roz had already descended, delivering yet another identical punch aimed squarely at his head. Kien's expression shifted, but suspended in midair, evasion was impossible. He could only once more cross his arms before his chest, activating his haki to withstand the blow, only to be sent crashing back into the pit amidst a shower of ice shards. This time, the shattered ice spread outward in a terrifying web of cracks, extending over a radius of several dozen meters, instilling fear in countless witnesses. That individual appears to be the infamous Ghost Hand Roz. At last, someone recognized Roz, although he was a newcomer to the New World. His bounty of 1 billion and his notoriety for slaying celestial dragons had long since echoed throughout the entirety of the New World. A bead of cold sweat formed on one brow, eyes wide with terror and astonishment. As members of the Beast Pirates, they were accustomed to being the aggressors. Never had anyone dared to strike at them first. This is the first time for Roz. The vitality and resilience of the Zoan-type fruit are indeed formidable. After delivering 2 successive punches that sent Keen crashing into the ice, Roz gazed into the depths of the crater, his observation haki capturing Keen's silhouette. With a calm demeanor, he spoke. Were it an ordinary non-fruit user or a paramecia type, they would likely have sustained severe injuries from his blows. However, the Zoan type's life force, defense, and tenacity allowed Keen to endure, suffering only minor wounds. Boom. The ice shattered as Keen erupted from the ice pit, collapsing onto the fractured ice surface, gasping for breath. In his gaze directed at Roz, alongside rage, there was a hint of gravity. He recognized Roz's identity. Yet, this did not justify Roz's assault on him. Ever since joining the Beast Pirates, how long had it been since he was last attacked? A flicker of fury flashed in Keen's eyes as he coldly addressed Roz. Demon Hand, do you even realize what you are doing? Had he not sensed that he could not defeat Roz, he would not have wasted words. Anyone who provoked the Beast Pirates was destined to perish. I am aware. Rod nodded, his expression serene, and remarked, I have heard that the Beast Pirates are not to be trifled with, so I wish to provoke them just to see what happens. Keen. The indigenous people of Icefield Town and members of the Beast Pirates were equally astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of reasoning is this? Just because the Beast Pirates are deemed untouchable, he intends to challenge them? Such a reckless approach is even more audacious than that of the infamous Jack the Drought. Twisted slash. With a clang, Roz drew his blade, Chuanla, from his waist and unleashed a strike towards Kien. A distorted slash, reminiscent of a rift in the void, shot forth, stretching approximately 3 feet in length. Kien instinctively sensed the looming threat. He exerted force through his legs, propelling himself into the air just in time to evade Roz's blow, retaliating with a powerful punch. Ape King's fist. This strike embodied the full extent of the animalistic speed and strength, with his haki enveloping his arm in a formidable display, both in power and control. It surpassed that of the nascent supernovas he had previously encountered. Unfazed by Kien's blow, Roz thrust his sword in a reverse motion, concentrating the twisted power at the tip, aiming to pierce through the blunt force. Clang. The ebony haki enveloping Kien's fist clashed against the tip of Roz's sword, producing a sharp sound of metal meeting metal. Yet, within the span of a heartbeat, Roz's blade pierced through Kien's haki and resilient skin, embedding itself within his hand. Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his fist, Kien did not relent. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued to channel his strength. In his silver ape form, Roz's sword felt like a mere needle piercing through him. Though the sensation was painful, the damage was not severe. Buzz. Chuanla was caught between 2 opposing forces, bending under the strain. Interesting, Roz remarked, observing Kien's attempt to forcibly snap his sword. He swiftly extended his left hand, fingers poised to strike at Kien's eyes, as 2 streams of twisted power surged forth like the edges of a blade. Kien's observation haki had already detected this imminent threat. However, with his left fist entangled with Roz's, he could only hastily swing his right arm to defend himself. Swoosh. The 2 twisted forces of Roz pierced through Kien's armament color, leaving 2 gaping wounds on his right arm. Simultaneously, Chuanla forcefully plunged his fist, driving it deep to the hilt. Roz retracted his left hand, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as the force of distortion erupted violently, surging into Chuanla's sword hilt and igniting fiercely at the blade's edge. Bang! Even the formidable and resilient fist of Kien, bolstered by a potent layer of haki, could not withstand the onslaught, ultimately shattering from within. Lord Kien. The members of the Beast's Pirates, witnessing this scene, displayed expressions of shock and disbelief. Although Roz bore a staggering bounty of 1 billion, he was merely a newcomer to the New World. A significant portion of that bounty stemmed from his infamous act of slaying a celestial dragon. In contrast, Kien, a cadre of the Beast Pirates, commanded a bounty of 350 million berries, having battled in the New World for a decade. His reputation and reward established solely through his prowess. Now, mere moments into their confrontation, a decisive victor had emerged, with Kien suffering a dismal defeat, instilling profound fear and astonishment within their ranks. Infuriated, Kien, with his arm destroyed, unleashed a desperate kick in a bid to retaliate. But Roz effortlessly countered with a swift kick of his own, neutralizing the attack. The collision of their feet sent Kien hurtling backward, crashing against a distant ice wall, which fractured under the impact, causing him to revert from his silver ape form back to his human shape. Glaring at Roz, who approached with measured steps, Kien gritted his teeth, his face devoid of fear, instead contorted into a bloody and ferocious snarl as he struggled to utter, That arrogant fool will not escape Lord Kaido's wrath. He has witnessed countless unruly supernovas, deluding themselves into believing that conquering the first half of the sea equates to mastering the entirety of it. Yet, in the end, all have fallen before the unassailable throne of the four emperors. Although the supernova known as Rose possesses a certain peculiarity and an overwhelming strength, it pales in comparison to their sovereign, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. He will undoubtedly pay a price for his arrogance. I eagerly anticipate it. Roth spoke calmly as Spring Joy wielded a sword, piercing through Kien's throat. Simultaneously, a synthesized voice resonated in his ear. The bounty of 350 million berries for Silver Monkey Kien has been fulfilled, granting a reward of 100 proficiency points and 1 free talent point. With the acquisition of this free talent point, Roth finally accumulated a total of 3 free talent points, allowing him to anticipate the attainment of a proficiency level of 600 for the distortion fruit, thus unlocking the distorted space. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the howling winter wind. Kien was dead, killed by Roth. Neither the indigenous people of Icefield Town nor the members of the Beast's Pirates had foreseen such an outcome. They had never anticipated an encounter with the Ghost Hand Pirates. Nor could they have imagined that the Ghost Hand Pirates would brazenly disregard the notorious reputation of Kaido of the Beasts and launch a ruthless attack on Kien. The mere thought of Kaido's wrath sent shivers down many spines. Observing Roth, who remained unfazed and seemingly unaware of his actions, the members of the Beast's Pirates felt their facial muscles twitching with unease. Those who had never witnessed Kaido's terror could not fathom the depths of that hell. An impulsive assault without warning, truly a testament to the captain's audacity. Rapid emerged from the snow nearby, joining Robin with an enigmatic smile grazing his lips. He harbored no fear regarding the elimination of the Beast's Pirates officers. Perhaps in the past, he might have hesitated at the mention of an emperor's name. However, after having escaped the clutches of marine admirals twice, they had cultivated the confidence and audacity befitting a formidable pirate crew. What are the emperors? They had arrived in the New World, and it was only a matter of time before they toppled one of the emperors. Roth methodically targeted the remaining members of the Beast's Pirates who had bounties on their heads, sparing a few stronger adversaries for Raffit and Robin to hone their skills. Yet he still delivered the final blow himself, ultimately accounting for the 100 proficiency points gained from Kien. Roth amassed a total of 120 proficiency points as a reward, a substantial boon indeed. However, it was somewhat regrettable that no treasures, such as fine blades or devil fruits, were discovered aboard the Beast's pirate ship. Roth pondered whether he might discover another coveted devil fruit aboard the Beast Pirate's ship, yet fortune did not favor him. His luck had seemingly run dry on the Sabaody archipelago. After vanquishing the members of the Beast Pirates, the magnetic force of the record pointer had also reached its maximum capacity. Roth, accompanied by Lafitte and others, returned to their vessel and set sail away from the icebound island. Upon returning to his quarters, Roth summoned the interface of his talent system. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and resolutely allocated all 100 points of talent proficiency to physical enhancement. His physical enhancement had already soared to an impressive 400 points, and with the addition of these 100 points, he would attain the maximum value. Although such allocation seemed excessively skewed toward physical capabilities, pushing his physicality to the utmost might yield unexpected benefits. With a resonating hum, amidst a shimmering golden light, the proficiency bar for physical enhancement rapidly advanced from 400 to 420, 440, ultimately culminating at the full value of 500. Agility enhancement, 260, top-tier enhancement, physical enhancement, 500, max value, spirit heart, 0, initial enhancement, resilience, 50, intermediate enhancement. As the general system panel underwent its transformation, a tremendous wave of warmth surged within Roth, enveloping him like a soothing spring. It felt as though every cell in his rods unsheathed his blade, Haru no Raku, and gently brought it down upon his own arm. He refrained from employing haki or any distorting powers, opting instead for a simple, unadorned slice. To his astonishment, the formidable edge of Haru no Raku left but a faint white mark upon his skin, failing to breach its surface. While he did not exert excessive force, he simultaneously did not invoke haki for protection. This was merely a testament to the resilience of his physical form. Rhodes approached the cabinet and retrieved a firearm, aiming it at the palm of his hand. The moment the bullet made contact, it ricocheted off his resilient skin, leaving not even a trace. His skin, while not as impenetrable as steel, retained the characteristics of ordinary flesh, yet it possessed remarkable toughness. It was as if it had transformed into an exceptionally elastic rubber, rendering conventional bullets ineffective and allowing him to disregard the strikes of ordinary blades and swords. This signified that typical sea-prism stone bullets were nearly futile against Rhodes. This exceptional resilience was not a result of any fruit-derived abilities, but rather stemmed from his innate physical constitution. Just as Rhodes was contemplating the extent of his physical prowess, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. The host's physical enhancement has reached its maximum value, granting a complete bonus of all physical branch talents, with proficiency increased by an additional 50 points. Upon hearing this proclamation, a faint smile finally graced Rhodes' face. Indeed, achieving maximum value in such a significant talent as physical enhancement came with extraordinary rewards. Roz summoned the interface of the Universal Talent System, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that a peculiar transformation had occurred within the data. Agility enhancement, 260, maximum enhancement, stamina enhancement, 500, full value, spirit heart, 0, beginner enhancement, resilience, 100, advanced enhancement, the spirit heart, belonging to the agility branch, remained unchanged. However, the resilience, which fell under the stamina enhancement branch, had directly elevated by 50 proficiency points, reaching the advanced enhancement level. In this moment, Roz distinctly felt a surge of warmth within him, dramatically boosting his physical strength and recovery capabilities. Previously, Roz had barely managed to withstand the onslaught of a Navy admiral, often only able to escape. During the 3 days of pursuit with Qingji in the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle, he had nearly reached his limits. And it is worth noting that this was merely an act of fleeing, not a direct confrontation. Qingji and Akainu had battled fiercely in Punk Hazard for 10 days and nights to determine the victor, illustrating the extraordinary endurance of Navy admirals. Now, however, he found himself not significantly inferior in terms of stamina. Regrettably, he had yet to activate other talents within the stamina enhancement branches. Yet, judging by this reward, it seemed that all talents within the stamina branches would automatically increase by 50 points upon activation. Roth gazed at the remaining 3 points of talent proficiency with a hint of hesitation, yet ultimately decided against activating the other branches of physical enhancement. The current strength of his physique was already sufficient, and further advancements in the realm of physical enhancement seemed rather inconsequential. Moreover, the requirement of free talent points for activating the distortion space remained uncertain. After maximizing the physical enhancement with 100 points of talent proficiency, Roth observed the remaining 20 points without any hesitation, directly allocating them all to the distortion fruit. Firearm proficiency, 50 close combat proficiency, 100 distortion fruit proficiency, 530 naval 6 style, shave, 0 naval 6 style, paper drawing, 0 naval 6 style, moonwalk, 0 observation hockey, 100 armament hockey, 50 with the proficiency of the distortion fruit reaching 530 points. Roth distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his distorting power. Should he confront the previous kin again, a full-force double strike would likely leave the opponent severely injured. The distance to the strength level of a Marine Admiral had finally begun to close. Marine Admirals represent a pinnacle, in terms of speed, strength, hockey, and stamina. All are at the apex level, constrained by human potential, making further advancement exceedingly difficult. Entities such as the 3 Calamities, 4 stars, or Admiral candidates either excel in all aspects just below that of an Admiral or possess 1 or 2 attributes that meet the Admiral standards while falling short in others. Such beings may contend with Marine Admirals, yet the odds of victory are remarkably slim by the end of the confrontation. At present, Roz has nearly attained a comparable level. For those who rely solely on physical prowess, strength is a straightforward concept. However, for Roz, it embodies the magnitude of distorted power, which still falls short of that of an admiral. In terms of other attributes, aside from a significant deficiency in hockey, the rest are already quite close. Once 1 or 2 aspects reach the standard of a naval admiral, the prospect of engaging in combat with an admiral becomes plausible. When all attributes attain the level of an admiral, that is when true admiral-level strength is achieved. As for the 4 emperors, Roz personally believes that the 4 emperors should possess the caliber of an admiral across various domains, with one particular aspect standing out remarkably, surpassing that of an admiral. For instance, Whitebeard excels in strength beyond that of an admiral, Shanks outshines in speed and charisma, and Kaido of the Beasts is unparalleled in physical prowess. The definition of power in this world has become exceedingly clear in the presence of Roz. In a certain maritime region, the flagship of the Beast Pirates is sailing serenely upon the waters, basking in the gentle sunshine, devoid of any inclement weather. However, the atmosphere aboard the vessel is palpably oppressive. Keen, Kaido of the Beast sits cross-legged on the deck, a bounty poster laid before him, that of Roz, with the staggering sum of 1 billion berries prominently displayed beneath his likeness. As the captain of the Beast Pirates, Kaido does not retain vivid memories of the lower-ranking members. Yet he is distinctly aware of the calamities, such as Jack, and his officers like Keen. Beside Kaido, several members of the Beast Pirates stand trembling. Their brows slick with perspiration, scarcely daring to breathe, the atmosphere thick with an almost suffocating tension. Gulp, gulp. Kaido, with his head bowed, remains silent for several seconds before lifting a nearby flask, taking a hearty swig. The entire process met with an unsettling silence. Only after he sets down the flask does a figure emerge from the shadows nearby, their voice low and oppressive, laced with a palpable menace. Since they have provoked us, even a super rookie with a bounty of 1 billion will meet their demise at the bottom of the sea. Lord Kaido, allow me to take on this task. He is the face of the Beast Pirates, one of the 3 calamities. On the other side, having departed from Icefield Island, Roz steps out of the training room, freshens up with a shower, and makes his way to the deck, settling into a reclining chair. He calls out to Robin, who is engrossed in her reading not far away. Robin remains seated in a posture of intense concentration, utterly still as she immersed herself in her book. Meanwhile, an array of arms sprouted from the chaise longue where Roz was sitting, kneading her body with a gentle yet persistent touch. Lods pondered. When did this woman become so fond of idleness? Just as he was about to convey to Robin that a massage requires genuine effort, the sound of the phone bug suddenly emanated from Robin's pocket. With a rustle, all her arms transformed into petals and dissipated. Robin closed the book and retrieved the phone bug from her pocket. Upon answering, a voice from the other end announced, "This is Kaku. Do you have any new intelligence?" Robin inquired calmly. Kaku seemed to be evading something, speaking in a hushed tone. "Yes, numerous unforeseen circumstances have arisen, and we are still in a precarious situation. So I shall be brief." As Kaku spoke, Roz's gaze flickered slightly. He rose and moved beside Robin. The two remained silent, awaiting Kaku's account and report. "We have discovered a paramecia-type metal fruit. However, upon our discovery, the fruit had already been offered to the celestial dragons. Due to the urgency of the matter, we had no choice but to infiltrate the celestial dragon ship immediately. We managed to steal the metal fruit and left the vessel, but we were detected by CP0 members on board, and they are now pursuing us." From Kaku's succinct words, Roz and Robin quickly grasped the unfolding events. Kaku and his companions, in their bid to prevent the metal fruit from being returned to the Holy Land by the celestial dragons, opted for immediate infiltration to seize the fruit. Yet, the celestial dragon ship was guarded by accompanying CP0 sentinels, and their discovery led to dire consequences. Now in possession of the metal fruit, they found themselves no match for the CP0 members and were being relentlessly pursued. Should they be found, the metal fruit would likely be reclaimed. "What is your location?" Upon hearing this, Roz did not inquire further about the specifics, but directly asked for the precise location of Kaku and the others. Kaku reported their exact position. Situated in a maritime area of the North Sea, near the Holy Land of Mariehua, on a large island known as the Kingdom of Gera. Understanding this, Roz replied, "I shall make my way there swiftly. You must do your utmost to delay them." Roz responded in a deep voice, acknowledging that since they were not far from the Holy Land in the North Sea, their arrival would be timely. Furthermore, the location was a large island and a nation in itself. As long as CP9 could conceal themselves and engage in a game of hide-and-seek with CP0 for a while, they would be able to catch up. "Leave it to us." Upon hearing Roz's intent to come over, Kaku and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They feared delays, but the thought of Roz not arriving or being impeded by unforeseen circumstances was daunting, as it would leave them to devise their own escape, which would be exceedingly difficult. After all, they were facing their former superior in the highest echelon of the intelligence agency, CP0. The captain and his crew would arrive shortly, and then it would be their turn to engage in a game with the 2 CP0 members. Kaku hung up the transponder snail, glanced at his companions, and displayed a confident expression. Compared to when they were defeated by Roz, their strength had significantly increased. He and Gabra had mastered both observation hockey and armament hockey, while the others had at least grasped one form of hockey. Even when facing CP0 members, they felt confident in their ability to hold their ground. After all, These two CP0 members were merely ordinary members and not the captain. Meanwhile, after hanging up the transponder snail, Robin summoned Lafitte and Rose. Roz laid a map on the table, and after a brief discussion with Lafitte, they confirmed a route. Since he could fly the ship into the sky, there was no need to navigate around the calm belt inhabited by sea kings, allowing for a straight course directly to the Garen Kingdom in the North Sea. If the currents and weather were favorable, they could arrive in less than half a month, and if the Phantom ship were still operational, 7 days would suffice. Upon mentioning the Phantom ship, Lafitte shrugged. Listening to Lafitte, Roz contemplated and replied, I possess the ability to control ocean currents for extended periods. Thus, we could arrive in less than 10 days. His physical strength had significantly improved, allowing him to make a round trip to Fishman Island with ease. And manipulating the currents for an extended time posed no challenge. Perhaps even 10 days would be unnecessary. Upon hearing that Roz could control the ocean currents for a prolonged duration, Lafitte quickly responded, noting that his earlier estimate of 15 days had taken into account the peculiar currents of the Grand Line. After determining an approximate time frame, Roz and the others wasted no time in adjusting their course towards the Garen Kingdom in the North Sea. Roz was determined to obtain the metal fruit. The metal fruit was a unique paramecia type, allowing the body to transform into liquid metal, which was, in many respects, more suitable for giants than typical Logia types. With the metal fruit in hand, a visit to the Sky Island would likely yield the thunder fruit, making it possible to forge 3 formidable elemental giants. Thus, his creation of a giant army would take shape, boasting immense combat capabilities, rendering the likes of the Beast Pirates, World Army, and Scientific Corps utterly insignificant in comparison. At the Holy Land Mariehua, in front of a certain celestial dragon's mansion, a celestial dragon was in a furious rage. He was the father of Muscarud, whose son had gone missing beneath the sea, naturally inciting his wrath. What are the government and navy doing? And you, CP0, hurry up and find him. Yes. The government officials before him were drenched in cold sweat. The CP0 agents wore solemn expressions and replied, You should possess Muscarud's life card. Please hand it over to us, and we will locate him swiftly. The life card? Muscarud's father furrowed his brow. He indeed had made such a thing, or rather, all celestial dragons had done so. However, it had rarely been utilized, often forgotten after its creation. Yet, he understood its significance. Without it, searching for Muscarud would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Despite his anger, he huffed and retreated into his mansion. Stay here. I will search for it. A government official spoke up. The government has a copy saved. If we cannot find it, we can retrieve it from there. Muscarud's father turned, shouting, Then what are you waiting for? Go and find my son, you worthless lot. Yes. Yes, the government officials responded hurriedly, and along with the CP0 agents, they swiftly departed the street. Above the calm belt, a ship soared approximately 2,000 meters above sea level, a height that even the colossal sea kings could not breach without exposing most of their bodies, ensuring relative safety. The calm belt was vast. Previously, it had been a challenge for Roz to carry a ship through it, but now it was no longer a significant issue. After flying for about 3 days, the ship exited the calm belt and entered the waters of the North Sea. Roz guided the vessel down into the sea, rested briefly, and then activated his power to twist the currents, propelling the entire ship swiftly towards the Garen Kingdom. At this point, there was no need to report their location to CP9. With the life card, they could accurately locate Kaku and the others in the Garen Kingdom. Atop the roof of an abandoned building, Kaku and his companions were tending to their wounds, with Gabra's injuries being the most severe. However, due to his animal-type devil fruit, his endurance and resilience allowed him to withstand the pain. Following Kaku and Gabra's encounter with CP0, they had engaged in combat to create an opportunity for escape using Bruno's Dorador fruit. This had occurred several times over the past few days. The 2 CP0 members pursuing them were either exceptionally talented individuals selected from a young age or elites promoted from CP1-9. Although only 2 ordinary members of CP0 were after them, their strength still surpassed that of Kaku and Gabra, making it a struggle for the group to hold their ground. This is the 3rd time. Our hiding spots have been consistently poor, Kaku remarked. No, it is more accurate to say that CP0's search capabilities are exceedingly formidable. After all, they were facing their former superior, including the most elite members of the former CP9. We must remain vigilant. In our current state, we can still withstand. Kaku sat in a corner, wiping a trace of blood from his mouth with his finger, stating, It has been a week. We must prepare to endure for another week. Rods and his companions have arrived in the New World, fully aware of the challenges that lie ahead. The journey from the New World to the Garen Kingdom requires no less than a fortnight, especially with the Ghost Shadow vessel now lost, significantly hampering their speed. 1 week. Khalifa remarked with a bitter smile. This past week had already depleted many of their resources, and they knew that repetitive strategies would be ineffective against the elite CP0. As for what methods they could employ in the coming week to safeguard themselves, they were at a complete loss. Fortunately, they had Bruno's fruit. Without it, they would have long since perished. Gabriel, having dressed his wounds, exhibited no concern, instead flashing a toothy grin. Bruno's door fruit was indeed an excellent means of escape, though its limitation lay in the fact that he had not fully developed its potential, resulting in a rather short range of movement. Otherwise, traversing an island would pose no risk of being discovered. I'll go out and procure some food. The entire island is under lockdown. But as long as we avoid CP0, we should be fine. Taking a deep breath, Khalifa addressed the group in a low voice. Given that Kaku and Gabriel had both sustained significant injuries and were physically drained, the task of seeking sustenance naturally fell to her, who remained relatively unscathed. I'll accompany you, Head Eagle asserted, rising to his feet. His only injury was a small bruise on his forehead, and he had suffered little else. The reason he and Khalifa were the least injured was that they had consistently taken the lead in their escapades, one being a woman and the other safeguarding the pilfered metal fruit. As he spoke, Head Eagle produced a devil fruit that shimmered like metal and handed it to Kaku, instructing him to keep it safe. All right, Khalifa accepted without hesitation, knowing she could not carry much without compromising her stealth and infiltration. With someone accompanying her, one could scout while the other executed the infiltration, thus improving their chances significantly. The duo departed their hiding place, stealthily making their way to the nearby streets. At that moment, the streets were heavily patrolled by Garen Kingdom soldiers, anxious and fearful after the loss of tribute meant for the celestial dragons. And they were doing everything in their power to assist CP0 in their search for the culprits. However, to Khalifa and Head Eagle, a handful of ordinary soldiers were no more than children, easily toyed with, provided they did not encounter CP0. Khalifa and Head Eagle swiftly infiltrated a shop, pilfering a considerable amount of food and water before quietly slipping away, navigating through the dark alleys toward the gathering point. Yet unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, their gaze piercing and cold, fixated upon them. As they evaded the patrols, Khalifa and Head Eagle returned to the rooftop of the derelict building where they had taken refuge. Upon their return, Gabriel inquired, "You're back. Did you encounter any trouble?" "No," Kaku replied, nodding as they immediately began to share the food and water. For them, sustenance was crucial, as it would help restore some of their stamina. However, just as they had consumed half of their meal, Kaku suddenly felt a surge of foreboding. His honed observation haki had detected something amiss, prompting him to shout instinctively, "Get down!" Gabriel and the others froze for a moment before immediately complying with Kaku's command, crouching low. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying slicing attack of wind struck, cleaving through the building from one corner to another, splitting the upper portion of the decaying structure in two with a resounding crash. Boom! The severed ceiling plummeted to the street below with a thunderous roar. "We've found you, traitors of CP9. Two masked CP0 members appeared, gracefully landing beside the shattered building. Their expressions devoid of emotion, cold and detached, reflecting the indifference with which they regarded the necessity of eradicating traitors. Damn it, how could they find us so quickly? Kaku glared at the two CP0 agents, his teeth clenched in frustration. One was tall and slender, seemingly a member of the Long-Leg tribe, while the other appeared to be an ordinary human. The Long-Leg member looked down upon Kaku and his companions, stating indifferently, "If you continue employing the same concealment methods without revealing any flaws, how can we fulfill our duty as your superiors? Nevertheless, your abilities have indeed caused us considerable trouble." This should have ended the following day, the ordinary human coldly added. As his words lingered in the air, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He curled his fingers and, with a sudden flick, sent a barrage of air bullets hurtling towards Kaku and his companions. Flying finger gun. Fully aware of the power behind this technique, Kaku and the others did not dare underestimate it. Gabriel, without hesitation, sprang into action, using his weary, injured body to unleash a hasty wind-leg attack. The clash between the wind leg and the barrage of air bullets erupted like a series of firecrackers. At that moment, the Long-Leg CP0 member launched a fierce counterattack. Wind leg storm. As a member of the Long-Leg tribe, his leg strength far surpassed that of an ordinary human. and the wind leg he unleashed was significantly more potent than Gabriel's, transforming into a 100-meter-long blade of wind that twisted violently, engulfing the entire derelict building. Whoosh, whoosh. Seeing this, Kaku and the others had no intention of confronting it directly, instead opting to leap back. The stormy wind leg struck the abandoned structure, instantly obliterating it and causing the residents and soldiers of the Garen kingdom to gaze on in shock, retreating in haste. Run. Open the air door. Bruno leapt down, swiftly moving to Khalifa and Head Eagle's side, opening a door in the air to facilitate their escape. Yet before Khalifa and Head Eagle could slip through, a figure suddenly materialized beside Bruno, delivering a vicious kick. Startled, Bruno instinctively employed iron block and a rudimentary armament hockey. Nevertheless, he was still sent flying backward. His shoulder nearly shattered from the impact. Head Eagle attempted to catch him, yet he too was unable to withstand the force, tumbling back alongside Bruno. I no longer wish to see you escape with that troublesome ability, the long-leg CP0 member coldly regarded the flying Bruno. He then turned to Khalifa, his voice chilling. From the moment you betrayed the government, you should have anticipated the consequences. Farewell. Khalifa's face paled with terror as she attempted to retreat. But her speed was no match for the long-leg member, and Kaku and Gabriel were too far to intervene. Whoosh. The long-leg CP0 member swept a leg towards Khalifa. Even Bruno, who was skilled in iron block and possessed some mastery of armament hockey, could not withstand that strike, let alone Khalifa, who was utterly untrained in such techniques. If struck, her demise was assured. Although Khalifa had some proficiency in observation hockey, the enemy, as a member of CP0, wielded it with far greater mastery. Struggling to catch the incoming attack, Khalifa's complexion turned ashen. Khalifa. The reinforcements, Kaku and Gabra, were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Just at that critical moment, the ground beneath the feet of the long-leg tribe member began to exhibit an inexplicable tremor, abruptly rising in a sudden bulge. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. As the ground surged upwards, the long-leg tribe member's foot veered off course, narrowly missing Khalifa and generating a fierce gust that severed several strands of her hair, a testament to the peril of the strike. Who? The CP0 member of the long-leg tribe, momentarily disrupted by the upheaval, regained composure and bellowed sharply. They were already well aware of Khalifa and her companion's abilities, which did not possess the means to cause such a sudden alteration in the earth. The ground could not have risen without reason. It was evident that someone was meddling in the shadows. Quite formidable against my subordinates, are you, CP0? The silhouette of Rhodes strode forth from the far end of the street. The earlier disturbance was a result of his decisive action at a critical moment. Upon reaching the island, he discerned the unstable fluctuations in Kaku's life card, indicating he was clearly in peril. Thus, he hastened at full speed, barely arriving in time. Is it you? The member of the long-leg tribe from CP0 felt his pupils constrict sharply upon seeing Rhodes. Having speculated that Khalifa and her companions might have an ally, yet never anticipating it would be the notorious Ghost Hand Rhodes. Previously, CP9 had faced Ghost Hand Rhodes and had been utterly defeated, with even Lucci seemingly having perished at his hands. How could he possibly have become Rhodes' subordinate? It is worth noting that Kaku and his CP9 comrades were all professionally trained, rendering threats and coercion utterly ineffective against them. Compelling their cooperation or submission was nearly impossible. Upon witnessing Rhodes' appearance, Kaku and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Khalifa, who had narrowly escaped death, gasped violently, her pallid face regaining a hint of color. Let us go. The long-leg tribe member fixed his gaze on the approaching Rhodes, his eyes shimmering with resolve as he shouted to a fellow companion, intending to retreat immediately. They were acutely aware of Ghost Hand Rhodes' formidable strength, at the very least. Their commander and elite forces needed to be present to have any chance of capturing him. Two of them alone would be utterly futile. Furthermore, having uncovered the connection between the Ghost Hand pirates and the remnants of CP9, they could report this to their superiors. Now, did they not think it was too late to withdraw? With an indifferent tone, Rhodes spoke, and the figure at the end of the street suddenly vanished like a fleeting illusion, only to reappear directly above the head of the Longfoot tribe member. What? The Longfoot tribe member exhibited a flicker of horror as he faced Rhodes' merciless descending foot. He had no time for further reaction, instinctively exerting all his strength to lift his leg in a desperate attempt to counter the blow. As their feet collided, a thunderous roar erupted from the point of impact, akin to a stone dropped into a tranquil pond, sending ripples radiating outward in all directions. Boom. In the very next instant, The ground beneath the CP0 member of the Longfoot tribe began to fracture like a spider's web, cracking from the very spot where he stood. As if burdened by the weight of a small mountain, the fissures spread for over 10 meters before the ground collapsed entirely. The Longfoot tribe's CP0 member scarcely had time to scream, as he was forcefully crushed into the sinking earth by Rhodes, blood splattering in the aftermath. Another CP0 member, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of terror wash over him. Although his comrade was not among the elite of CP0, he was still a formidable presence. Yet he had been unable to withstand even a single strike from Rhodes. What terrifying strength! Flee. This thought consumed his mind. However, as he sought to escape, Kaku and Gabra coldly closed in from either side, ready to retaliate for the earlier pursuit. Bang! Bang! The CP0 member unleashed all his might to fend off Kaku and Gabra, attempting to dart into the street for safety. Yet, after a brief moment of resistance, he had irrevocably squandered any chance of escape. The silhouette of Rose flickered before him. Finger gun. Utilizing Kinbunchika Haki to detect Rose, he gritted his teeth and thrust his finger towards Rose's head, attempting to achieve mutual destruction. However, Rose responded with a similar gesture. Twisted finger. Bang. The two fingers collided mid-air, akin to two bullets striking one another, instantly creating ripples that distorted the surrounding air. Almost in the next moment, the index finger of the CP0 operative began to disintegrate from the tip, transforming into perfectly round particles under the influence of the twisting force. With Rose's twisted finger, his finger, hand, and entire arm were penetrated as both bone and flesh disintegrated into spherical fragments. A single strike was all it took for obliteration. Kaku and the others of CP9, witnessing this scene, were left in stunned silence. Previously, during Rose's confrontation with them, even after defeating Lucci head-on, he had not demonstrated such overwhelming prowess that could dispatch a CP0 member in mere 2 moves. The members of CP0 were nearly all masters of the 6 powers and Haki. Their strength was nearly equal to that of Lucci. Yet they could not withstand even a single attack from Rose. The might of Captain Rose appeared to outstrip their own recent growth, revealing a terrifying escalation in his power. After witnessing Rose's capabilities, the slight arrogance that Kaku and the others felt from their own strength was swiftly vanquished. After vanquishing the second CP0 member, Rose chose not to take his life immediately, opting instead to render him unconscious. Waiting for Lafitte to arrive in hopes of extracting some useful intelligence before delivering the final blow. Were there only these two? Roz turned to face Kaku and the others. Kaku nodded slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. It was indeed a source of shame that their large group had been utterly defeated by just 2 members of CP0, nearly facing complete annihilation. If Roz had engaged in a fierce battle with the two, it might have been more acceptable. However, the moment Roz took action, he effortlessly displayed an overwhelming prowess that crushed the opponents, leaving them feeling even more humiliated. Originally, Roz believed that there would be numerous members of CP0, however, there turned out to be only 2. Moreover, they have managed to put Kaku and others, who have mastered Haki, in such a predicament. Disappointing. Rodzi continued to inquire. What about the celestial dragons? Are they still on this island? Kaku shook his head and replied, they departed a few days ago. The celestial dragons hold little regard for the devil fruits, leaving only the 2 of them behind to pursue us. Rod nodded thoughtfully before inquiring, what about the metallic fruit? Right here, the head eagle replied, approaching and producing a demon fruit that gleamed with a metallic luster, distinctly the metal fruit of the paramecia type. Roz accepted the metallic fruit, casting a fleeting glance to ascertain its appearance and hue, concluding that the likelihood of error was minimal. After weighing it thoughtfully, he addressed Kaku and the others, remarking, it seems you have done quite well. Despite their harrowing pursuit by the 2 members of CP0, they had ultimately acquired the metallic fruit. Moreover, the intelligence they had consistently provided proved to be quite advantageous. Thus, Roz offered them commendation. Upon hearing his words, Kaku and the others felt a tinge of embarrassment. How goes your training in Haki? After Roz stored away the metallic fruit, he turned to Kaku and the others to inquire further. Typically, communication with CP9 revolves around intelligence matters, and there has been little examination of the training conditions of the CP9 members. While it is certain that CP9 will not serve as the primary combat force in the future, it remains imperative for an intelligence department to possess a certain level of strength. Both observation Haki and armament Haki have been mastered, with Gabra nearly at the same level. Bruno has only grasped armament Haki, while Khalifa has mastered observation Haki, and the others possess only a rudimentary understanding. Kaku reported the situation to Roz, noting that not everyone has mastered both forms of Haki, which was anticipated by Roz. For those of moderate talent like Bruno, it is more beneficial to excel in one form of Haki rather than to force themselves to train in an area where they lack proficiency. Their operations are mostly collaborative, with seldom any individual missions. Quite satisfactory, he remarked. Roz nodded, harboring modest expectations for Kaku and his companions. If Kaku and Gabra could attain the standard of ordinary CP0 members, while Khalifa and Bruno could reach Kaku's previous level, that would suffice. Moments later, Lafitte arrived, attempting to employ hypnosis and interrogation on the CP0 agents. However, his efforts proved futile. The hypnosis was utterly ineffective against the resolute will of the CP0 members, far surpassing that of Kaku and his peers, and the interrogation yielded no results. "Do not harbor any delusions. I shall divulge nothing," one of the CP0 agents sneered. "Do not presume you can traverse the seas unchallenged. The might of the government far exceeds your imagination. When the time comes for the dreaded Roz to reveal himself, you will come to understand the true essence of despair. I eagerly anticipate that moment." Roz, with a demeanor of indifference, realized that no valuable information could be extracted, and thus showed no mercy as he swiftly executed a decisive gesture. The force of distortion surged forth, obliterating the CP0 member. It appeared that these two CP0 operatives were merely ordinary members, and their demise yielded no rewards. Roz mentally marked them down. However, having acquired the metallic fruit, this undertaking was not entirely devoid of significance. He then instructed his companions to accompany him to the New World, placing particular emphasis on monitoring the movements of the Don Quixote family's executive members, with a directive to report findings promptly. Furthermore, he urged the continued search for information regarding the barrier fruit. After organizing his thoughts, Roz issued subsequent commands to Kaku and the others. At the shores of Gare Island, the vessel of Roz and his companions is presently docked here. After eliminating 2 members of CP0, Roz and Lafitte returned aboard with the CP9 crew. The members of CP9 sustained various injuries, and although they have been dressed, a professional surgeon like Ro could expedite their recovery. "You have captured a celestial dragon?" Upon learning that a celestial dragon was detained on Roz's ship, Kaku and the others displayed expressions of surprise. While they were aware that Roz had killed a celestial dragon in Sabaody, they did not anticipate that another live one was being held aboard. Khalifa stood beside Roz, her finger resting thoughtfully on her chin, revealing a serious and contemplative demeanor. "As far as I know, celestial dragons are supposed to have lifeguards placed within the government for timely rescue in case of maritime disasters. Since you captured him on Fishman Island, the government should be reacting by now." She lifted her gaze toward Roz, her tone implying that the government and the Navy might soon ascertain their location due to this celestial dragon. Upon hearing Khalifa's words, Rhodes displayed a contemplative expression. He had previously overlooked the significance of the lifeguard. However, relying solely on it to accurately pinpoint their location was no simple task. "What shall we do, Captain? Shall we eliminate him now?" Lafitte inquired, gesturing with his hands from a short distance away. After pondering for a moment, Roz remarked, "Finding someone using a lifeguard is not as simple as it seems. Moreover, we have been constantly on the move, and we still need to make a journey to the Sky Island." The captain is correct. A lifeguard can merely indicate direction. However, if the direction is perpetually shifting, compounded by the influence of ocean currents and weather conditions, it becomes quite a challenging endeavor. Luo, with the cursed blade, Guei-Ku, leaned against the side of the cabin and spoke in a low voice. "The utility of a celestial dragon is immense. To eliminate him outright would be a tremendous waste. Even casually discarding him in the territory of one of the 4 emperors would prove more advantageous than a mere execution. Indeed, this celestial dragon could also serve as bait, leaving the government in the dark regarding the identity of his captor." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Roz's eyes. In the absence of specific intelligence, the celestial dragons served as an inexhaustible bait, luring CP0 and the Navy into their snare, until the Navy realized that it was he who had captured the celestial dragons. For now, let that be the case. "By the way, Khalifa, it seems you have consumed the bubble fruit?" Roz turned to face Khalifa. This fruit was not meant to be acquired by Khalifa for several more years. However, due to Kaku and others persistently searching for devil fruits, and Roz having permitted the use of all fruits except for the natural and metallic barriers, it naturally fell into the hands of the sole female, Khalifa. "Indeed," Khalifa said, adjusting her glasses perched on her nose. Roz, lost in thought, remarked, "That is indeed a remarkable ability." After departing from the Gara kingdom, Rod's distorted gravity, guiding the vessel to ascend at a slant into the sky. He then proceeded to the bathroom to assess the effects of the bubble fruit's powers. Robin cast a fleeting glance before retracting her gaze. The altitude here was nearly within the realm of clouds, where, apart from birds capable of surviving at such heights, only billowing white clouds remained. Suddenly, amidst the cloudscape, a colossal shadow emerged, slowly traversing the sky. Indeed, it was a cluster of immense islands. The ability to have islands perpetually float in the sky was far beyond the capabilities of Roz's distorted fruit. It belonged to the power of the mythical Zoan-type float fruit, wielded by none other than the legendary pirate, Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion. Just as he was nearly swept away by a tempest, Shiki stood atop a hillside, gazing skyward with an expression of discontent. His powers were particularly vulnerable to storms, which could easily jeopardize the stability of the islands. While he was lost in worries about the weather, one of his subordinates hurriedly approached. A look of astonishment etched upon his face. "Lord Shiki, a ship has been spotted soaring through the sky." "Oh, that must be my ship," Shiki instinctively began to assert. Yet, midway through his proclamation, he abruptly realized that he had not commanded any vessel to soar through the heavens. Slightly taken aback, he swiftly inquired about the ship's direction, his form curving through the air as he darted towards the island's edge to peer into the distance. There, amidst the swirling mists, he could indeed faintly discern the silhouette of a ship, ascending diagonally into the sky. To Shiki's utter conviction, it was not his vessel. Interesting. A gravity fruit? Or perhaps a magnetism fruit? A glimmer of intrigue danced in Shiki's eyes. As one of the legendary figures who once ruled the seas alongside Whitebeard and Roger, a ship flying through the skies did not leave him utterly astonished. There existed numerous abilities capable of enabling such feats. However, only his float fruit could render islands eternally buoyant amidst the clouds. With a swift decision, Shiki took flight in pursuit of the airborne vessel. The ability to command a ship to soar was perfectly aligned with his ambitions for the flying pirate crew. If this individual could be enlisted as a subordinate, it would alleviate many of his burdens. Meanwhile, sensing the presence of the ship, Roz and his companions had long since detected the floating islands above. The expressions on Lafitte and the others bore traces of astonishment, even though they had visited Sky Island. The ethereal clouds there were entirely different from the spectacle of earthly islands suspended in the air. This was indeed the manifestation of the float fruit's extraordinary power. Robin gazed at the islands floating in the sky and could not help but speak softly. In her somewhat distant memories, she recalled hearing of a certain pirate who possessed the ability to make islands soar through the heavens, a pirate whose name has since become legendary. Indeed, it was the floating fruit of the Golden Lion Shiki. Roz gazed intently at the islands, his eyes shimmering as he spoke. Although the wisteria tiger could levitate vast amounts of rubble into the sky, achieving a near-permanent suspension of so many islands at an altitude of 10,000 meters seemed implausible. Upon hearing Roz mention the epithet of the Golden Lion and the name Shiki, the expression of those present shifted dramatically, their recognition evident. The sole escapee from Impelled Down, a figure who had once dominated the seas alongside Whitebeard and Roger before the Great Pirate Era. He had infiltrated the Navy headquarters alone, engaging in a fierce battle against the formidable duo of Garp and Sangoku, decimating nearly half of the headquarters before ultimately being subdued. Each of his exploits was nothing short of earth-shattering. As he contemplated the islands, Roz fell into a moment of contemplative silence, his gaze flickering. The bounty on the Golden Lion had been exceedingly high in his prime. Although it was rescinded upon his capture and Impelled Down, it was reinstated after his escape. While it was not as substantial as before, it still reached an astounding sum of 1.7 billion. A bounty of 1.7 billion. If he were to vanquish the Golden Lion, the reward in talent points would significantly enhance his strength. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the Golden Lion's prowess corresponded precisely with such a bounty. Setting aside his encounter with Luffy and his crew, where he had fallen under the weight of their reputation, the Golden Lion had previously stormed the Navy headquarters, waging war against Garp and Sangoku at their peak, and wreaking havoc on nearly half of the Navy's stronghold. Even after sacrificing his legs for the sake of escape and suffering mental instability, his strength could not have dwindled excessively. He likely remained at a level akin to that of a Navy admiral. This will not be an easy adversary. Roz pondered for a moment, ultimately concluding that the Golden Lion Shiki was temporarily beyond the scope of his quarry. Just as Roz's vessel ascended further, preparing to part ways with the island belonging to the Golden Lion, a figure pierced through the clouds, swiftly approaching. Someone is coming. They're moving rapidly. Lafitte and the others sensed the oncoming figure, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance. Almost instantaneously, the figure arced gracefully and landed upon the deck of the ship. Ha ha ha. An impressive ability to make a ship fly. Who is your captain? The Golden Lion, clutching a cigar, grinned widely upon alighting on the vessel. Though he did not display the overwhelming presence of a conqueror-esque haki, the aura of a legendary pirate was unmistakably palpable, causing Kaku and the others to feel a weight upon their chests. Observing the uninvited Golden Lion, Rod stood firm, his gaze steady as he addressed him. I am the captain. Regrettably, we have no wine aboard to offer you, Golden Lion. The Golden Lion turned his attention to Rod's, narrowing his eyes slightly. Although he had spent much time aloft, he was not completely oblivious to the affairs of the sea. The bounty of 1 billion berries on rods had certainly caught his interest. Upon recognizing rods, he was taken aback. He had anticipated a nameless individual, but instead found a pirate of some renown. This unexpected recognition invigorated his desire to recruit, especially as Rods was aware of his moniker. You are known as the Ghost Hand Rods, aren't you? Ha ha ha. How about joining the flying pirate crew? The Golden Lion scrutinized Rods for a moment before breaking into a broad smile, a hint of dominance gleaming in his eyes. He raised a fist before him and declared, If you ally with me, this sea shall inevitably be ours. Since his imprisonment in Impel Down, most of his former subordinates had dispersed, leaving him in a state of solitude with scarcely a few loyal followers remaining. Without a capable force at his command, he yearned to gather strength. A pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries possessed both the might and renown to qualify for his crew, potentially becoming a sharp sword in his arsenal. Indeed, seizing control of the seas is a pursuit I wish to undertake. However, with a calm gaze, Rhodes spoke, unperturbed by the imposing presence of the Golden Lion, stating, I have no interest in being anyone's subordinate. Hey, the Golden Lion replied, momentarily taken aback by Rhodes' decisive rejection. He lowered his fists and slightly raised his head, remarking, Though I have not paid much attention to the sea in recent times, I still possess some understanding. Do you genuinely believe that with mere words, you can defeat those so-called 4 emperors? For the Golden Lion, aside from Whitebeard, who hailed from his era, the others among the 4 emperors had risen to prominence long after him, rendering them mere juniors in his eyes. How would one know without putting it to the test? Rods responded calmly. The Golden Lion stared at him for a moment before erupting into a hearty laugh, the sound echoing through the clouds like a haunting keek-keek-keek. Simultaneously, a tumultuous and chaotic aura surged from the Golden Lion, radiating outward with ferocity. The Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, the nearby clouds were violently disturbed, swirling like a vortex, as if the very heavens had dimmed. This overwhelming Haki was incomparable to that of the Green Pepper. The Eagle and Khalifa fell into unconsciousness, while Bruno barely managed to remain conscious, his breath stuttering and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Kaku, Gabra, and Robin also felt the immense pressure. Only Lafitte maintained a semblance of composure, while Rod stood there with an unwavering gaze, sensing the subtle tremors and oppressive force emanating from the Golden Lion. Rods murmured to himself. This was the second time he had encountered such Haki. As he regarded Rods and the others, the Golden Lion gradually subdued his laughter, slowly levitating and looking down upon Rods from above. It was commendable to possess such audacity, yet mere courage was insufficient. Without the requisite strength, it was but empty bravado. Even the Golden Lion himself was certain he could not defeat Whitebeard alone. Naturally, he scoffed at Rod's arrogant demeanor. However, he understood the mindset of a newcomer like Rods, who had recently risen to prominence. It was entirely normal to be blind to everything and brimming with hubris. Only through experiencing defeat and understanding the gap between oneself and true power could one temper such arrogance. Experience the disparity, boy with the ghostly hands. He soared to a height of several dozen meters above the ship, his gaze becoming as still as water. With a swift motion of one leg, the famed blade, Drywood, that replaced his calf suddenly unleashed a terrifying sword aura, slicing down towards the ship below. This sword energy was vastly superior to anything Rods had encountered among the vice admirals. The only one he could compare it to was the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Undoubtedly, the Golden Lion was also a master swordsman standing at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The intent behind this strike was not to annihilate Rods and the others. It was merely directed at the ship, aiming to make Rods comprehend the disparity between himself and the mighty, to instill within him a sense of submission. However, the notion of submitting to the strong had never once crossed Rods' mind. Would a player ever submit to an NPC within a game? The answer was, of course, negative. Whoosh. Almost instantaneously as the Golden Lion launched his strike, Rods soared into the air, his gaze calm yet indifferent. He unleashed a powerful punch towards the oncoming sword energy. Although he could not yet crush such a master-level slash with his current twisted strength, it did not hinder Rod's from shattering it with sheer force. Boom! The massive golden sword energy collided with Rod's fist, resembling a golden crescent moon slicing through steel, with golden sparks flying in all directions. The two forces held each other in a stalemate for approximately a second before the colossal golden sword energy could no longer maintain its perfect arc, twisting and breaking apart in the middle. It grazed the sides of the ship, descending into the clouds below, cleaving a white cloud into two distinct halves. Roz floated in the air, gazing up at the golden lion above, slowly retracting her fist, her gaze serene. The disparity is meant to be bridged. TSK. Rhodes managed to withstand a strike, surprising the golden lion to some extent. Nevertheless, he merely clicked his tongue. The stronger Rhodes became, the more power he would add to his ranks. With a swift motion of his legs, he unleashed a flurry of kicks in the air, instantly conjuring 7 or 8 streaks of golden sword energy, descending upon Rhodes like a tempest, devoid of any intention to hold back. Although he intended to recruit Rhodes, combat remained combat. If Rhodes were to perish so easily, it would signify that he was unworthy of joining his crew. Lion's thousand cuts. The golden lion executed the swordsmanship of the great swordsman to perfection, even though he had lost his legs and wielded 2 swords in their stead. The essence of a great swordsman delved into the profundities of swordplay. Even in this manner, he could still unleash formidable slashes. The 7 or 8 streaks of golden sword energy surged toward Rhodes. Whoosh, whoosh. With his observation hockey fully activated, Roz entered a state of heightened awareness. Each blade of sword energy was within his grasp as he manipulated gravity, his feet dancing gracefully in the void as if traversing a tightrope. In a series of fleeting movements, he deftly evaded the net of sword energy and surged towards the golden lion. With his right hand, he gathered his fingers tightly and unleashed a sudden, powerful punch. The golden lion's eyes glimmered with intensity. It exhibited no inclination to retreat before Roz's strike. Instead, it raised its right foot with ferocity, bringing it crashing down towards Roz. The impact resonated through the air as the sword energy collided with Roz's distorted force, abruptly slowing under its influence before ultimately meeting the force of his fist. Upon the fist of Roz, an inky black armament of hockey clung with fervor, clashing against the blade of the golden lion in a symphony akin to the ringing of gold and iron, sparks flying in all directions. With a resounding boom, the golden lion sliced through Roz's distorted power, yet it could not entirely repel its influence. The distortion caused a subtle change in his expression, and he was sent spiraling backwards. Simultaneously, Roz, struck by the golden lion's sword, plummeted backward, barely halting his descent after several dozen meters. A delicate crimson line appeared on the surface of his right fist, yet it scabbed and healed almost instantaneously. Moreover, what was most astonishing was the emergence of a faint bloodstain on Roz's temple, an area that had not directly encountered the golden lion's blade, yet still bore the effects of its strike. This recalled memories of the clash between the Dark King Rayleigh and the Yellow Monkey. Although Rayleigh's blade was parried, the residual force left a slight wound upon the Yellow Monkey's visage, providing a semblance of understanding. Of course, the injury on Roz's temple was superficial, healing in the blink of an eye, and under his current advanced enhancement and resilience, such minor wounds were of little consequence. Is this the swordsmanship of a grand swordsman? Rod touched the scabbed corner of his forehead, the dried blood silently flaking away. His gaze flickered slightly as he regarded the golden lion, remarking, "It seems there is nothing particularly remarkable." The golden lion's attire and hair were visibly wrinkled under the influence of the distorting force, yet he bore no injuries. Upon hearing Rod's words, he let out a cold snort. "You shall soon be made aware." In an instant, the golden lion lunged forward, propelling himself toward Rod. With a swift kick, he unleashed a terrifying sword energy, stretching nearly 1,000 meters, which abruptly cleaved through the sky, slicing through the clouds and descending rapidly. Wave slash. This strike did not encompass the ship within its range. Rod chose not to confront it head-on. He deftly flickered aside, evading the sword energy, and charged fiercely toward the golden lion. Their figures were remarkably agile, one clad in a white haori and the other draped in a yellow cloak, twisting and soaring through the air as if deities clashing amidst the clouds, occasionally erupting with golden sword energies that cleaved through the vaporous expanse. Clang, clang. After exchanging 2 fierce blows with the golden lion, Rod's fist bore several new wounds. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he twisted the light, causing the surrounding space within several dozen meters to dim abruptly. A powerful beam of light surged forth, piercing directly into the eyes of the golden lion. caught off guard. The golden lion winced in pain, instinctively closing his eyes. Roz seizes the opportunity to swiftly advance before him, delivering a powerful kick with a sweeping motion. The golden lion, caught off guard, is unable to wield his sword in response and can only cross his arms in front of him, invoking his haki for defense. Bang! The golden lion's haki is comparable to that of the admiral's, yet in this state of complete passive defense, he cannot fully negate Roz's twisted power. Struck by Roz's leg, the golden lion plummets through the clouds below. At this moment, Roz had nearly discerned the true extent of the golden lion's prowess. In aerial combat, the golden lion exhibited remarkable agility. However, his speed paled in comparison to that of the yellow ape. As for his haki, it was on par with that of Admiral Kazuru and others, with the singular distinction lying in his swordsmanship and conqueror's haki. Yet, despite being a formidable swordsman, the golden lion's capabilities were somewhat diminished due to the loss of his legs, which he had replaced with swords, resulting in a reduction in the power of his technique. In terms of offensive strength, he was hardly superior to the Navy admirals. The only aspect that remained immeasurable was his conqueror's haki, to some extent. The golden lion's haki could influence Roz, though thus far he had not employed it a second time. With a swift motion, the golden lion plummeted from the clouds. And without a moment's hesitation, Roz leaped into the void, propelling himself forward with great vigor. Damn you, thousand cuts! Despite being unable to open his eyes, the golden lion's observation haki had already detected Roz's movements. With a sharp cough, he unleashed a flurry of kicks in midair, causing withered branches and cherry blossoms to erupt into a torrent of sword energy that wove together into a vast net, aimed directly at Roz. This expansive net not only ensnared Roz, but also encompassed the nearby ship within its lethal range, compelling Roz to brace himself for the impending assault. A resounding crash echoed through the air. Roz shattered the web of sword energy, and the golden lion had already regained his composure. A flicker of annoyance flashed in his eyes as he charged fiercely at Roz. Initially regarding Roz as a mere upstart, the golden lion found himself unexpectedly at a disadvantage against this youthful adversary, igniting a sense of embarrassment and anger within him. Clang! The golden lion swung his sword. But Roz deftly evaded, retaliating with a horizontal strike. The golden lion swept one of his legs sideways, colliding with Roz's leg, resulting in a clash of distorting power and sword energy. In an instant, Roz's pant leg was severed, leaving a gash upon his skin. Despite his formidable haki and distorting power, he found himself unable to fully withstand the might of the golden lioness strike. With a calm gaze, Roz engaged in a feigned exchange with the golden lion before issuing a low shout. Distortion sonic boom. Such a maneuver is seldom effective twice against top-tier opponents. However, a different technique could yield different results. The golden lion, taken aback by the multitude of Roz's unconventional tactics, was caught off guard, experiencing a sudden ringing in his ears and a violent jolt to his mind. His head, already compromised by the half-embedded ship's rudder, was further exacerbated by Roz's assault, triggering old injuries and plunging him into a momentary haze. Bang! With a powerful punch, Roz unleashed a force of distortion that struck the golden lion squarely in the chest. The excruciating pain compelled the golden lion to instinctively utilize his armament color for defense. Nonetheless, he was still forced to spit out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Coughing, the golden lion gritted his teeth in frustration. Despite the relentless ringing in his ears, he gradually regained some clarity and, without hesitation, swept his legs in a flurry, unleashing several waves of sword energy aimed directly at Roz to thwart his advancing assault. As Roz broke through the barrier of sword energy and continued his charge, a trace of bloodshot fury appeared in the golden lion's eyes. In such dire circumstances, both he and Roz had ignited their true combat fervor, discarding all thoughts of restraint. Die. 10-blade slash wave. The golden lion fiercely thrust his legs, fully executing the swordsmanship of a grand swordsman, sending forth a cross-shaped golden sword energy that sliced toward Roz with ferocity. Just as Roz evaded the sword energy, the golden lion charged downwards, suppressing the intense pain in his chest, unleashing a relentless series of strikes with his dual swords. Twisted Fist. Relying on his fully enhanced physical capabilities and innate resilience, Roz, undeterred by the insufficient strength of his armament color, engaged in a fierce melee with the golden lion. However, after exchanging several blows, the golden lion suddenly let out a furious roar, unleashing a tempestuous wave of conqueror's haki that bore down upon Roz. This overwhelming haki forcibly extricated Roz from his focused state, significantly impacting his observation and haki abilities. Roz's expression changed dramatically. It was inconceivable that he alone possessed the powers of distortion, light blasts, and sonic explosions. The Golden Lion should have long since unleashed the Conqueror's haki, a force equally capable of creating opportunities. Under the severe influence on his observation haki, Roth was unable to swiftly regain his composure and capture the Golden Lion's movements, resorting instead to unleashing his distortion powers with all his might, striking directly ahead. The Golden Lion, affected by his light and sound blasts, sustained considerable injuries. One could only ponder how he would fare under similar circumstances. The situation would undoubtedly be far worse. Engaging in a duel with a formidable swordsman like the Golden Lion was far more perilous than clashing with a Marine admiral. For often, the line between life and death, victory and defeat, is drawn in the fleeting moment. As Rods unleashed the power of distortion with a full-force strike ahead, he resolutely uttered, "System. Activate the Universal Talent Branch, Rock. Rock." This ability stands as the second branch under the Universal Physical Enhancement. If the trait of resilience significantly amplifies stamina and recovery capabilities, then Rock substantially elevates the body's defensive prowess. With physical enhancement already maxed out, the activation of Rock immediately bestowed a proficiency level of 50, marking a substantial augmentation in Rod's physical strength. In the next instant, the Golden Lion seized the opportunity, launching a fierce horizontal slash with his sword. This strike cleaved through Rod's distortion power, slicing across his chest and abdomen, piercing through his armed color haki, and leaving a deep gash upon his form. Had Rods not momentarily activated the talent Rock, enhancing the toughness of his skin and flesh considerably, he would have faced a grim fate. Perhaps not cleaved in two, but certainly at risk of being disemboweled by such a blow. In the face of the Grand Swordsman's skills, life and death hung in the balance within the blink of an eye. Not good. On a nearby ship, Law and Robin, witnessing this scene, immediately altered their expressions. The aerial battle was unjust for both Rods and the Golden Lion. The ability of the float fruit allowed objects to levitate upon contact, a state that became nearly permanent and unrestricted. Meanwhile, Rods had to manage a ship suspended in the sky, which constantly divided his focus and drained a fraction of his distortion power. 30 blooms in full flourish. With a glimmer in Robin's eyes, he took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed his ability. The Golden Lion, who was attempting to launch an aggressive counterattack, found himself ensnared by countless arms that sprouted from his own body, instantly constricting him and stifling his next move, as well as halting his reaction. The battle between Rhodes and the Golden Lion is such that even the slightest detail can exert a tremendous influence. Robin, disregarding his injuries, intervened in an instant, thereby turning the tide of the conflict once more. Boom. The distorted power of Ra struck fiercely against the Golden Lion, once again sending it hurtling through the air. A mouthful of fresh blood transformed into mist, cascading down toward the clouds. Although Robin swiftly retracted her powers at the moment of restraining the Golden Lion, she remained affected by the distortive force of Ra's. The injuries inflicted upon the arms manifested from her Hana Nomi would inevitably transfer back to her original body, marking one of its inherent flaws. Instantly, her delicate white arms were marred with bruises and swelling. Roa glanced at Robin's injuries, his expression shifting slightly. He promptly utilized his abilities to transfer his medical kit from the cabin and immediately began administering aid to Robin. Meanwhile, Rose engaged in combat with the Golden Lion. Since the restoration of his observation haki, he was acutely aware of Robin's injuries, and a flicker of fury ignited in the depths of his gaze. Entering a state of heightened focus, he charged fiercely towards the Golden Lion. Despite sustaining severe damage to his torso, nearly facing evisceration, he could only rely on the sheer strength of his muscles to forcefully compress the wound, coupled with his resilient talent to facilitate slow healing, which significantly hampered his combat prowess. However, the Golden Lion was not in a much better state. His twisted fists were not easily endured, especially considering the recent circumstances where Robin had recklessly intervened in the battle, exacerbating his own injuries. Damn it! The Golden Lion coughed violently. At least 2 ribs fractured in his chest, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. As he beheld Rose charging towards him, a glimmer of madness sparked in his eyes. For a pirate, particularly one of his stature, such life and death struggles were not unfamiliar. He had faced countless encounters of this nature. Having fought Roger and Whitebeard numerous times, he had yet to meet his demise. Boom, boom. With each collision and clash with Rose, the Golden Lion sustained further injuries, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In each confrontation, the wound on Roz's abdomen, which had only just begun to heal with a fragile granulation, was once more torn open, inflicting a pain so excruciating that an ordinary person would succumb to unconsciousness within mere seconds. This situation was becoming increasingly dire. Observing the distant battle, Lafitte and his companions wore expressions of deep concern, as they found it exceedingly difficult to intervene in such a fierce conflict. Only Robin, with her unique abilities, possessed the qualification to engage, albeit at the cost of sustaining severe injuries to her arm, necessitating a lengthy period of recovery. As for the others, Kakagabura's attempt to rush in using the moonwalk would be tantamount to courting death. They could hardly withstand even the residual sword energy of the Golden Lion. As for himself, there existed a significant gap in strength between him and Roz, while the entangled battle between Roz and the Golden Lion rendered any intervention on his part nearly impossible. The only one with a viable chance to contribute meaningfully was Law, who was currently administering urgent care to Robin's injured arm. However, given the distance, it was uncertain whether his room could reach them. Boom, boom. The air crackled with explosive sounds as Roz and the Golden Lion engaged in a brutal clash, their initial indifference having transformed into a fierce desire to annihilate one another. As the severity of their injuries escalated, it became increasingly difficult to discern who would collapse first. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the Golden Lion, a transmission from a din-din mushy. Blurp, blurp. This interruption momentarily halted the fierce exchanges between Roz and the Golden Lion. Who? Roth panted heavily, his gaze flickering as he assessed the situation. Despite the excruciating pain that clouded his thoughts, his heightened awareness allowed him to retain a semblance of composure. Continuing this fierce struggle would likely result in mutual destruction. Whether it be the death of the Golden Lion or himself, an outcome that would be decidedly unfavorable for him. For a fleeting moment, the Golden Lion regained his composure, deducing that persisting in this bloodshed would likely lead to a deadlock. To perish alongside Amir Jr. was an utterly unacceptable and ludicrous notion for him. He was, after all, a legendary pirate who once rivaled the likes of Whitebeard Roger. What folly it would be to meet his end alongside a subordinate. In the ensuing silence, the Golden Lion reached into his breast pocket, activating the din-din mushy within. As the connection was established, an anxious voice erupted on the other end. Lord Shiki, there is a storm brewing to the south. Please return swiftly to redirect the island. Suppressing his frustration, the Golden Lion remained silent, his intense gaze fixed on Roth in the distance. After a brief pause, he spoke in a low, resolute tone. You, the boy with the devil's hand. I will remember you. This debt will be noted, and I shall settle it with you in due time. Roz gazed coldly at the Golden Lion, unable to fathom how the situation had escalated to such an extent. Particularly concerning was Robin's severe injury. The significance of her arm was self-evident. And even if she were to recover, it would necessitate an extended period of convalescence. The Golden Lion cast a frigid glance at Roz before abruptly arcing through the air, soaring towards a distant island while maneuvering it away from the storm's wrath. Meanwhile, Roz cast an indifferent glance at the silhouette of the Golden Lion before soaring back to the ship. Luo had long been prepared. The moment Roz returned to the ship, he approached with a grave expression, meticulously examining the wound on Roz's chest and abdomen. The captain's vitality was truly astonishing. Such a series of torn wounds would likely necessitate partial excision for an ordinary person. Upon inspection, it became apparent that although Roz's injuries were severe, they were gradually healing due to his remarkable life force. Luo exhaled in relief, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. It was astonishing that such a grievous wound seemed to require no suturing, merely disinfection and bandaging. Yet, having previously encountered his captain's resilience, he was not entirely taken aback. As he disinfected the wound, he simultaneously retrieved a bandage to tend to Roz's injuries. Rod allows Luo to bandage his wounds while glancing at Robin in the distance. How's Robin's hand? He inquires. I have already addressed the bruising. The damaged areas require further repair. My abilities enable me to manage such intricate details. Law swiftly applied bandages to Roz's wound and responded to him in a low voice. If it were any other doctor facing an arm affected by the powers of distortion, they would likely be at a loss. However, Law possessed the unique ability of the Opop no Mi, allowing him to completely disassemble the arm, expel all the bruising, and gradually treat it before reassembling it. Even injuries as severe as Luffy's penetrating wounds to his chest could be healed, so naturally, Robin's arm injury was not beyond his capacity. Nevertheless, full recovery would not be achievable in a short span, as Robin lacked his resilient nature, requiring at least a month or two for complete healing. Listening to Law, Roz nodded and walked towards Robin, who was seated on a deck chair. The audacity to act decisively in such a situation was remarkable. At that moment, Robin sat calmly, her arm temporarily separated by Law's surgical powers, yet the pain remained, still transmitting through. She displayed no signs of suffering from the pain, maintaining her usual composure, and remarked, "If something were to happen to you, Captain, we would all plummet from here." This statement implied that losing Roz's control would result in everyone, along with the ship, falling into the sea. Moreover, it underscored that the fate and achievements of the Ghost Hand pirates were solely tethered to Roz. Should anything befall him, all the bounties, the potential to become the next emperor, would vanish, plummeting back to the depths of the sea, far from the Sky Throne. Whether there existed a deeper meaning remained a mystery, as Roz could discern nothing from Robin's demeanor. Roz cast a glance at the table nearby, where lay the disassembled remnants of fingers, skin, flesh, and bones, meticulously dismantled by Law's surgical fruit abilities. He shook his head and gently placed his hand upon Robin's shoulder. "Rest well. I will have Khalifa take care of you." Under Roz's command, the ship swiftly soared above the pristine sea. 3 days had passed since the encounter with the Golden Lion, and during this time, Law had tirelessly attended to the injuries on Robin's arm. Such severe contusions could only be treated by a surgical fruit, capable of disassembling and healing from any cross-section. With her arms temporarily incapacitated, Robin resided with Khalifa, who tended to her needs most of the time, while Roz frequently visited. Despite her inability to use her hands, which necessitated assistance even for eating, Robin's composed demeanor prevented her from feeling any profound embarrassment. Only when Khalifa was absent and Roz helped her with meals did she exhibit a hint of discomfort, but it was merely a fleeting moment. Beyond that, Roz entrusted all personal care, such as bathing and using the restroom, to Khalifa, refraining from any peculiar actions, which often elicited a subtle smile from Robin when alone. In Law's medical chamber, he was performing the final treatment on Robin's arm. The once ghastly state had now nearly returned to normal. Most of the bones and flesh had been meticulously reassembled, and due to the unique nature of the surgical fruit's abilities, which resemble a spatial concept, any object cut and reconnected would heal perfectly, seamlessly returning to its original form. "Thank you for your hard work." Law stood not far away, observing Ro as he performed the final healing and stitching. Over the past 3 days, his wounds had nearly healed completely, while Robin had only just reached the second stage. In truth, the reassembly was the most arduous part of the process. Ro had meticulously disassembled nearly all the damaged areas to the utmost limits of his control. This was no mere puzzle. Every inch of flesh and bone had to be restored to its original position, with not the slightest deviation allowed. "It's nothing," he remarked. "For my primary role is that of a physician." After meticulously inspecting once more and confirming that there were no significant issues, Luo proceeded to close the outer layer of the skin, revealing 2 arms on the surgical table that appeared bruised and swollen. However, internally, they were no longer in the chaotic state caused by the distortion of power. The surgery, which had taken 3 days, had now reached its conclusion. As he completed the final tasks, beads of sweat began to trickle down Luo's forehead. This was the first time he had undertaken such a demanding procedure, pushing his medical skills to their utmost limits. With that said, it would be appropriate to send Robin over to connect with him. Roz gazed at the 2 arms upon the surgical table, finding the scene rather disconcerting upon first glance. However, with prolonged exposure to Ro, one becomes accustomed to his extraordinary abilities. The arms bore no visible signs of incision. This remarkable trait of the surgical fruit ensures that any severance made by its power requires no stitching. Simply rejoining the pieces restores them to their original state. Rua removed his medical gloves and wiped the sweat from his forehead, stating, "Indeed, however, it is still essential to wrap it with a bandage." The subsequent recovery is equally significant, as certain internal injuries cannot be directly healed and require time, approximately 1 to 2 months. "Then let us proceed." Rod nodded, his finger flicking upwards, causing the entire tabletop to silently levitate. Luo arrived at the door of Robin and Khalifa's room, carrying a medical kit and bandages along with other supplies, following Roz. Inside the room, Khalifa gently poured a cup of tea from a pot and handed it to Robin, saying, "Have you ever considered what would happen if your arm cannot be healed? Your flower fruit relies heavily on your hands, does it not?" Adjusting her glasses on the bridge of her nose, Khalifa added, "Losing a hand signifies the loss of one's abilities for this ship. It would be akin to losing its very purpose." Robin smiled faintly and remarked, "In such circumstances, there is little room for contemplation. Once events have transpired, overthinking is futile. Is it not?" Khalifa let out a soft sigh. During her tenure in government service, she had witnessed too much, the merciless eradication of those deemed obsolete. particularly for intelligence operatives. Once rendered ineffective, their fate was singular, to perish in the line of duty. Robin's injury is quite serious. Although there is a substantial confidence in the ability to heal, it remains merely a significant assurance, with the possibility of remaining incurable still present. Your perspective is truly refreshing. Robin smiled gently, a faint glimmer illuminating her eyes. Long ago, such matters would have troubled her, and even in perilous situations, she would have opted for self-preservation and flight rather than confrontation. When did she come to embrace this vessel and Captain Ross? Certainly not during her initial encounter with Ross, when her sole intention was merely to find a new refuge. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Khalifa set down her teacup, approached the door, unlatched it, and welcomed Roz and Row inside. How does it feel? Roz entered and, utilizing the powers of the surgical fruit, flew over to the table in front of Robin, effortlessly severing with precision. Although the arms and shoulders were in a state of separation, there remained a palpable sense of awareness, even across the considerable distance. Robin sat there, casting a faint smile towards Rose, and said, "It's all right." Although the repairs were largely completed, he had not yet fully healed. Moving forward, you must be cautious. Refrain from utilizing your fruit abilities and endeavor to minimize any movements involving your hands and arms. Luo approached with a medical kit, solemnly advising Robin. Soon, the arm, which had been detached for 3 days, was successfully reattached without any unforeseen complications. However, it hung awkwardly, wrapped in bandages, detracting significantly from its aesthetic appeal. After completing the medical tasks, Luo offered a few more reminders before departing the room, closing the door behind him, leaving only Luo, Robin, and Khalifa. "How much longer do you intend to endure this disheveled appearance?" Robin inquired, tilting his head towards Roz after Luo had left. Roz touched his nose and chuckled. "It's quite rare to see you in such a disheveled state. How do you feel now?" "Much better than before." Robin replied that even with the abilities granted by the surgery fruit, the sensation of her arms and shoulders being separated still felt rather strange. Fortunately, as she simultaneously wielded the powers of the flower fruit, she was able to adapt. Nevertheless, she ultimately preferred her current state. Roz nodded, approached the window, and cast a glance at the pristine white clouds outside, saying, "In a few more days, we shall arrive at Baika, where you can stay until you regain your strength." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Robin silently retracted her previous assessment of her captain's slight changes in demeanor. At this moment, the CP0 organization of the world government was engulfed in chaos. Initially, the inexplicable loss of 2 members from the Garen Kingdom in the North Sea, due to the pursuit of former CP9 traitors, had raised alarms. This alone was enough to put the government and CP0 on high alert, as CP9 was privy to numerous governmental secrets. Not only had they betrayed the government, but they also seemed to be entangled with a formidable force capable of annihilating 2 CP0 members, which was certainly troubling news. Moreover, concerning the life card of the celestial dragon Masquerade, it had inexplicably shifted directions multiple times in a short span, ultimately veering upwards, pointing toward the sky, leaving CP0 in a fruitless chase. Most critically, this life card had previously indicated the direction of the Garen Kingdom in the North Sea. While this could be mere coincidence, if it were not, it would imply that the CP9 traitor and those secretly imprisoning Masquerade were linked. The world government took this matter with utmost seriousness, issuing orders for an all-out effort to rescue Saint Masquerade and ensure his safety, while demanding the swift eradication of the CP9 traitor. Days later, the vessel of Roz has arrived at the ethereal island of Baika. Although a considerable time has elapsed since his departure, the lingering influence of Roz, coupled with Lafitte's profound hypnotic prowess, remains palpable. Within the central palace of Baika, the chieftain emerged, holding an exquisite wooden box. After bowing respectfully to Roz, he presented the box, stating, "We have located the item you seek." "Oh?" Roz took the wooden box and gently opened it, revealing a devil fruit emblazoned with lightning patterns. Nestled in the center, this natural-type thunder fruit is one of the abilities closest to invincibility. Initially, he anticipated numerous challenges, yet to his surprise, acquiring it proved to be far easier than expected. His memories of this world are sufficient to grasp its trajectory. Reaching this point is attributed not only to the presence of the system, but also to his understanding of the world's direction and intricacies. Without Robin's intelligence, he could not have pursued various pirates with such speed and efficiency, rising in the West Sea. Had it not been for Lafitte as a navigator, He would have wasted considerable time on navigation, his training would have suffered, and his strength would have been significantly weaker, possibly hindering his progress through youth's trials. At last, it has fallen into my hands. Gazing at the thunderfruit, Rods murmured softly. In the past, he might have felt elated, but due to the situation with Robin, he found himself devoid of any joyful emotions, merely accepting the thunderfruit with a sense of detachment. Well done. After expressing his appreciation to the chief and the priests, Rods led Robin and the others into the palace. This palace was constructed later, effectively establishing the Sky Island, Baika, as a sort of headquarters. Having secured the thunder fruit from the chief, along with the metal fruit, the initial formation of the giant core is now within reach. After staying in Baika for a week, during which Robin's hand gradually recovered, Roz and Lafitte departed for Qinghai, where they sought out the giant soldier pirate crew. They brought the 5 members of the crew to the Sky Island. For the 5 giants, including Held In, it was their inaugural ascent to the Sky Island. In a vast courtyard adorned with expansive white island clouds, the 5 giants sat cross-legged, while Roz stood before them, placing 2 fruits upon the ground. One was the nature-type Rumble fruit, reputed as one of the most formidable devil fruits, and the other was the Paramecia-type metal fruit, equally remarkable in its own right. Roz gazed calmly at Hayarding and the others, stating, "These 2 fruits are now entrusted to you. Before long, I shall require your strength." Hayarding and the others exchanged glances at the 2 devil fruits, their expressions betraying a hint of astonishment. Although Roz had previously mentioned that he would soon procure even more formidable devil fruits to forge a giant legion, they had not anticipated such promptness. Nor did they expect one of them to be the nature-type thunder fruit. This fruit allows the user to transform into lightning and wield the power of thunder. At present, without new crew members, you are the most suitable users. Roz addressed Hayarding and the others calmly, stating, however, by consuming these 2 devil fruits, you shall be committing yourselves to endure countless brutal battles, where a moment's inattention could result in death upon the battlefield. The choice to become warriors lies solely with you. Kaku had yet to consume a devil fruit, for the members of CP9 were more suited for intelligence work. Bestowing the thunder fruit upon Kaku would signify his ascension as a primary combatant aboard the ship, thereby further weakening an already fragile intelligence network. Moreover, the price of consuming these 2 fruits entails the inevitability of facing numerous bloody and merciless conflicts. Whether contending with Doflamingo or the 4 emperors, participation in battle is assured. The giants are all fearless warriors. After a few moments of silence spent gazing at the 2 devil fruits, Hayarding turned to Rods, his eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve. Would the giants ever concede that they are not warriors? Absolutely not. The identity of a warrior is a source of pride for every giant. As for the brutal battles and sanguinary fields, to a true warrior, they are not arenas of carnage but rather paradises. In the name of the warriors of Elbaf, I vow to eliminate all your enemies. Without hesitation, Hayarding grasped the thunder fruit, adopting the solemn posture of a giant's oath, and then consumed it. Even a mere promise from the giants is a commitment they would defend with their lives. As for oaths, that is another matter entirely. Any oath, unless met with death, shall be fought for eternally. Crackle. Upon consuming the thunder fruit, arcs of electricity began to flicker from Hayarding's hair, forcing Rod and Stanson to retreat to a safe distance. The lightning-like brilliance spread from his head down to his feet, enveloping him in a cocoon of electric energy, transforming him into a figure of white thunder. Thus, the thunder giant Hayarding was born. The crackling lightning continuously illuminated Hayarding, lifting his massive form into the air. His once black hair, now a tempest of white thunder, swirling around him. After an indeterminate period, Hayarding gradually acclimated to this newfound power, slowly dissipating the electrical energy, and descended back to the ground, his fists resting on the earth as he knelt before Rod's. Rod looked on calmly. Henceforth, you shall be one of the glories of Elbaf for the next several centuries, the thunder giant, Held In. The remaining metallic fruit ultimately descended upon the head of the boatman. Stanson, as a boatman, utilizing the metallic fruit was indeed a natural fit for him. Gulp. Upon swallowing the metallic fruit, Stanson's hair transformed from black to silver gray, spreading to the roots, and a metallic sheen enveloped his skull, cascading down to his feet. Stanson's body swiftly morphed into a pool of liquid silver metal, scattering across the ground, only to rapidly coalesce once more. He stood upright, raising his arm, one of which transformed into a colossal silver warhammer, pointing skyward. The metal giant, Stanson, was born. Thus, the thunder giant, Held In, the metal giant, Stanson, and the sand giant, Rod, had all come into existence. Rod had already become proficient with the abilities of the sand fruit, far surpassing his initial performance, even capable of crafting sturdy sand armor that could withstand bullets and cannonballs. Thank you for your blessing. The gigantic warhammer at Stanson's wrist reverted to its original form, and he, like Helden, performed the most solemn ritual of the giant race towards Rod. Rod nodded and remarked, "The fruits of thunder, metal, and rustle are exceptionally suited to your giant kin's capabilities. In the forthcoming period, I require you to remain on the Sky Island, honing the powers of these three fruits, and I shall also impart additional knowledge to you." "We shall dutifully comply," the giants, including Helden, responded in unison. Roz stood firm, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke in a calm tone. "Let us commence from this moment. Goldbag and Gers, please step back." Goldbag and Gers nodded in acknowledgement and retreated to a distance of approximately 100 meters. As they distanced themselves, Roz gradually raised his hand, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing in midair, delivering a powerful punch towards Heidiing. Combat serves as the most effective form of training, particularly for Heidiing and others endowed with natural and unique superhuman abilities, as they remain impervious to harm without the use of armed color. This allows Roz to unleash his full potential, treating them as mere punching bags. The battle with the Golden Lion instilled in Roz a keen sense of peril. Although he managed to escape from the grasp of an admiral, it was merely a fleeting escape. Any unforeseen event could plunge him into dire straits. Power, he must relentlessly pursue the enhancement of his strength until he can stand equal to, or even triumph over, an admiral. Recently, there has been much discourse surrounding the giants, with inquiries about why the protagonist garners such admiration. The answer is quite simple. Giants are not akin to humans. They lack the intricacies of deceit and treachery, possessing a straightforward nature. Betrayal is nearly non-existent, and they may engage in a contest of size for a century. In the face of such existence, anything other than battle is devoid of significance. Moreover, I cannot simply emulate the works of others. What value is there in crafting a mere replica? One must strive to create something distinct. The notion of living targets is entirely unfounded. When one possesses absolute power, there is no need to consider other aspects. Behind the three giants stand three fully realized Susanu, ready for combat. The claim that giants are slow is merely relative. If you can sprint 10 paces in a second, a giant takes but one stride. Yet, that single stride can match your 10, regardless of your speed. Furthermore, giants themselves do not represent the pinnacle of combat prowess within the protagonist's pirate crew. The collective might of the giant legion is sufficient to obliterate everything save for the admirals. Currently, aside from the protagonist, the Ghost Hand pirates boast three formidable powers, and it is still too early for them to board the ship. Lafitte is not among them. Boom. As Roz's fist descended, Halting's massive form was instantaneously shattered into a tempest of lightning, dispersing in all directions. Both Stanson and Rod's expressions shifted dramatically. However, being seasoned giants who had undergone countless trainings, and nearly thrice Roz's age, they swiftly regained their composure. "Captain, be cautious," Stanson bellowed, wielding the still awkward metallic fruit, his arm abruptly transforming into a gleaming silver sword, thrusting fiercely towards Roz. The metallic strength generated by the fruit is intrinsically linked to one's physicality. As giants, whose physique far surpasses that of ordinary humans, the metal produced by this fruit is, without a doubt, extraordinarily resilient. Crack! With a powerful backhand strike, Roz unleashed a force of distortion, causing the colossal metal sword to remain suspended in the air for a fleeting second. It was only then that a myriad of cracks began to manifest, ultimately leading to its shattering. Rod hesitated on whether to join forces for an assault. Upon witnessing Roz shatter Stanson's metal with a single strike, he let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, his physique swelled, transforming from a 30-meter giant into a terrifying figure nearly 50 meters tall. The swirling yellow sands coalesced around him, forming a fearsome armor of sand. Resembling a magnified version of Gara, Rod extended his hands into the void, and sand began to coalesce, transforming into a colossal spear of sand. With a thunderous roar, he thrust it downward with great force towards Roz. With an unwavering expression, Roz countered with a punch. Boom! The power of distortion was fully unleashed, causing Rod's sand spear to shatter into countless fragments. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly surged from the side, as Hayarding's form transformed into flickering lightning, delivering a punch towards Roz with almost unbelievable speed, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Roz, fully utilizing his observation haki, entered a state of heightened awareness. However, he furrowed his brow at this strike, unable to evade it, and could only meet it with his own fist. The Thunder Fruit matched the speed of the Glint Fruit, both allowing their users to reach the pinnacle of speed. Yet, unlike Kizaru, Hayarding was a giant. His punch not only boasted incredible velocity but also an extensive range, making it exceedingly difficult to dodge even after perceiving its trajectory. Boom. Among the three fruits, the Thunder Fruit proved to be the mightiest. Even though Hayarding had only just acquired the Thunder Fruit, the lightning unleashed from his punch intertwined and clashed with Raz's power of distortion in the air, creating a cacophony of explosive sound. With a flicker in her gaze, Raz let out a low growl, unleashing a surge of distorting power that shattered Heldon's fist. With both hands outstretched towards the tempest of lightning above, she grasped at the air. Crackling and sparking, the vast web of lightning was manipulated by her distorted force, instantly transforming into a twisted orb of thunder nestled within her palm. With her right hand firmly gripping it, she pressed it directly against the metallic giant, Stanson. Although metal is typically susceptible to electricity, the lightning failed to inflict any significant harm upon Stanson. It merely caused a fleeting moment of paralysis in his formidable frame. Giant of Sand, Rod once again unleashed his formidable prowess. With a swift grasp of both hands, he seized a colossal blade of yellow sand and swung it fiercely towards Rod's, causing the clouds above to fracture instantaneously, creating a vast rift in the sky. Unlike the other two, he had possessed the sand fruit for quite some time, and as a warrior of the giant race, he had continuously honed its abilities without pause. Quite impressive, Rods remarked, nodding slightly at the display of power. He executed a kick mid-air, landing upon the jagged edge of the yellow sand rift, whereupon a surge of distorting force erupted, swiftly suppressing the tearing effect. Observing this, Stanson transformed his arm into a massive blade and swept it horizontally once more. Crackling sounds erupted as Hayarding charged forward, emulating Rod. He raised both hands high, summoning a tempest of thunder and lightning that coalesced into a thunderous battle axe, which he gripped tightly before plunging it forcefully into the ground. In an instant, terrifying bolts of lightning enveloped the entire courtyard, yet due to Hayarding's lack of precise control, even Gertz and his companion found themselves within the attack's range. The crackling electricity had an effect on Stanson. The metal's conductivity allowed the lightning to adhere to his metallic greatsword, surging down towards Rods with unstoppable force. Roz crossed his arms over his chest, enveloped in a shroud of dark, armored hockey, withstanding Stanson's fierce strike. Simultaneously, the wall of distortion expanded, effectively shielding him from the onslaught of raging thunder. The collision of thunder and metal demanded his utmost effort to parry. It seems you all have adapted quite well. Crackle. Hayarding dispelled the lightning, as Gertz and Goldbug were also caught within its radius, receiving a jolt from his electric discharge. However, the two, being formidable giants, only felt a minor impact. Their hair stood on end, and some singe marks appeared, but the injuries were not severe. Rods also dispelled the wall of distortion. Standing in the arena and gazing at the three colossal figures of Hayarding and the others, with a tranquil demeanor, he remarked, "These three fruits are either of the natural type or possess extraordinary physiques akin to the natural elements, each demonstrating a semblance of elemental transformation. However, even natural elementalization has its vulnerabilities. Specifically, the armament hockey can strike at its physical form, and I did not employ hockey just now." Upon hearing Rods's words, Hayarding and the others exchanged glances, their expressions growing solemn. Roz gazed at Gertz and Goldbag, who had retreated to a distant position, standing in the center of the arena. He raised his head to look at Heldon and the others, calmly stating, "Next, I shall unleash my dominion." Heldon and the others inhaled deeply, their expressions revealing a glimmer of combativeness, devoid of any semblance of fear. For giants, the notion of fear was utterly non-existent. Whoosh! The figure of Rod suddenly flashed, ascending into the air, and with a swift motion, he hurled a punch towards Rod. The sand armor surrounding Rod had yet to dissipate. Under the force of Rose's punch, the armor began to shatter, each fragment infused with the twisted power of hockey, sending him hurtling backward. However, despite being propelled away, the sand armor absorbed a significant portion of the impact, and coupled with the giant's physique, which far surpassed that of an ordinary human, the blow felt akin to a mere scuffle between two commoners. Although painful, it lacked any overwhelming effect. Moreover, it is crucial to note that, for a natural type user, this sand armor possesses the remarkable ability to regenerate infinitely. The natural type can elementalize, with flexibility being one path of development. In contrast, the ability to endlessly create and control that element can evolve into a different avenue, pure strength. It seems you have discovered a method to contend with users of hockey. Before Roz had found Rod's sand armor somewhat intriguing, and now it indeed appears quite fascinating. Even if the adversary manages to breach his sand armor and possesses the formidable ability of armament hockey, with merely a thought, he can regenerate infinitely. Unless faced with an exceptionally powerful strike capable of not only shattering the sand armor in a single blow but also inflicting severe damage upon his resilient form. Such endeavors hold little significance for him. It is essential to understand this. The punch that Roz delivered just now utilized nearly 60 to 70% of his strength. Yet it merely sent Rod flying backwards. If Rod were to further develop this fruit, enhancing both his power and the defensive capabilities of his sand armor, even an entity of Doflamingo's caliber would find it exceedingly challenging to subdue him within a short span of time. Whoosh! Once more, Rhodes darted forward, directing his formidable energy towards the metallic giant, Stanson. With a powerful punch, he struck from the air, granting Stanson a fleeting moment to react. Stanson let out a low growl, his silvery form rapidly coalescing into a robust steel shield that stood resolutely before him. Rhodes' distorted power collided with the immensely dense shield, barely shattering it. Thunderous roar. Heldon did not remain passive. As Rhodes delivered his blow to Stanson, he unleashed a thunderous command. The power of the thunder fruit erupted with unrestrained vigor, transforming the ground into a tumultuous sea of lightning. The chaotic bolts surged through the vicinity, enveloping an area of over 100 meters in a relentless assault. Faced with Heldon's indiscriminate onslaught, Rhodes' gaze flickered as he summoned the wall of distortion, shielding himself from the electric barrage while charging towards Heldon. Whether it was due to the heightened perception conferred by the thunder fruit or Heldon's innate superiority, he sensed Rhodes' advance. As Rhodes launched his punch, Heldon reciprocated with his own. Crackle! The heavens erupted as a colossal dragon of lightning surged forth, striking fiercely at Rhodes. The clash of electric energy and distorted power resonated in the air, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Threads of electricity danced through the atmosphere, revealing Rhodes' silhouette, still poised in the act of striking. He gradually withdrew his fist, exhaling slowly. Impressive. He had not intended to exert his full strength. Yet the might of the thunder was formidable enough to nearly breach his wall of distortion, compelling him to unleash his full power to obliterate the raging currents of electricity in the void. Noticing that Heldon and the others were poised to continue their assault, Rhodes raised a hand to halt them. Let us pause here for now. From this point on, you may engage in mutual training. For those who remain, I shall instruct them on the application of hockey. Even the sea cow, a creature of martial prowess, can utilize hockey and achieve the hardening of Busashoku. And the giant race is no exception. Hockey is a latent potential possessed by all life in this world. Rod's speculation suggests that Heldon, possessing the thunder fruit, would excel in observation hockey, while the metallic giant Stanson would likely master armament hockey. Once he amalgamates armament hockey with his metallic form, both his offensive and defensive capabilities are expected to surge to astonishing levels. As for Rod, with his self-developed technique of sand armor, the necessity of hockey becomes secondary. Should he succeed in conjuring a colossal sand golem towering hundreds of meters, the sheer magnitude of strength and size would render mere hockey inconsequential. Soon, Rod and Stanson engaged in combat within the vast courtyard, while Rhodes imparted the nuances and training methods of observation hockey to Heidi. Roz demonstrated his ability to distort light, obscuring Heldon's vision, and launched attacks from all directions within the inky darkness, compelling Heldon to perceive and evade. This side? No, wrong. Bang. That was from above. The reaction was sluggish. Bang. Given that Heldon was a thunder giant, as long as he refrained from utilizing armed hockey, he remained unharmed regardless of the onslaught. Thus, Roz employed him as a stationary training dummy, relentlessly honing his abilities with punch after punch. In times past, Roz's understanding of observation hockey was not sufficiently profound, even less so than that of the Sky Island dwellers, which resulted in a slower pace in teaching Robin the art of observation hockey. However, the Roz of today possessed a level of observation hockey that could scarcely be deemed weak, even in the New World. His comprehension of it far surpassed his previous grasp, allowing him to easily pinpoint numerous intricate details. Furthermore, the Thunder Fruit possessed a unique enhancement for observation hockey, akin to Enel, who could envelop an entire island with his perception. An ordinary individual would find such a feat utterly unattainable. Yet, under the exceptional augmentation of the Thunder Fruit, Heldon's training in observation hockey progressed swiftly. Within a mere 7 days, he had discerned some subtle techniques, and after 10 days, he could initially wield a faint version of observation hockey. At this juncture, Roz began to accelerate the pace of his attacks, continuously raising the difficulty. What does it mean for a giant endowed with the Thunder Fruit? Alternatively, to pose the question differently, what would be the outcome when a colossal giant possesses speed surpassing that of an average human, an equivalent level of observation hockey, formidable attack power, and an extraordinary range of assault? The answer, undoubtedly, is that it becomes exceedingly troublesome, akin to the arrival of a true deity of thunder. The Thunder Fruit is indeed superior to the sand and metal fruits, and not merely by a small margin. Were it not for Raz's pressing need for free talent points, he would likely have reserved this fruit for his own use, rather than expending 5 points to exchange for dual fruit abilities. Considering the current acquisition rate of free talent points, Raz finds himself at a crossroads between dual fruit abilities and the manipulation of space and time. In Raz's estimation, the capability to distort space and time holds greater value. Moreover, 5 free talent points could activate a plethora of powerful branch abilities. For instance, the characteristic of extensive range observation hockey is not exclusive to the Thunder Fruit. It is also represented in the talent system under the Agility branch, known as Void, requiring only 1 free talent point to activate. Ra did not perceive this ability as particularly potent. He lacked the inclination to simultaneously observe all the beautiful maidens bathing on an island. A fortnight later, in the training grounds, Helden was engaged in a fierce clash with Rod. The thunderous strikes posed little restraint against the sand, and Rod's sand armor was sufficiently formidable, capable of infinite regeneration, resulting in an intense battle with Helden. Nevertheless, Helden's Thunder Fruit ultimately proved superior, with every punch and move leaving Rod in a state of disarray. Particularly, when Helden summoned the Thunder War Axe or the Thunder War Hammer, he could shatter Rod's sand armor with devastating force. On the other side, Ra stood resolutely, his arms enveloped in the deep, dark hue of armament hockey, delivering blow after thunderous blow against the metallic shield raised by Stanson. Boom, boom. With each successive strike from Raz, the shield reverberated with a resounding roar. As he honed Stanson's armament hockey, Raz simultaneously refined his own. In this domain, he found himself somewhat lacking, a noticeable weakness in his otherwise formidable arsenal. Although the formidable power of the distortion fruit mitigated this deficiency, it remained a vulnerability. When facing a top-tier opponent such as an admiral of the Navy, even the slightest flaw could tip the scales between victory and defeat. Your hockey is too scattered. Boom. Focus it. Boom. Raz launched a series of powerful punches against the shield, relentlessly dispersing the formidable aura that Stanson had gathered. Sweat trickled down Stanson's forehead as he struggled to maintain the concentration of his aura upon the shield. The giant race possessed a physique superior to that of humans, granting them an advantage in the cultivation of their aura. However, this also gave rise to a significant challenge. Their massive size made it increasingly difficult to control their armored hockey. When considering these factors, the difficulty of their training was not markedly different from that of humans. Not far from Baika, a ship gradually approached. Adorned with a peculiar flag, a cross formed by 5 interconnected circles. This emblem was unmistakable across the Azure Sea, representing the ruling power of this world, the world government. The dominant force of the Navy. Here lay the Sky Island. On the deck of this vessel stood a CP-0 member clad in a white cloak and wearing a white formal hat. Squinting at the now clearly visible Sky Island Baika in the distance, beside him stood 4 additional CP-0 members. This is undoubtedly the direction indicated by the life card. Muscarad Saint is here, and the traders from CP-9 may also be hiding in this vicinity, one CP-0 member holding the life card spoke in a low voice to the vice commander at the forefront. The internal structure of CP-0 starkly contrasted with the 9 organizations from CP-1 to CP-9. Not only did they serve as the direct superiors, but they also represented the largest organization. While the missions of CP-1 to CP-9 primarily revolved around intelligence gathering, CP-0's singular purpose was to serve the celestial dragons, remaining ever obedient to their commands and safeguarding their safety. How many celestial dragons were there? Currently, there were 19 surnames among the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land, and even a rough estimate suggested there were over 100 individuals. To protect these numerous celestial dragons, 8 or 10 CP-0 members were clearly insufficient. Thus, CP-0 was an exceptionally extensive organization, comprising not only members promoted from CP-1 to CP-9, but also exceptionally gifted individuals who had been brainwashed and selected from a young age. Their numbers surpassed the combined totals of all other intelligence organizations. CP-0 was one of the main forces belonging to the world government, divided into 10 teams, each led by a team captain, above whom were the commander and vice commander, wielding immense authority. What connection does the CP9 traitor have with the inhabitants of Sky Island? One CP0 member inquired quietly, his gaze reflecting both ruthlessness and a fleeting hint of confusion. The CP0 vice commander responded gravely, "No, this matter undoubtedly involves other elements. To so easily eliminate our two members without any news returning, especially in a place like the Garrett Kingdom, suggests they encountered a formidable character." As the vice commander of CP0, he seldom took action, typically remaining stationed at Mariehua, responsible for directing CP0 to protect the celestial dragons embarking on their journeys. His current venture to the Sky Island was prompted by the recent mishap involving two members. Those daring enough to abduct the celestial dragons were certainly not ordinary individuals. Regardless, one CP0 member stated coldly while gazing towards the distant Sky Island Baika, "To dare abduct a celestial dragon is already a capital offense." Moments after the world government ship made its appearance, word swiftly reached Roz's ears. Aware that the celestial dragons would attract the attention of CP0, Roz was far from unprepared. Long ago, he had commanded the patrols of Baika to maintain a 24-hour watch around its periphery, reporting immediately upon encountering any vessels. At that moment, Roz sat within the palace, delicately feeding Robin, whose arm had yet to fully recover, with a spoon. The world government's ship had taken the bait. Upon hearing Khalifa's report as she entered, Roz's gaze flickered slightly. Robin pondered deeply and said in a low voice, "Perhaps it is not so simple. Kidnapping a celestial dragon would undoubtedly involve at least the upper echelons of CP0. Coupled with the previous incident in the German kingdom, the individuals we face this time may not be easily dealt with. Regardless of the difficulty, we must give it a try." With a faint smile, Roz gently presented the soup spoon to Robin's lips, remarking, "It is inconceivable that the world government would dispatch the entirety of CP0's elite forces for the sake of a celestial dragon. To think that a mere fraction of their military might could rescue the celestial dragon from me is nothing short of delusion." After feeding Robin another spoonful, Roz rose, placing the spoon back into the bowl, and addressed Khalifa. "All right, it's your turn. I must attend to some matters." "Understood," Khalifa responded with a nod, proceeding onward. Upon reaching the outer hall of the palace, Lafitte and Ro had long been awaiting their arrival, accompanied by CP9's Kaku and Gabra. During this period, while Roz engaged in training with the giants, Kaku, Gabra, and the others had not been idle, they too had dedicated themselves to rigorous training and cultivation, resulting in substantial progress for all parties involved. As Lafitte's strength reached a certain threshold, his growth began to plateau, while Roz, Kaku, and the others, having significantly enhanced their abilities, were now capable of exchanging blows with him in a more balanced manner. "Shall we summon the giants?" Lafitte inquired of Roz. Roz's eyes sparkled as she spoke. "There is no need for Gers and Goldbuck. Let Hylting and his two companions come instead. And also summon the most formidable left and right priests. The objective this time is annihilation. Not a single one shall escape. The left and right priests are the most powerful residents of Sky Island Baika, possessing considerable strength due to their mastery of observation hockey." "Understood," Lafitte replied with a smile, his form flickering before vanishing from the palace. "We shall proceed ahead." Roz cast a glance at Law and Kaku, calmly speaking as the trio stepped out of the palace and made their way toward the shores of Baika, swiftly arriving at the eastern bank. At that moment, the ships of the world government were nearly docked, and as they touched the shore, 5 figures flashed past, landing on the eastern shore of the Sky Island. Following closely behind, the government Escombat personnel hastily lowered the rope ladders, descending one after another from the vessel, a palpable sense of oppression gradually enveloping Baika Island. "Do not lurk there in secrecy. Come forth," commanded the deputy chief of CP0, standing at the forefront and gazing ahead. His eyes glinted as he suddenly directed his cold words toward a particular spot. As his voice echoed, from behind the white island clouds and amidst the foliage, Roz, Kaku, and the others emerged, reaching the eastern shore. Kaku calmly regarded his former superior, one of the 5 members of CP0, and remarked, "We have merely just arrived. It is you who should be the ones lurking in secrecy." Holding the cursed blade, Ghost Cry, Luo gazed indifferently and coldly at the members of the world government. Upon seeing Roz and the others emerge, the expressions of the 5 CP0 agents subtly shifted. As members of CP0, they could not possibly fail to recognize Roz and Luo. "So it is you, the Ghost Hand, Roz. The abduction of the celestial dragons was indeed linked to you. It seems the Sky Island has also become your domain. This is quite unexpected." The deputy commander of CP0 fixed his gaze upon Roz, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Previously, Rosie had slain a celestial dragon at Sabaody and was long since placed on CP0's elimination list, becoming one of their objectives. It now appears that rather than two tasks merging into one, three missions have converged into a singular endeavor: the eradication of the CP9 traitor, the rescue of the celestial dragon, and the annihilation of the ghost hand pirates. There are numerous unforeseen developments yet to unfold. Rod stood upon a soft island of clouds, adorned in a white haori, gazing serenely at the members of CP0. His tone was tranquil, devoid of any emotion. The captain of the CP0 squad, positioned behind the vice admiral, coldly remarked, "Once you are eradicated, all matters can be addressed in due course." A nearby CP0 member swept his gaze across Rod and his companions, declaring, "Is it merely these few? It seems your journey comes to an end here." In Roz, there were merely 4 individuals, whereas their side boasted 5 formidable members, not to mention the hundreds of armed combatants under the government's command. Among the 5, aside from the vice commander, there was also a squad leader. The trio of operatives possessed an unwavering confidence in their ability to handle the traitorous CP9 members, Kaku and Gabra, as well as the notorious surgeon of death, Law. Even should more foes arrive, it would be of no consequence. Concerning the mightiest among them, Roz, the vice commander, was more than capable of confronting him, especially with the squad leader standing by to ensure that Roz would be afforded no opportunity to escape. The situation appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. Engage. The vice commander of CP0, having discerned the disparity in forces, commanded with a flicker of determination in his gaze. With the devilish Sheriff Lafitte and the child of demons, Robin, absent, he aimed for a swift resolution to capture Roz, lest complications arise. The other CP0 members shared this understanding, given that Sky Island had become Roz's domain. They might soon face its military forces, while they too were equipped with hundreds of elite government troops and possessed the prowess to take on thousands single-handedly. A rapid conclusion to the conflict was deemed preferable. Whoosh! Almost instantaneously upon the command being issued, the 5 members of CP0 surged toward their respective adversaries. 3 operatives advanced towards Law, Kaku, and Gabra, while the vice commander leaped into action, charging at Roz with ferocity. His right foot transformed into a talon, aiming to seize Roz with a fierce grasp, embodying the powers of the Zoan-type bird fruit in its hawk form. Unfazed, Roz countered with a punch, unleashing a wave of distortion that rippled through the air, causing the very clouds of the island beneath to shatter under the force of Roz's strike. The vice commander of CP0 experienced an immense pressure. However, in a split second, he enveloped his body in a deep purple hue of haki, bracing against Roz's distorting impact. The sharp talons still managed to graze Roz's fist. Roz's fist instantaneously hardened, taking on the form of a pitch-black armament. Despite the extraordinary physique of the CP0 vice commander and his astonishing claw strength, which surpassed that of Rod, this strike was largely nullified under the impact of the twisting force, landing upon Rod's fist. Although sparks flew, no trace was left behind. It was blocked. The CP0 vice commander was taken aback by the resilience of Rod's fist. He had anticipated that even if his attack could not penetrate Rod's defenses, it would at least leave a mark of blood. Yet, the outcome revealed that it had failed to pierce Rod's skin at all. With a disdainful grunt, Roz thrust his fist forward with great force. Bang! The deputy chief of CP0 could no longer withstand the impact and was sent flying backwards. In midair, his body suddenly transformed into a colossal eagle, executing a swift spiral before morphing into a hybrid of man and eagle, hurtling towards Roz with ferocity. "Are you the highest authority of CP0? Your prowess seems rather unimpressive." Roth gazed indifferently at the approaching vice admiral of CP0, his form soaring into the air. Instead of allowing his opponent to pounce from above, he curled his 10 fingers, forcefully sweeping diagonally from both the left and right, intertwining them before him. The twisted net. 10 strands of distorted power cleaved through the void, seemingly tearing the very fabric of space asunder. The interlaced forces of distortion formed an immense net, descending directly upon the head of the CP0 vice admiral. Witnessing Roth employ such a maneuver against him, a flicker of cold fury ignited in the vice admiral's eyes. Gale Talon strike. The claw-like foot delivered a fierce kick, unleashing several terrifying slashes in the air, intertwining with Roth's twisted net. The CP0 vice admiral lunged forward with great force, his arms enveloped in the formidable haki, seizing the stalemated intangible net and tearing it apart with relentless vigor. Finger gun. 10,000 tons. With 4 fingers curled and the index finger extended, a dense aura of haki instantly enveloped and coiled around it, transforming into a finger forged of steel. Lunging violently towards Roth. With a detached gaze, Roz extended a finger backward and pointed. Bang! The collision of their fingers in mid-air erupted with a resounding boom, sending the CP-0 Vice Admiral flying several meters backward, while Roz also retreated, resulting in a stalemate. In this brief exchange, Roz had nearly grasped the Vice Admiral's strength, an adept in physical combat. In terms of physique, speed, and hockey, he was nearly on par with the legendary Shiki the Golden Lion, yet his offensive power fell slightly short. His prowess was akin to that of the youthful Kizaru, albeit still a notch weaker. Stabilizing his form mid-air, the CP-0 Vice Admiral cast a cold glance at Roz and remarked, "Such strength. It is no wonder you managed to escape the clutches of a Marine Admiral." Roz did not respond and suddenly charged towards him. However, at that moment, the captain of CP-0, who had been observing from the sidelines, took action. He assessed that the vice commander would find it challenging to swiftly subdue Roz, and even a stalemate might not guarantee victory. For CP-0, an organization under the government, the completion of their mission held paramount importance. The process itself was inconsequential. As long as they could defeat Roz here, their task would be deemed accomplished. With a heavy fist and formidable strength, the CP-0 captain, a master of physical combat, approached Roz with a graceful moonwalk, delivering a punch that resembled a solid block, infused with the deep purple hue of armament hockey. Simultaneously, the vice commander of CP-0 rushed forward as well. With an impassive expression, Roz faced two adversaries alone, unleashing a flurry of powerful strikes from his fists. A resonant hum echoed as two waves of distorted energy surged forth from his hands, manifesting as visible shockwaves that violently collided with the two members of CP-0. The captain of CP-0 was evidently weaker than the vice captain. Both his hockey and physical prowess fell short. Consequently, Roz's strike sent him hurtling backward. Clang! Seizing the opportunity while the captain was preoccupied with Roz's force, the vice captain broke through the distorted energy and lunged forward with a fierce claw aimed at Roz's fist. Once again, sparks flew as his claws barely pierced Roz's armament hockey. However, upon making contact with Roz's skin, it left only a faint white mark. How is this possible? A look of astonishment crossed the vice captain's face. While it was understandable that he failed to injure Roz previously, now, with the captain's distraction, he had managed to breach Roz's armament hockey, yet still could not inflict any harm. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Although Roz's armament hockey may not be particularly formidable, the resilience of his physique and skin far exceeds his expectations. Nothing is impossible. With an indifferent gaze, Roz swiftly retracted his right hand, pulling towards the claw of CP-0's vice admiral. The vice admiral's claw was drawn back, and he abruptly flipped in midair, launching two powerful punches towards Roz, his fists enveloped in the formidable iron block technique of the Navy's 6 styles, simultaneously fully unleashing the power of his armament hockey. With his arms crossed before him, Roz executed a swift backward motion, feigning a step. A resounding boom erupted as the force of distortion surged forth, striking the vice admiral of CP-0 and sending him plummeting from the sky, crashing into the dense clouds of the island below. With his fully charged physical enhancements, coupled with innate resilience and an unwavering spirit, Roz's armed hockey, though significantly weaker than that of the CP-0 vice admiral, rendered his skin nearly superhuman in its robustness. In a swift motion, the captain and vice admiral of CP-0 soared into the air once more, launching a fierce assault against Roz. In the brief exchange, due to the captain's distraction, the vice admiral managed to claw Roz's shoulder. However, this strike merely left 3 faint gashes, which rapidly healed and scabbed over in the blink of an eye. The horrifying durability and regenerative capabilities of Roz's skin caused both the CP-0 vice admiral and the captain to furrow their brows in concern. Under such circumstances, subduing Roz in a short span of time seemed nearly impossible. Light burst. With a cold and indifferent gaze, Roz, after sustaining an injury to his shoulder, uttered a single word. In an instant, a brilliant beam of light pierced the eyes of both combatants. He surged forward, directly confronting the captain of CP-0, and unleashed a powerful punch. The CP-0 captain, experiencing excruciating pain in his eyes, crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to activate his hockey and defend himself. Yet he was still forcefully sent crashing down from the sky. Bang! Bang! The vice admiral reacted much swifter, being a master of martial arts. His instincts in close-quarters combat far surpassed those of an ordinary ability user. Even though his vision was severely impaired, he managed to respond to Roz's ferocious onslaught with a flurry of counterattacks. In a brief exchange, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation mid-air, trading blows for over a dozen exchanges. The CP0 captain emerged once more from the clouds of the island, his clothes tattered and his form appearing somewhat disheveled. However, he had not sustained any significant injuries and, with a stoic expression, ascended into the air to launch another assault on Ross. Ross found himself unable to withstand the flying finger gun with mere physicality. Without hesitation, he unleashed the twisted barrier, deflecting the incoming attack while simultaneously launching a fierce assault on the Vice Admiral of CP0. The effects of light and sound explosions had proven remarkably effective against figures such as Admiral Akainu. However, when faced with the Vice Admiral and the squad leader, both of whom were predominantly skilled in close-quarters combat, the effectiveness diminished significantly. This outcome was anticipated by Ross. The Vice Admiral's strength was nearly on par with that of a Marine Admiral, and in a one-on-one confrontation, it would require a protracted struggle to determine the victor. With the addition of a slightly weaker squad leader assisting, his chances of victory were less than 1 in 10. Nevertheless, due to the presence of his innate talents of resilience and steadfastness, overcoming these two formidable opponents, who relied almost entirely on physical techniques and lacked the destructive power of the legendary Shiki's swordsmanship, would not be an easily achievable feat. The situation in Roz has descended into a stalemate, with no clear victor emerging in the short term. Conversely, the circumstances elsewhere are increasingly tilting towards an overwhelming advantage for one side. You must be acutely aware of the consequences of betraying the government. A member of CP0 coldly gazes at Kaku, relentlessly attacking and forcing him into retreat after retreat. Although Kaku has significantly enhanced his abilities over the past half-month on the Sky Island, he and his allies had previously been unable to defeat even 2 CP0 members together. Now, facing one alone, he still finds himself at a disadvantage. Similarly, Gabra is in a comparable predicament, barely managing to hold his ground in a one-on-one confrontation. However, as time progresses, the tide of battle increasingly turns against him. On the other side, Law, you are indeed sustained by your fruit abilities. Trafalgar Law, the Death Surgeon, I have perused your dossier. You are a user of the surgical fruit. With this capability at your disposal, if you are inclined to serve the government, it might spare your life. Do not waste your breath. Luo gazed coldly at the CP0 agents before him. At this moment, aboard the government warship, hundreds of elite government forces had gathered on the shore, including several figures of Rear Admiral rank, all awaiting orders from CP0. Act swiftly. Let us conclude this matter with haste, commanded one of the CP0 agents, his tone icy. Although the situation was clearly in their favor, it was imperative to end the battle quickly, for they had to rescue the celestial dragons. At the behest of CP0, the elite forces responded in unison, weapons in hand, their faces grim as they encircled the area, ready to join forces with CP0 to utterly vanquish Kaku and his companions. However, almost at that very moment, a surge of yellow sand suddenly spread from the distance, transforming into a towering wave of sand, reaching heights of several dozen meters, and roaring as it engulfed the entire coastline. Sand. The faces of the government elite and the CP0 agents shifted in alarm. One individual shouted, drawing his sword from his waist, and charged towards the sand wave, striking fiercely and managing to cleave through the monstrous wave. Yet, before he could revel in his success, the yellow sand swiftly coalesced behind him, taking shape into a gigantic figure several dozen meters tall, wielding a fearsome weapon of sand, which descended upon him with ferocity, sending him crashing into the depths of the island, his fate unknown. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Rod raised the sandy soldier in his hand, his mouth agape, gazing ahead at the elite forces of the government and CP0, his eyes gleaming with an eager anticipation for battle. The army of the world government. You say? I am Rod, the giant of the new giant pirate crew. Come, taste this. With a thunderous roar, a tempest of yellow sand coalesced, forming a colossal armor of sand. Gripping a fearsome 40-meter sand sword, he charged towards the government S elite, sweeping his weapon with ferocity. Not good. The members of CP0, witnessing the scene, were taken aback. One of them abandoned the pursuit of Kaku, abruptly changing direction, and delivered a powerful kick mid-air, barely managing to deflect the sand sword strike. The sudden emergence of a giant, a user of a natural type ability, furrowed the brows of the CP0 members. A giant race? And one endowed with the powers of the sand fruit, capable of such formidable strength? Nevertheless, this would not alter your fate. The CP0 agent who blocked the sand sword spoke coldly. confident that his two companions could handle Kaku and Gabra, leaving this giant to him. However, before they could make their move, a gleaming silver double-bladed battle axe spiraled through the air from a distance, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. Nearby government elites were reduced to a gruesome pulp before they could even scream. The massive battle axe swiftly liquefied, transforming into a shimmering metallic substance that flowed towards a figure emerging from that direction, merging seamlessly with it. What a crowd! Allow me to be your opponent. The metallic giant, Stanson, grinned, his teeth glinting with a chilling silver sheen under the sunlight. Upon Stanson's arrival, not only did the three CP0 members change their expressions, but even the CP0 vice admiral and squad leader, locked in fierce combat with Roz, showed signs of concern. With their level of prowess, they immediately recognized the immense power represented by these two giants, effectively leveling the previously lopsided battlefield. Another natural type giant? No, this must be a special superhuman type. How could such combat prowess exist? The three CP0 members no longer maintained their earlier composure, their faces now etched with gravity. As for the government elites, they stood in a cold sweat, their legs trembling at the sight of the terrifying sand armor and the towering metallic giant glowing with a silver hue. One soldier, clutching a flintlock, wiped the sweat from his brow and murmured, "Surely there can't be a third one?" His words plunged the surroundings into an eerie silence, as dozens of fearful gazes turned towards him. Suddenly, as if to confirm his ominous remark, a bolt of lightning coalesced in the air, transforming into a white lightning battle axe, gripped by a giant towering several meters high. The giant, enveloped in crackling electricity, descended with the axe, crashing down into the arena, unleashing a terrifying network of lightning that surged in all directions. Boom! In an instant, the elite forces of the world government began to fall in droves, offering no resistance against the might of the thunder. In the blink of an eye, over 100 government elites, caught too close, collapsed, spewing black smoke as they fell, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting across the now silent battlefield. The atmosphere was thick with silence, broken only by the faint crackle of electricity. The battle between Roz and the Vice Admiral of CP0 has come to a halt. He hovers in midair, his tattered white coat billowing gently in the wind. His gaze calm and indifferent, revealing not a trace of surprise or emotion, as if everything were anticipated. The expressions of the Vice Admiral and the squad leader have turned exceedingly grim. If the appearance of the metal giant and the sand giant had still left them with a fighting chance, the emergence of Helden, wielding the power of thunder, signifies a complete reversal of the combatant strengths. Victory is unattainable. Retreat. With a furrowed brow, the Vice Admiral, realizing the situation has rendered any hope of triumph nearly non-existent, issues the order to withdraw. However, before his command can be relayed, three figures materialize on the battlefield, the left and right priest of the Sky Island Baika and the devilish sheriff, Lafitte. Everyone is assembled. Now, it is our turn. Rods gazed calmly at the Vice Admiral of CP0 and the numerous elite government forces, a chill seeping into his tone that sent shivers through the very bones. The annihilation operation commenced, leaving no survivors. Whoosh! In the instant his words fell, Rods's figure flickered abruptly, surging towards the Vice Admiral of CP0. His right hand clenched into a fist, the power of distortion fully unleashed, and his armament hockey propelled to its utmost limit. He struck down upon his opponent with a punch. The Vice Admiral was compelled to defend, his talon-like hand reaching for Rods's fist. Clang! Amidst the sparks flying, the Vice Admiral's body slightly sank, while Rods executed a swift aerial maneuver, delivering a fierce kick to the Vice Admiral's leg. The Vice Admiral toppled to the side, simultaneously unleashing a steel-like wing towards Rods, slicing through the air with a devastating strike. With an expressionless demeanor, Roz extended his hand, seizing the strike as if grasping a whip, and with a swift motion, he lashed out at the captain of the CP0 squad behind him. Bang! The captain, intending to ambush Roz, was instead sent hurtling backward by Roz's blow. Mid-flight, a massive white axe, crackling with lightning, cleaved towards his back. Armored iron block. The captain's expression changed drastically. Unable to evade, he was compelled to unleash his iron block and all his armed hockey to withstand the might of Herr Ding's thunderous axe. Boom! As a giant warrior, Herr Ding possessed formidable strength capable of overpowering the Tunpress fruit user of the Don Quixote family. With the enhancement of the thunder fruit, his power surged exponentially. That axe descended, shattering the captain's armed hockey and slicing through his ironclad muscles, leaving a deep, charred gash across his back. How painful, how infuriating. As a pure physical combatant, the captain, despite sustaining such a grievous blow, had not yet lost his fighting spirit. He plummeted onto the cloud-covered island, bouncing back up, gritting his teeth as he glared at Herding, and charged forward, launching a piercing finger attack. Herding remained unfazed, his colossal form suddenly transforming into arcs of lightning, vanishing into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already behind the CP-0 captain, seizing him with a powerful grip. Lightning strike. Crackle. 5 enormous bolts of lightning erupted from Herding's massive palm, surging outward and then converging back in a dazzling display of brilliance that momentarily blinded the onlookers. Even with the full extent of his iron block and armed hockey unleashed, the CP-0 captain was still subjected to the devastating force of the lightning, leaving him charred in his clothes and tatters, his hair a singed mess. Cough, cough. He had never anticipated that the enormous Herding could possess such speed and reflexes. Gasping violently, he struggled to free himself from Herding's grasp. The resilient warrior Herding gazed at the CP-0 captain, now precariously resting on the clouds below, panting heavily, and remarked, however, the captain demands total annihilation. To die on the battlefield as a warrior is a noble fate. With a swift motion of his right hand, Herding pressed down, unleashing a terrifying bolt of lightning several meters wide, causing a wave of shock among the onlookers. The giant, master of thunder, appeared as if a god of thunder had descended upon them. Herding had stolen the spotlight entirely. Rod observed the terrifying burst of lightning emanating from Halding, his lips curling in disdain. He then directed his gaze towards the elite government soldiers, who gaped in horror. With a thunderous roar, he surged upward, his formidable form escalating from 50 to 80 meters in height. A fearsome sand armor coalesced around him, and he raised his arms high, summoning swirling sands that morphed into colossal sand blades, sweeping down upon the ground below. Cursed be this scene. Is this truly hell? The elite soldiers of the government felt a chill run down their spines, their fighting spirit all but extinguished as they beheld the massive sand blades, each several meters wide and nearly 40 meters long, plummeting towards them. Only a scant few among them could hope to withstand such an onslaught. With a thunderous crash, the immense sand blades descended, delivering catastrophic blows that decimated nearly 70% of the elite soldiers in an instant. The survivors were either grievously wounded or possessed a modicum of strength, barely capable of resisting the oncoming barrage. You're stealing my thunder, rivaling even Halding. The metal giant, standing nearby, glared at Rod with palpable resentment while grappling with a member of CP-0. This CP-0 operative wielded a sword, and after a series of clashes, he lunged forward, thrusting the blade towards the giant's abdomen. Yet, even with the application of advanced hockey, the sword merely penetrated a fraction of an inch into the giant's formidable body, a mere pinprick compared to his massive frame. As a special paramecia type, the metal fruit endowed him with the ability to transform into a flowing liquid metal or a rigid body as hard as sea stone. Coupled with the innate resilience of the giant race and a touch of hockey, his defensive capabilities were truly formidable. Such an attack pales in comparison to the captain's might, he mused. With a disdainful snort, the metal giant fixated on the CP-0 member. The area where the sword had struck began to liquefy, engulfing the sword and creeping towards the foe's body. The CP-0 member's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Stanson's defenses to be so resilient. Taken aback, he retreated hastily as the sword was consumed. Among the 3 giants, the metal giant was the weakest of the trio. Yet, with the inherent strength of his race, the powers of the metal fruit were utilized to great effect. Metal piercing, he bellowed at the CP-0 member. His entire form suddenly transformed into countless sharp swords, all imbued with hockey, erupting forth with ferocity. To him, they were merely needles, but to an ordinary human, they constituted a terrifying rain of blades, enveloping the area ahead. Furthermore, each of these blades represented the full might of his giant lineage, propelled with immense force. Iron block. The CP-0 member's countenance paled as he realized the breadth of the attack, the proximity, and the speed left him no time to evade. He activated his iron block and hockey to withstand the impending storm. Clang, clang. The relentless rain of blades struck him like a machine gun, sending him hurtling backward amidst showers of sparks, followed by the ominous clang of steel being pierced. Despite the strength of his iron block, he could not withstand such a concentrated barrage. The hockey defenses began to falter, leaving numerous gashes and wounds across his body. Ultimately, when the sword barrage subsided as if spent like bullets, he was propelled back 100 meters, his form marred with bloodstains and gaping wounds. Although not deep, they were nonetheless horrific to behold. Is this all you can muster? He coldly regarded the now diminutive metal giant, whose body had shrunk considerably. He concentrated, causing his skin and muscles to constrict violently, employing a technique of life restoration that staunched the flow of blood from his injuries. Still alive, I see. I didn't expect you to withstand that move, Stanson remarked, his expression unyielding. Then shall we try again? He declared. In that instant, the scattered swords stood upright, encircling the CP0 member, who watched in horror as they surged toward him. Meanwhile, Lafitte and Rowe joined forces, overwhelming another CP0 member in a series of defeats. The two priests collaborated with Kaku, completely subduing the final CP0 operative. Gabra pursued those elite government soldiers attempting to flee Rod's grasp. It appears my subordinates are indeed the stronger one as Rhodes and the Vice Admiral of CP0 engaged in a fierce aerial confrontation above the 100-meter mark. Their cold words pierced the air. Both were acutely aware of the unfolding battle below. The Vice Admiral's expression had darkened considerably. He had intended to annihilate Rhodes. Yet he was taken aback by the unexpected level of combat prowess exhibited by Rhodes' side, resulting in a complete reversal of the situation. Bang! Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was distracted by words and the unfolding battle below, Raza unleashed a powerful punch that pierced through the adversary's dual-arm defense, striking between his legs. The vice captain of CP0's countenance instantly transformed to a deep shade of purple, causing him to retreat hastily. With great difficulty, Raz seized the opponent's flaw, and naturally, he would not let such an opportunity slip away easily. His gaze turned cold as he stepped forward, delivering a sweeping kick that was deftly blocked. Undeterred, he followed up with a powerful punch. Bang! Bang! Under the relentless barrage of Raz's onslaught, the vice chief of CP0 found himself in an exceedingly precarious position, reduced to a mere passive recipient of blows. After exchanging dozens of strikes with Raz, he finally exposed another vulnerability, leaving his center wide open. Without the slightest hesitation, Raz clasped his hands and thrust them forward. Before the opponent's iron wings could close, he unleashed a wave of distorted energy that struck directly at the chest. With a sound, the CP0 Vice Admiral spewed forth a mouthful of blood, tumbling from the sky and crashing into the clouds of the island below. In this world, battles among the powerful, aside from those involving swordsmen, typically consume a significant amount of time. The strength of both physique and hockey reaches a level where a single move cannot determine life and death or victory and defeat. Even a few minor flaws are unlikely to sway the outcome. However, having endured Raz's strike, the scales of victory and defeat between the two had decisively tipped. Initially, Raz's chances were slightly lower, but now they had completely reversed, placing him in an undeniable position of dominance. Higher ding. As Raz sent the CP0 Vice Admiral plummeting into the clouds, he charged downward, calling out to Higher Ding, who understood the signal. Ignoring the already defeated CP0 squad leader, he hurled the thunder axe in his grasp towards the spot where the Vice Admiral was descending. With a crackle and a roar, the thunder axe struck, instantly transforming into a cascade of intertwining lightning. Centered on the impact point, a dense web of electricity converged, ultimately coalescing into a singular line that violently surged into the opening in the clouds. The CP0 Vice Admiral, having withstood Raz's blow, was struck by the terrifying torrent of lightning. Even with the unhesitating application of his hockey to defend, his hair was singed to a crisp. Vice Admiral. The surviving members of CP0 and government soldiers, witnessing this scene, could not help but display expressions of panic. No one had anticipated that their mission to rescue the celestial dragons would devolve into such chaos. It is over. In a fleeting moment, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Raz's eyes. As the lightning surge dissipated, he deftly surged into the cavern of the island cloud, expanding the distorted walls, and unleashed a powerful fist towards the Vice Admiral of CP0. Although Heldon's strike failed to inflict significant harm on the Vice Admiral, whose physique and armament were exceptionally formidable, it did induce a brief paralysis in his body due to the lightning flow. This momentary incapacitation was precisely what Raz sought. Bang! As a result of the temporary paralysis, the CP0 Vice Admiral was compelled to interpose his iron wings in defense, bracing himself against Raz's contorted punch. The distorted power of Rhodes inherently possesses a paralyzing quality, which had previously gone unnoticed due to the overwhelming might and physique of his opponent. However, it has now been fully manifested. With a single punch, the Vice Chief of CP0 felt a profound ache in both arms. Boom! Lodz unleashed another powerful strike, propelling his opponent deeper into the clouded island. Channeling the full extent of his distorting power, he showed no mercy as the properties of distortion compounded with each blow, one punch after another. This cannot continue. The Deputy Chief of CP0 felt his arms growing increasingly numb, gradually losing sensation, and he inwardly lamented the dire situation. He attempted to extricate himself from this predicament. But the scenario meticulously crafted by Lodz was not one he could easily escape. Entrapped within the thick clouds, he faced Lodz's relentless onslaught, with no room for maneuver. Against Lodz's fists, he could only endure the impacts. The sole advantage was that the clouds were not particularly solid, despite being driven deeper into the layers by Lodz. His back suffered minimal impact. Yet, this could not salvage the rapidly deteriorating situation. Bang! Bang! Lodz was unaware of how many punches he had thrown as the two plummeted straight down through the island clouds of Sky Island Baika, ultimately creating a gaping hole that penetrated the cloud layer below, emerging from the depths of the White Sea. The Vice Admiral of CP0 had blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, his arms long since relinquished their winged form, now reduced to a feeble mass. It was uncertain how many bones had fractured, and he was evidently gravely injured. Having finally extricated himself from that predicament, he immediately struggled to employ the moonwalk technique in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet, with his wings already shattered by Lodz's relentless assault, how could he possibly hope to escape? Roz no longer unleashed the twisted fist. The preceding bout of intense and strenuous continuous punches had imposed considerable strain upon him, bringing him perilously close to his limits. Twisted pressure. With a gaze as cold as ice, Roz pressed down on the Vice Chief of CP0, exerting a gravitational force nearly tenfold. In an instant, both individuals plummeted straight downwards, descending with a terrifying velocity towards the depths of the blue sea, nearly 10,000 meters below. For an ordinary human, a fall from such a height would be utterly catastrophic, but compounded by the immense gravity. They resembled two meteors streaking through the void towards the ocean below. A flicker of panic finally crossed the Vice Chief's eyes as he struggled to break free. Yet the distorted gravity rendered his severely injured body utterly incapacitated, leaving him powerless to escape. Ultimately, they descended at a breakneck speed until they were just 100 meters from the ocean's surface. In a decisive moment, Roz forcefully propelled the Vice Chief towards the sea while utilizing the momentum to cushion his own fall. With a thunderous crash, the Vice Chief, despite his formidable physique, could not withstand the relentless force of gravity, crashing into the water's surface with a deafening roar that sent towering waves surging across the sea for hundreds of meters. Even as he desperately summoned his ironclad will and armed hockey, he could not resist the impact, and his spine fractured in an instant. Amidst the tumultuous spray of seawater, Roz's body gradually decelerated from a height of 100 meters, managing to halt mere 10 meters above the ocean. He expanded a distorted barrier, repelling the surrounding waves and water. As the tumultuous waves began to calm, the figure of the Vice Chief had vanished from sight beneath the surface, while Roz remained suspended in midair, breathing heavily as he gazed down at the tranquil sea below. After a few moments, a clear synthetic voice resonated in Rhodes' ear. The deputy director of the World Government's Covert Intelligence Agency, CP0, had been successfully eliminated, earning a reward of 110 points in talent proficiency and 1 point in free talent points. As he absorbed the announcement confirming the demise of the CP0 deputy director, Rhodes exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, the deputy director of CP0 had not disappointed him, securing the bounty for the hunt. To eliminate such a formidable being was an arduous task. Even an admiral of the Navy might struggle to achieve it. His success in dispatching the opponent was, indeed, a rare stroke of fortune. He had first seized upon a flaw, then magnified it, and with the assistance of Heidiing, had forced the adversary into an absolute disadvantage, left with no choice but to defend. Ultimately, he capitalized on the unique properties of his distortion power to continuously amplify this vulnerability, culminating in a decisive, fatal strike that sent the foe plummeting into the depths below. Had any single element faltered, the opponent could have escaped using the abilities of the Falcon Fruit, whose aerial speed was undeniably superior, even eclipsing that of Rhodes himself. Whoosh! Roth slightly subdued the tumultuous power surging within him, refraining from searching for the possibly shattered body of the CP0 vice commander. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the sky and, in an instant, soared upward, returning to the Sky Island. At that moment, the battle on the island had gradually reached its conclusion. Despite having assisted Roth, Heldon continued to firmly suppress the CP0 squad leader, denying the adversary any respite and ultimately obliterating him completely. Moreover, the first to conclude his fight was Lafitte, who, after vanquishing his opponent, still retained a modicum of stamina alongside Roth. However, the two refrained from intervening in the ongoing conflict. Instead, they they maintained a strategic position, ensuring that no one could escape. The confrontation with the elite of CP0 served as an exceptional training experience for all involved. When Roth returned to the Sky Island, he discovered that the vast majority of the skirmishes had concluded, with only the metallic giant Stinson yet to fully dispatch his foe. Indeed, speed was a notable weakness for him. Despite the CP0's severe injuries, the relentless evasion led to a stalemate between the two. Roth observed for a moment. Revealing no other expressions, he had never anticipated the metallic giant to possess alarming swiftness. Such capabilities were not characteristic of a metallic giant, but rather of a transformer. Strictly speaking, Baby Five's weapon fruit could be considered a superior variant of the metallic fruit, allowing the body to morph into weaponry that encompassed not just cold arms but also firearms. That fruit could indeed fabricate speed-enhancing jet devices to augment velocity. At last, the CP0, ensnared within the encirclement and devoid of stamina, succumbed to the metallic giant's might. Reduced to countless fragments. I took a bit longer than expected. I apologize for holding you back, Stinson remarked sheepishly, scratching the back of his head after eliminating the CP0. No matter, came the reply. Rods remarked without concern, your fruit is not particularly adept at one-on-one combat. However, if combined with Hilding and Rod, it might yield unexpectedly favorable results. The giant legion he created was inherently not designed for solitary battles, but rather as a weapon for warfare involving multiple adversaries, allowing for a fluid amalgamation into unique combat forms. A figure of such physical prowess and dominance as the Vice Admiral of CP0 could, in optimal condition, withstand Hilding's lightning strikes unscathed. Yet, should the lightning strike be combined with the metallic fruit's colossal sword attack, the resulting power could potentially be synergistic, rendering him incapable of withstanding the assault. Similarly, if the armor of sand were to envelop the metallic giant under layers of defense, it might wreak havoc even within the naval headquarters, perhaps even dismantling a naval base right under the noses of the admirals. Ah, I see, Stanson acknowledged, nodding thoughtfully at Rods's words. Previously, Rods's training had solely focused on individual skills in combat, rarely allowing for collaboration with Rod and Hilding. Although each member of the giant race possessed formidable strength, they also had methods of forming battle formations, often grouping in 3s or 5s to unleash tremendous localized combat power. Now, after consuming the devil fruit, their individual might had surged dramatically, yet they had overlooked the strategic advantages of these formations. Left Priest, please clear the battlefield. Rods cast a glance at the Left Priest of Baika, issuing a command before turning his attention towards the battered government vessel moored at the shore. The ship's flank appeared to have been ravaged by the sand soldiers, leaving a substantial area in ruins. Shall we take a closer look? The government ship may harbor valuable treasures, ha ha ha. Lafayette approached Rods, leaning slightly with his mahogany cane in hand, his gaze fixated on the government ship, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Rhodes cast his observation hockey over the vessel, confirming that it was devoid of life, and he proceeded to approach. This was a ship belonging to the world government, a sizable craft capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 troops, with numerous internal chambers. However, as Rhodes had no intention of retaining the ship, he swiftly swept through it, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake as every wall he passed was obliterated. Lods and Lafitte, along with others, embarked on separate searches, swiftly scouring the entirety of the vessel, yet ultimately uncovering little of significant value. Roth was not particularly surprised, as this was a vessel designated for rescue missions. However, within a certain room aboard the ship, he stumbled upon an extensive collection of books and various materials. Although he had little interest in literature, he chose to preserve the books from that room and transported them outside the ship. Robin's injury has yet to heal, rendering her unable to organize the materials for the time being. However, Karifa is capable of managing the task temporarily. Move it back. Utilizing her powers to dismantle the ship's planks, Roz extracted a considerable amount of documents and books along with the entire room, placing them onto the ground of Baika Beach and instructing Rod to transport them to the palace. At that moment, a sudden sound of a transponder snail echoed from within the somewhat fragmented hull. Blurp, blurp. Accompanying the sound of the transponder snail was the voice of Lafitte. Captain Ross. As Rhodes turned around, he beheld Lafitte emerging from the ship, holding a buzzing telephone bug in his hand, extending it towards him with a look of inquiry. A look of surprise crossed Rose's face as she took the phone bug, glancing at it twice. After a moment of contemplation, she picked up the receiver and connected the call. "Al, how are things? Have you found the person?" A steady voice emanated from the other end of the phone bug. Exuding an air of authority that was both unremarkable and yet profound, a demeanor not easily cultivated in a short span of time. Roz vaguely surmised the identity of the person on the other end of the transponder snail and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. If you are referring to the vice chief of CP0, I regret to inform you that you will no longer have the opportunity to meet him. There was a noticeable pause from the voice on the other end. After approximately 2 seconds, a markedly different tone emerged, one that was chillingly cold, accompanied by an air of profound repression. Who are you? My identity should not be particularly difficult for you to deduce. Roth spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Having all but confirmed the identity of the individual on the other end of the Din Mushi, the very core of power within the world government. The ostensible supreme ruler, the Five Elders. Barely 2 seconds after Roth's voice reached the other side, the chilling voice of the third elder resonated, laced with a palpable coldness. Ghost Hand, Roth, it was indeed you who kidnapped Muskerud. Few in this world would dare lay hands on a celestial dragon, let alone annihilate the vice admiral of CP0. The 4 emperors would hardly engage in the triviality of abducting a celestial dragon, coupled with the scant intelligence and clues they had previously gathered. Discerning the perpetrator was not arduous. Realizing that Roth was on the line suggested that Iller and the others were likely in dire straits. Within the oppressive atmosphere of the highest office of the government, where the 5 elders convened, a pall of gloom enveloped all 5 faces. Despite wielding the overt authority of the world government and the power to mobilize the full might of the Marine headquarters, they were unable to summon Roth at will through the Din Mushi. Even harboring a deep-seated hatred for Roth, they found themselves powerless to act. At least for the moment. What do you intend to do, Ghost Hand? With Muskerud's abduction, what are your plans? The 5 elders did not resort to threats or coercion. Rather, they posed their inquiries coldly, one after another, fully aware that intimidation held no sway over Roth. The audacious Roth, who dared to slay a celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago, rendered threats futile against such a lawless entity, unless they could truly exploit Roth's vulnerabilities. I have yet to determine my course of action. In a tone devoid of emotion, Roth spoke. Within the highest echelons of the world government's office, the transponder snail captured Roth's expression and intonation with remarkable fidelity, prompting 2 of the 5 elders to reveal a flicker of anger in their eyes. In the realm of the world government's core authority, few dared to address them in such a manner. Although the remaining 3 did not outwardly display their fury, they too struggled to contain their rising tempers. One of them inhaled deeply and, in a grave tone, stated, "You may propose conditions, ransom, for instance. What must we do to secure the release of Muskerud? We can negotiate." The 5 elders collectively wield the supreme power of the world government. The one who spoke bore the surname Don Quixote. Muskerud's full name is Don Quixote Muskerud. The Don Quixote clan in Homing is regarded as an anomaly, and following their expulsion from the celestial dragons, Muskerud stands as one of the few remaining descendants. Negotiate. Upon hearing the words of the 5 elders, Rhodes spoke slowly. First, revoke the bounty on me. I would not mind engaging in a conversation with you. Absolutely impossible. Almost the instant Rhodes finished speaking, one of the 5 elders coldly retorted. Another elder, in a grave tone, added, change the terms. The ransom is entirely at your discretion. What a jest. Rose is the most malevolent new generation pirate publicly manipulated by the world government. If the bounty were to be suddenly revoked, would it not signify the government yielding to a pirate? Let alone a mere Rose. Even the 4 emperors would never concede. The world government epitomizes the supreme authority of this world and shall never bow to anyone, neither the Revolutionary Army, nor the Whitebeard pirates, nor the Roger pirates. Of course, their true objective is to feign agreement to whatever conditions Rose may propose, regardless of how exorbitant the ransom may be. Following negotiations, they can ostensibly comply, only to seize the opportunity during the transaction to eradicate the Phantom Hand pirates in one fell swoop. Subsequently, they will report the incident as a meticulously crafted military operation by the world government, resulting in the annihilation of the Phantom Hand pirates. Met with a cold and dismissive rebuff, Rose appeared unsurprised, as if he had anticipated this outcome. So, he chuckled, a light and sunny smile gracing his face. What do you 5 fools wish to discuss? The sound of the phone bug disconnecting echoed in the upper echelons of the world government's office. On the impeccably polished glass-like coffee table lay the stark reflection of 5 ashen faces. The room was enveloped in silence. The Gorisii, clad in white, stood with fingers tightly gripping the hilt of their swords. At that moment, even with their poise and composure, there were unmistakable signs of an impending eruption of fury. For how many years has it been? Who dares to label them as fools? Not even those like Garp, who have clashed with them, or Sengoku, with whom they have debated due to conflicting wills, nor the likes of Admiral Sengoku would ever utter such a disrespectful term. Perhaps the four emperors might refer to them in such a manner, or perhaps a lawless pirate might speak so, but such words never reach their ears. And then there is Rose. This was an almost direct mockery. The phone bug captured Rose's tone and expression with exquisite precision, vividly and clearly laid bare before the five of them. Time passed, and one of the Gorosei gradually regained his composure. Speaking with indifference, he is merely a reckless young upstart, who, having gained a modicum of power, presumes he can shake the foundations of the world. They are the rulers. No matter how wild Raj is, he remains merely a pirate. For them, if the cost is great enough, even the emperor-level pirate crews could be eradicated. The survival of the ghost hand pirates is merely a stroke of luck. The elder stars, clad in white and wielding swords, spoke in a calm tone. Let the intelligence agency and the Navy continue to monitor them. This resembles a wholly uneven gamble. The ghost hand pirates must achieve perpetual victory to sustain their existence, while their adversaries need only triumph once for the ghost hand pirates to vanish. Therefore, all they require is ample patience. Sky Island Baika. Roraz stood at the edge of the battered government ship's deck, engaged in a conversation with the five elders on the other end of the Din Din Mushi, before finally hanging up. Beside him, Lafitte and the others on the shore, including Hilding, listened intently to the entire exchange, yet none uttered a word. Once Roraz ended the call, an oppressive silence enveloped the air. Hey, someone chuckled, breaking the tension. And soon everyone erupted into laughter. Lafitte wore a mischievous grin, while Roraz smiled wryly, and Hilding and the others beamed broadly. No one exhibited any fear in response to Roraz's provocation of the five elders. They were the ghost hand pirates. Each individual present, be it Lafitte, Roraz, or the giant Hilding, was either a free-spirited character or a proud warrior at heart, though their power was currently meager and paled in comparison to the world government, or even seemed slender against the four emperors. That was merely the present state. Roraz's indomitable will, forged through battles against admirals, in the process of slaying celestial dragons, during conflicts with the Golden Lion, and in the annihilation of CP0, had already permeated the very essence of the ghost hand pirates. Each member shared a unified attitude towards the future, confidence, akin to Jinbei proclaiming just a mere emperor to Big Mom, to Zoro aspiring to be the world's greatest swordsman, and Luffy's ambition to become the Pirate King. Even if their strength was insufficient, their resolve remained unshakable, be it the four emperors, the Navy, or the world government. Whether navigating a perilous existence or confronting life and death crises, observing the beaming giants, the sinister smirk of Lafitte, and the subtle smile of Trafalgar Law, Roraz perceived the power crystallizing among them. At the moment Roraz joined in their laughter, something within him seemed to awaken, akin to a seed finally sprouting a tender shoot upon touching the ground. It was a breath of essence, reminiscent of hockey, but distinct from both armament and observation hockey. 2 weeks later, on the southern side of Sky Island Bikos, in a vast expanse, the sand giant Rod was collaborating with the metal giant Stanson to confront the thunder giant Hilding. Yet, even in their combined efforts, they faced relentless defeat under Hilding's formidable strength. Hilding was the strongest among all giants, and the Rumble fruit bestowed upon him an extraordinary power. Despite Rod and Stanson developing their respective abilities to grow stronger, neither their rate of advancement nor their foundational strength could match that of Hilding. Defeating this formidable behemoth seemed an arduous task. Indeed, their captain had unleashed something terrifying. Ro, bearing the demonic blade known as Ghost Cry, sat upon a prominent rise of cloud on a nearby isle, gazing intently at the thunderous spectacle of Hilding in the arena, his eyes glimmering as he murmured softly. Lafayette stood beside him. The two appeared to have just completed their training and were taking a brief respite, while sand and metal posed no significant concern. The power of thunder wielded by the giant race was formidable. It could only be said that it was fortunate they were not adversaries. On the other side, Lods was solitary, treading in the air while imposing thrice his normal gravity upon himself, attempting to execute the moonwalk. This technique was inherently taxing and in the air. The distance one could traverse was limited. Under threefold gravity, it became exceedingly arduous. Even Lods had only recently mastered the moonwalk to the extent of maintaining his balance in midair under such conditions. As exhaustion set in and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, Lods concluded his training and descended back to the ground. Weary, he made his way to the palace and entered an expansive bathroom. The atmosphere within was shrouded in mist, suggesting the presence of another. Ignoring this, Lods proceeded to disrobe and stepped into the water, submerging himself until only his head remained above the surface. "Is today's training complete?" asked Robin, her expression unchanged. As she draped a white towel over her shoulders and continued to soak in the water, her tone calm and composed. Roz retracted her gaze and replied, "No, I haven't exercised much. Today I intend to make some adjustments." Robin inquired calmly, "So this is your reason for coming to the women's bath?" Roz cast a glance at Robin and replied, "How is your arm recovering? You can handle light objects without any issue now." Robin's delicate hand gently brushed across the water's surface, creating a subtle ripple as he remarked, "It seems that in about 10 days, I should be nearly restored." The pace of recovery has surpassed Robin's expectations. Lying in the water, Roz found himself partially submerged, his body languid and devoid of vigor due to his abilities. In the realm of talent systems, there exists a particularly unique gift known as water element affinity. Roz had inquired about the meaning of this talent from the system, which graciously provided an explanation. Indeed, this ability serves to alleviate the adverse effect of consuming a devil fruit, which renders one akin to a landlocked creature, allowing the body to once again resonate with the ocean and no longer be repelled by its depths. Moreover, this talent grants the extraordinary capabilities of underwater breathing and immunity to water pressure, though activating it requires the expenditure of 2 free talent points. However, the inherent properties of the distortion fruit already enable Roz to create a barrier that repels water. Hence, he had no intention of activating this talent unless faced with imminent peril, such as falling into the sea without the opportunity to utilize his distortion power to push the water away. Splash! After soaking for a moment, Robin rose from the pool, enveloped in a white towel that snugly wrapped around her, concealing her entirely from view. Roth cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his gaze, summoning his innate ability system with a mere thought. He had yet to utilize the 110 proficiency points obtained from vanquishing the Vice Admiral of CP0 in today's training. Devoid of excessive exertion, was intended to recalibrate and allocate these talent points. Observing the semi-transparent interface of the talent system, Roth made no hesitation and allocated 40 points into enhancing agility. A soft hum resonated as golden light rippled through the water-like surface, causing the general panel to undergo a transformation. Agility enhancement, 300, top-tier enhancement, physical enhancement, 500, max value, mind's essence, 0, beginner enhancement, resilience, 100, advanced enhancement, rock solid, 50, intermediate enhancement. With the addition of these 40 proficiency points, his agility enhancement surged to 300 points. This elevation, while still leaving him considerably behind the likes of Kizaru, closed the gap significantly compared to the former Vice Admiral of CP0 or even the youthful Kizaru. Without hesitation, Roth decisively allocated the remaining 70 proficiency points to the distortion fruit. Firearm shooting, 50 melee combat, 100 distortion fruit, 600 marine 6 styles, shave, 0 marine 6 styles, paper drawing, 0 marine 6 styles, moonwalk, 0 observation hockey, 100 armament hockey, 50 with these 70 proficiency points. The total proficiency of the distortion fruit reached an impressive 600 points, finally transforming the previously dim-distorted space branch into an activatable green. Simultaneously, Roth noted the prerequisites for activating distorted space, 5 free talent points. Currently, Roth possessed only 3 free talent points, leaving him 2 points shy of activating that branch. Given that he had already collected the first kill rewards for the 4 stages of bounties ranging from 100 million to 500 million, acquiring those 2 additional points might prove exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, even without the ability to activate distorted space for the time being, Roth had made substantial progress in his offensive capabilities, reaching a level comparable to that of a Marine Admiral. At present, in terms of attack, speed, and physical prowess, he was nearly on par with an admiral like Kizaru, with only the strength of hockey remaining as a deficiency. Both observation hockey and armament hockey needed to reach 150 proficiency points to match Kizaru's level. A contemplative look flickered in Roth's eyes. Naturally, despite the slight inadequacy in his dual hockey, the similarity in attack, speed, and physicality granted him significant combat potential, albeit with lower odds of victory. However, should he have Lafitte or held in by his side, they could effectively bridge this gap, enabling true confrontation. The strength of Roz itself is sufficient to withstand the attacks of a high-ranking admiral, and he cannot be easily dismissed. On the other hand, the prowess of Lafitte and Helding is not something that an admiral could effortlessly eliminate with a single strike. If the admiral intends to focus on eliminating his subordinates, the resulting openings would likely be seized by Roz, leading to a significant counterattack. Thus, it is evident that a single admiral attempting to confront the entire Ghost Hand pirate crew is an exceedingly improbable endeavor. It is nearly time to proceed with the next course of action. After expending the proficiency gained from eliminating the Vice Chief of CP0, Roz closed the talent system interface and gazed at the ceiling, murmuring softly. Sensing Robin in the lounge dressing, Roz called out to her, "By the way, please summon Calipha when you go out." Robin hesitated momentarily but offered no reply. After donning her attire, she exited the lounge, seemingly oblivious to his request. Roz lay in the water, attuned to Robin's movements. "Ah, woman." 2 days later, Rox dispatched Kaku and others from CP9 to the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, instructing them to gather all pertinent intelligence regarding the Don Quixote family. It is essential to clarify that this Don Quixote family refers to the influence of Don Quixote da Flamingo rather than the celestial dragons residing in Mariewa. As for Lafitte and the original crew members, along with the giants such as Helding, they remained on Skypiea to continue their training. In just a month, their training had yet to yield significant results, and their mastery of hockey remained somewhat lacking. Rox's intention was to ensure that each individual would at least grasp one form of hockey. Another fortnight passed. Robin's arm has just healed, and she has yet to commence her training. In contrast, the others have made significant progress, with Lafitte being the earliest to delve into the mastery of hockey. He now stands at the highest realm, having attained a considerable level of observation hockey, while also managing to harden his armament hockey. As for Trafalgar Law, he has nearly grasped observation hockey and has begun to explore armament hockey, capable of enveloping himself in it, yet he has yet to achieve the black hardening attachment. Helding, owing to the uniqueness of the Rumble fruit, combined with his inherent strength as one of the mightiest giants with remarkable talent, has reached a level of observation hockey that is nearly on par with Lafitte. His proficiency in armament hockey is similar to Law's, still lacking the ability to harden. The difference between armament hockey enveloping and hardening is substantial. Pirates in the New World who have encountered hockey can wield it to some extent. For instance, most warriors from Amazon Lily can use armament hockey enveloping, yet few can achieve hardening. As for the women of Amazon Lily, their capabilities are understandable. However, for the giants and others like Law, Roz's requirement is to attain armament hockey hardening, which is non-negotiable. The metal giant, having focused his training on armament hockey, has begun to show initial results, occasionally managing to perform armament hockey hardening. Nevertheless, this is merely sporadic, as his control remains insufficient, indicating a considerable gap before he can truly complete his advancement and mastery. Rod has initially grasped the observation hockey and has made preliminary strides in mastering the armament hockey. However, in terms of observation hockey, he cannot compare to Heldin. And in armament hockey, he falls short of Stanson, placing him at a moderate level. Boom. Boom. At this moment, on a certain coastline of Baika, Rod is single-handedly battling 3 colossal giants along with Lafitte and 4 other crew members. The combined efforts of these 5 individuals have placed immense pressure on Rod. Lafitte's current prowess rivals that of a seasoned rear admiral, while Heldin, empowered by the Thunderfruit, is even slightly superior. Coupled with the formidable defensive capabilities of the other 2 giants and Rod's spatial mobility, their combined tactics are remarkably diverse. Boom. With a powerful punch, Rod shattered the iron sand barrier conjured by Stanson and Rod, simultaneously executing a reverse kick that collided with the bolt of lightning hurled by Heldin in midair. At this moment, Roz had transcended into a state of profound focus, nearly maximizing all aspects of his abilities. Suddenly, the figure of Lafitte flickered into existence before Roz. His wooden cane transformed into a deep black hue, thrusting directly toward Roz's chest. Roz retracted his fist, reaching for the mahogany cane. Slaughterhouse. At that moment, Luo's voice echoed, and Lafitte abruptly vanished, only to reappear behind Roz, the mahogany cane continuing its thrust. Clang. A layer of obsidian-hued hockey enveloped Roz's back in an instant, augmented by the unyielding resilience of his defense, effectively thwarting Lafitte's thrust. His gaze flickered momentarily, and with a deft motion, he pointed towards the distant figure of Ro, unleashing a distorted force that cleaved through the void, piercing directly towards Ro. Luo's expression remained unchanged as he unleashed the slaughterhouse once more, causing his entire being to vanish from sight. Binding of the sands. Rod and Harding appeared to exchange a glance, and suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the defensive sand armor to dissipate. A tempest of sand surged toward Rod with alarming swiftness. Just as Roz was about to evade, Ro and Lafitte appeared above him. launching a combined strike that momentarily halted his escape, engulfing him in a torrent of yellow sand. Splash! As Roz fell into the golden sands, he instantly unfurled the twisted barrier. Although the force of the sandstorm was formidable, it was insufficient to hinder his movements at this point. However, what Halting and the others sought was not to bind him completely, but merely to create a fleeting opportunity. In that very moment, the metallic giant crossed his arms before him, transforming them into a colossal spear that surged forth with tremendous might, piercing the air as it hurtled toward Roz. Simultaneously, Halting let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a brilliant bolt of white lightning, racing after the steel spear and infusing it with a surge of thunderous energy. With a crackling sound, the spear, now empowered by the force of the lightning, metamorphosed into an enormous and terrifying projectile, propelled by the currents of thunder. Its speed escalating dramatically, exuding an overwhelming might that seemed capable of piercing through anything. The Elbaf spear. The coordination was impeccable. Observing this strike and gauging its power, Roz's eyes glittered as he activated the twisted force to its utmost limit, simultaneously unleashing his armed color hockey, and with a mighty swing, he thrust his fist skyward. The collision of fist and spear resonated in the void, as the thunderous energy scattered like sparks under the onslaught of the twisted force, resembling a lightning bolt that fragmented and dispersed in all directions due to an unseen power. The steel spear, enveloped in the torrent of lightnings, gradually pierced through the twisted force, barely grazing Roz's knuckles, yet it remained suspended in the air, caught in a stalemate. With a resounding boom, a violent explosion erupted at the coastline, sending terrifying shockwaves that compelled Lafitte and the others to assume defensive stances. As the strands of lightning dissipated, Roz was revealed, suspended several meters above the ground, slowly retracting his fist, with sands beneath him resembling golden grains. The power of this move was undeniably formidable. Roz let out a gentle sigh, offering a subtle nod to Herding and Stanson. Had he not elevated his distorting power to 600 points, he might have been unable to withstand this blow, resulting in minor injuries. Let this be the conclusion for now. You may continue your training. Roz halted the seemingly unyielding Heldon and his companions, her figure flickering as she soared into the distance, landing gracefully upon the chest of the ship's doctor, Gertz, of the giant soldier pirates. Gertz and Goldbug had engaged in training as well. However, their innate talents in observation hockey were rather mediocre, with their proficiency in armament hockey being slightly better, yet still only at the rudimentary level. In the absence of devil fruits, their strength paled in comparison to that of Heldon and his crew. Ah, Captain? Gertz withdrew his gaze from Heldon and the others, lowering his eyes to the diminutive Roz, who appeared akin to a member of a diminutive race when contrasted with his stature. Settling into her designated seat, Roz lifted her gaze to Gertz and reassured him. There is no need for haste. In due time, we shall discover the devil fruits that are suited for both you and Goldbug. While Heldon and his crew were making significant strides in their strength, Gertz and Goldbug found their progress to be painfully sluggish. It was impossible for them to deny the urgency that gnawed at their hearts. Captain, Gertz remarked, a hint of shame evident in his tone as he looked at Roz. We have yet to accomplish anything of note. Even the strength of Heldon and his crew is a gift from you, and we find ourselves utterly incapable of repaying your kindness. Goldbug, standing solemnly beside him, added with utmost seriousness and respect, though we may be lacking in power, we shall fight for you, Captain, at any cost. With a faint smile, Roz chose silence while contemplating. Aside from the barrier fruit, he pondered what other fruits might be suitable, or whether to leave one person as a non-ability user to prevent others from falling into the water, thus avoiding an awkward situation from which there could be no rescue. After resting for a while against Gertz's chest, Roz took flight, beginning to instruct Gertz and Goldbug in the mastery of hockey, before gracefully commencing his own training with a moonwalk. Whoosh, whoosh. This time, Roz refrained from applying gravity to himself. Instead, he ascended to greater heights, employing his moonwalk to climb higher into the sky. As he soared, the clouds gradually dissipated and the air grew exceedingly thin, making each step of his moonwalk increasingly arduous. Furthermore, breathing became laborious at this altitude. He could survey a vast expanse of the sky island world, spotting the myriad islands below scattered like stars. Void. Gazing into the serene and dark void, Roz's eyes flickered as he beheld the moon slowly emerging at the horizon of his sight. The infinite land that Enel yearned for, if memory served him correctly, should host a unique mechanical civilization upon its surface. However, with his current abilities, he was unable to journey to the moon. Perhaps, after activating the branch of distorted space, such a feat might become attainable. Whoosh. As his lung capacity approached its limits, Roz ceased to linger, turning back and swiftly descending to the Sky Island region, where he resumed his training amidst the clouds above. His current objective was to adapt to the surging power of distortion and achieve a level of complete mastery, alongside slightly enhancing his physical capabilities. The burgeoning power of distortion, combined with the recent increases in his physical strength, once again approached a state of equilibrium that he could fully endure. The first month had elapsed. Robin's flower fruit has attained the remarkable ability to create doppelgangers. As the second month elapsed, the metallic giant's mastery of armament hockey has reached a level where he can effectively perform armament hardening. Gold Baku and Gers have both made initial strides in their training of the dual-color hockey. With the passage of a third month, Heldon has acquired the capability of armament hardening, and his observation hockey is approaching the caliber of Rhodes. Throughout these months, neither the Navy nor the government has dispatched troops to invade the Sky Island, clearly indicating that the Five Elders do not intend to allocate substantial military forces to a realm so fraught with uncertainty. In the skies above the islands, the situation regarding the Roz was of little concern to others, as it had minimal impact on Qinghai. However, the moment Roz set foot in Qinghai, powerful forces would be dispatched for an immediate crackdown. The cost of eliminating a emperor was substantial. Yet extinguishing the Ghost Hand pirates did not require the same level of caution due to various factors. Over recent months, intelligence concerning the Don Quixote family had been continuously relayed to the Sky Islands and directed to Roz. After their training in the Sky Islands, Kaku and his companions had significantly grown, with Kaku and Gabra emerging as the strongest among them. Although they still fell short of the CP0 members, the gap had considerably narrowed. Their prowess in intelligence gathering was indeed remarkable. However, while Kaku and his comrades excelled in this domain, the Don Quixote family's intelligence and trading networks spanned the globe, intertwined with numerous factions and covert dealings. As they sought information, traces of their activities began to surface before Doflamingo. Yet these fragments did not yet coalesce into actionable intelligence. Meanwhile, seated on the throne of the Dressrosa Palace, Doflamingo listened to his subordinates' reports, revealing a contemplative expression. The scrutiny faced by the Don Quixote family was not a recent phenomenon, and isolated hints offered little clarity. Over the years, countless factions had infiltrated Dressrosa, most of whom had fallen victim to Sugar's transformation into toys. The secrets of the Don Quixote family lay concealed in the shadows, far from the light of day. Recently, he had received a piece of intelligence through special channels. The Ghost Hand pirates had dealt a significant blow to CP0 in the Sky Islands, yet the specifics remained unknown. The admirals of the Navy had failed to eliminate them, and CP0 had suffered losses. The Ghost Hand pirates were indeed becoming increasingly troublesome. Doflamingo harbored an unsettling premonition. The next target of the Ghost Hand pirates might very well be him. This intuition did not arise without cause, but rather emerged from his analyses of Trafalgar Law and a series of intelligence assessments. One thing was certain, Trafalgar Law would never remain comfortably within the Ghost Hand pirates. Forsaking his past, should you wish to confront me, then come and try, Doflamingo declared, rising with a sinister smile. If you truly intend to come for me, it is high time I prepared myself. The government and the Navy have long harbored a deep-seated hatred for you. He would not easily overlook matters relating to law or the Sand fruit. If the other party dared to approach him seeking demise, it would be most welcome. As a former celestial dragon and a warlord of the sea, the only forces that instilled fear in him were the four emperors. The Ghost Hand pirates were not yet worthy of such regard. In the early days of the Great Pirate Era, the Ghost Hand pirates set sail from the Sky Island of Baika, quietly returning to Qinghai. Though their return was unceremonious, their collective intent was no longer merely survival. It was to thoroughly upheave the world. Once we reveal ourselves or our plans are exposed, we shall inevitably attract the government's attention. Therefore, prior to that moment, we must meticulously prepare all intelligence and plans to avoid any last-minute complications. The ship glided smoothly across the ocean, heading towards an island not far from Dressrosa. With the advanced three-point recording compass and portions of the New World map, Roz and his crew determined their location upon returning to Qinghai. They were 2 islands away from Dressrosa, the final buffer zone. Once they stepped into Dressrosa, the time for full-scale war would commence. Our advantage lies in possessing the three-point recording compass. The government and Navy remain unaware of our target, Doflamingo, and cannot ascertain which island we intend to reach next. Utilizing this knowledge, we can formulate our responses. Luo, wielding the demon blade, stood beside the table spread with maritime charts and spoke in a deep voice. Robin exhibited a contemplative expression and remarked, "You make a valid point. However, we cannot overlook the possibility that the government and the Navy may surmise our intentions. Furthermore, Doflamingo, as the linchpin of the dark trading network, would certainly not remain indifferent." Lafayette, with a mischievous grin, replied, "The celestial dragon aboard our ship has the potential to draw the attention of both the government and the Navy. If we can devise a plan that is sufficiently ingenious, it could rival the might of a formidable force." Roz gazed intently at the nautical chart, contemplating for a moment before speaking gravely. "Given our current level of attention, our appearance will undoubtedly attract the focused scrutiny of the government, the Navy, and the intelligence agencies of Doflamingo. If we disclose even a hint of information regarding our course, some individuals may deduce our intentions. Therefore, we must remain as inconspicuous as possible, at least until we reach the second island. We cannot reveal ourselves completely. Moreover, should we wish to employ this celestial dragon, it requires meticulous planning. Do you have a strategy in mind?" Lods inquired of Lafitte. With a wicked grin, Lafitte replied, "Indeed. There is a plan. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Robin gazed upon Roz, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "It appears that the captain has already devised a plan." Roz, Robin, Luo, and Lafitte are all composed individuals capable of devising strategic plans. After a thorough discussion, the various aspects concerning the government, the Navy, and Don Quixote Doflamingo were laid bare. Perhaps, in terms of tactics and intellect, none present could rival the Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff, Crane, nor could they match the prowess of Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. Yet, together, they were able to consider numerous intricate details. As they meticulously arranged and deliberated, the first island emerged on the horizon. Given the colossal stature of the giants, it is prudent to avoid landing on the island. Although their true strength remains unknown, it is best to maintain a veil of secrecy to avert any unforeseen incidents. "I concur with this assessment." Rod nodded, acknowledging that everything was for the sake of prudence. The Ghost Hand pirates were not the Straw Hat pirates. They lacked the formidable king of the Navy grandfather, the illustrious Rayleigh as a mentor, the guiding presence of Shanks, and the revolutionary leader, the Old Man. It could be said that their appearance would inevitably attract the relentless pursuit of both the Navy and the government. Very soon, upon landing on the first island, Rhodes and Lafitte endeavored to remain as inconspicuous as possible, procuring provisions and essential items. However, despite their efforts to conceal themselves, the intelligence network established by the government, Navy, and the Don Quixote family proved to be formidable, even though the few individuals who reached the island remained hidden under Rhodes' adept concealment. A mere shadow of a black cloak during the procurement of supplies became a clue in the intelligence reports of the government and Navy. Naturally, due to the overwhelming number of such clues, most of which were meaningless, false information, or mere coincidences, by the time the Navy and government employed the process of elimination to focus on this particular clue, several days had already passed. Shortly after the Navy received the intelligence, Don Quixote Doflamingo managed to acquire the same information regarding Rhodes through his own channels. However, this information merely suggested a potential appearance of the Ghost Hand pirates on a single island, which left Doflamingo furrowing his brow in contemplation, as it provided little insight. The second piece of intelligence regarding the Ghost Hand pirates finally emerged 10 days later. When this information surfaced, it intertwined with the previous clue, allowing the government and Navy to glean some valuable insights. In a conference room at the Navy headquarters, the admirals sat on either side, and one of them pointed at a nautical chart, speaking in a grave tone. "On this route, there will be 3 islands ahead. However, determining which one is their target is quite challenging." The others pondered in silence, including Doberman, who sat in the corner. Amidst the deliberations, a calm and articulate voice interjected, suggesting that if one were to assess possibilities, the most likely target would be Dressrosa. The source of the voice was a modestly dressed admiral, whose presence elicited a moment of respect from the gathering. This was Admiral Tsuru, the Chief of Staff. On the 3 identified routes, aside from Dressrosa, the other 2 led towards the territories of the world government and the beast pirates, unless they intended to contend for the position of the 4 emperors, which was not entirely out of the question, given that the Ghost Hand pirates had previously slain the silver monkey of the beast pirates on Frozen Island. With Kaido's temperament, should they appear on that route, they would likely seek confrontation. Tsuru, whose hair was nearly half gray, spoke with calm authority. meticulously connecting all the gathered information to form a coherent narrative. She referenced the four emperors, the characteristics of the ghost hand pirates, Rhodes' personality, and Trafalgar Law. Finally, after taking a sip of tea to soothe her parched throat, she added, "Currently, the actionable intelligence is too scarce to draw definitive conclusions. Thus, we can only analyze to this extent, estimating a probability of around 50%. A 50% likelihood of heading to Dressrosa, with the other half directed towards the territories of the four emperors, presented a dilemma. Engaging the ghost hand pirates would necessitate the deployment of an admiral. But was it prudent to mobilize such forces for a mere 50% chance? The assembly lacked the authority to decide. Seated in the principal position, Fleet Admiral Sengoku appeared contemplative, with Akainu and Akiji absent from headquarters and only Kizaru present to manage various matters. It was imperative to retain at least one admiral at the base. Should Kizaru be dispatched, any unforeseen circumstances could lead to complications due to insufficient personnel. He was reluctant to rely on Garp for oversight, as he wished to serve as fleet admiral for several more years. Meanwhile, in the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo, having received the same intelligence, arrived at a conclusion markedly different from Tsuru's. He was almost certain that the ghost hand pirates were indeed headed towards Dressrosa. His reasoning lacked detailed deduction and inference, relying solely on instinct. While the Navy needed to approach matters with rationality, pirates often operated on gut feelings.